You are an immortal cultivator who has lived for millennia. The sect was, however, designated as a poverty-stricken village. Individuals from the foothills continually arrive, eager to assist you in escaping poverty and achieving prosperity. But how can a sect dedicated to the cultivation of immortality be impoverished? In order to rid themselves of this group, you are compelled to enlist the disciples of the sect to assist in poverty alleviation efforts. From this point forward, the Eternal Life sect has transformed into Eternal Life Village. The sovereign is transformed into the village chief. The field are now adorned with rice cultivation. In order to completely reassure these individuals, you even descended the mountain and led a fine cow, returning with an array of fashionable garments. In my recollection, we were honored with the title of an advanced village in the battle against poverty. The good times were short-lived. It has only been 40 years, and now the officials from the Poverty Alleviation Office are returning. A sudden jolt of alarm surged within you. The last time, the sect was thrown into chaos, and it took considerable effort to finally see everyone off. Take out all the new clothes that have been kept hidden away, and let them appreciate the abundance of our village. They will depart once they have finished watching. As for poverty alleviation, if we are not impoverished, what assistance is needed? Thus, the villagers of the entire hamlet, upon a single command, emerged from their dwellings in unison. Some have begun to search for the hoe whose whereabouts remain unknown. Some began to pick up the watering can, feigning the act of tending to the flowers and plants. As the matters unfold, a sense of unease lingers within your heart. I recall an occasion when I accompanied a poverty alleviation worker down the mountain, during which I heard that agricultural fertilizers had begun to gain popularity in the valley below. The staff originally intended to purchase some, but ultimately abandoned the idea due to the arduous transportation challenges posed by the mountainous terrain. After all these years, other villages have already adopted those chemical fertilizers. Could it be that your visit this time aims to fully implement chemical fertilizer cultivation in our village as well? Upon contemplating this, a thought sparked within you, and you immediately sent a resonant message that enveloped the entire village. Attention, all villagers. In a short while, individuals will descend from the mountain. Do not allow them to fixate on the vegetables and fruits in their respective courtyards. Seize the opportunity to guide them to observe the rice paddies and tea trees. They may only gaze from a distance, not approach closely. Remember, this village is characterized by just 5 words, appearing affluent at first glance, swiftly concluding matters and sending people on their way. At the foot of the mountain, a middle-aged man clad in a shirt and suit trousers is laboriously ascending the rugged path, his breath coming in labored gasps. The weariness of middle age weighs heavily upon him as he calls out to the female host ahead. Teacher Zhou, this time, our primary objective is to visit the village and assess the situation. Subsequently, I would appreciate your assistance in facilitating the improvement of the village through the introduction of goods. Little did I expect you to arrive at this moment. It seems I have caused you some inconvenience. Is this troublesome in any way? Rather than lingering at the foot of the mountain, it is far better to ascend and take a look. At the same time, it provides a sense of assurance. By the way, Director Huang, where exactly is this village? I perused the county annals yesterday, and it appears there is no record of this village therein. Just as several individuals were engaged in conversation, a shadow suddenly flickered above their heads. A young member of the group quickly looked up and exclaimed, "What was that?" In the next moment, a sharp slap met the back of his head. "You, Little Lee, why are you so raucous?" Little Lee, feeling aggrieved, rubbed his own head, yet he couldn't shake the feeling that he had indeed seen a shadow just moments ago. At this moment, not far away in the mountains, a young lad nearly tumbled down the slope. This boy, a resident of Changsheng village, is known as Ergo. Certainly, this is not my real name. It was merely altered during the last poverty alleviation initiative to ensure that the address would resonate more with the ordinary essence of the village, as it was said to be more relatable. Ergu is one of the few youths in the village, appearing to be around 12 or 13 years of age. Yet in reality, he has already lived for 3 or 4 centuries. Though advanced in years, the spirit remains youthful as a lad. Aside from daily cultivation, I frolic with the great water buffalo you brought. Indeed, it evokes the essence of a pastoral boy tending to his herd. At this moment, however, he was filled with immense joy. He yearned to descend the mountain and explore the world below, but the sect leader persistently forbade him from doing so. Moreover, he is acutely aware that the very individuals who come to provide assistance are precisely those whom the leaders fear the most, as they tend to wield considerable influence over their decisions. Thus, a few leaps were taken as they hurriedly soared towards the direction of the village. Village chief, village chief. I have heard whispers that they plan to open the mountains and construct roads for us. Is this true? The villagers are all ancient beings, having existed for a millennium. Even when they seclude themselves in their homes, deep in meditation, they remain acutely aware of their surroundings. Each of their faces bears a shadow of disquiet. At this moment, you are seated in the village chief's office, conveying your thoughts to these ancient beings. There is no need for alarm. It is merely the enforcement hall. Village chief, please remember to go to the storage room later and retrieve those honor certificates from years past to hang in my office. Where is the master of the law enforcement hall? A faint voice emerged. It is I, the village chief. I am now the captain of the village patrol team. Cease your chattering. You are to promptly take individuals down and instruct all villagers to review their titles and related matters. There must be no discrepancies otherwise. The clan regulations and village rules shall be enforced. The publicity department is tasked with urgently training all villagers on personal grooming and appearance, ensuring that the work on their demeanor and spirit is thoroughly executed. Let others perceive the pride that emanates from your very essence. As your thoughts were cast forth, the village once again became bustling with activity. However, suddenly, a discordant voice emerged. Village chief, how do your remarks relate to the road construction? Foolishness. To attain wealth, one must first pave the way. This is the common saying among the people of the foothills. Let's first prosper. Why concern ourselves with road construction? In an instant, the artisans within their respective abodes each reflect their own unique craftsmanship. The village chief, wise and discerning, stands as a beacon of insight. As all the villagers busied themselves, the once exceptionally secluded Changsheng village underwent a remarkable transformation. At the entrance of the village, a vibrant red banner was prominently displayed. Everything is in readiness. We are merely awaiting the arrival of those individuals. At this moment, halfway up the mountain, several leaders and staff members were already panting heavily, exhausted. This is quite challenging, murmured County Head Huang, catching his breath. Indeed, this path is hardly traversable by humans. It is truly perplexing how the earlier generations from the Poverty Alleviation Office managed to ascend it. As soon as these words were spoken, a surge of joy filled your heart, which had been attentively focused on the mountain. Indeed, this path has remained untouched for over 40 years. How could it not be arduous? Let us hasten our descent from the mountain. Director Huang cast a fierce glare at Xiao Li after hearing his words. What nonsense are you uttering, little Li? When I mention difficulty, I refer to the hardships endured by the villagers in our community. In an instant, Xiao Li was bewildered. The villagers were filled with confusion and questions, wondering why it was that their difficulties were being attributed to them. Although we may not possess much spiritual essence, this place is indeed a land of exceptional talent. Yet, when it passes through your lips, it seems as though we are living in the depths of suffering. Before they could finish their puzzled inquiries, Director Huang delivered a few remarks that instantly left you all collectively disarmed. Little Li, consider this. Our journey has been fraught with difficulties. How then can the villagers in the mountains descend? The path is fraught with difficulty. Can the villagers descend the mountain? In this remote and impoverished area, what shall we do in the event of an ailment or perplexing ailment? At this moment on the mountain, upon hearing these words, you felt utterly stunned. In your memory, many physicians traverse the streets and alleys, practicing the age-old art of observation, listening, inquiry, and palpation. Without further ado, the Chilan Mountain possesses an abundance of medicinal herbs. While that may be the case, the crux of the matter lies in why he asserts that there is no village doctor in my village. This is slander, a blatant accusation. This is indeed a model village for poverty alleviation and transformation. Yet, upon a moment's contemplation, one suddenly realizes that there seems to be no village doctor in the hamlet. It is unacceptable to provide them with any excuses for poverty alleviation. Is it merely a village hospital? It is imperative that it exists. Well, the master of the Dan Hall, have you, old fellow, achieved enlightenment? If not, I implore you to promptly transform the Dan Hall. Henceforth, Our village shall establish a health clinic. In an old residence on the outskirts of the village, an elderly man with gray hair, who had been resting with his eyes closed, suddenly trembled. What is this? Long before the celestial energies dispersed, Dan Hall was the first to become a mere shadow of its former self. After all, when the spiritual energy dissipates, the first to wither are the treasures of heaven and earth. Thus, in a state of bewilderment, I hastily communicated through thought. Ancestor, did you just speak to me? Rascal, should you become muddled in your meditation, the village chief does not mind allowing you to descend the mountain and stretch your limbs. Your tone in this transmission is evidently filled with discontent, causing the leader of the Dan Hall to break out in beads of sweat upon his forehead. In this era, descending from a mountain is akin to courting death. It is essential to understand that the entire village relies on the meager spiritual essence that lingers within the mountains for their very survival. Do not be hasty, dear ancestor. I shall attend to it immediately. Thus, it appears that an inconspicuous and unremarkable clinic has inexplicably emerged in the village of longevity. At the very moment the village health clinic was officially inaugurated, Mayor Huang and his entourage of over 10 individuals had already traversed a significant portion of the journey. Several accompanying surveyors were exceedingly busy, hardly able to pause for a moment. They simultaneously utilized satellites for navigation while diligently sketching and documenting the mountainous terrain on their tablets. Just at that moment, Professor Wang, who was walking at the rear, suddenly felt a darkness engulfing his vision. The medical personnel accompanying him were startled and quickly supported the young man, who was unharmed. It was merely a recurring issue of low blood sugar, which gradually resolved itself. Upon hearing the old professor's words, the medical staff present immediately expressed their discontent. The ironclad nation. Professor Wang holds a distinguished position as one of the foremost agricultural experts in the country. As for myself, I am merely a physician assigned to provide personal care for him. Yet he simply cannot comprehend why, given Wang Lao's illustrious background, he would choose to come to the modest Jilin County. Not to mention, even some multinational corporations struggle to entice such a distinguished individual. Why then would he voluntarily offer his services for a mere agricultural technical assistance role in this small county? Especially in recent years, with the technological support from Wang Lao, the gross domestic product of Jilin County has been steadily rising. In simpler terms, his primary focus lies in quality. For instance, the leading tax-paying village under his jurisdiction in Jilin County has adopted the improved corn seeds developed by Wang Lao. Although the yield per moo is slightly lower by 10%, the price has multiplied threefold. Such a character, in a great nation, how could County Chief Huang allow even the slightest misstep? Thus, he contemplated persuading the venerable Wang to descend the mountain first. Yet, before he could utter a word, a gentle breeze suddenly swept by, carrying with it a subtle fragrance. Although all present noticed it, they paid little heed. At that moment, however, Professor Wang's expression faltered as he grasped Director Huang's wrist tightly. Did you catch that scent? Upon this inquiry, the county head, who had not contemplated much initially, promptly closed his eyes and took a deep breath. He hailed from humble beginnings. Having spent decades traversing between rustic cottages and fields thus, he was undoubtedly well acquainted with this fragrant aroma. One can savor it deeply, yet there is an inexplicable sense of discord. Old Wang, could this truly be the fragrance of rice blossoms? How could this be possible? It is no wonder that County Chief Huang is perplexed. The fragrance of rice blossoms is inherently delicate and subtle, typically discernible only within a few dozen meters. Yet, in this desolate place, devoid of both village and shop, where could such a scent of rice blossoms possibly originate? Professor Wang, who initially intended to respond, let out a soft sound of surprise. The gentle smile that graced his face instantly faltered, leaving him momentarily frozen in shock. The aroma. Why does the fragrance of rice intertwine with a profound, aged scent? For a moment, Professor Wang's CPU nearly overheated. He pushed through the crowd, striding forward for several paces. Upon finding an open space, he promptly closed his eyes, a look of astonishment and incredulity washing over his face, swiftly replaced by a surge of wild emotion. The elderly professor suddenly burst into uncontrollable laughter. Ha ha, ha ha ha, splendid, absolutely marvelous. As the laughter subsided, A few individuals behind were left utterly bewildered. It was precisely at this moment that County Chief Huang found himself in a state of confusion. Professor Wang turned his head and walked towards Dr. Chen. Hurry, 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 Dr. Chen. Where's my old man's breeding box? Dr. Chen felt a jolt in his heart upon hearing the old professor's words. He had been following the old man for several years, and how could he not know that whenever the old man exhibited such a demeanor, it signified that he was about to select seeds to bestow upon others? The crux of the matter lies in the invaluable nature of these seeds. Each one is a testament to the culmination of the elder's lifelong research. Should they be sold to international agricultural giants, the price could effortlessly ensure opulence for at least 3 generations. Wang Lao remained calm. Dr. Chen placed the box beside him with one hand while using the other to restrain Professor Wang. Professor Wang gradually regained his composure. He glanced at Dr. Chen, who was somewhat awkwardly rubbing his head. I apologize, everyone. It seems I have fallen into my old habits once again. Dr. Chen approached Mr. Wang with a warm smile, casually inquiring, Old gentleman, what were you about to take out just now? Golden rice number 8. The elder's response was succinct, yet both County Chief Huang and Dr. Chen, well aware of the significance of the old man's collection, were utterly astonished. At the same moment, the villagers of Longevity Village, who had been intently focused on this place, simultaneously drew a sharp breath. A group of villagers from the Miscellaneous Affairs Hall could not remain seated. They were evidently frightened, and the thought of replanting the rice paddies was something even the highest authority could not compel them to do. At this moment, Dr. Chen's expression was peculiar. He was acutely aware of the significance of the number 8 golden rice. Though I lack knowledge in agricultural technology, I have heard that some villages today are fervently applying advanced technology and rigorous practices in order to boost their yields. Moreover, from what you have just expressed, that fragrant blend of both chun and rice aromas stirs a sense of unease within my heart. Wang Lao's heart suddenly tightened. The fragrance of rice mingled with an unexpected scent. Under normal circumstances, such a phenomenon would be impossible. Just moments ago, he was too exhilarated to ponder deeply, but now, upon reflection, an inexplicable sense of worry began to creep in. The old man hurriedly inquired of the surveyor, Young man, how far is it to the intended destination from here? We are nearing our destination. After traversing this hill and walking for approximately 1 more hour, we shall arrive. Upon hearing that it is merely an hour's journey, a sense of relief washes over me. The old man could no longer remain seated. Grabbing the surveyor, he surged ahead with determined strides. At this moment, the county head and his companions were utterly bewildered. Just a moment ago, the old man seemed to be on the brink of death, yet now he is suddenly invigorated. Dr. Chen, as we approach Changsheng village, there is something I wish to discuss with you. We are aware that you have also been educated abroad in the past. Ordinary doctors cannot possibly compare to your medical expertise. We hope you will lend your hand to assist the villagers in conducting a modest health examination, which could be regarded as a gesture of warmth from the county to the countryside. Upon hearing this, Dr. Chen was momentarily taken aback, his mind racing with incredulity. What nonsense is this? They expect me to conduct physical examinations for those peasants? Do they have any idea of my worth? Are they aware of the exorbitant fee I used to charge just for a consultation? He yearned to decline, yet upon witnessing the admiring gazes of those around him, his heart was instantly stirred. Jia Debo remarked, as the saying goes, one must endure minor losses to reap substantial gains. Dr. Chen replied, with a casual air while spilling some wine. As it is often said, a physician possesses a benevolent heart. I, Chen Fong Shu, as a healer, am naturally dedicated to the health and well-being of the people of the world. Do not mention that you brought this matter to my attention, even if you do not. I have long been prepared to hold a free medical consultation for the villagers upon our arrival in the village. At this moment, Dr. Chen appeared to be enveloped in a subtle aura, as if shrouded by a delicate veil of light. At this moment, within the confines of Changsheng village, a multitude of villagers engaged in rehearsing the welcoming ceremony found themselves momentarily stunned. Over 100 individuals stood at the eastern entrance of the village, exchanging bewildered glances with one another. Village chief, must we truly allow a mere mortal to conduct our health examination? Whoever loves health examinations may partake in them, I shall not. A dignified practitioner of cultivation finds it beneath them to perform alongside a group of inexperienced individuals. It is indeed a source of shame. Now, I must still rely on mere mortal physicians to conduct physical examinations for us. Should this information leak out, I wonder if I can still retain my dignity. Indeed, village chief, though acting may bring us discontent, for the enduring peace of our village, we shall endure. However, to allow a mere mortal to examine our pulse and inquire about our health would be a flagrant insult to our centuries of cultivation. One may be slain, but must not be insulted. I shall not continue. Chapter 10. Does this village truly require assistance? Is it merely about taking one's pulse? How has it come to involve the dignity of the cultivators? Yet, as Li Xiuxian gazed at the receding figure of Changsheng, he found himself surprisingly restrained, not succumbing to anger. He could only shake his head in resignation, a bittersweet smile gracing his lips. Ah, that young L. Had it been anyone else, such a challenge would have provoked immediate retribution, reminding them not to underestimate the authority of the sect leader or the village chief. However, recalling L's past, Li Xiuxian felt a sense of understanding. In his eyes, L was simply stubborn. Once he resolved to abandon his post, he would not turn back until he had hit the wall, and even then, he would insist on breaking through it. Silently, he thought, young L, when they arrive, do not cause any trouble. With that thought, Li Xiuxian gradually diverted his gaze from Changsheng to the others present, his voice turning icy as he inquired, is there anyone else who wishes to abandon their duties? Though his words fell softly, the atmosphere in the room plummeted in tension. The villagers shuddered involuntarily. Ah, village chief, L is simply short-sighted. Isn't this just a routine check? We will cooperate, absolutely. As Li Xiuxian let out a cold snort, the previously agitated villagers calmed considerably. However, as he surveyed the crowd, he noticed an old man at the back, grinning and attempting to evade the situation, as if everything that transpired had nothing to do with him. This man was none other than Jiang Lihua, the head of the Dan Hall, now the director of the village clinic. Was he not enjoying himself? This old fellow had a lazy disposition, adhering to the principle of avoiding trouble unless absolutely necessary. Presently, the assistance team had brought their own medical staff. No, now they were called doctors. Regardless of the title, it certainly alleviated his burden. At least, even if someone were to fall ill among them, he would have to intervene personally. Yet, the more indifferent he appeared, the more Li Xiuxian's gaze towards him intensified with irritation. These villagers, usually absorbed in their own meditations, avoided confrontation. But now that they were gathered, every issue surfaced. The crux of matter was that cultivators typically prided themselves on their clarity of mind. Essentially, they had their quirks. While they could coexist with their eccentricities, their collective presence often resulted in discomfort. Alas, with such a diverse crowd, leading them proved challenging. With a silent sigh, Li Xiuxian turned to Jiang Lihua and coldly remarked, Director Jiang, isn't it time for you to get busy? What? The previously chuckling Jiang, suddenly aware of the numerous gazes directed at him, froze momentarily. It dawned on him that the sect leader had indeed been addressing him. After a brief recollection, he wiped the cold sweat from his brow and hastily bowed from a distance. What is the matter, village chief? What else should I prepare? The clinic sign has already been hung. His earnest response nearly sent Li Xiuxian into a fit of exasperation. Go prepare. When the people arrive, we need a place for their checkups, don't we? Should we set out more tables and chairs? Otherwise, if they find our setup lacking, it will be an endless cycle of complaints. Since he had taken on the responsibility of hosting, it was imperative to ensure that not a single flaw could be found. Do you understand? As he spoke, Li Xiuxian's gaze swept across the gathering, particularly emphasizing his final words, which were directed as much at Jiang Lihua as at all the villagers present. Truth be told, he was not keen on engaging in this endeavor. He would much prefer to confuse the assistance team with some misdirection. Yet, he was acutely aware that these aid workers possessed unwavering conviction. Even if he attempted to lead them astray, they would remain steadfast, likely concocting their own explanations, which they would label as science. Then, a new wave of individuals would emerge. He lacked the energy to engage with them daily. If he were to resort to severe measures, he feared that the next group might escalate into a formidable force, perhaps even investigating the mysterious circumstances surrounding sudden deaths in the mountains. In simpler terms, it was a matter of stubbornness. Resorting to force would only exacerbate tensions. However, as the assistance team drew nearer, an inexplicable sensation stirred within Li Xiuxian. Yet, the meaning of this feeling eluded him, leaving him momentarily perplexed. An idea sparked, and he cast his awareness over the entire village. Yet upon closer inspection, he found nothing amiss. Nonetheless, an underlying sense of unease lingered. The villagers, noticing the sudden shift in the sect leader's demeanor, expressed their curiosity. "What's the matter? Village chief, is something wrong?" Li Xiuxian glanced at the individual who had posed the question, then turned his attention to a burly man beside him. The former head of the law enforcement hall, now the captain of the village patrol. If there were any anomalies in the village, he would surely be the most informed. "Changsheng, have you noticed anything unusual in the village lately?" The man blinked, taken aback. Just as he was about to respond, Li Xiuxian waved his hand dismissively. "Never mind, it was just a casual inquiry, nothing to worry about." Yet, the manner in which he had asked indicated otherwise, revealing a clear sense of confusion. Furthermore, having already conducted his own investigation, he found nothing out of the ordinary. Could Xiao Zhang's intuition surpass his own? Perhaps he was merely overthinking. Now was not the time for thorough investigation. The immediate priority was to amicably send the group from the mountains away. Meanwhile, not far from the eastern edge of the village, the assistance team stood in bewilderment. They found themselves atop a low hill, overlooking the entire Changsheng village. The reason was simple. The village was encircled by mountains on the east, west, and north, resembling a highland basin. Particularly to the south, the terraced fields cascaded in orderly fashion, glimmering under the sun, akin to the scales of a dragon. Below the dragon's scales, the myriad fields converged into a resplendent waterfall, plummeting 3,000 feet, reminiscent of a dragon's tail. The entire scene exuded elegance while retaining a sense of grandeur, as if, at any moment, the colossal dragon might burst through the clouds and ascend into the galaxy, playing amidst the vast heavens. Does this village truly need assistance? Even Chun Fengshu, who had always looked down upon rural life, stood on the hill, staring blankly at the breathtaking view before him, grappling with a profound existential question. Chapter 11. This village chief deserves criticism. Is this truly the impoverished village under my jurisdiction? The scenery is so majestic and imposing, exuding an overwhelming aura. County Chief Huang couldn't help but express his sentiments. Yet when his gaze fell upon the village itself, he found the view rather disheartening. The reason was simple. The entire village was composed of dilapidated and unremarkable structures. While they retained a certain ancient charm with their white walls and black tiles, they ultimately lacked the grandeur that would harmonize with the majestic mountain formation surrounding them. Sighing softly, County Chief Huang began to contemplate whether to transform Changsheng village into a tourist destination. Although the houses were somewhat rustic and devoid of opulent decorations, this very simplicity endowed the place with a tranquil and distant charm. Such elegance seemed perfectly aligned with the contemporary urbanites' yearning for a fulfilling life. Morning tea, while casually observing the ebb and flow of clouds and tides. In an instant, County Chief Huang's mind was bustling with plans for the tourism industry. Truth be told, he had never perceived the potential of this village from satellite maps. Another sigh escaped him. Indeed, verdant hills and clear waters are the true treasures of wealth. Overjoyed, he momentarily cast aside thoughts of the 8th project, believing that if the tourism sector took off, he could reap substantial rewards. If he could also cultivate the 8th project, the village would undoubtedly have a boundless future. Quick, call the team. Within a week, I want a preliminary route planning design. County Chief Huang instructed the surveyor beside him with enthusiasm. Just as several individuals were about to comply, Professor Wang, standing nearby, furrowed his brow. "What's wrong, Professor Wang?" County Chief Huang noticed the unusual expression and felt a pang of anxiety. He feared that the old man's frown might indicate trouble for the 8th project. This cannot be allowed. The terraced rice fields along the mountainside alone encompassed at least 3,000 to 4,000 acres of fertile land. Cultivating the 8th project here could yield profits in the billions annually. Even if they were to estimate conservatively, The 100 acres suitable for cultivation would still be a lucrative venture. After all, the area for Jingyang rice cultivation was merely 100 acres. County Chief Huang was not greedy. He would be satisfied with any amount. Even just 10 acres would bring in substantial annual revenue. However, Professor Wang remained silent, his expression growing increasingly grave. After a moment of contemplation, he muttered, "The layout is not right." What? County Chief Huang was taken aback, and the surrounding personnel were equally intrigued. "Professor Wang, do you understand feng shui?" "Well, I have some knowledge, but I'm not an expert," the old man chuckled lightly, his gray beard twitching. This piqued everyone's interest. Although metaphysics had long been labeled as superstition, it provided a unique topic for casual conversation. Whether one believed in it was inconsequential. Professor Wang then gestured towards the mountains. "Look, this mountain is surrounded on 3 sides, appearing stable, but also symbolizing restraint. Furthermore, the southern mountain has a dragon-like grandeur, making the entire village resemble a dragon's head. In other circumstances, if the mountains embraced and the body soared like a dragon, it would signify excellent feng shui. Yet, with these two forces combined, the dragon's head is shackled, rendering the divine dragon unable to soar. This is clearly a predicament of a trapped dragon. Unlucky indeed." As he spoke, Professor Wang shook his head in regret. The onlookers were left in astonishment, and the live stream chat erupted with comments. Is the end of science really metaphysics? Hurry, old professor. Enlighten us on the importance of feng shui. Wake up, old man. We are staunch materialists here. Soon, prompted by Zhou Xiaodai, the old professor realized the impropriety of his remarks and swiftly corrected himself, laughing, everyone, do not take my words seriously. I merely spoke off the cuff. It should not be taken to heart. As for feng shui, it has been passed down for thousands of years and certainly holds some truth. Consider it merely a personal interest. Nothing serious, nothing serious." After finishing his statement, Professor Wang intended to return his focus to the mountains, but suddenly remembered something and earnestly added, "Oh, and do not fall into superstition." As Professor Wang's words settled, the atmosphere in the live stream shifted. "Goodness, you old rascal. You talk about feng shui, yet we are the ones labeled as superstitious? I can't believe I'm caught in this." At that moment, laughter filled the live stream, and no one took his words to heart. However, at the eastern edge of the village, Li Xiuxian's sharp gaze pierced the distant hillside. He mused silently. This old man has some perceptiveness, but what does he truly understand? In this age of decline, only self-restraint can prolong survival. For instance, consider the celestial order where the emperor represents the heavens and the cultivators serve as ministers. If the emperor aims to eliminate capable ministers, how can they save themselves? The only way is to tarnish their own reputation and relinquish their positions. Without office, they lose their threatening power, and the emperor will no longer pursue them. Haven't many sects survived only to dwindle over time? Despite these thoughts, Li Xiuxian sighed helplessly. If given a choice, who would wish to linger in such a state? As cultivators, we ought to challenge the heavens. Yet, circumstances do not permit it. After a moment's reflection, he forced a smile. Then, his expression shifted to one of jubilation. Raising one hand, he clapped enthusiastically while directing those around him. "Come now, everyone, let us celebrate. Make it lively, put in some effort. Yes, I'm talking to you. Show me those smiles. Remember, let your smiles be radiant and warm. And you, what's with that long face? Give me a grin. Just like that, show those pearly whites. All right, we're all set. Follow my lead. When I say 1, 2, 3, you all." The crowd nodded in agreement. With a few large strides, Li Xiuxian stepped to the front of the line and proclaimed loudly, 1, 2, 3, let us go." As his voice echoed, the entire Changsheng village and surrounding mountains erupted into a cacophony of drums and gongs, reverberating through the air for miles, a truly vibrant spectacle. Even the poverty alleviation team stationed atop the mountain was momentarily stunned by the palpable energy. Soon, smiles broke out, as if the fatigue of the day's labor had vanished in an instant, especially when the cheers resounded, carried through the clamor of drums. The faces of the crowd flushed with a hint of bashfulness. "Welcome, welcome. A warm welcome. Welcome, welcome. A warm welcome." The waves of sound surged like tides, overwhelming everyone present. Even the seasoned county chief Huang felt his cheeks flush, secretly chastising himself for what he perceived as frivolous behavior. What kind of village chief is this? He must be reprimanded for neglecting serious matters in favor of such trivialities. Upon hearing this, the smiles of those present slightly dimmed. After all, what were they here for? To alleviate poverty. Poverty alleviation embodies a sincere vision for the impoverished populace, providing tangible feedback and actively promoting supportive efforts. How could one indulge in such extravagance? Just as everyone contemplated their internal criticisms, they turned to face utter bewilderment. Goodness gracious, what a sight to behold! I offer you an exclamation of astonishment. How amusing it is to realize that among us, it is none other than the ever-jovial old Huang who finds the most delight in this situation. Have you observed that expression? It stretches all the way to his ears. Chapter 12. A gigantic shadow appears outside the village county chief. What is happening here? Young Li from the publicity department was momentarily at a loss, pointing towards the village entrance and then at the old leader's beaming smile. This surely must be documented in the county's internal publication. However, he genuinely found himself perplexed. Should he write about the villagers of Changsheng village extravagantly squandering resources and engaging in formalism? Or should he highlight how the leader is beloved by the masses, prompting them to spontaneously organize a grand, welcoming ceremony? Yet, leaders are leaders, with a grand gesture. The old leader dismissed the matter with a mere 2 words, from the heart. Following that, he strode confidently towards the village entrance not far away. What does from the heart mean? Is it a sign of cowardice? But what does cowardice imply? Young Li's mind was filled with questions. Being an official is no easy task. One must constantly ponder. Fortunately, at that moment, old Wang chuckled softly and offered a hint. Did you issue a notice for the village to welcome us? Young Li shook his head, still bewildered. With the arduous journey up the mountain, who would think to notify them in advance? Even if they needed to, they lacked the village's contact information. We don't have it, he exclaimed. Old Wang shot him a glance. Doesn't that clarify everything? The villagers' spontaneous organization indicates effective governance by the county leadership, and the people genuinely appreciate their virtue. How could someone like you manage within the system with such a wooden head? But our county chief only learned of this village's existence a couple of days ago. Wouldn't it seem a bit excessive to claim effective governance? Young Li hesitated to voice the latter part of his thought. He mused, if there had been governance, even for just one day, we would write it without hesitation. But if the higher-ups investigate and question why we didn't even have the villagers' contact information before our departure, wouldn't that expose us? Truthfully, Young Li was not dim-witted. Rather, he was thinking several steps ahead. While being clever in casual matters is acceptable, one must maintain a proper attitude when it comes to significant issues, right? But then he reconsidered. It dawned on him. Who said there was no governance? In the surrounding areas, who does not speak of our county chief's capable leadership? The reputation of an individual travels far, inevitably reaching the villagers. What is this called? It is the benevolence broadly bestowed upon the community. Reflecting further, he recalled his time since graduation spent alongside old Huang, witnessing firsthand the realities and not exaggerating them. Joy surged within him, prompting a soft praise, excellent. Let us proceed this way. Observing young Li's jubilant figure as he hurried after County Chief Huang, old Huang couldn't help but smile knowingly. This young man had indeed grasped the situation. However, as he shifted his gaze back from young Li, his heart grew increasingly anxious. Strangely, at this moment, he felt a twinge of apprehension as he approached his hometown. This was not due to any emotional connection to Changsheng village, for he had never visited. Thus, how could he feel homesick? Rather, he feared that Changsheng village might not be suitable for his prized golden rice, particularly after the remarks made by Chun Fengshu regarding the intersection of technology and labor. As an experienced agricultural worker, he understood better than Chun that many villagers would go to great lengths to increase their yields. Even if you clearly explain that organic produce commands a higher price, they simply wouldn't listen. You couldn't stop them. Even if you tried to intervene, they would secretly apply pesticides at night. The reason behind this behavior is not difficult to understand. In an environment where everyone uses pesticides, if you refrain, your produce's appearance and yield suffer. resulting in lower market prices. Sometimes, it's not just about fetching a good price. There are instances when selling at all becomes questionable. However, these were matters of a bygone era. We now advocate for meticulous cultivation, much like the industrial age, which initially led to the swift elimination of many artisans. The proliferation of industrialization eventually elevated the value of traditional crafts, rendering them rare and precious. All advantages and disadvantages are merely relative changes and developments, with the key being to meet contemporary needs. At present, the demand is for green, organic products. In a different context, when one cannot afford basic sustenance, sheer quantity is what truly meets societal demands. In this regard, there is no absolute right or wrong. It is merely a reflection of times. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, old Wang's anxiety intensified. He swiftly reclaimed the breeding box from Chun Fengshu's hands, his palms tightening as beads of sweat unexpectedly formed. He followed the crowd with trepidation. Initially, his intent in visiting Changsheng village was simply to select a few seeds and offer assistance. Yet unexpectedly, he found an opportunity to cultivate his golden rice. This was indeed a matter close to his heart. If he could successfully breed it domestically, he vowed he would have no regrets, even in death. He both yearned for and feared success, and was even more terrified of failure. If he were to fail, he might have no choice but to collaborate with the large factory introduced by Chun Fengshu. Though it was a domestic factory, rumors suggested it had significant foreign investment, making it difficult for him to commit. As for fearing success, it was akin to a father marrying off his daughter. After searching for a son-in-law for half a lifetime, suddenly a suitor appears out of nowhere, asking for her hand. Adjusting one's mindset becomes quite the challenge. More critically, once the daughter is married, it feels as though there is little left to pursue in life. After all, if one's wish is fulfilled, life can seem rather aimless. After grappling with these thoughts for a while, he let out a slow sigh. Alas, I am getting old. Why am I feeling so sentimental? Ultimately, whether it is suitable or not, one must witness it firsthand. In the blink of an eye, the group had swiftly traversed another mile or so, exhausting themselves thoroughly. It is essential to note that while one can see the village from the hillside, the actual distance to traverse is considerable. Even old Huang, who was initially proud, began to harbor silent grievances. Why the need for music from so far away? If we walk slowly, it could appear as if we are flaunting our authority, which would cast a shadow on our respect for public opinion. However, if they were to hasten their pace, he thought, you try it. We have already traversed a mountain for most of the day. How can we possibly have any strength left now? We are nearly exhausted. Though he grumbled internally, the exhaustion was genuine. Just a mile away, he could no longer endure. After all, he was over 50. With that, he decided to pause, bowing his head and resting his hands on his knees, taking deep breaths. Yet, before he could catch his breath, a chorus of startled exclamations rang out behind him. Leader, be careful!" Just as he was about to muster his strength and turn around to scold them, a massive shadow suddenly enveloped him from the front. At that moment, he was still looking down. He watched in disbelief as a shadow completely consumed his small figure. A cold sweat broke out, and he was taken aback. What is this? I am a staunch proponent of materialism. Do not bring me these supernatural phenomena. Though he thought this, his body betrayed him, frozen in place without a hint of movement. Fortunately, years of farming experience had taught him that when in danger and uncertain, the chances of survival are far greater if one remains still rather than acting recklessly. Yet, as his heart raced, he slowly raised his head at that moment. Chapter 13. The welcoming spectacle. Terrifying old Huang, he was utterly paralyzed, his entire being quivering like a machine gone haywire. The cause of his dread lay in the moment he dared to lift his gaze. A massive, blood-red maw loomed before him, a tongue, impossibly hot and damp, slathering over his face. In that instance, despair enveloped him. He merely wished to avoid a death that would leave him looking foolish, having devoted his life to governance and the welfare of his people. How had he ended up in such a predicament? A lament echoed within him. The heavens are unjust. As he pondered this, summoning the last vestiges of his strength to urge his colleagues to flee, a shadow darted forth and clapped him on the shoulder. A child's innocent voice chimed in his ear. "Hey, leader, What are you dawdling for? Get in the car. Our village chief sent me to fetch you. What? Get in the car? Village chief? Fetch me? The startled county chief, Huang, felt as if he had stepped into a different realm. He instinctively retreated a step, narrowly evading the massive tongue that had obstructed his vision. Only then did he behold the creature before him. Yet upon realizing what it was, he nearly fainted from fright. Fortunately, the child beside him caught him, preventing a most embarrassing fall. His gaze remained fixed on the creature, unable to tear himself away for even a moment. After a brief pause to gather his wits, he managed to stammer, "A cow? Is this really a cow?" Strangely enough, even the ordinarily composed old Huang could not suppress a curse. Yet as he regained his composure, he scrutinized the creature before him more closely. Those horns, that hide, that stature, was this truly a water buffalo? But how could such a colossal creature exist in this world? In an instant, old Huang's heart swelled with astonishment. Yet a greater sense of shame washed over him. He had just been nearly paralyzed with fear by a water buffalo. But could he really be blamed? Have you ever encountered a water buffalo that stood a full head taller than you? A creature of such size, could you still call it merely a water buffalo? Even the largest wild buffalo of the distant lands could not compare to this beast's enormity. It is well known that a typical water buffalo, depending on its breed, hardly reaches chest height on an average person. If one were to capture the essence of old Huang's most sincere thoughts at that moment, it would be, befuddled fruits hanging from the befuddled tree, you and I beneath the befuddled tree. At that moment, the poverty alleviation team behind him, seeing that old Huang was unharmed, cautiously began to approach. After all, who had ever seen such a gigantic water buffalo? What normal person doesn't harbor a fear of colossal creatures? The key was that this enormous beast had appeared silently from the roadside thicket. How could it not be terrifying? After a few tentative steps, they realized that the creature posed no immediate threat. They exchanged glances and, with utmost caution, drew closer to County Chief Huang. Meanwhile, Chun Fengshu, at the back of the group, turned pale with fright. He clutched Wang Lao's arm, refusing to let him advance. Wang Lao, this must be a mutant cow. How could such an enormous beast exist under normal circumstances? Wang Lao had traveled to countless villages and seen all manner of water buffalo, but Chun Fengshu's warning stirred a deeper sense of unease within him. His brow furrowed as he gazed at Chun Fengshu, his eyes brimming with questions, though he remained silent. Chun Fengshu, a product of rigorous education, quickly offered two highly plausible explanations. Based on my years of medical experience, this cow has likely grown to such a size either due to excessive growth hormones, causing a disruption in its pituitary gland and resulting in gigantism, or it has been exposed to some radioactive contaminant, leading to genetic mutation. However, as soon as he finished speaking, he furrowed his brow in confusion, adding, but logically, in a secluded mountain village, where would a source of nuclear contamination come from? Then, bold speculation bubbled forth. Wang Lao, could it be that this village was once a secret military experimentation site during the war? If that is the case, we must urgently report this matter to the authorities for a thorough investigation. With that, he ceased pondering and grasped Wang Lao's arm, swiftly turning to retrace their steps. He muttered incessantly, "A gentleman does not stand beneath a precarious wall. Come, we must leave at once. We cannot linger near this village. Good heavens, I can hardly contain my astonishment." Li Xiaoxian, who had been silently observing their every move, nearly exclaimed his surprise. He had never anticipated that he would gain an unexpected ally. Yet while he might offer some benefits if they descended together, why call for an investigation? Did he think Li Xiaoxian was insufficiently involved? Dismissing such thoughts, he instead regarded Chun Fengshu with newfound approval. At the very least, they shared a common goal in descending the mountain. As for their individual agendas, he felt little inclination to delve into them. He found himself paying more attention to Chun Fengshu's actions, realizing he might prove to be a formidable ally, just as Li Xiaoxian developed a favorable impression of Chun Fengshu. The latter, intent on fleeing, felt an unsettling chill creep over him. Before he could take more than a few steps, he heard a chorus of urging behind him. Turning around, he was astounded to find that the once terrified crowd was now eagerly seated on a large cart, beckoning him and Wang Lao to join them. This scene left him utterly dumbfounded. A dozen or so people, all relying on a single water buffalo for transport. Was this truly feasible? What kind of creature was this? What manner of strange place was Changsheng village that could produce such a monstrous being? Yet with County Chief Huang already aboard, what could he possibly say? To refuse would create an awkward situation. Reluctantly, he followed Wang Lao onto the cart, instinctively reaching for his mask and positioning himself at the far end. As a doctor, it was his instinct to maintain a distance from an animal with unknown health conditions. The others chuckled, finding his behavior amusing. Meanwhile, Wang Lao's expression grew increasingly grave. Setting aside any doubts, he held Chen Fengshu's expertise in high regard. Though worry gnawed at him, as he glanced at the buffalo's rear, his eyes reflected a mix of pity and anger. After all, in a proper village, how could such a giant water buffalo exist? He silently vowed that if any inhumane practices were discovered within this village, he would not hesitate to alert the authorities. In retrospect, he realized he had once considered placing the aspirations of number 8 upon this village. Now, he felt he had been rather desperate in his choices. Furthermore, he could not help but harbor a growing disdain for the village chief. Such madness. He let out a soft huff. Yet, adhering to the principle of no evidence, no conviction, he steeled himself and took a seat on the cart. At this moment, not only was the fate of number 8 in question, but the very worthiness of this village to receive his assistance remained highly uncertain. Chapter 14. The great water buffalo's popularity surpasses Zhou Xiaodai as the ox cart progressed slowly. The atmosphere was filled with the creaking sounds of the wheels, yet the corners of everyone's eyes gradually became moist. Even Wang Lao, who had initially been seething with frustration, instinctively wiped the warmth from his eyes. The reason was simple. In front of them appeared a row of enthusiastic villagers. Just one glance revealed that there were over 100 of them, and among this multitude, the elderly with white hair and wrinkled skin constituted more than 90%. In any other village, they would typically be enjoying their twilight years. To put it bluntly, if one were to randomly select any of these villagers, they could very well be considered ancestors in their own households. It was a wonder they were even out here, ringing bells and beating drums, with a continuous chorus of welcoming voices. This spectacle left County Head Huang's heart racing with anxiety. He couldn't help but think, this village chief has put me in a perilous position. The live stream, meanwhile, had not missed a beat. Initially, the online viewers were astonished by the environment of Changsheng village and the imposing presence of the great water buffalo. But now, the comments flooded in. A left-behind village? How pitiful. So many elderly people are forced to welcome guests. Boo-hoo. Does the village chief have any humanity? If the village chief is like this, why has the county head not said a word? Were they reveling in the cheers of the elderly? Just a few fleeting glimpses of the comments made Huang County Head break into a cold sweat. The level of horror he felt was even more overwhelming than when the old buffalo had just licked itself. After all, being trampled by the buffalo would only result in a single death, and perhaps even earn some martyrdom honors for dying in the line of duty. However, this current situation, if it were to be disseminated online, how large would the backlash be, and how far-reaching would the ramifications extend? Just the thought of it sent chills down his spine. What if, among these elderly, someone accidentally collapsed from the heat? Would the next day's headlines read, "A certain county leader seeks glory," forcing hundreds of elderly to greet visitors under the scorching sun, resulting in severe accidents? Is this a distortion of humanity or a decline in morality? Merely contemplating these potential headlines caused Huang County Head to shift uneasily in his seat. He hurriedly shouted a few words at Ergo, who was atop the buffalo. "Brother, stop. Please stop. I need to get off." Ergo turned to glance at Huang County Head, his innocent eyes filled with confusion. The village chief had instructed them to bring the guests into the village, and they were just 100 paces away from their destination. What was he trying to do? What should he do? He pondered briefly. Who was of higher authority here, the village chief or the county head? Whose command should he follow? He shook his head. Was there even a need for consideration? Clearly, the village chief held the greater authority. He then patted the old buffalo beneath him, signaling that there was no need to heed the county head's request, even though he wished that the county head could indeed pave roads for the village. He certainly did not want to return home and face punishment. With a gentle pat, the old buffalo which had been slowing its pace, responded with a low moo, continuing its steady march forward. This only heightened Huang County Head's anxiety. Fortunately, the buffalo's pace was not rapid, so he rolled up his sleeves, gritted his teeth, and dashed to the back of the cart, leaping down with barely enough balance to steady himself before quickly turning and running forward. He circumvented the buffalo and made a beeline for Li Xiuxian. As he ran, he panted and waved his hands frantically, calling out, "No! Stop! Please, everyone stop! I implore you!" Upon nearing, his eyes darted around anxiously, quickly scanning the crowd. He bypassed the young man standing at the front and hurriedly approached the elderly at the forefront. His expression was one of profound guilt. Without a moment to waste, he fervently shook hands with each of them. Once he caught his breath, he hastily urged, "Please disperse. Do not wear yourselves out. You all are of the elder generation. Standing here just to welcome a younger person like me? I can't bear to trouble you." Observing the elderly before him more clearly, he realized that despite their spirited demeanor, their ages were not less than Professor Wang's. At a minimum, they must all be in their 70s or 80s. Behind him, aside from Wang Lao, who was too old to jump off the cart and was accompanied by Dr. Chun, the rest of the group, seeing the county head had jumped down, wasted no time in following suit. In mere moments, they all leapt from the cart and rushed to catch up. Contrarily, Zhou Xiaodai, eager to find the perfect angle, not only remained on the cart, but, with Ergo's assistance, continued to sit atop the buffalo. She was exhilarated. Riding such a colossal creature and filming would undoubtedly enhance the live stream's appeal. Did you not see the number of viewers skyrocketing? From a few hundred to 2 or 3,000. And this figure continued to rise steadily. With the buffalo's magnetic charm, anyone who caught a glimpse felt compelled to stay and witness the spectacle. Compared to the monotonous antics of female streamers who merely swayed, could they possibly compete with the allure of this buffalo? Some viewers even launched virtual rockets. With a comment, "Hurry, streamer, give my buffalo a hoof trim, the kind that sizzles." As soon as the message was sent, rockets soared into the sky. The comments shifted dramatically. "Oh my goodness, how did I not think of this? With such a large buffalo, it would be a shame not to give it a hoof trim. Yes, we want to see the buffalo's hoof being trimmed." In an instant, the comments were overtaken by a flurry of requests for the buffalo's hoof trimming. When had Zhou Xiaodai, a female streamer, ever encountered such a scene? She was utterly bewildered. What on earth was this hoof trimming phenomenon? Dear viewers, I'm a beautiful lady, and you want to watch hoof trimming? What kind of peculiar preference is this? Are you all out of your minds? Not able to contain herself, she shot back in exasperation. It was infuriating. She had been so pleased, only to find out that she was less captivating than a buffalo. Can you believe it? Can you accept such a disheartening reality? However, as her frustration echoed, another glaring comment swiftly followed. Warning from the moderator. Streamer, please mind your language. Do not casually disparage other streaming channels to avoid affecting the overall streaming environment. At that moment, Zhou Xiaodai felt as if a thunderclap had struck her, leaving her dazed. Her expression reflected a mix of grievance and pity. She thought to herself, "I've been diligently streaming for 3 long years, and this is the first time I've received a warning from a moderator. Over a buffalo, no less. Can you believe it?" Though frustrated, the steadily increasing viewership somewhat alleviated her mood. Glancing at the old buffalo beneath her, and then at Ergo, whose face was filled with curiosity, she forced a smile. "Little friend, have you never seen a live stream before? Little friend?" Ergo's lips twitched. Chapter 15. The simple customs of Changsheng village. He mused, "You little girl, even if your great-great-grandfather were to come back, he might not surpass me in stature. Yet you dare to address me as little friend?" Indeed, despite his youthful appearance, Ergo was a genuine inhabitant of the Ming dynasty. The term little friend rendered him momentarily speechless. How infuriating! In a fleeting moment of impulse, he tilted his head, reminiscent of a neighbor's young boy, and asked, "Miss, may I inquire why there are tiny figures in this iron box? Is it some kind of treasure? May I take a look?" As he spoke, a hint of trepidation and shyness flickered across his youthful visage. This scene left the nearby villagers utterly dumbfounded. Some even communicated telepathically, "Ergo, where's your dignity? That little girl wouldn't even qualify to be your great-granddaughter. How did you manage to call her, miss? However, Ergo merely cast an indifferent glance towards the village entrance, dismissing their remarks. After all, he had grown weary of spending his days with those old codgers. It was a rare occasion to encounter a newcomer. He would gladly address anyone willing to play with him, even as auntie. Wasn't it merely a form of address? As cultivators, did they truly care about such trivialities? Moreover, who was Ergo? Not only had he actively participated in the reforms of the 1980s, but he had also been an eager participant. Back then, he had been exceptionally attentive to the staff of the Poverty Alleviation Office, serving them tea and water, all in hopes of hearing tales from the world below the mountain. Therefore, the notion of psychological burdens was utterly foreign to him, especially when he took hold of the phone and saw his own face reflected in the small iron box. He nearly flung it away in fright. Fortunately, Zhou Xiaodai was alert enough to prevent the loss of this essential tool. Yet, it was precisely Ergo's instinctive avoidance and discarding gesture that amused the viewers in the live stream. There was no helping it. Urbanites often harbored a sense of superiority in such situations. Additionally, Ergo's charming appearance added to the allure. Despite his humble attire and somewhat dog-like name, his face radiated a rosy complexion, handsomely so. He was nothing like those juvenile idols on television, who were often heavily made up at such a tender age. Years of cultivation had imbued him with an innate spirituality, creating an unspoken sense of approachability. Thus, even with such a brief appearance, the viewers in the live stream, particularly the aunties, became utterly captivated. What an adorable child. Can we adopt him? Let us have a glimpse of that little darling. A flurry of messages flooded the screen, accompanied by a shower of virtual gifts. At that moment, Zhou Xiaodai, who had merely intended to tease Ergo, found herself utterly disheartened. What was happening? Previously, she had been the center of attention. Now, even a child eclipsed her popularity? What kind of situation was this? Did they truly disregard her existence? At this moment, her heart brimmed with indignation. Why? It was simple. The virtual gifts had soared. More importantly, during this poverty alleviation period, no matter how many gifts there were, she received none. Although she had no desire for the funds, the pride of a young woman could only take so much. She had danced tirelessly, yet had never witnessed her older peers being so generous. And now, having barely arrived at the village entrance without even stepping through the door, she was utterly overshadowed by a child and a cow. How could her spirits remain unscathed? Glancing at Ergo, who still regarded her with a watchful expression, she couldn't help but chuckle in spite of herself. You little rascal, how can you be so endearing? This is a phone. We're live streaming. Come here. Let me teach you. It must be said, these two shared an unexpectedly harmonious rapport. Meanwhile, at the village entrance, a commotion ensued. Quick, bring out your snacks and share them with our fellow villagers. Let them have a taste. Director Huang, with a warm demeanor, addressed the villagers while reprimanding the staff beside him. Can't you see? These elderly folks are dressed so pitifully, all in attire from the 1980s. Look closely. Though they appear simple, the fabric is remarkably clean, not a speck of dust. It's as if they are brand new. What does this signify? It signifies simplicity, such purity, such village spirit. How could one not be moved? As a veteran rural worker, he could hardly be unaware that even new clothes were relics of history. One could only imagine what they typically wore. The thought alone was heart-wrenching. Moreover, observe how my staff distributes food to them. Look at their expressions, their demeanor. It's all written with a refusal. In other villages, even if pride plays a role, they would eventually accept after some back and forth. Some rascals or shrews might even snatch it from your hands. But look at these elderly folks of Changsheng village. They genuinely refuse to accept. Even their expressions of grievance resemble that of a wronged wife. What does this signify? This is a display of upbringing. It transcends education, knowledge structures, and levels. It is merely the truest and most beautiful manifestation of humanity. Such simple customs, such a way of life. I feel ashamed. After 2 or 3 decades of work in the county, I have overlooked them. Moreover, they hold such affection for me. Despite their old age and the grand reception they have extended towards me, I am filled with remorse. Yet, as he pondered, a flicker of irritation crossed his face. He raised his voice, demanding, "Where is the village chief? Who is the village chief?" although his words were laced with anger. He made a conscious effort to suppress his frustration. After all, he knew nothing about this village, not even who the village chief was. What if it was another elderly person, perhaps even of a higher status than the ones before him? He understood that in such villages, the older the individual, the greater their authority. This phenomenon was even more pronounced in backward villages. Often, a village chief's words might not carry as much weight as those of an elder in the community. Thus, he refrained from expressing his temper freely. After all, the county official was no match for the local authority. They had welcomed him with great fanfare, and though the arrangements were not entirely appropriate, there was still a degree of sincerity in it. Yet whether that sincerity was meant to harm or elevate him remained uncertain. Furthermore, given the extent of the fanfare, if it were meant to be harmful, it was indeed a possibility. The intentions of the people were inscrutable, and one must always be cautious. After years in office, he had seen all sorts of underhanded tactics. Better safe than sorry. At that moment, he felt a gentle tap on his shoulder from behind. Chapter 16, after so many years of promotion, have I worked in vain? Looking back, isn't that the same young lad who used to lead a group of elderly folks at the front of the line? I thought to myself, is it you, young man? Forget it. I don't have time for you right now. Once I find a village chief, I must ensure he educates you properly. I furrowed my brow and impatiently replied, young man, please wait a moment. I am quite busy. If it weren't for the lad's striking features and handsome demeanor, my response would surely have been even more curt. Yet, upon reflection, it is indeed rare to find a young man still remaining in such a village. It would be unwise to speak too harshly. After all, if I were to discourage him, he might seek work elsewhere, jeopardizing my subsequent plans for revitalizing the village. Could I rely solely on this group of elderly folks? If word of that got out, my reputation would be irreparably damaged. Conversely, the youthful labor force of the village must be cherished. Little did he know, however, that in Changsheng village, there was hardly any young labor to speak of, save for a handful of children who had yet to grow up. There were a few young attendants maintaining a youthful vigor, and in a law enforcement hall, there were perhaps a dozen young adults. After all, authority must not be forsaken, and a youthful appearance carries a certain gravitas. As for the rest of the villagers, were they not all elderly? This is not to say that the village was exclusively populated by the elderly. In the Tang dynasty, Li Bai's de Peng Fu Su introduced a term to the world, immortal demeanor. When this term spread throughout the village, it became wildly popular due to its appropriateness. After all, they were all cultivators. As time progressed and cultural development unfolded, this immortal demeanor gradually came to be associated with white hair and age. To keep up with the trends, it seemed one could not be deemed an immortal without a few strands of gray. Did you not observe the journey to the west? The monkey would call out to an old man, "Old immortal, where are you headed?" Yet upon seeing a youth, he would exclaim, "You demon, where do you think you're going?" Over time, this trend of venerating age flourished within the village, as if anyone youthful would somehow lack that ethereal quality. This had previously driven Li Xiuxian to the brink of exasperation. However, aside from the stipulation that the enforcement hall must maintain a commanding presence and retain youthful appearances, the other halls were left to their own devices. After all, they were all cultivators, and worldly concerns held little sway over them. In this age of declining spiritual energy, ascending to immortality was no longer feasible. Thus, indulging in the fantasies of the immortal life seemed harmless, even if it was merely self-deception. However, the current situation, which might have been acceptable in the past, when there was no concept of working away from home, was now a source of concern. The presence of so many elderly folks in the village was no longer seen as a blessing. Rather, it symbolized a lack of youth and vitality. A village devoid of young people, filled only with the elderly? Was this not a sign of a struggling community? And what did the term left behind imply? It indicated poverty in a prosperous village who would seek work away from home. With this thought, County Chief Huang felt a pang of guilt. Based on what I had seen earlier on the hillside, the village's arable land would surely not leave them destitute. Yet even if they weren't poor, their grains remained unsellable due to the lack of roads in the mountains. How could they sell their grains without a means to transport them? Without selling their grains, how could they obtain other necessities? Ultimately, a lack of resources still equated to poverty. County Chief Huang etched the notion of poverty in Changsheng village deep into his heart. Meanwhile, Li Xiuxian reveled in his own arrangements. Who wouldn't envy such an impressive display? How many villages could boast such a scene? I had seen impoverished villages where the inhabitants appeared as if they had been rolling in the mud for years, wearing the same clothes for over a decade. Yet here I stood, clad in pristine attire. I could only hope they Wu Ti coveted too much. Nonetheless, Li Xiuxian felt a twinge of anxiety. For those who came to assist with poverty alleviation appeared somewhat peculiar, unlike those from the last visit. Had I not descended the mountain previously, I might have questioned their attire, but given my extensive experience across various dynasties, I understood the evolution of fashion. Even though each dynasty might have its own trends, significant changes within a century were rare. Furthermore, he had seen the county chief's outfit before, white shirt and suit pants, an attire typical of the city. Such fashion was not uncommon even at the foot of the mountain. However, this was a village. I merely needed to stand at the forefront of rural trends, without the need to compete with city dwellers. Little did he realize, the landscape of contemporary China was undergoing rapid transformations. Not to mention, not every corner of the nation had emerged from poverty. In Shilin County, for instance, one could easily discern the disparity in attire. In this setting, they appeared as simple country folk, dirty from working the land. Fortunately, County Chief Huang understood the sentiments of the people and chose not to voice his observations. Yet gradually, he too began to wonder where the village chief was. Surely, someone capable of orchestrating such a welcoming event would be aware of my arrival. Here I stood, a county chief of considerable stature, and yet the village chief had yet to make an appearance? Was this a display of arrogance or an attempt to assert authority? Just then, as time ticked away, the situation within the gathering began to take an unexpected turn. One elderly woman, with pursed lips, persistently declined an offer, while a poverty alleviation team member insisted on delivering it. But the leaders were watching. This was a chance to shine. Yet, the elderly woman, like the others, resolutely refused. Initially, I had assumed her refusal was merely polite, for had she ever encountered instant noodles or pork cracklings? Had she ever seen chips or cola? What was this? If it was free, why wouldn't she be pleased? Young man, I truly cannot accept. Your kindness is appreciated, but my household is not lacking in food. The elderly woman spoke earnestly, almost shamefully, using the term "I" as instructed by the village chief, who insisted that this was the proper vernacular in rural areas. As she spoke, she gestured toward her own courtyard not far away, where indeed an abundance of vegetables lay. Nevertheless, dear lady, this is a city product. Just look at the packaging, the colors, truly delightful. Why not give it a try? The young man insisted, tearing open a packet of pork cracklings and offering it to her. It must be said, the elderly woman had initially considered accepting it, for why invite trouble when it could be avoided? However, it was utterly absurd that they expected her to taste it in front of everyone. It seemed they wanted to witness her expression of sheer delight upon sampling their offerings to deem the endeavor a success. Did they not see the young man with glasses nearby, camera in hand, poised to capture every heartwarming moment for publication? This terrified the elderly folk. Eating was one thing, but digesting? What if they needed to relieve themselves afterward? Even if they did, would there not be lingering remnants? Wouldn't expelling those remnants require expending precious spiritual energy? Did they not realize how valuable spiritual energy was? You wanted to eat this? Are you wishing for my demise? Just as the two were at an impasse, a sudden piercing gaze from Li Xiuxian shot through the air, followed by a mental message. Eat. You must eat. What do you think will happen if they leave? Quickly, set an example, and let us move on to the next step. Everything must be swift and decisive. The elderly woman suddenly resembled a frostbitten eggplant. When her gaze shifted to the lard cracklings in the hands of the young man before her, a hint of defiance appeared on her face. This scene left the focused Xiao Li momentarily bewildered, pondering, what on earth is going on with this elderly lady? Is it truly that difficult? After all, this packet of lard crackling sells for around 10 yuan outside. Normally, I indulge in them only occasionally. Now, when I'm kindly offering them to her, why does she seem to embody a spirit of self-sacrifice? If someone were unaware, they might think we were invaders compelling innocent villagers to partake in something nefarious. How absurd. Yet, absurdity aside, the process must not be neglected. The earlier expressions surely wouldn't team make for a good shot. Patience is required to capture the perfect angle. Moreover, he was confident that once the elderly lady savored the lard cracklings, her expression of delight would warrant a flurry of photographs. A smirk crept across his lips. Is this truly a challenge? Who does she think she is looking down upon? After all those years of promotion, have I labored in vain? Chapter 17. The elderly lady is actually Chun Yuanyuan reluctantly. The elderly lady accepted the piece of pork crackling offered by the young man, immediately drawing the attention of all the villagers who had been shirking their responsibilities. Waves of thoughts and sentiments surged toward her. Sister Chen's celestial grace is truly extraordinary. She dares to partake in this. Sister Chun leads the way for the world. She is indeed our inspiration. I deeply admire her. Listening to the cacophony of voices relishing the spectacle, Chen Laotai's face turned crimson with indignation. Yet, she dare not react. Wasn't she being compelled by her ancestor to eat this? If it were anyone else, they would refuse. She sighed inwardly. Alas, beauty often meets with misfortune. She had thought that by following her ancestor and adopting this aged visage, she could escape her mundane fate. Little did she know, she could not evade it after all. With a long sigh, her expression suddenly hardened, exuding a sense of resolute determination, akin to a valiant warrior embarking on a perilous journey. This left Xiao Li utterly perplexed. Why was it so difficult to eat a piece of pork crackling? Fortunately, the elderly lady did not keep him waiting long. She took a deep breath and slowly exhaled, as if she had made a tremendous decision. Then, with her delicate teeth, she took a small bite, consuming it with utmost grace. How to describe her manner of eating? It resembled that of a refined lady from a bygone era, every gesture exuding. Exuding what? As Xiao Li aimed to capture the moment. He pondered for quite some time, but could not find an appropriate descriptor. Suddenly, a word flashed in his mind, and he felt an urge to slap himself. Indeed, he thought of the word captivating. There was an inexplicable sensation. What was he thinking? Xiao Li frantically shook his head, realizing he had just associated the word captivating with an elderly lady in her twilight years. Surely, he must have lost his mind. Yet, as that word surfaced, he glanced back at Chen Laotai in the camera and found himself increasingly convinced that if she were merely a few decades younger, she could indeed be considered an unparalleled beauty, especially that captivating essence. It was not merely superficial, but rather, yes, it conveyed an innate allure. This was not mere conjecture. Had he not observed the old men around him? Their gazes upon her were anything but innocent. Lost in thought, Xiao Li shook his head once more. What was he contemplating? She was an elderly lady, after all. You imbecile. He mentally berated himself, his camera clicking away. Gradually, a smirk crept onto his lips, feeling a sense of pride. You, old lady, were just vowing to face death with honor. And now you look as if you are reveling in delight? Humph. I knew no one could withstand the allure of this pork crackling. What he did not realize was that, at that moment, the elderly lady's ears were filled with the incessant whispers of Li Xiuxian, echoing with fervor. Ah, yes, yes. Maintain a more composed expression. Convey a sense of ecstasy. Good, Xiao Yuan smile. Embrace that overflowing happiness. Let it shine through. Perfect. Now, gently swallow, and it will all be complete. Rest assured, I shall compensate you for the hardships endured for the village today. With that, Li Xiuxian ceased to disturb her and waited in silence. However, just as he was basking in thoughts of the next steps, Chen Laotai's blissful demeanor began to redden with discomfort. The reason was simple. Cultivators emphasize cleansing their bodies, seeking to minimize impurities. While she could manage to swallow ordinary food, as it aligned with nature, she underestimated the industrial products created by modern processing methods. The flavors she encountered were unlike anything she had tasted in her mortal days, entirely contrary to natural laws, and her body, a vessel of cultivation, instinctively rejected these unnatural chemical concoctions. She felt a wave of nausea rising, but with so many eyes upon her, what could she do? Resolutely, she steeled herself, tilted her head back, and gulped. Finally, she accomplished this formidable task. At that moment, unexpectedly, thunderous applause erupted in the venue. The applause bewildered the poverty alleviation team, leaving them utterly dazed. They glanced from the elderly lady to the young man, each wearing a look of confusion. What was going on? Wasn't it just swallowing a piece of pork crackling? Why did it feel as if a hero had returned victorious? A little respect, please. Soon, one curious team member took a bite as well, further perplexed. It was delicious, savory, and chewy. Wait, could it be that the elderly ladies lacked teeth? Swallowing without chewing? That would be too much. However, upon closer inspection of the elderly folks, he suddenly realized something extraordinary. Each of them had gleaming teeth. What was going on? Were they truly elderly? What kind of place was this longevity village? As he pondered, a loud sound abruptly shattered the silence. In an instant, the once boisterous village entrance fell eerily quiet. Ugh, 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 ugh. This. Everyone was petrified. Indeed, the elderly Chun Lao Tai, who had just struggled to swallow the pork crackling, could no longer endure her body's discomfort and vomited. At that moment, all present felt an overwhelming wave of embarrassment that left them wishing to dig their toes into the earth. Xiao Li, poised to click the shutter, also found himself frozen in place. The most awkward and mortified of all was undoubtedly Chun Lao Tai herself, having committed such an ungraceful act before so many witnesses. Ashamed, she quickly raised her hand to shield her face, daring not to lift her head. Who was she? Once in the lands of Qinhuai, she had outshone countless women and was renowned as the foremost among the 8 beauties of Qinhuai. Chun Yuan, with just a single glance or smile, she could ensnare the hearts of men across the realm. Her beauty and talent were unparalleled, and it was said of her, spectators lose their souls. Consider the fact that even Li Ziqing sought to abduct her to the capital. Reflect on Wu Sangue, whose rage was ignited for the sake of a beautiful woman. However, as time passed and her beauty faded, she sought to embrace Buddhism to conclude her life. Yet by chance Li Xiaoxian descended the mountain, sensing a connection, and upon hearing of her enduring beauty, he took her into the longevity sect as an exception. Thus, she now appeared as she did. In terms of strength, she was at the bottom of the longevity sect, even inferior to Ergo. However, unlike Ergo, who was simple-minded and native, she had witnessed the world's splendor and endured the vicissitudes of life. Even with Li Xiaoxian's assistance, her cultivation was forcibly elevated, her frail body cleansed, and she gained the ability to transform her age at will. Yet, her experiences had caused her to no longer yearn for youthful beauty. On the contrary, she found solace in her current elderly appearance. Nevertheless, she remained the same Chun Yuan who once dominated Qinhuai, causing all flowers to shy away from her gaze. To commit such a shameful act in public now made her long to vanish into a hole in the ground. However, she was after all Chun Yuan, who understood the greater good. No matter how embarrassed she felt, she owed the crowd an explanation, especially to the sect leader. She had to provide a justification. Without the sect leader, she would have long been a mere faded beauty, yet she had yet to repay such a significant kindness. Now, she had inadvertently entangled the sect leader in such trouble. The feeling of shame weighed heavily upon her heart. Chapter 18. The Pillar Industry of Changsheng Village. Changshu Tobacco, the village head. I apologize. I simply cannot resist. This exquisite cuisine is truly remarkable, Elder Chen explained, her gaze directed towards Li Xiaoxian with a hint of embarrassment. However, as she spoke, her words became lodged in her throat, making it difficult to continue. Suddenly, her expression hardened as she glared at the remnants of pork cracklings in her hand, resolutely declaring, I shall try again. Perhaps my age has rendered me unaccustomed to such flavors. Such deliciousness must not be wasted. Elder Chen's words were indeed enticing, filled with praises of culinary delights. Yet, County Chief Wang could no longer bear to listen. Is this truly your expression while indulging in fine food? Moreover, you're simultaneously eating and spitting it out? We have come here to provide aid and warmth, not to oppress the common folk. Fortunately, Zhou Xiaodai and Ergo were still playing outside the village. Otherwise, with such a scene unfolding, one could only imagine how the public opinion would skew. What intrigued him more was that the elderly lady had referred to him as the village head. Behind him stood merely a young man, Could it be? Impossible. This lad is the village head? Upon reconsideration of previous events, County Chief Huang suddenly slapped his forehead, realizing his oversight. He hastily intervened to alleviate Elder Chen's embarrassment. Although perplexed, he began to understand. Perhaps it was merely a matter of personal taste, or perhaps the elderly lady, having spent so long in the mountains, had grown accustomed to the local fare and found it difficult to adapt to external cuisine. He was aware that certain regional delicacies could only be appreciated by locals, while outsiders would struggle to accept them. This elderly lady likely belonged to the latter category. Furthermore, this phenomenon became increasingly pronounced with age. With this thought, County Chief Huang felt a sense of clarity wash over him. He quickly approached her, offering a few comforting words. Elder, you must be unaccustomed to the food from down the mountain, right? No need to rush. If it does not suit your palate, then do not eat. Indeed? A fleeting look of joy crossed Elder Chen's face, only to be swiftly caught by County Chief Huang's piercing gaze. She quickly composed herself, offering a polite smile. The food from the mountains is all organic. I believe the elderly lady is quite fortunate. Ah, County Chief, you jest. The coarse grains from the mountains are indeed difficult to swallow, far inferior to what you, a high-ranking official, provide. Alas, I am but a humble old woman, unable to enjoy such delicacies. Upon hearing this, County Chief Huang, who had been wearing a cheerful smile, suddenly froze. If he had sensed something amiss about this village before, it was now glaringly evident, especially when one considered that, although she frequently referred to herself in the first person, her demeanor and speech were far from that of an ordinary rural woman. His thoughts grew increasingly complex. As he turned to glance at the seemingly harmless Li Xiuxian, his doubts intensified. You are the village head? Li Xiuxian smiled and nodded, without hesitation, swiftly walking to County Chief Huang's side. He then reached into the pocket of his Changsheng suit and produced a small rectangular bamboo box, presenting it with a flourish. Leader, here, have a cigarette. What? County Chief Huang was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of surprise igniting in his eyes. However, his astonishment was not due to the offering of a cigarette. After all, what village leader would not extend such a gesture to officials visiting their community? Sharing a smoke in private was a customary social nicety, entirely divorced from any implication of corruption. Yet, in a public setting with so many witnesses, he felt compelled to decline. Nevertheless, he was captivated by the craftsmanship of the cigarette box. Not only was the workmanship exquisite, with the entire box constructed from interlocking bamboo strips, but the smooth texture was also delightful. The intricate carving of the words Changsheng tobacco was nothing short of a masterpiece. You carved this? He inquired. But before Li Xiuxian could respond, County Chief Huang's expression suddenly paled as if a realization struck him. His demeanor shifted drastically, and he sternly admonished Li Xiuxian. You village head, what is the meaning of this? Do you not possess any common sense? Tobacco is a controlled substance. How can you manufacture it privately? This is criminal behavior. Do you understand? Now, tell me how much you have, and dispose of it immediately. This barrage of accusations left Li Xiuxian momentarily dumbfounded. He thought to himself, this is not how things were supposed to unfold. The individuals who initially came here for poverty alleviation relished such offerings, did they not? And isn't offering a cigarette a standard social etiquette among those from the mountains? Fortunately, he suddenly recalled something and quickly responded, Leader, this tobacco is for our village's own use. It has not been sold, so it is not illegal. Indeed, upon hearing this, County Chief Huang's expression softened slightly. Observing this, Li Xiuxian discreetly slid the cigarette box into County Chief Huang's pocket. This maneuver left the villagers in utter astonishment. Their typically stoic leader had unexpectedly displayed such charm. More importantly, they coveted that box of tobacco. In Changsheng village, everything was cultivated for the sake of appearance. However, tobacco was the sole item brought by those from down the mountain that held true value. In fact, they had even repurposed the former medicinal herb garden in the back mountain specifically for tobacco cultivation, under the jurisdiction of the original medicinal herb hall. Although that garden could no longer yield spiritual herbs, it remained the most fertile land for residual spiritual energy. Thus, if one were to inquire about the finest treasure of Changsheng village, it would undoubtedly be this tobacco. Li Xiuxian would occasionally indulge in a few puffs. While tobacco is typically harmful, the residual spiritual energy from the medicinal herb garden rendered it harmless and even allowed Li Xiuxian and others to derive a modicum of spiritual power from it. What is more, this substance was tobacco. Its effects dissipated rapidly with each inhalation, rendering it fundamentally different from other crops. Over the past 40 years in Changsheng village, it had undoubtedly become the most sought-after item. To put in the village's most popular vernacular, one might say, food can be foregone, but tobacco must never be. Even more infuriating was the fact that this miserly leader had classified tobacco among controlled village commodities. In the previous era of abundant spiritual energy, the sect would distribute spiritual stones as welfare. Now, in this age of diminished spiritual energy, the sect dispensed tobacco instead. A hall master would receive a full box monthly, while ordinary villagers were limited to just one pack. Just consider the implications. Ordinary villagers could barely meet a basic standard of 1 cigarette per day. Those like Ergo, still immature, were given none whatsoever, under the pretext that children should not smoke. Some even resorted to secretly planting it in their backyards, only to discover that tobacco grown outside the medicinal herb garden lacked efficacy. It was far inferior. The residual spiritual energy within it could not cleanse harmful substances, let alone provide any spiritual energy. It was hardly better than consuming the other vegetables and fruits in their yards. Moreover, some officials at the medicinal herb hall, taking advantage of the hall master's retreat, conducted secret tests. The results revealed that the efficacy of this tobacco compared to the lowest grade spiritual herbs reached a staggering 1. Do not underestimate that 1%. In this age of diminished spiritual energy, that 1% was the best elixir for sustaining their lives. Ordinary crops like rice and tea from the mountains barely reached 1/10,000th of that efficacy. Spending time consuming such items was far less efficient than simply meditating and cultivating. Thus, in Changsheng village, food was disregarded, but tobacco was highly coveted. For a single puff, one's face could display an insatiable greed. Have you not seen the hall master, Jiang Lihua? To this day, he has never even laid eyes on tobacco. Why have all the subordinates been compromised? At present, let us observe the overall atmosphere in the village. Previously, everyone engaged in a perfunctory performance, their spirits notably low. However, ever since Li Xiuxian presented a box of cigarettes, the villagers' eyes instantly sparkled with vitality. When they turned their gaze toward County Head Huang, an inexplicable chill ran down his spine. Chapter 19. Departure from the Hell Station. Why does an inexplicable chill suddenly envelop me? Director Huang raised his head and glanced around, unable to discern the cause. He then chuckled softly and patted Li Xiuxian on the shoulder. Young man, what is your name? Li, no need for formality. Just call me Xiuxian, Li Xiuxian replied, feigning a look of trepidation. However, his response caused the corners of Huang's mouth to twitch. Internally perplexed, he thought, I inquired about your surname, not your esteemed lineage. Why the insistence on modesty? Does it not sound awkward? Furthermore, the surname Li is hardly one that necessitates such humility. After all, it is a name of great historical significance from the Tang dynasty. If even a national surname is deemed unworthy, what other surnames could possibly hold value? With a wry smile, he decided not to dwell on this triviality and shifted the conversation. Comrade Li, our primary purpose for visiting your village is to aid in improving your living conditions. Of course, we understand your desire for advancement. However, do not be hasty. As the saying goes, one cannot eat hot tofu in a hurry. Improvements of the village must be approached step by step. Huang was not speaking idly. Initially, he had suspected that Li Xiuxian might be trying to deceive him. Yet, upon meeting him in person, especially noticing the smoothness with which he offered the cigarette box, it became clear that he was not merely a pawn being manipulated. Huang could even assert that the grand preparations made by Li were likely due to prior knowledge of their arrival, gathering the village elders to ensure that the funds allocated to their village would be substantial. Such situations were familiar to him. The more courteous and flattering the demeanor, the greater the demands that would follow. Yet Li Xiuxian was internally bewildered, thinking, what do you mean by don't be hasty? I am eager to send you back down the mountain. Though he held this thought, he recognized the necessity of following protocol during an official visit, which included understanding the people's livelihoods and engaging in casual conversation. Just as he was about to utter something, Huang's expression shifted, and he feigned anger. "Young man, I appreciate your intentions for the village, but you must not mobilize so many elders next time. What if someone were to trip or fall?" Upon hearing this, Li Xiuxian was momentarily taken aback. He truly wished to respond, "Am I unaware of this? Would I not prefer to gather a younger crowd?" However, the elders present were indeed the youngest in the village. Huang seized the opportunity presented by Li's hesitation and continued with a smile. "Fortunately, among the poverty alleviation team accompanying me is a doctor of exceptional moral integrity, a distinguished scholar who studied abroad. He has expressed a strong desire to conduct a free clinic in your village. I must confess, I cannot dissuade him. Thus, it seems you will benefit from his visit." As he spoke, Huang pointed towards Chen Fengshu, who was lingering at the back of the crowd, still adjusting his mask and scrutinizing the village's sanitary conditions. Hearing the county chief's praise, Chen felt a surge of satisfaction. This official understands the importance of lifting others. Don't believe me? Just look. It's not that he couldn't intervene. Rather, he chose not to. In fact, he initiated this very endeavor. Yet, paradoxically, when this praise fell from the lips of an official, it sounded so pleasing. This, he mused, is the art of communication. In just a few words, I am exalted, cloaked in the guise of medical ethics. How infuriatingly delightful. But just as he contemplated integrating himself into the crowd to bask in the positive reception, his brow furrowed slightly. His gaze once again searched for something. Where's that Zhou anchor? Where has he disappeared to? I need some camera time. That segment from the county chief's speech should be highlighted, edited into a promotional short for my followers. We must not let my efforts go unrecognized. Yet, he was reluctant to call Zhou Xiaodai over. Such actions should be passive to maintain dignity. If he sought the limelight, it would appear contrived, especially in this current digital age, where discerning eyes scrutinize every move. Any hint of insincerity would earn him the label of a scripted performer, a risk not worth taking. Fortunately, just as he desperately required camera presence, gestolten alongside Zhu Xiaodai. At that moment, Chen felt a surge of glee. He quickly approached Li Xiuxian, extending his hands to clasp Li's in a fervent display of concern. "Village head Li, I am Chen Fengshu. Do not heed Director Huang's fanciful words about my doctorate or overseas studies. They are mere embellishments. As medical professionals, we must remember the essence of compassion. Everything else pales in comparison. Our true duty is to serve the people." Li Xiuxian's expression stiffened, internally lamenting, this young man is undeniably shameless, claiming to disregard titles while simultaneously flaunting his own. Yet, he had no evidence to substantiate his suspicion. With a resigned smile, he replied, "Thank you for your kind intentions. Dr. Chen, please, let us proceed. Our village does indeed have a health station." Upon hearing this, Huang's eyes gleamed with surprise, though he quickly reconciled with the notion. In such a remote mountain village, it was reasonable to expect some rudimentary village doctor occasionally treating minor ailments like colds or coughs, even if serious conditions remained unaddressed. He decided to conduct a thorough examination today. Patting Chen Fengshu on the shoulder, he spoke earnestly, "Dr. Chen, I appreciate your efforts." "Indeed, serving the people is our unyielding duty," Chen replied, deliberately shrugging his backpack to convey readiness. Internally, he sneered at the notion of a health station in such a small village. In his eyes, even the county hospital was merely a third-rate establishment. In terms of medical prowess, he hailed from a place of national prominence. However, before they could take more than a few steps, Professor Wang called out to the group, "Director Huang, why not visit the health station? I shall wander about for a bit." As he spoke, Professor Wang's nose was already sniffing the air in all directions. The more he inhaled, the more an insatiable itch surfaced within him. Yet, as a distinguished professor, he was bound by basic etiquette. After all, they were in the county's domain. It would be inappropriate for him to roam freely. Yet, upon entering the village, he found himself unable to resist. The earthy aroma permeating the air intoxicated him. It was overwhelmingly rich and irresistibly captivating. Unfortunately, with the leaders of both the village and county engaged in discussions, a mere outsider like him felt it inappropriate to interject. Now, having seized an opportunity, he could not resist exploring further, especially drawn by the aged fragrance that seemed to pervade every corner of the village, stirring his curiosity. Previously, he had only noted the fragrant rice from large-scale cultivation, detectable from afar. Yet here, nearly every vegetable and fruit bore this captivating scent. Strangely, the more he inhaled, the more comfort brought him. Is this not peculiar? However, as soon as Professor Wang mentioned the idea of taking a stroll, County Chief Wang had yet to voice his opinion. Li Xiuxian felt a surge of anxiety. Having eavesdropped earlier, he was acutely aware that this elderly gentleman possessed an astute sense of observation. They simply could not allow anyone to discover that their village had not utilized any fertilizers. He quickly called out, "Where's the village head? Come here at once." In no time, another elderly man came running over. "Village head, what is it?" "Gather a few people to accompany this esteemed elder as he explores the surroundings. It is imperative that we ensure his safety. Remember, this is a distinguished professor from a city. Should he suffer any mishap, the consequences would be dire. Do you understand?" The old man immediately grasped the gravity of the situation, his eyes reflecting an added layer of vigilance. Meanwhile, the enforcement personnel outside were already on high alert, diligently guarding every vital thoroughfare within the village. Chapter 20. The elder's abilities exposed. Li Xiuxian stunned upon witnessing the elder being taken away. Li Xiuxian chose to disregard the scene. A group of cultivators, even without utilizing their powers, should be able to keep an elder in check. If they could not, then the reputation of the Changsheng sect could very well be dismantled. With that thought, he donned a benign smile and stepped to the forefront of the group. Acting as their guide, they meandered through the village, finally proceeding from the eastern entrance towards the northern gate near the back mountain. The architectural layout of Changsheng village was meticulously designed according to the innate 8 trigrams, 4 cardinal and 4 diagonal directions, with a hall situated at the central area of each quadrant. At the heart of the village stood Li Xiuxian's office, originally the main hall of the Changsheng sect. However, their sect was not grandiose like those depicted in novels. Rather, it was characterized by understated classical architecture. The health center was located at the outer center of the northern gate, which had previously served as the location for the alchemy hall. This area, being close to the back mountain, had historically facilitated the transportation of medicinal herbs. After all, the back mountain housed the medicinal herb garden, and the barren land to the north was now where the tea garden resided. However, as they turned the corner and entered the street housing the health center, they were taken aback. Not only did County Chief Huang feel his scalp prickle at the sight before him, but Chun Fengshu, too, was so startled that he instinctively took a step back, overwhelmed by an urge to flee. What was happening here? County Chief Huang, with a face contorted in disbelief, turned to Li Xiuxian for answers. Li Xiuxian managed an awkward smile. "The villagers are all from this village, just a tad older. I hope the leadership does not mind." "A tad? You call this merely a tad?" Scanning the scene, 300 to 400 villagers were congregated outside the health center. More crucially, these villagers appeared significantly older than the group following behind. If the group behind was in their 70s or 80s, then this current assembly seemed to consist predominantly of centenarians. Were those wrinkles on their faces not deep enough to trap flies? Was this truly Changsheng village? Why would a single village have so many elderly residents? County Chief Huang pondered, feeling a twinge of guilt for his earlier reprimand of Li Xiuxian. Throughout the journey, it appeared that the initial group he encountered was indeed the youngest. It seemed that selecting the elderly from among the elderly had posed quite a challenge for him. Alas, he had almost wronged this village head, who bore the burden of managing so many seniors at such a young age. Contemplating this, he decided to inquire about the population of the village, rather than delaying his visit to the village committee to meticulously investigate and register the issues. "Li Village Head, how many residents does your village have?" Li Xiuxian feigned a moment of thought before replying with a fabricated account. In response to the leadership's inquiry, "Our village currently has 256 households, totaling 280 residents. Of course, there are 512 people remaining in the village, while 768 young people have ventured out for work. So many? County Chief Huang was genuinely taken aback. Initially, he had estimated the village's population to be around 5 to 600 at most. After all, a small mountain village could not compare to those in the plains, where populations would typically be sparse. Yet, this scale rivaled that of a normal small village at the foot of the mountain. The elderly proportion seemed a bit outrageous, as well, out of over 1,000 residents. It appeared that 400 to 500 were elderly. Little did he know that while the initial figures reported by Li Xiuxian were accurate, the latter numbers regarding the total population and the working youth were purely fabricated. How many young and middle-aged individuals could there possibly be in Changsheng village? However, he felt compelled to concoct such figures. It would be implausible for a village to be entirely composed of the elderly. Indeed, the name Changsheng village was aptly chosen. County Chief Huang conceded hesitantly. As he uttered this, his gaze shifted back towards Dr. Chun, and he couldn't help but feel a sense of difficulty. Initially, he had anticipated no more than 100 elderly individuals. Now, with over 500 requiring medical examinations, it was evidently no trivial task. Dr. Chun, your assistance is greatly appreciated. Chun Fengshu's eyelid twitched. He had no desire to engage. Surely, they couldn't be recruiting free labor in such a manner. But what could he do? The words had already been spoken. With a resigned heart, he took a step forward, following along. Upon reaching their destination, the villagers willingly parted to create a pathway. However, it was this very act of parting that led to an astonishing spectacle, causing all present to question their existence. The live stream fortuitously captured this entire scene. In an instant, the chat room erupted with excitement. On the screen, one could see a man at the entrance of the health center attempting to move a grinding stone, seemingly obstructing the way. At that moment, an elderly man, unable to bear the delay, kicked the man aside. He then approached, grasping the massive stone with a single hand. The large grinding stone was effortlessly lifted as if it were a mere rag. With a gentle flick, it was cast aside, causing the ground to tremble slightly upon its descent. Could you believe such an occurrence? We are all staunch materialists here, right? An elderly man lifting a grinding stone with one hand? Such a large stone would require 3 or 4 able-bodied men to lift. The impact of that thud was utterly astonishing. At that moment, County Chief Huang and others stood frozen, their minds reeling in disbelief. The live stream was flooded with exclamations of astonishment. Was this elderly man even human? A centenarian effortlessly tossing aside a stone weighing hundreds of pounds. Could anyone believe it? Traditional martial arts. This was undoubtedly the real deal. Just look, who would dare claim traditional martial arts cannot fight? I ask you, could you withstand such a strike? A stone weighing hundreds of pounds sent flying with a single hand? If I am not mistaken, this must be the genuine eagle claw technique. Stop. Can your eagle claw technique even handle such a massive stone? This is the realm of martial arts. It requires internal power. Everyone quiet down. The streamer, please share your location. I will pack my bags and depart tonight to seek a master. In mere moments, more enthusiastic individuals had already clipped the recently captured video snippet and posted it online. Authenticity mattered little to them. Proof? No need whatsoever. Just this segment of the live stream screenshot was enough to generate significant buzz, especially when tagging those martial arts and free combat bloggers. The topic would undoubtedly explode. Title: in the live stream, a mysterious elder emerges, effortlessly tossing aside a grinding stone. Is this traditional martial arts or a script? Seeking insights from experts. In that brief moment, many combat bloggers who had been tagged rushed into the live stream with their followers, eager to debunk the claims. The streaming room experienced another surge in popularity. Yet, at that moment, Zhou Xiaodai was completely indifferent to the live stream. She was frozen in disbelief at the scene unfolding before her. The key was that even though she could only see the elder's back, it was unmistakably clear. After tossing aside the grinding stone, he calmly patted his hands, exuding an air of tranquility. No mere strongman could have accomplished this with such ease. What transpired before her evidently exceeded all realms of comprehension. However, in truth, at this very moment, the one truly struck by lightning was none other than the esteemed sect leader, Li Xiuxian. His eyes were now bloodshot. overwhelmed by the sudden turn of events. How could he possibly fabricate a story to explain this? He was caught red-handed on the spot. The crux of the matter is that he comprehends the entire process, yet he finds himself at a loss for words. That man is a disciple of the law enforcement hall, and it is evident that he is feigning difficulty, struggling to push forward. But who is that old man who suddenly appeared? It is none other than the obstinate elder, Lu Changsheng. His name is Changsheng. Look at him laboriously pushing a grinding stone, albeit with a slow and deliberate pace. When his temper flares, he pays no heed to such trivialities. Damn it, how am I supposed to explain this? At this moment, Li Xiuxian is utterly frazzled, feeling both crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. Chapter 21. Encountering a mountain without moving. Only shouldering at Li Xiuxian stammered, at a loss for ideas, rendered speechless for a long time. The situation was so unexpectedly outrageous that it completely deviated from his carefully crafted script. Even the usually perceptive county chief, Huang, took a cautious step back, regarding Li Xiuxian with a wary expression, as if demanding an explanation, suggesting that today's events were far from over. Was this going to expose the secrets of my cultivation village? Panic surged within Li Xiuxian. I could say this is a last-minute addition to our rural performance program. Would you believe that? He forced a grin, looking at the county chief with a troubled expression. Huh, believe it? County Chief Huang narrowed his eyes, adopting an aggressive stance. A centenarian lifting a heavy grinding stone single-handedly. And you ask me if I believe it? What do you think? Does Village Chief Li suspect the intelligence of our county? Huang's eyes glinted with suspicion, and he continued. The key point is, look at his calm demeanor. Calm? Li Xiuxian followed his gaze to observe Lu Changsheng's silhouette. At that moment, the old man was acutely aware that he might have landed himself in trouble. The instant he abandoned the grinding stone, he had felt the intense, wrathful consciousness of his master locking onto him. Though he stood there like a deity, motionless, beads of cold sweat trickled down his forehead, soaking him completely. Normally, he could be stubborn, knowing that his master, while seemingly aloof, was rather easy to deal with. As long as he avoided fundamental errors, he would generally be fine. Yet now, he had evidently disrupted his master's good intentions. If this were to be pursued, he couldn't help but tremble with dread. Swiftly, he transmitted a thought to Li Xiuxian. Master, I truly did not mean to do this. I never anticipated the crowd would disperse so suddenly. Besides, you know me. Had it not been for your shelter, I, Lu Santai, would have long since become a mere pile of dust. But I just have that temperament. When I see a mountain in my path, I can't help but want to move it. You understand, right? His own words left him feeling somewhat guilty. Remembering Lu Changsheng's past, Li Xiuxian felt a mix of anger and frustration. Lu Changsheng, originally named Lu Santai, was the very elderly figure known as the foolish old man who moved mountains. Back then, he had vowed to flatten the mountains that obstructed his way. It was worth noting that at that time, he was merely an ordinary man, half buried in the earth. And yet, he aspired to move mountains and seas. Wasn't he that absurd? But the old man was unyielding. No amount of persuasion could sway him. He stubbornly declared, if I cannot move it, my son will, and if my son cannot, then my grandson will. Generations upon generations will continue to move it. With just a few simple sentences, he had assigned endless labor to his descendants without offering them a single coin in payment, merely digging until death. Were he not a direct ancestor, no one would undertake such folly. He was determined to cultivate his descendants into human excavators. Wasn't he, this old man, stubborn? However, as he continued digging, the heavens could no longer bear to watch. No, rather they were moved. One descended and, with boundless magical power, removed the mountain. In that moment, the old man was overjoyed but also bewildered. Upon reflection, he realized his future life lacked direction. Not long after, he came to understand. Reflecting on the impossibility of completing such labor over several lifetimes, he saw that the gods accomplished it in the blink of an eye. Why was that? Because they were deities, possessing formidable abilities. What if he too were a deity? Could that old man still claim he was overestimating his capabilities? Moreover, after the mountain was removed by the celestial being, the old man laughed and said, It's not like you did it by your own strength. So what is there to brag about? This old man was later referred to as the wise old man, despite his selfless intentions for the world. He was ironically dubbed the foolish old man. Lu Santai was indignant. Thus began his quest to seek out renowned mountains and lands, eventually encountering Li Xiuxian and being accepted into the Changsheng sect. Initially, he was not welcomed, so he resumed his old profession at the foot of the mountain, physically moving stones to make a statement. Eventually, Li Xiuxian, unable to resist, reluctantly accepted him. From then on, the former Lu Santai officially renamed himself Lu Kangshan. Henceforth, he would not move mountains, but merely shoulder them. His sensitivity to stones and similar objects was profound. Therefore, upon witnessing the disciples of the law enforcement hall struggling to move a grinding stone, the bloodline strength within him surged uncontrollably. This awakening, however, coincidentally led to trouble. Fortunately, County Chief Wang had remarked earlier, "Look at him, so serene." Li Xiuxian quickly engaged his thoughts, summoning an urgent transmission to the still figure of Lu Kangshan. "What are you standing there for? Are you in pain? Hurt? Just do something, anything, hurry." Li Xiuxian was frantic. Just as his voice fell, a crack echoed from several dozen meters away, resembling the sound of a bone shattering. Then, a cry of despair followed. "Help! My old man's back is twisted. Someone come help me. I can't move. Good heavens." Li Xiuxian couldn't help but break into a sweat for him. At least this was somewhat of an act, right? He wiped the awkward sweat from his brow. After all, the old man hadn't been still out of calmness. He had twisted his back, and judging by the sound, it sounded broken. Was that unreasonable? True. Losing a heavy grinding stone was astonishing, but consider this. He had nearly broken his back in the process. This could be construed as a proportional relationship between effort and reward, right? Li Xiuxian cast an innocent glance at County Chief Wang. At that moment, silence enveloped the scene once more. Not just County Chief Wang, but the entire audience in the live stream was dumbfounded. While it was indeed unbelievable to throw a grinding stone with one hand, the cost was a broken back. This seemed, in a way, quite reasonable considering such a heavy toll. For a time, the entire live stream fell into a hushed stillness. Yet upon reflection, such reasoning seemed flawed. Could a broken back truly lead to the ability to hurl a heavy grinding stone? Was there any logical connection between the two? However, the suddenness of the event left everyone momentarily stunned, until County Chief Wang instinctively began to voice a series of questions, as if speaking to himself. Why was it that the back didn't break while throwing? Instead, the sound of the break came afterward, and that sound was far too loud. We heard it from several dozen meters away. Was that truly a bone breaking, or were you setting off firecrackers in your bones? Tell me, how is this reasonable? Beside him, Li Xiuxian felt his lips twitch. If he were to continue guessing, it would be disastrous. He quickly shouted, "Hey, what are you all standing around for? Hurry and help my grandpa Lu into the infirmary." He then pretended to jog forward a few steps before swiftly turning back, grabbing Dr. Chun Fengshu's arm. "Dr. Chun, please save my village's grandpa Lu." What? At that moment, Chun Fengshu, caught off guard, thought to himself, "What the hell? What have I done to deserve this? How'd I get dragged into this?" Chapter 22. The astonishing village health clinic of Chun Fengshu. However, saving lives is akin to extinguishing a fire, and with Li Xiuxian's interruption, County Chief Wang thought no further and swiftly followed suit. He silently rejoiced, grateful for the presence of Dr. Chun. Otherwise, given the inadequate standards of their health clinic, such grievous injuries would be poorly treated. By the time they arrived, LV Kangshan had already been carried into the clinic by villagers. Yet, as County Chief Wang and Chun Fengshu glanced inside, their eyes widened in disbelief. "Li, Village Chief Li, is this truly your village's health clinic?" Chun Fengshu inquired incredulously from the entrance. He stepped inside, surveying the interior, only to retreat and gaze up at the sign in bewilderment. After several back-and-forth glimpses, he found himself questioning his very existence. The sign was merely a wooden plaque, seemingly hastily adorned with ink, lacking even the most basic engraving. If the sign was so carelessly done, one could only imagine the disdain in which the clinic was held within the village. Looking inside, aside from the motionless LV Changsheng. The vast hall, spanning over 100 square meters, was starkly empty, furnished only with a long wooden table and 2 small benches. Is this what you previously boasted about? A health clinic in our village? Chun Fangshu pondered, grappling with his own arrogance, which had always led him to look down upon these rustic folks, and even the county hospital's facilities. Yet he was a doctor, faced with such utter simplicity. No, could this even be described as simplicity? Besides the copper acupuncture model propped against the wall, which suggested that this might resemble a medical establishment. Where else could one find any semblance of a clinic? This situation transcended mere poverty. It was a profound insult. At that moment, a flicker of compassion unexpectedly surged within Chun Fangshu. No, it was more of a fiery indignation. As a physician, he could not bear to witness a proper health clinic being so woefully neglected in this village. It was an affront to the medical profession, an affront to him. Chun Fangshu, in his view, a hospital ought to hold a prestigious stature. Without hesitation, he pulled out his phone and sent 5 virtual rockets to Zhou Xiaodai's live stream. Turning to County Chief Wang, he lamented, "County Chief Wang, we may be poor in many respects, but we cannot afford to neglect our hospitals, even if it is merely a health clinic. This is my heartfelt contribution. Please do procure some medical supplies for them." As his words resonated, Huang, taken aback by Chun Fangshu's sincerity, stood speechless. Previously, this man had hesitated to part with 200 yuan, displaying an air of self-sacrifice. Now, he was so generous with his money, each rocket costing 2,000 yuan. He had sent 5 without batting an eye, a total of 10,000 yuan. Huang was left momentarily at a loss for words. After a fleeting thought, he muttered regretfully, We have failed our responsibilities as a county. I once thought this impoverished village was merely struggling. Supporting the poor seemed sufficient, but now, having seen it firsthand, I realize it is in dire straits. Even the proud Dr. Chun is willing to donate. This is beyond mere poverty. We must provide significant assistance. As he ruminated, he glanced around the room again, feeling an even deeper sense of guilt. Meanwhile, Li Xiuxian, standing nearby, felt as if he were a volcano on the verge of eruption. He swore that their village was not impoverished. Yet, how could he explain the current state of affairs? It was beyond explanation. He had explicitly commanded for improvements. Yet what did they produce? Just 2 small benches and a wooden table? Jiang Lihua, are you intentionally branding the word poor on my forehead? A furious thought erupted in Jiang Lihua's mind as he crouched to examine the injuries of the elder lying on the ground. The intensity of his anger left him dazed, especially with the last 2 words echoing in his ears, almost seething with rage. This frightened the elder, yet before any further exchanges could unfold, the elder groaned. Raising his hand, "Everyone, I may still have a chance at recovery." At that moment, the elder was genuinely frustrated. A cacophony of voices surrounded him, yet they seemed to forget he was still lying there. Moreover, the last incident had truly jarred his old back. Although he was physically robust, one of the few practitioners of physical cultivation in the village, and would heal in a few days, the pain was undeniable. It hurts." Hearing the elder's cries, even the irate Li Xiuxian could not help but soften. A glance at the elder's lower back revealed a swelling resembling a small mound, likely the result of shattered bones and bruised blood pooling together. While it was not a grave injury, the elder had certainly endured his share of suffering. In line with the principle of maintaining appearances, Li Xiuxian wiped his face, feigning concern and urgency. He grasped the wrists of Chun Fangshu and Jiang Lihua, pleading, "Dr. Chun, Grandpa Jiang, please think of a way to help Grandpa LV." Upon hearing this, Chun Fangshu merely regarded the reclining elder thoughtfully, while Jiang Lihua's heart quivered at the unexpected address. Did the master just call me, Grandpa? In that instant, an exhilarating sensation washed over him, albeit tinged with trepidation. What is this situation? To play along with these mortals, I must be called Grandpa? His usual demeanor was one of icy detachment. Yet he found himself grappling with a myriad of expressions. Was he merely indulging in the role, or had he truly lost his composure? Fortunately, amidst his swirling thoughts, LV Kongshan discerned Jiang Lihua's small concerns and quickly transmitted, "Don't be alarmed. Last time during the poverty alleviation, you were in seclusion, so you missed it. Our master refers to this as practicing the heart, and he transitions with ease. Really? Jiang Lihua remained incredulous. Why would I deceive you? The first time a master called me Grandpa LV, I nearly lost control. But fear not, this is merely for show. If you dare allow him to call you that in private, I assure you, next year on this day, the grass on your grave will be 3 feet high. Perhaps I have grown too accustomed to these mortals living in the village. Jiang Lihua mused, rubbing his head with interest. Enough with the nonsense. Stop pondering trivialities and tend to the pain first. The conversation was veering off course, almost to the point of exasperating the elder. Fine. I'll see what I can do, Jiang Lihua conceded, ready to act. However, as he contemplated the situation, he paused. The simplest remedy for such an injury would be a small pain relief technique. Yet, with so many mortals watching, was acupuncture the answer? Just as he hesitated, Chun Fengshu noticed the indecision on Jiang Lihua's face and interjected sharply. You a country quack, it's one thing to fool around with colds and coughs. But now that he's injured like this, you truly dare to harbor thoughts of treating him? Step aside. Clearly, Chun Fengshu had no confidence in Jiang Lihua's medical skills. And more importantly, they were live-streaming the entire exchange. Such an exceptional opportunity to showcase medical skills cannot be missed. Chapter 23. As a Western doctor without tools. What do you expect me to do? Previously, Chun Fengshu had been observing for quite some time. Now, he crouched down to conduct a detailed examination, pressing on the swollen area while inquiring about the pain to assess the injury. Meanwhile, the anxious county head Huang asked nearby, how serious is the injury? Initially, there had been suspicion towards the village, but now concern clearly outweighed doubt. He was not willing to see the old man suffer any real harm. Otherwise, the repercussions would be detrimental. However, Chun Fengshu was too preoccupied to pay attention. The more he examined, the more cold sweat poured down him. Ultimately, he turned to County Head Huang with a shocked expression. Hurry, we must call for an ambulance and get him to the county hospital immediately. This appears to be a comminuted fracture. Yes, indeed, it's completely shattered. I have practiced medicine for so many years and have never encountered such a terrifying and thorough fracture. It seems that the entire lumbar vertebra is obliterated, but I cannot ascertain how many bones have fractured. We need imaging. Only then can we see clearly. What? It's really shattered? You mean the bones have exploded? County Head Huang's eyes widened in disbelief. Reflecting on his 50-plus years of life, he had never encountered a fracture described in such a manner. He swallowed hard and repeatedly asked, he was just tossing a millstone. How could he be so severely injured? Are you joking? If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would have doubted whether someone intentionally smashed a millstone against his back. Repeatedly. At that moment, not just County Head Huang, but even the viewers in the live stream who had been eager to seek mentorship felt a shiver run down their spines, instinctively rubbing their own backs. They knew that even in northern Myanmar, people merely faced back injuries. Yet, to learn this old man-esque technique, though impressive, came at the cost of a shattered back. Who would dare to learn such a thing? As for the distinction between the lumbar vertebra and the back, was it truly significant? This was no longer their concern. Cherish your back. Steer clear of millstones. Cherish your back. Keep away from Old Master L. In an instant, the comments section was flooded with these two phrases, soon followed by an array of heart emojis and gifts, purportedly donations for the old man's medical treatment. It was evident to all that the village clinic was indeed impoverished. Though they had previously seen vast terrace fields, the current reality was stark. A couple of tables and benches constituted the entirety of the clinic's assets, indicating the villagers' dire circumstances. However, County Head Huang found himself in a dilemma. He wished to make the call, but how could they transport the patient to the hospital? At this moment, not only was an ambulance unable to reach, but even if they attempted to carry him manually, would they be able to manage it? They were all too familiar with the treacherous mountain paths. What's wrong? Hurry and call for help. It just happened. There's still time. If we delay, the wound could become infected, leading to nerve damage in the lumbar region. That would mean missing the optimal window for treatment, and even divine intervention wouldn't help. Seeing County Head Huang lost in thought, Dr. Chun became anxious. Although the surgery would be challenging, he still had some confidence, provided the medical facilities were sufficiently advanced. First, they needed to take images to assess the extent of the fractures, then surgically remove the bone shards and implant a steel frame to protect the nerves. Most crucially, they needed to confirm whether the nerves at the fracture site had suffered irreversible tearing. Otherwise, even if they saved the patient, paralysis would likely ensue. Dr. Chen quickly explained the treatment plan to those present, both to inform County Head Huang of the gravity of the situation and to maintain professionalism before the camera. Yet, County Head Huang still appeared troubled. It wasn't that he didn't want to help, but the conditions simply wouldn't allow it. With a deep sigh, he gazed at Dr. Chun's back, lost in silence. "What's the matter? Speak up." Dr. Chun, receiving no response, turned back with urgency. At that moment, County Head Huang said gravely, "Dr. Chun, could you attempt to provide treatment here? What are you joking about?" Dr. Chun was incensed. This was an unreasonable demand. "The crux of the matter is, I am a Western doctor without tools. How can I be of any help?" County Head Huang could only manage a wry smile. "Please don't rush, Dr. Chun. Your eagerness to save lives may have caused you to forget that this village, an ambulance cannot reach here. Is that all?" Chun Fengshu was taken aback, then exclaimed, "Why not just call for air rescue?" County Head Huang was momentarily stunned. "What? A helicopter? How would we afford that? Would the village pay, or would old Master L cover the costs? Such aircraft charge tens of thousands per hour. Can they afford that? Not to mention, if the county were to cover it, how would we document the expenditure? Furthermore, if we set this precedent, others will expect the same in the future. This cannot become a standard. The county may raise funds, but we cannot bear such expenses so freely, even if the county has the means. Do you understand?" With those words, County Head Huang looked at Dr. Chun with utmost seriousness. At that moment, Dr. Chun felt bewildered. Indeed, after spending so much time with Professor Wang, he had almost forgotten that not all people receive the same treatment. If something were to happen to old Master Wang, a single call would suffice for reimbursement. But this old man in the mountains had no such options. Even a compassionate County Head Huang appeared utterly helpless in this situation. Was this what he meant by alleviating poverty? Dr. Chen's emotions were complex. After a long moment of contemplation, he resolutely decided, from now on, he would keep his distance from the impoverished. Fortunately, County Head Huang could not hear Dr. Chen's inner thoughts. Otherwise, he might have choked on his own frustration. Under normal circumstances, wouldn't one think to help lift the burden of poverty for the people? Yet, how could his thought process lead him to retreat instead? At this moment, Chun Fengshu glanced at Li Xiuxian and then at County Head Huang. Finally, he looked at Jiang Lihua beside him. He slowly rose, clapped his palms together, and retrieved a disinfecting wipe from his bag, sanitizing his hands thoroughly before he spoke softly. "Given the current medical conditions, there is essentially no hope for recovery. At best, we can use a few wooden planks to provide some basic stabilization for his back. Will he die?" County Head Huang's face paled, guilt evident in his voice. Indeed, how could such a high-ranking official stand by and watch his own people perish before his eyes? It was a bitter pill to swallow. However, Chun Fengshu cast a sidelong glance at Huang and retorted, "Whether he lives or dies is uncertain, but paralysis is a certainty. We will have to observe how the internal bruising resolves over time. Without medication, the risk of vascular blockage could lead to internal wounds festering and ultimately." At this point, Chun Fengshu fell silent, the implication clear. He intended to turn away to find some suitable wooden planks, but just as he began to pivot, old Master L grew anxious, grabbing Jiang Lihua, and implored, "Oh dear old Jiang, that young man is in dire straits. You must lend a hand. I'm in excruciating pain." With the sound of old man L's voice fading, a cacophony akin to the shattering of a fragile mirror resonated at the doorway. Chun Fengshu, was utterly astonished to find myself dismissed by a mere rustic farmer. At this very moment, with my back turned to the crowd, I felt an eerie stillness enveloping me, as if a dense shroud of gloom had descended upon my entire being. Chapter 24. The Mysterious Connection Me? I can't. You expect a barefoot country doctor to treat you? Chun Fengshu abruptly turned around, exuding an air of ominous resentment. He was on the verge of displaying a fierce expression that could shatter one's resolve. Fortunately, he had not lost his wits. He merely suppressed his anger and let out a cold laugh. "Huh, I, Chan Fengshu, have declared that there is no hope for you. Even a deity could do nothing." At that moment, he was indeed no longer in a hurry to seek out any makeshift solution. After all, whether the old man lived or died was of no concern to him. He stood there quietly, his gaze cast downward toward the two individuals. Suddenly, the atmosphere in the room grew eerily tense. Even Huang County Chief, who was eager to mediate, found himself at a loss for words. He genuinely wished for the village doctor to succeed, but he was not foolish. What level of expertise did Chun Fengshu possess? He had already stated that he could not save the old man, and thus, it seemed that fate was left to the heavens. Yet, when faced with a living soul, he still harbored a desire to help, even if it proved futile. Perhaps they could treat the old man as a dying horse being used for a living one, clinging to a glimmer of hope. Thus, he found himself in a predicament, unable to speak out or persuade anyone. His gaze turned toward Li Xiaoxian. After all, he was the village chief, the local authority. It was best to heed his opinion regarding the village's situation. Following Huang County Chief's lead, his gaze fell upon Li Xiaoxian. Meanwhile, Jiang Lihua, who was squatting beside the old man, also shifted his attention to Li Xiaoxian. At this moment, everyone's eyes converged on Li Xiaoxian, awaiting his decision. Should they heed Chan Fengshu's advice and create a wooden frame to stabilize the old man's spine, leaving his fate to chance? Perhaps he might survive, but that would likely result in paralysis. Or should they allow the village's Jiang doctor to intervene, with a high chance of causing his demise? Faced with such a pressing and uncertain dilemma, even the online viewers in the live stream held their breath, eager to learn of the village chief's choice. Soon, however, they divided into two factions, arguing passionately. Some sided with Chun Fengshu, a medical doctor, an authentic overseas scholar, well-versed in Western medicine. They believed he had a valid point regarding surgical injuries. This faction's opinion dominated the conversation. On the other hand, those supporting Jiang Lihua held a much simpler belief, one devoid of any medical rationale. They were driven by a gamble, hoping to turn a bicycle into a motorcycle. After all, death awaited them regardless. So why not take a chance? Though their confidence in Jiang's medical skills was nearly non-existent, Chun Fengshu's conclusion also suggested a high likelihood of death. "Brother Li, could you please make a decision?" Huang County Chief urged, growing impatient. This was a matter of life and death, and he wondered why the village chief seemed less concerned than he, the county chief. Little did he know that Li Xiaoxian's thoughts were far removed from the old man's condition. Instead, he was discreetly using his spiritual awareness to examine the small iron box in Zhou Xiaodai's possession. What could this object be? Previously, he had observed the girl talking to it, but had not paid close attention. Now, it appeared extraordinary. Wait, it not only showed images, but also facilitated written communication? Truly marvelous. As Li Xiaoxian continued his investigation, he nodded thoughtfully. To be honest, he was quite astonished. His earlier observations had focused on Professor Wang and Huang County Chief, neglecting the girl. Now, in the same room, she unexpectedly captured his attention. However, this mere observation of the small iron box intrigued him greatly. As all eyes were fixed upon him in anticipation, he turned to Zhou Xiaodai, his expression sincere and unassuming. "My dear, what treasure lies within this small iron box? May I borrow it for a moment?" "Fear not, I shall not keep it. I merely wish to study it." His sincerity was palpable, yet his earnest demeanor nearly shattered the composure of everyone present. Did he not realize the old man lay there, half alive? In an instant, Chun Fengshu, who had been filled with righteous indignation, felt as though he might cough up blood from sheer disbelief. Fortunately, Li Xiaoxian seemed to notice the odd expressions of those around him. He cleared his throat awkwardly, attempting to ease the tension. Yet, it was not entirely his fault. The mysterious allure of the small iron box had captivated his attention, making him momentarily forget the gravity of the situation. With so many people present, there was no need to rush. After another light cough, he turned to Jiang Lihua, feigning a serious expression as he inquired, "Grandfather Jiang, how confident are you in your ability to treat him here?" At his words, Jiang Lihua jolted, a wave of anxiety washing over him. He understood that the leader was not communicating telepathically, but was directly questioning him, signifying that he was expected to demonstrate his true abilities. However, his genuine skills were not meant for public display. Presently, he needed to exhibit a talent that could be showcased, and there was only one option. With a gulp, he hesitantly retrieved a rolled cloth bag from his robes. Slowly, he opened it, revealing to the crowd a collection of slender needles. Upon closer inspection, there were at least several dozen, each varying in size and thickness. Some were silver, others gold, and a few were even pitch black. It must be said that displayed in such a manner, even those who had previously doubted Jiang Lihua were taken aback. This array of equipment was likely more complete than that of renowned acupuncture masters. Did they not notice? He had an entire palette of colors at his disposal, creating an air of mystery. Some individuals even began to educate others on the spot. The silver needles were likely steel or silver. The golden ones were probably made of gold, while the black ones left even the so-called experts baffled. But did that matter? It was irrelevant. What truly mattered were the two words that seemed to overflow from the screen. Professionalism. Ah, what a charade. Chun Fengshu abruptly interjected, shattering the atmosphere of admiration. He then turned to the livestream camera to deliver a brief explanation. While acupuncture may seem mystical, it ultimately is a product of superstition. In Western medicine, we do not acknowledge the existence of qi, nor do we recognize the so-called meridians as anything but fabrications. This is not a deliberate denigration of traditional Chinese medicine. Rather, it is based on thorough anatomical studies that have conclusively shown no evidence of these meridians. This is what we call practical knowledge. This is science. You must trust in science and not succumb to superstition. Remember, Western medicine reigns supreme. Chapter 25. That is my Master Jiang. After a thorough scientific explanation from Dr. Chun Fengshu, the atmosphere in the live broadcast room shifted dramatically. Many who had previously supported the elderly Jiang began to waver. This was hardly surprising. The majority of the public lacks a deep understanding of medicine. Their knowledge of what is impressive or scientifically valid primarily derives from various short videos or news articles. The notion of personally verifying such claims is, quite frankly, absurd. Who possesses the capability and objective conditions to do so? Thus, they are left to accept the prevailing narratives. Consequently, in the realm of medicine, the strongest practitioners are often determined by the effectiveness of their publicity. The ones closest to us are the ones we trust. Moreover, with traditional Chinese medicine in decline, Western medicine has become the undeniable leader even in small clinics, not just large hospitals. This has resulted in a peculiar situation. Even many who support traditional Chinese medicine may never have truly experienced it. Therefore, with Dr. Chun Fengshu, a doctor boasting a doctoral title, providing first-hand education, who would dare to doubt him? Especially the team members accompanying County Chief Huang for poverty alleviation. After listening to Chen's passionate rhetoric, all nodded in agreement. Even those harboring inner doubts found themselves swayed, nodding along with the crowd. After all, no one desires to appear unconventional, as it might seem foolish and could potentially hinder their future progress. Conformity is the safest choice. At this moment, witnessing the numerous nods of approval, a flicker of pride crossed Chun Fengshu's mind. His gaze once again swept over Jiang Lihua, his expression growing increasingly dismissive. He scoffed at the thought of attempting to treat the man's shattered skeletal structure with mere acupuncture. Jiang Lihua, feeling helpless, looked at Dr. Chun with a puzzled expression. Of course, it is difficult. Did I not mention that surgery is required? One must extract the shattered fragments from the bones piece by piece, ensuring they are entirely removed. Then, he halted mid-sentence, waving his hand in exasperation. Forget it. I cannot be bothered to explain. You wouldn't understand anyway. Oh, Jiang Lihua responded casually. To be honest, he had noticed that this young man appeared quite knowledgeable about contemporary medical practices. He had initially been inclined to learn more, but due to his lazy demeanor and aversion to contention, he did not push the matter. Why would he get upset with someone younger? Such notions do not exist in his lexicon. If anything arose, he would prefer to avoid confrontation rather than seek it out. Even in this situation, had it not been for the sect leader's orders, he would have preferred to remain in his room meditating. With this thought, he let out a soft sigh. and when no one was paying attention, his hands flickered, producing 8 3-inch silver needles, which he deftly positioned within the gaps between his fingers. This singular action left everyone utterly astonished. The live broadcast room erupted with expressions of disbelief. 8 needles at once? What kind of Dubai technique is this? I have only seen acupuncturists insert needles one by one with great care. How can this old man raise his hand and wield 8 needles simultaneously? How dare he call him old? Remember, that is my master Jiang. The majesty of my master Jiang. Earlier, those with narrow views underestimated him, but behold, a true expert reveals their prowess with a single stroke. My master Jiang is undoubtedly the legendary, unparalleled divine physician. To those above, I extend my gratitude. The aged visage of my master Jiang, coupled with his silver hair, embodies the essence of a celestial being. Mom, sell my Wolverine model and get me a set of silver needles. I want to learn acupuncture. It looks so cool. I must say, Jiang Lihua's initial move exuded unmatched grandeur. No, it was not merely grandeur. It was a display of exceptional audacity. Have you seen other old practitioners? They typically insert needles one by one. Yet, Master Jiang raises his hand and unleashes 8 at once. Such audacity and grace cannot be easily replicated. At this moment, it was not just the online viewers who were awestruck. Even Chen Fengshu could not help but exclaim in astonishment. Though he was a staunch Western medical practitioner, he had indeed witnessed acupuncture in traditional Chinese medicine. Even if he did not believe in it, he still possessed a degree of basic knowledge. Simply put, one does not need to have eaten pork to know what a pig looks like. Yet, the technique displayed by this barefoot practitioner truly captivated him. Such extraordinary skill was unheard of. Could this mystical traditional medicine genuinely heal? No, it is impossible. He swallowed hard, immediately dismissing this wild notion from his mind. He could concede that traditional Chinese medicine has some efficacy, albeit limited. However, in terms of speed of results, how could it compare to Western medicine? Before he could ponder further, Jiang Lihua's expression, once marked by uncertainty, now radiated confidence, a stark contrast to his earlier demeanor. Witnessing this newfound confidence felt like a reflection of his own assurance while performing surgery. This self-assurance inexplicably instilled a sense of fear within him, a fear that Jiang Lihua might truly succeed. At this moment, his eyes and heart seemed fixated on those 8 silver needles. Unable to look away for even a second, he understood that if this old man succeeded in healing the patient, all his earlier statements would come back to haunt him without reservation. This would be an unbearable burden for him. Thud, thud, thud. As he held his breath and focused, he could almost hear his heart racing, accelerating with intensity. No, it cannot be. Yet, the precision of the silver needles was unaffected by his will. Their master was none other than Jiang Lihua. With a swift motion, 8 silvery arcs flashed through the crowd's vision as the needles were expertly thrust into place, executed flawlessly without a hint of hesitation. This overwhelming confidence nearly shattered Chen Fengshu's composure. However, just as the needle was about to pierce the bulging muscle on LV Kongshan's back, a sudden cry rang out. "Slow down!" With this exclamation, the previously tense atmosphere in the room shattered in an instant. Who the hell shouted that? At such a critical moment, who dares to call for a halt? Immediately, some onlookers expressed their displeasure, raising their voices in frustration. Yet, amidst the crowd, everyone exchanged glances, no one daring to take responsibility. Although they were unaware of who interrupted the procedure, it provided Chen Fengshu with a much-needed moment of relief. Just moments ago, he had felt his heart racing dangerously fast. However, upon identifying the source of the voice, he was utterly bewildered. The one who called for the pause was none other than LV Kongshan, the very one lying on the ground. He felt puzzled. What was wrong with this old man? Why did he suddenly call for a stop? Even Li Xiuxian raised an eyebrow, genuinely curious. Logically speaking, with LV Kongshan's robust physique, he should not fear Jiang Lihua's silver needles, even if it were merely a matter of mistrust towards Jiang Lihua, with a sect leader of his stature present. What could possibly cause concern? This was illogical. Chapter 26. The depths of Changsheng village's waters in the midst of focused attention. Kongshan struggled to prop himself up. laboriously twisting his head as if searching for something. When his gaze finally settled upon County Chief Huang, the onlookers were left in a state of bewilderment. Huang, blinking his dim eyes in confusion, thought to himself, "What do you expect me to do? I'm not a healer." Although perplexed, he was a county leader with life experiences far beyond the ordinary. After a brief moment of astonishment, he discerned two words from Changsheng's expression, a final wish. In such a life-and-death situation, the realization struck him with a sense of urgency, prompting him to hasten forward. He crouched down, grasping L's withered hand firmly, and solemnly said, "Comrade, if you have anything to say, please do so. As long as it is within my capabilities, I will do my utmost to assist you." Huang's words were sincere, especially upon witnessing the earnest and hopeful gaze of the old man. His heart stirred significantly. Simultaneously, the crowd outside fell into an uncanny silence. As the saying goes, when a person approaches death, their words become profound, much like a bird's song becomes mournful as it nears the end. Earlier, they had been agitated when Elder Zhang's extraordinary acupuncture technique was interrupted. Yet, upon realizing that the interrupter was likely the gravely injured person himself, they could not help but feel remorseful. If they were in such a precarious situation, they too would wish to convey something, lest they depart this world without clarity, leaving them unable to find peace. Thus, when Huang clutched Changsheng's frail hand, the atmosphere became hushed, as if any sound could be seen as a desecration of the injured man's final wishes. However, just as the audience leaned in, eager to hear these parting words, finally spoke. His lips trembled, struggling against the pain that coursed through his body. "See, comrade, please speak. Do not feel burdened. My surname is Huang. You can call me that." Seeing Huang's earnestness, felt emboldened and glanced at the people outside. In a hoarse voice, he continued that Huang leader, "May I address you as such? Of course, you may call me Little Huang as well. You see, if we were back in our hometown, given your seniority, I might even have to call you grandfather, don't you think?" County Chief Huang forced a few awkward smiles, attempting to lighten the heavy atmosphere. Well, you're quite the young leader. I only asked that before you take your needle. Could you perhaps let me have a smoke?" Though his tone was shy, the impact of his request left the crowd in disbelief. After all the dramatic buildup of life and death, it was merely for a smoke? Many of the poverty alleviation team members and the audience in the live stream were incredulous. Yet, the villagers of Changsheng were not amused. A wave of thoughts surged through the crowd, realizing that whom they had thought stubborn, was actually cunning. Despite his suffering, he sought to procure a smoke. I thought I was the only one craving that smoke," lamented one villager. How could he be so devious at such a time? The crowd began to stir restlessly, creating a contrast to the previously quiet villagers, leaving everyone baffled. Fortunately, Li Xiaoxian, sensing the commotion, exerted a mental pressure to quell the villagers' urge for a performance. At that moment, he wished to rush over and give a good scolding. How could he still be thinking of such trivial matters? However, with L's words already spoken, he could only offer a warning glance, causing L to shrink back, unwilling to meet his gaze. Meanwhile, County Chief Huang was wide-eyed in shock. After all that build-up, it was merely for smoke? Calm down, I just enjoy this," L said. "Can you help me out?" Seeing Huang hesitate, L hurriedly continued. He was stubborn, but not foolish. With so many eyes watching, he knew he had to act quickly lest he miss his chance. Huang's mind was still processing the unexpected turn of events. After all the somber emotions, it had come to this? He muttered, "Convenient? What do you mean convenient?" As he regained his senses, he rummaged through his belongings. "Of course it's convenient. It's just a cigarette. You should have one to steady your nerves." Upon finishing his sentence, Huang finally handed L a cigarette. However, the old man shook his head in disapproval. Leader, could I have a smoke from my own village? It's not that yours is bad. I just long for the taste of home. If I can't have that," I fear as he spoke. L's expression grew increasingly grim, suggesting he might not see another day. Yet he refrained from uttering the finality of death. This performance left both Elder Jiang and Li Xiaoxian flabbergasted. If anyone dared to claim that L was merely obstinate, they would certainly be met with disdain. However, just as Huang was about to hand over a small bamboo box, he genuinely admired its craftsmanship. Despite his reluctance, he generously offered the entire box to Elle. "What? I only wanted one, and you give me the whole box?" At that moment, Elle was nearly overjoyed, yet he was quickly brought back to reality by the crowd outside, whose mental pressure began to weigh heavily upon him, threatening to crush him. Warnings flooded in. "Elle, if you dare keep it all for yourself, you'll regret it tonight. Little Mountain, I believe that a cultivator should possess a carefree heart. Otherwise, a fleeting thought may lead one astray." As the ethereal voice echoed, a vision accompanied it, forcing its way into Elle's mind. The image depicted a multitude of malevolent creatures, their numbers exceeding the hundreds, wreaking havoc. Suddenly, a sword beam flashed through, and with a single stroke, the creatures dissipated into wisps of darkness, vanishing from the mortal realm. At that moment, Elle was genuinely frightened. Despite Changsheng village's small size and limited population, its ancient history was formidable. In daily life, everyone remains exceedingly low-key, concealing their true selves. Therefore, despite being of the same lineage, no one dares to claim knowledge of who the true magnates are. It is inevitable that, in their solitary cultivation, communication is scant. Even when they do meet, conversations are limited to mere pleasantries or a nod of acknowledgement. At this moment, the genuine magnate has evidently stepped forth to issue a warning. Is the meaning within the painting not manifestly clear? Should you dare to monopolize, you shall tread the path of darkness. And if you embrace that path, well, I shall be compelled to vanquish the malevolent spirits. At this juncture, one cannot help but note that old Liu is indeed flustered. Although he possesses some renown in Changsheng village, he is ultimately a latecomer, and in terms of seniority, he remains relatively young. The depths of Changsheng village are profoundly intricate. Suddenly, he feels a sense of uncertainty creeping in. Chapter 27. The acupuncture bronze man requests to fight. Faced with a multitude of threats, old Liu swallowed hard, his face reflecting a deep reluctance as he finally extracted a single cigarette from the pack. He knew all too well the grim reality. When wolves abound, the meat is scarce. If he were to selfishly indulge in the entire box, he might not even be able to rise from his bed in the future. Beside him, old Huang wasted no time, readily reclaiming the cigarette pack and lighting one up with a snap. Instantly, the corners of Liu's lips trembled, beads of sweat forming on his brow, mingling with the swirling smoke. A look of indulgence graced his features. At least he was reclaiming a modicum of vitality. However, this indulgence did not sit well with Chun Fengshu, who wore a disgruntled expression as he addressed County Head Huang. "Isn't this absurd, County Head Huang? You simply acquiesced to his request for a cigarette? Are you unaware of the health hazards associated with tobacco, especially given his current condition?" His words were not born from concern, but rather out of a sense of responsibility as a physician, particularly in front of the camera, where he felt compelled to impart such common knowledge. Without waiting for Huang's reply, he turned sharply to old Jiang, questioning him with an irritable tone. "County Head Huang is not a professional, but you, an old hand at the health station, should not make such a rudimentary mistake. You ought to intervene." At this juncture, he paused momentarily before shifting his tone to one of earnest persuasion. "Dear elder, consider our roles. We are doctors, and the most fundamental tenet of our profession is to be accountable to our patients. How can one allow a patient to do as they please? We must intervene decisively, even if it means offending the patient, as long as it is for their benefit. What does it matter if we endure a bit of indignation or reproach?" After delivering this heartfelt appeal, he boldly approached the camera and directly addressed the viewers in the live stream. "Friends in the chat, do you agree with my stance? We are doctors, the white angels in your eyes. How can we lack a sense of responsibility?" This was his first audacious confrontation in front of the camera. Yet it was undoubtedly the opportune moment. He had the moral high ground, backed by logic, reason, and medical ethics, all while championing the interests of the public. His fervent rhetoric ignited a lively response in the live stream. The audience did not merely support Chen's indignation. They seemed to demand even greater outrage. This was what it meant to be a white-clad angel. Imagine if our loved ones were the patients, if they were smoking, drinking, or getting their hair permed. Would we not intervene? It is a simple question. If we are not present, should the doctor intervene? Everything we do is for the good of our families. In an instant, the barrage of comments shifted in favor of Chun. Those who had previously cheered for old Jiang now cowered in the shadows, afraid to voice their opinions. The moral high ground had firmly shifted to Chun. However, at that moment, Jiang Li's demeanor changed. The crowd noticed a slight movement at the tip of his nose. He uttered a few words, almost as if to himself. This smoke indeed has the effect of invigorating and calming the spirit. It can alleviate some pain. Upon finishing his sentence, he glanced at Lu Kanshan. Old Lu, this is quite impressive. You had the foresight to think of it. Smoke up quickly, for the director is about to administer acupuncture. Zhang's light-hearted tone, however, incensed Chun Fangshu. Had the elder not absorbed any of his previous admonitions? Alleviating pain? What did that even mean? Oh right, old Lu had a ruptured lumbar spine, which would certainly cause him pain. But such a level of discomfort should be treated with anesthetics, not a cigarette. What infuriated Chun even more was the elder's audacity. As if he could discern medicinal effects merely by scent. Did he think he was Professor Wong with a nose like a hound? The disparity in stature was glaring. Professor Wong was a renowned figure, while Jiang was merely a rustic quack, daring to utter such nonsense. This was intolerable for Chun. He had long coveted the ability to discern scents, having shadowed Professor Wong for years, even conducting unauthorized experiments with Wong's blood samples to uncover the secret behind his prowess. The potential rewards of replicating or simulating such abilities were unfathomable, capable of revolutionizing fields such as military, medicine, and biology, potentially elevating humanity to new heights. Yet time and again, he had failed. Now, a mere country bumpkin claimed to possess such abilities, even more esoteric than he. This struck a nerve. Professor Wong only had a sensitivity to crops, while this old coot could discern the medicinal properties of smoke. Was this not utterly ludicrous? It was infuriating. If he did not teach this old man a lesson today, where would his dignity lie? Just as he was on the verge of exploding with rage, Zhou Xiaodai, who had been subdued by the atmosphere, timidly poked him in the back. Dr. Chun, I have a question for a follower in the medical field. Could you clarify it? Taken aback, Chun, who was ready to unleash his wrath, turned sharply. He had intended to dismiss her with a curt response, but upon seeing the camera, he forced a smile. It's you, Zhou Anchor. What is it? Someone inquired about wanting to see the bronze man, but as you know, I'm quite the novice in medicine and may not articulate much. Would you mind taking a look? The bronze man? What bronze man? Chun furrowed his brow, perplexed. That bronze man. Zhou Xiaodai pointed shyly towards the bronze figurine not far from the hall. That one? Chun hesitated, growing increasingly displeased, suppressing his irritation. Why must they gaze upon that contraption? Well, they sent a tip and specifically requested to see the bronze man up close. As Zhou finished her sentence, she cast a pleading look at County Head Huang. Huang immediately understood. These were the small benefactors of poverty alleviation, and it would be wise to accommodate them. However, the current situation seemed somewhat inappropriate. Reluctantly, he glanced at old Lu, still engrossed in his cigarette, then at Li Xiuxian. This was their domain. He needed to gauge their attitude. Li Xiuxian was indifferent, merely nodding at Jiang Li. Jiang, in turn, smiled at Zhou. Little girl, it's fine. It's nothing serious, just a little practice piece. The old man has to tend to old Lu, so I won't accompany you. Okay, thank you, Grandpa Jiang. Zhou replied with a bright smile. Go on, dear. Jiang Li's rare smile turned warm. Yet, as he smiled, his expression suddenly stiffened. Had he been careless? He had just practiced on that bronze man. Would they discern any irregularities? Surely not, he thought, as he cast a worried glance at Chen Fangshu, the only one here with a true understanding of medicine. Chapter 28. A shocking revelation in the traditional Chinese medicine community of Magic City under the gaze of Jiang Lihua. Chen Fangshu sensed an inexplicable emotion, one that was tinged with embarrassment and awkwardness. What was it about this bronze figure that evoked such trepidation from the old man? Surely, there was something amiss. With this thought in mind, Chen Fangshu, who initially intended to let Zhou Xiaodai explore on her own, smiled and said, Come, Zhou Anchor. I shall accompany you to take a look. As they walked several paces, they found themselves standing before the bronze figure. Zhou Xiaodai, adhering to her professional standards, positioned the camera skillfully, captivating the online audience. This was merely an ordinary bronze figure, albeit one that appeared quite substantial, with its surface intricately etched with acupoint meridians. Curiously, unlike typical bronze figures where acupoints are merely painted dots, this statue featured small recesses that formed each acupoint. Though it differed slightly from the models she was accustomed to, Zhou Xiaodai found herself at a loss, and thus inquired of the nearby Chun Fengshu, "Dr. Chun, could you elucidate the uniqueness of this bronze figure? Why are our viewers so eager to see it? Perhaps you could provide some insights?" Chun Fengshu's lips twitched, yet he refrained from responding, feigning intense observation instead. What a joke! He had noticed the old man's peculiar expression and was merely curious about the situation. As for the bronze figure, he truly had no understanding of it. Not every physician is well-versed in acupoints. His own knowledge was scant, primarily derived from martial arts novels and television dramas. Knowing the locations of the Changsheng and Rinzhong acupoints was commendable enough. As for the meridians, he was utterly clueless. However, his ignorance did not imply that there were not knowledgeable individuals among the viewers. The benefactor who had previously sent a rocket reappeared, urging, "Anchor, capture a side view and see if there's a seam." Zhou Xiaodai, perplexed, moved to the side of the bronze figure, her curiosity piqued. After scrutinizing it from various angles, she gasped, "Oh, there truly is a seam that appears to divide the bronze figure into two halves. What could this be for?" Before anyone could respond, a new username appeared in the barrage of comments. Magic City Traditional Chinese Medicine Association. Wow, look, it's the Magic City Traditional Chinese Medicine Association. A big name has arrived. How is this officially authenticated? Startled by the barrage of reminders, Zhou Xiaodai was taken aback. Wasn't she merely a poverty alleviation anchor? Even before her involvement in charity, she had been an outdoor streamer. Why was the Traditional Chinese Medicine Association interested in her? This was utterly perplexing. However, the sound of 10 consecutive rockets startled Zhou Xiaodai into disbelief. "Quick, Anchor, can you open it up?" "Open it? What are you talking about?" Zhou Xiaodai's confusion deepened. "Isn't this someone else's property? You want me to just break it open?" How impolite. Yet, upon reflection, it seemed quite courteous. 10 rockets, 20,000 yuan. While she didn't understand the price, it felt reasonable to assume that creating a new bronze figure would cost about the same. But it wasn't hers, and how could she dare to suggest opening it? She then turned her gaze back to Jiang Lihua, raising her voice slightly. Grandfather Jiang, is it possible to open it?" Jiang Lihua was momentarily taken aback, puzzled as to why she would ask such a basic question. "Of course it can be opened, Boom." In a spacious office, a middle-aged man clad in a white lab coat trembled at the response. He was exhilarated, to the point of being nervous. He even forgot to ask any further questions. After a long pause, he excitedly typed a barrage of comments on his phone. "Can the anchor open it live? Be careful." Another rocket followed swiftly. Zhou Xiaodai felt tears welling up. After years of work, her total rockets hadn't surpassed 10. Yet on this day alone, she had received so many. What was happening? Just as she contemplated attempting to open the bronze figure, Jiang Lihua hurriedly shouted, "No, you can't open it now, girl. It's toxic." "What? Toxic?" At that moment, Zhou Xiaodai felt stunned. Fortunately, she hadn't touched it yet. Her heart raced uncontrollably. Her eyes reflected deep resentment. She glanced at the username in the live chat, then at the old man Jiang. She felt an overwhelming urge to vent her frustration. What sort of people were these? Why complicate things with toxicity? And what was up with the Traditional Chinese Medicine Association? No wonder he had cautioned her to be careful. Did he also know it was toxic? If he was aware, why would he let a young girl attempt to open it? Her heart simmered with indignation, her cheeks flushed. Meanwhile, Chun Fengshu stood frozen in shock. He had just touched it. At that moment, he felt murderous intent rising within him. Thankfully, Jiang Lihua, abandoning the old man, hurried over. Don't worry. It's not toxic to touch." However, the old man had poured mercury inside recently, and that substance is indeed harmful. But as long as it remains closed, there's no issue. With Jiang Lihua's explanation, Chun Fengshu finally relaxed. In such a remote place, if he had truly been poisoned, what would he have done? Yet, Upon further reflection, his anger flared, and he erupted at Jiang Lihua. What are you thinking? Why pour mercury into it? That stuff is extremely toxic when it evaporates. Jiang Lihua only smiled awkwardly. Amid their banter, the middle-aged man in the Traditional Chinese Medicine Association office was so excited he nearly leaped from his seat. He didn't even notice as his goji berry tea spilled all over the floor. His mind raced with thoughts. Mercury? Is it really mercury? Are the ancient texts accurate? Could it truly be that? Without hesitation, he seized his phone and rushed to the office of the president, where sat the towering figure of the traditional Chinese medicine community in Magic City. While he could not sway the broader medical field, which was firmly dominated by Western medicine, his influence within the realm of traditional Chinese medicine was undeniable. Many complex prescriptions were at his fingertips, items that Western medicine struggled to acquire. However, possessing the prescriptions was futile without the means to disseminate them, as the capital of Western medicine was overwhelmingly powerful. Now, to elevate the status of traditional Chinese medicine, cultural confidence was of utmost importance. With confidence, public recognition could be regained, forging a path through the encroachment of Western medicine. These challenges plagued him daily. Just then, Huang Sihai burst into his office without knocking, inciting his ire. He was about to scold him when Huang Sihai thrust his phone screen in front of him. Look at this. If you still wish to scold me for being concerned about your position, then go ahead. In that moment, the president was taken aback. What? You've learned to answer back? But when his gaze fell upon the screen, his previously displeased expression transformed into one of sheer astonishment. Chapter 29. When did conversations become so costly? The former president, Hong Qingzu, was utterly astonished, words caught in his throat. However, his initial surprise soon gave way to a semblance of composure. He cast a disapproving glance at Huang Sihai and coldly admonished, Huang Sihai, spare me your trivialities. I am occupied with numerous matters and cannot afford to waste time with someone like you. Huang Sihai was taken aback. President, are you truly so composed? Do you not realize this may be what we have been searching for all along? With a derisive laugh, Hong Qingzu shot him a disdainful look before slowly rising and walking to the expansive floor-to-ceiling window. He stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the towering edifices of the metropolis, lost in thought. After a moment, he turned his back to Huang Sihai, his voice tinged with a hint of despondency. Sihai, I understand your desire to find that legendary bronze figure to restore the reputation of traditional Chinese medicine, but who doesn't wish for that? Yet, one must acknowledge that since the establishment of our great nation, generations of venerable practitioners have traversed countless mountains and seas, scouring every possible lead. Time and again they embarked on these hopeful quests, only to return with disappointment. As he spoke, the light in the old president's eyes dimmed, as though vitality itself had ebbed away. Do you remember decades ago when news of this bronze figure surfaced from Sakura country? Many esteemed figures from our nation went to verify its existence, only to discover it was merely a replica from later generations. With a sigh that seemed almost to be a soliloquy, the old president lamented, alas, a millennium has passed. Perhaps the genuine article has long since been melted down for other purposes. It is lost to us now. As the old president ruminated, Huang Sihai merely cleaned his ear with his pinky, feigning ignorance. He understood that the elderly tended to ramble, yet he knew he must let him finish. Otherwise, he would surely face reprimand. Finally, once the old man had ceased speaking, Huang Sihai flicked away the earwax and casually remarked, the bronze figure can be disassembled. It contains mercury, not water. Boom! Those few simple words struck the old president like a lightning bolt, leaving him with a tingling sensation at the crown of his head. Historical texts from various dynasties had long claimed it contained mercury, yet how could that possibly be true? Countless modern experts rejected the notion of mercury. Why? The answer was simple. Scientific explanations failed to clarify the matter, leading to conflicting schools of thought. One faction, the scientific camp, insisted it must be water, as mercury is toxic and the scientific rationale could not support its inclusion. The other faction, the textualists, staunchly defended the ancient texts, claiming it was indeed mercury. And as for proof, they dismissed the inquiry with disdain, asserting that the wisdom of the ancients was beyond modern comprehension. This single issue had sparked endless debate. Yet now, to have someone beside you proclaim the discovery of a bronze figure containing mercury was nothing short of astonishing. If this claim held truth, there would be no need for further disputes over water and mercury. It must be mercury, as the ancient text recorded, and it was merely modern technology that deemed it implausible. Is this what you say truly accurate? The old president slowly turned to face Huang Zihai, his gaze vacant, his body rigid from shock. Why would I deceive you? Huang Zihai feigned nonchalance, folding his arms and lifting his chin with an air of triumph. His smug demeanor would have typically invited a scolding, but today was different. Hong Qingzu merely shot him a glance of exasperation before hurriedly returning to his seat to grasp the smartphone on the table. He understood that this device was a means of live broadcasting featuring real-time video. Yet, he had never engaged with such technology before. Nonetheless, his excitement was palpable. Clearing his throat, he addressed the phone. "Young lady, could you please stand beside the bronze figure so I can compare its height with yours?" "Thank you." The old man spoke politely, his tone earnest. Yet, after he finished, he felt as though the air had thickened momentarily. "Hey, young lady, I'm speaking to you. That object is of great importance to me. Hey, you little girl, could you exhibit some respect for your elders?" The old man felt like a crow had flown overhead, cawing mockingly. Meanwhile, Huang Zihai was nearly in stitches from laughter. He knew well that the president, in his advanced years, lacked the inclination to learn new gadgets. Though he occasionally engaged in video conferences, it was always with the setup done by his subordinates. He merely had to sit back and converse. However, this was a live streaming session, not his meeting room. Who would heed him? The feeling of being ignored only fueled the old man's irritation. Just as he was about to speak again, Huang Zihai could no longer contain himself and quickly stepped forward to take the phone. "President Hong, this is a live broadcast, not your conference room. They cannot see you. You must type." "Type?" Hong Qingzu's face twitched, his cheeks flushed. Fortunately, his pride was thick enough to mask his embarrassment. He cleared his throat and urged, "Quickly, type what I just said." Of course. Huang Zihai wasted no time, positioning himself awkwardly while his fingers danced across the screen. As soon as he finished typing, an animated rocket shot across the screen. The old man glanced at it, thinking he was seeing things. But upon a second look, he nearly overturned the table in outrage. You. Huang Zihai, are you mad? You just squandered 2,000 on a single sentence." The old man's chest heaved in indignation. He was on the verge of giving him a slap. Although he didn't grasp the intricacies, he could clearly read the words recharge and spend. Unlike most elderly individuals who might struggle to see clearly without reading glasses, this old man maintained keen eyesight thanks to his dedication to health through traditional practices. Huang Zihai had often teased him about this. Any mischief under his watch would invariably be uncovered. Reluctantly, he cleared his throat and spoke seriously. "Elder, if you do not spend money, who will pay you any mind? Did you not see all those comments? People are talking. Look at how the host has responded. When we send a rocket, it creates a spectacle. That makes us the center of attention." With a proud thump of his chest, Huang Zihai beamed with satisfaction. Though his actions might seem extravagant, they were undeniably efficient. Indeed, the young lady in the live stream, upon witnessing the rocket, had obediently stood beside the bronze figure, striking a pose for comparison. While Zhou Xiaodai was exceptionally cooperative, it still left the old man's lips twitching in frustration. What a decline in societal values. Since when did conversing with others come at such a cost? The irony was that this was indeed an expensive conversation. Yet, in the next moment, the notion of expense was swallowed back down. The reason? The height of the bronze figure displayed on the screen. Chapter 30. The President's Authority. Gifts overflowing though separated by a screen, their observations were crystal clear. The girl appeared to be half a head shorter than the bronze figure, prompting the old man to involuntarily gasp in astonishment. Legends spoke of authentic bronze figures crafted to a 1-to-1 scale of adult males. Yet, all that had been discovered in the present world were mere miniature versions. The size of this particular bronze figure was unprecedented, truly a singular specimen. The bronze figure showcased by the people of Sakura country bore several similarities. Yet it ultimately lacked authenticity. Even without delving into its internal structure, The size alone rendered it a counterfeit, as the head of the Sakura figure was merely that of a 12 or 13-year-old child, significantly deviating from the documented stature of an adult male. At this moment, witnessing what appeared to be a genuine specimen in the live stream, President Hong could hardly contain his excitement. He swiftly seized control of Huang Sihai's phone, tapping away fervently. "Young lady, what is your height?" The directness of his inquiry seemed somewhat lacking in decorum, prompting Huang Sihai to shake his head. "President, do you really think she'll respond to such a blunt question? Nowadays, girls regard their height, weight, and age as." Before he could finish, 3 rockets shot up into the air on the screen. The female host, beaming with delight, bowed gracefully before the camera, speaking candidly. "I am 165 meters tall. Thank you to the Traditional Chinese Medicine Association for your support towards poverty alleviation. Love you all." Upon hearing this, President Hong turned to Huang Sihai with a beaming smile and asked, "What did you just say?" Huang Sihai felt a pang of disbelief. Just moments ago, the old man had berated him for his financial generosity, yet here he was, unblinkingly showering rockets of his own. How could he possibly claim that height and weight were secrets? Wasn't he merely slapping himself in the face? Resigned, he coughed awkwardly, dismissing it as a joke. Yet internally, he chuckled bitterly. Before money, indeed, there were no secrets. Alas, but these were trivial matters. The crucial point was that the bronze figure's height met the essential criteria for authenticity. What could be more exhilarating? In his elation, the old man promptly sent up 10 more rockets, his face radiating satisfaction as he stroked his beard with a smile. This scene left Huang Sihai utterly astonished. It was well known that the president had not been so generous in many years. Curiosity piqued, he inquired, "President, why reward when there's no question to ask? Are you unwell?" As he spoke, Huang Sihai cautiously reached out to check the old man's forehead for warmth. But in an instant his hand was swatted away. "You, Huang Sihai, do you lack perception? Did you not hear the young lady? This is for poverty alleviation, a contribution to the nation. How could we, the Traditional Chinese Medicine Association, not do something? Just a few glimpses have revealed so much information. Is this not worth the expenditure? Think about it. During that event in Sakura country, many esteemed seniors organized a trip to catch a glimpse, incurring substantial expenses. Are plane tickets not costly? Is accommodation not pricey? Is the time spent traveling not money lost? In comparison, we are saving a fortune, you fool." Huang Sihai was left speechless. He had initially believed the old man had changed, only to discover that he was meticulously calculating in his mind. However, just as they were preparing to delve deeper into the bronze figure's details, in Changsheng village, Chen Fengshu observed the continuously bowing Zhou Xiaodai with growing discontent. For this mere bronze figure? Is it truly worth such extravagant rewards? Are they out of their minds? With this thought, he stepped closer to Zhou Xiaodai. "Excuse me, Zhou. Who is it that is so fervently rewarding for this little bronze figure?" "Huh? What is wrong, Dr. Chen? Is there an issue with the bronze figure?" Zhou Xiaodai was puzzled, yet she knew she had to take Chen Fengshu's words seriously. "Nothing serious, merely an observation. The craftsmanship of this bronze figure appears somewhat outdated." "Outdated?" Zhou Xiaodai was taken aback, quickly prompting, "Could you elaborate?" "Well, I don't consider myself an expert, but let us discuss it at a basic level," Chen Fengshu replied, clearing his throat. Zhou Xiaodai nodded eagerly. Chen Fengshu did not hold back and began his explanation in the live stream. As we all know, modern techniques allow for fully integrated casting. One simply needs to create a mold, pour in molten bronze, and upon demolding, a seamless bronze figure emerges. If you examine this bronze figure, you'll notice a gap between the front and back, clearly indicating it was pieced together, reflecting inadequate craftsmanship. Moreover, the holes at the acupuncture points are blocked. This is evidently unscientific. Furthermore, consider if it were to be used for acupuncture practice. If the holes are blocked, it is rendered useless. Don't believe me? Come, Zhou. Bring the camera close to the holes so everyone can see. As the camera zoomed in, the audience scrutinized intently. Indeed, many of the acupuncture points bore fresh needle marks, suggesting they had been punctured not long ago. Did everyone see? All the acupuncture points are blocked. And based on my close observation, The material obstructing the holes appears to be a type of wax. However, identifying the exact kind is challenging. It is certain that this piece is rendered useless. Doubt it? Let us ask its owner, Director Jiang. The camera shifted to Jiang Lihua, who appeared bewildered. He seemed lost in thought, his face reddening. Oh. Having received the desired answer, Chan Fengshu's lips curled into a smirk, a newfound confidence swelling within him. To be honest, he was merely speculating, yet unexpectedly, he had hit the mark. Such an object, if wasted, would be a shame. If it could be melted down and recast, it might still have utility. However, given the extent of its patina, it seems to be an old artifact with some collectible value. It might fetch a decent price if sold. How about I reach out? The village is in need of funds for poverty alleviation. I have connections with several collectors from Sakura country who are quite interested in items related to traditional Chinese medicine. Perhaps reaching out to them could yield a better price. Sell? Upon hearing the word, the usually calm Jiang Lihua raised an eyebrow, clearly displeased. Though it was a trivial item, he cherished it dearly. But he was unable to voice his objections. Meanwhile, the live stream had erupted. The barrage of rockets was overwhelming, causing the entire live stream to lag with special effects. At that moment, Zhou Xiaodai was utterly dumbfounded. The entire audience was equally astounded. Is Principal Wang here? But wait, this is the Traditional Chinese Medicine Association. Do not sell. Rockets 3 host, look here. Rockets 5, this is a national treasure. Rockets 4, whoever sells is a traitor. Rockets 5, do you not recognize the treasure? Rockets 8, look at me, host. Please do not sell. Rockets 6, I am the president of the Traditional Chinese Medicine Association. Pay attention to what I'm saying. Rockets, rockets, rockets. An overwhelming number of rockets filled the screen. At this moment, the old president was growing frantic. As long as the message had not been sent, his fingers tapped feverishly, as if the faster he typed, the easier it would be to send. Once sent, he would immediately begin to type a second message. Huang Sihai, witnessing the old man's antics, was utterly astonished. This was indeed a display of treating rockets as if they were free. Chapter 31. The Celestial Sanctum Acupuncture Copperman, a heartfelt gratitude to the Traditional Chinese Medicine Association. At this moment, Zhou Xiaodai felt a profound numbness throughout his body, struggling to suppress even the non-existent mucus from his nose. He was utterly astounded by the unexpected gift. Upon hearing Zhou Xiaodai's words of appreciation, Chan Fengshu and Mayor Huang, who had not been focusing on the camera, instinctively retrieved their phones, swiftly entering the live broadcast room. With just a glance, the rockets launched, dazzling their eyes. As the donations surged, the number of viewers in the live stream escalated rapidly. It was only when Zhou Xiaodai mentioned his lack of authority to engage in transactions that the excited President Hong finally paused his frantic clicking. Is this truly so affluent? Mayor Huang swallowed hard and hastily approached the live stream phone, offering his own thanks first. He then solemnly clasped his hands towards the camera. Greetings, esteemed President. Thank you for your contributions to poverty alleviation efforts. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm the mayor of Chilin County. May I inquire what has prompted such generosity towards this copper figure? Is there a deeper story? Indeed, another rocket launched, causing Mayor Huang's eyelids to twitch. In the office, Huang Sihai grew anxious, quickly interjecting, President, my esteemed leader, we are currently the top donor. There is no need for continuous rockets. A mere comment from us will surely draw immediate attention. Really? President Hong shot him an annoyed glare. He then sent another barrage of rockets, his excitement palpable. This copper figure could very well be the legendary. The elder's enthusiasm was palpable. He clicked several more rockets, seemingly needing to vent his exhilaration. Huang Sihai, witnessing this extraordinary display, felt a twinge of envy. He had thought himself extravagant, only to realize how trivial he seemed compared to the president. What madness is this? Can one truly become addicted to sending rockets? At that moment, he regretted informing the elder about this situation. Otherwise, they could have saved a considerable sum. Meanwhile, Chen Fengshu was left bewildered. Was the Traditional Chinese Medicine Association truly out of their minds to lavish such amounts on a mere copper figure? Even he found the sum enticing. Yet, He was left pondering whether this copper figure was genuinely worth such a fortune. Impossible. In this remote village, with nothing but 2 stools and a table in a health clinic, they claimed to have uncovered a remarkable national treasure. Would you believe it? He discreetly glanced at Li Xiaoxian and Jiang Lihua, noticing their silence and understanding the essence of the situation. However, he recognized it was unwise to speak up, lest he be ridiculed. It was better to listen than to speak in this instance. On the other side, Mayor Huang's face was a canvas of barely contained excitement. A national treasure. Can you imagine? A national treasure discovered under his jurisdiction, and he was present at the scene. How could he not be thrilled? Yet, the Traditional Chinese Medicine Association was teasing him with vague references. Just as he was about to press for more information, Chun Fengshu suddenly recalled something. He glanced at the viewer count in the live stream. Good heavens! Over 100,000 viewers online. What a splendid opportunity for self-promotion. I must seize it. He quickly stepped in front of the camera. May I pose a question? You assert this is a national treasure. Is it crafted from pure copper? This unexpected inquiry caught the audience off guard, silencing the chat as they awaited a response from the esteemed figure. The answer was straightforward, devoid of rockets, indicating that President Hong was indifferent to Chun Fengshu. I asked, is it true that only a figure made of pure copper is genuine? Chun Fengshu's expression darkened. Indeed, it is entirely made of brass, he finally revealed. Upon receiving the information he sought, Chun Fengshu smiled. He turned to Jiang Lihua and inquired, is it true that it contains mercury? Jiang Lihua nodded affirmatively. Chun Fengshu felt a surge of confidence. He then beamed at the live stream audience. Ladies and gentlemen, I am Chun Fengshu, a medical practitioner, albeit one who specializes in Western medicine. Although I am not particularly versed in traditional Chinese medicine, nor can I discern the authenticity of this copper figure, I can assert one thing with certainty. It is well known that mercury, also referred to as quicksilver, reacts rapidly with copper, making it impossible for them to coexist. If Director Jiang has not fabricated his claims, and the meridians are indeed filled with mercury, then this copper figure could not possibly be made of copper. And if our friends from the Traditional Chinese Medicine Association assert that a genuine copper figure must be crafted from copper, then what of this mercury-laden figure? Is it truly the revered copper figure we speak of? As Chun Fengshu's words echoed, the audience in the live stream was momentarily bewildered. It was a convoluted argument, but the underlying message was clear. The object in question was a counterfeit. The members of the Traditional Chinese Medicine Association were foolish to shower gifts upon a fraudulent product. Fool, you know nothing. This is the Celestial Sanctum Acupuncture Copper Man. Do you comprehend? Only a figure containing mercury qualifies as authentic. President Hong's frustration was palpable, his nostrils flaring. How could a practitioner of Western medicine dare to critique a sacred item of traditional Chinese medicine? It was infuriating. However, Chun Fengshu, noticing the comments, couldn't he help but smirk. While he lacked understanding of traditional medicine, the significance of this copper figure, and its authenticity, he harbored an inherent disdain for traditional Chinese medicine as a Western practitioner. At this moment, he was indifferent to the true nature of the copper figure. His only desire was to unsettle the Traditional Chinese Medicine Association, which gave him an inexplicable sense of accomplishment. He then contemptuously gestured towards the camera. I invite the Traditional Chinese Medicine Association to respond. How do you explain the coexistence of mercury and brass? Of course, we could dismantle it and send it for inspection to determine its authenticity. This statement left President Hong momentarily speechless. The chat fell into an eerie silence. The fact that mercury and brass could not coexist was a long-debated truth within the realm of traditional Chinese medicine. Not only could he not answer, but even if the president of the National Traditional Chinese Medicine Association were present, he would likely be at a loss for words, as science offered no explanation. However, dismantling the copper figure for inspection was out of the question. After a prolonged silence, President Hong finally typed a comment in the chat. The wisdom of our ancestors is beyond your comprehension. Is it so difficult to uncover the truth? Chilling County, is it? Provide a specific address, and within 2 days, I shall personally visit to discern the matter. What? You wish to send someone? The audience was momentarily taken aback by this comment. Meanwhile, Li Xiuxian, who had been observing intently, sensed urgency. These people haven't even left yet. You wish to send someone for such a trivial matter? This copper figure was originally procured by me. Later, I deemed it incompatible with my own collection and placed it in the Dan Hall. I never anticipated it would lead to such chaos. He hastily approached Zhou Xiaodai's side. Chapter 32. Li Xiuxian speaks. Excuse me, Miss Zhou, may I say a few words? Li Xiuxian smiled at Zhou Xiaodai. Huh? What do you want to say? Zhou Xiaodai blinked, somewhat perplexed. To be frank, in her eyes, Li Xiuxian appeared far too youthful. Had he not been adorned with the title of village chief, she would have paid him no mind, particularly at such a critical juncture. After all, if anyone were to speak, it should rightly be Director Jiang, the true master of this establishment, who possesses a deeper understanding of the copper figure. However, since he had already begun to speak, Zhou Xiaodai had no choice but to shift her focus to him. Thank you for your kind attention. I am the village chief of this locality. Regarding the copper figure, I possess a fair amount of knowledge. Indeed, the metal is brass, and the liquid is mercury. Your inquiry revolves around why mercury does not amalgamate with copper, correct? The answer is quite straightforward. Quite straightforward, you say? Chun Fengshu, unable to contain himself, interjected. Such matters cannot be so simple. If they were, all the years I spent studying would have been for naught. Li Xiuxian, undeterred by the interruption, merely cast a glance at Jiang Lihua. Immediately, the elder hurriedly fetched a wooden basin. Before the astonished crowd, Li Xiuxian approached the copper figure, which rested upon a small base. He gently twisted a switch located beneath the base, and a silvery column of liquid erupted forth with a resounding splash. At that moment, the onlookers were left in awe. Is that truly mercury? Chun Fengshu leaped back 3 paces, hastily distancing himself from the copper figure, while simultaneously covering his nose and warning others, quickly, it's toxic. Beware of the vapors. Indeed, mercury is known for its volatile and highly toxic nature. Yet, Li Xiuxian remained unfazed. After collecting the mercury, he deftly poured it into the hollow top of the copper figure. Once sealed, he clapped his hands and declared, "All is well. The interior indeed contains mercury. This question has been resolved. Now, let us address the matter of the copper figure's material composition." With that, Li Xiuxian strode to the back of the copper figure and, before the astonished audience, opened its rear panel. The internal structure was clearly revealed. Though it was not crafted from copper, but rather wood, painted to resemble the color of real organs. At first glance, it appeared remarkably lifelike. As he disassembled the figure, he explained, "This is disassemblable. To claim it is purely copper would be inaccurate. Observe, there is wood within." He quickly extracted the wooden components, carelessly discarding them around him. After gently tapping the copper figure, he added, "Listen to the echo. This confirms that the outer layer is undoubtedly pure copper. The mercury just introduced resides entirely within this copper body." As for why mercury and copper do not react, the explanation was even simpler. Just then, far away in Magic City, Hong Qingzu and Huang Sihai felt a shiver run down their spines. Particularly, Hong Qingzu's lips and throat trembled with excitement. It is absolutely genuine, exactly as recorded in ancient texts. It can be opened from the back, with internal organs that are removable for research. His heart raced with exhilaration, his hands trembling as he held his phone, the screen shaking with his fervor. The rise of traditional Chinese medicine is finally within reach. The old man excitedly embraced Huang Sihai, his mind already envisioning a bright future. If they could procure the copper figure and replicate its structure, the field of traditional medicine, especially acupuncture, would witness a significant influx of qualified practitioners. This was not merely about the copper figure. It was the heavenly sacred acupuncture copper figure, developed by the foremost masters of acupuncture during the Song dynasty. It epitomized the zenith of acupuncture knowledge, rectifying past errors and standardizing techniques and depths of needle insertion. With such a figure, the issues stemming from individual practitioners' variances in technique would be eliminated. This copper figure could resolve all such concerns. As it was the most precise model imaginable, practicing acupuncture with it would ensure that if mercury was released upon needle insertion, the placement was accurate. If not, it was incorrect. With a few years of practice, one could emerge fully competent. This was a far cry from the current methods that relied on personal experimentation. Moreover, the intricate network of meridians it represented was beyond the reach of modern scientific replication. The enigmatic distribution of acupoints was something even the most advanced medical machines could not discern. Since it could not be identified, it certainly could not be simulated. Thus, this copper figure, having survived for millennia, possessed not only historical significance but also immense value. Its practical worth paled in comparison to its historical value, which alone would qualify it as a national treasure. However, the external value was trivial when juxtaposed with its practical utility, which was immeasurable. President Hong was particularly anxious to understand why copper and mercury did not react, thus preserving the integrity of the copper figure. This was a mystery that had persisted through the ages. He gazed at Huang Zihai for a long while, yet Li Xiuxian remained silent, revealing nothing, leaving the urgency palpable in the air. This was not an intentional withholding of information on Li Xiuxian's part. Rather, he seized the opportunity to closely examine the fascinating phone in his possession. While others may have perceived the copper figure as a treasure, to him, it was merely a collection of scrap metal, with an interest in the phone that far eclipsed his fascination with the figure. He had been engrossed in studying the screen for quite some time when the incessant urging from the comments prompted him to clear his throat awkwardly. Do not fret. The reason copper and mercury do not amalgamate is quite simple. Just keep the two substances separated. As soon as he uttered these words, not only was Chun Fengshu taken aback, but so too were Hong Qingzu and the others. Chun Fengshu stepped forward, though he dared not approach the mercury-filled copper figure. He cautiously voiced the collective concern. You speak so lightly, but how is that even possible? Especially in the context of the Song dynasty? It is impossible, absolutely impossible. Li Xiuxian, taken aback by their unwavering confidence and apparent foolishness, could not fathom why such a simple question ignited such debate. Yet, he was disinclined to linger on the matter. With a touch of humor, he looked at the phone screen and began to elucidate. It is indeed quite simple. Before pouring in the mercury, one must first melt a sufficient amount of yellow wax and fill it within, allowing the wax to adhere to the inner walls of the meridians, thereby forming a protective layer. Once the wax cools and solidifies, it creates a barrier that mercury cannot corrode. Thus, the issue is resolved. His brief explanation left Chun Fengshu astonished, causing him to retreat several steps. As a fellow medical practitioner, he was well aware of the dangers of mercury poisoning, which led many to seek medical attention each year. Could it truly be that this problem had such a straightforward solution? At that moment, even Hong Qingzhao, who had debated this issue for countless years, found himself blushing with embarrassment. Without needing further elaboration, he mentally retraced the entire process and recognized its feasibility. Yet, it was precisely this simple matter that had sparked years of contention within the contemporary medical community. Reflecting on this, one could not help but find it somewhat amusing. The issue had been uncomplicated all along, but they had chosen to complicate what was inherently simple, believing oneself to be astute, yet ultimately revealing a foolishness. However, Chun Fengshu remains obstinate, taking a step forward, her eyes narrowing slightly. Even so, why resort to mercury? It is highly toxic. Surely the creator of such a substance would not be ignorant of such a fundamental issue? If that were the case, how laughable. This bronze figure would merely epitomize folly. Chapter 33. Blessings for Traditional Chinese Medicine. Confronted by Chun Fengshu's aggressive demeanor, Li Xiuxian merely smiled faintly and replied nonchalantly, "This matter is quite straightforward. Mercury is exceptionally dense, approximately 13 times heavier than an equal volume of water. To ascertain the precision of acupuncture, mercury is the only suitable medium. Otherwise, if one were to seal the puncture with wax, the needle would not allow the water to flow through due to the excessively small aperture. Only mercury can flow out naturally in such conditions. As for danger, ha ha ha, as the Buddha said, if I do not enter hell, who will? As a healer, this minor risk is inconsequential. With proper ventilation, the fundamental issues are negligible. Moreover, The mercury extracted by the needle is minimal and will not spill out. It poses no significant threat. Li Xiuxian's explanation left Chen Fengshu bewildered, as his logic seemed irrefutable. The only way to uncover the truth was to personally attempt the acupuncture. The most pressing question remained. Why were there new puncture marks on the acupuncture copper figure, yet not a single drop of mercury emerged? This seemed highly suspicious. However, recalling that old Jiang had previously acknowledged the apparatus was faulty, Chen Fengshu felt a sense of calm wash over him. He did not doubt acupuncture's potential to heal. Even if he did, the broken device would hardly yield substantial results. His companions, including Hong Qingzu, also harbored similar doubts. Nonetheless, this did not concern him greatly. Perhaps the exit was merely blocked. A first-hand inspection would surely allow for repairs. Once rectified, who could doubt the resurgence of acupuncture techniques? He then turned to the barrage of comments, asking, "Comrade Village Chief, is your village willing to sell the copper figure? The Traditional Chinese Medicine Association in Modu is prepared to offer a handsome price. Of course, please do not rush. If you are willing to voluntarily surrender it to the state." Voluntarily surrender? Li Xiuxian raised an eyebrow, expressing his confusion. Voluntarily surrendering indicates your elevated consciousness. The state shall bestow upon you, your village, and even the health clinic a banner of honor. Additionally, a reward of 500 yuan. Money is merely a token, but that banner symbolizes prestige. Do you understand? This barrage of persuasion made Chen Fengshu yearn to kick the Traditional Chinese Medicine Association representative away. They were losing all semblance of dignity. He had just taken the time to research this so-called heavenly sacred acupuncture copper figure. If it were indeed what they claimed, its value was beyond imagination. He understood the immense significance and status this object held within the realm of traditional Chinese medicine. He firmly believed that anyone involved in the field would go to great lengths to acquire it. As for its practical value, Chen Fengshu had no faith in that. However, that did not diminish its potential worth. His thoughts were already racing. For him, traditional Chinese medicine was a harmful practice. Had it not been for such beliefs, he was convinced his childhood would not have been so tragic. This conviction was ingrained in his very being. If he were to sell, he would market this copper figure to the land of cherry blossoms, leveraging his connections there. Why wait any longer? He was well aware that the fools in that country were as enamored with traditional Chinese medicine as those in his own land. Had he not seen the vast majority of the traditional Chinese medicine enterprises in his country were under their control? This so-called heavenly sacred acupuncture copper figure would undoubtedly entice them to invest heavily. As for its presence within the borders of Huaxia, he wished to see nothing associated with traditional Chinese medicine. With this in mind, he had already determined the fate of the heavenly sacred acupuncture copper figure. His mind was consumed with thoughts of how to acquire it and subsequently resell it. Once sold, he believed the profits would be sufficient to allow him to resume his collaboration with Professor Wang on his unique abilities. At that point, he would achieve fame and stand at the center of global power. Meanwhile, upon hearing the word honor, Li Xiuxian's eyes sparkled with excitement. His extensive experiences over the past few millennia had taught him that the people from the lower lands placed a paramount importance on honor, often above life itself. Had he not observed countless historical figures who prioritized the concerns of the world before their own? This was what honor and a sense of responsibility entailed. Moreover, those involved in poverty alleviation were even more obsessed with honor than with life itself. Thus, he felt genuinely moved. With such honor, the status of his village would soar. It would be akin to a title from bygone eras. Even without any power, the mere presence of such an honor would elevate their standing. Furthermore, who would dare to engage in poverty alleviation in a village that had achieved honor? That would be a violation of their village's prestige. As these thoughts swirled, a glimmer of wisdom flickered in his eyes. However, he had not descended from the mountain in over 40 years and was completely unaware that for most of the people from the lower lands, the prevailing belief was that in the face of money, even the most formidable spirits must bow low. As for honor, just as he was about to give an affirmative response, Liu Kongshan, who had been dumbfounded for an extended period, could no longer contain himself. "Hey, everyone! Shouldn't your focus be on me here? I've been lying here groaning for ages after finishing my smoke. If no one helps soon, I might not last much longer. At that moment, everyone finally noticed the protagonist lying on the ground. They exchanged glances. Had he not spoken, they might have forgotten him entirely. So captivated were they by the heavenly sacred acupuncture copper figure. The camera shifted to Liu Kongshan, and even the seasoned Hong Qingzu found his pupils contracting in shock. He had not watched the live stream earlier and was witnessing it for the first time. The swelling was akin to a small hill, sending chills down his spine. Quickly, he typed out a flurry of messages. Saving a life is akin to extinguishing a fire. Hurry and assist him. Everything else can wait. We can discuss the rest later. Having said this, he turned to Huang Zihai, who wasted no time in recounting the earlier events in detail. Upon hearing the account, President Hong was astonished. You mean to say that the elderly gentleman intended to treat such an injury using acupuncture? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Yet before he could finish speaking, his expression transformed into one of excitement. Wait, what did you just say? The elder began with 8 silver needles? What extraordinary skill is this? Could it be some ancient, lost technique? Yes, there is definitely a possibility. A predecessor possessing the heavenly sacred acupuncture copper figure would undoubtedly possess medical skills that defy comprehension. Quickly, Zihai, record everything. We cannot miss a single frame. At that moment, President Hong was ecstatic. He had just learned of the whereabouts of the heavenly sacred acupuncture copper figure, and now someone was generously offering a long-lost technique for administering acupuncture. It would be nearly impossible for traditional Chinese medicine not to experience a resurgence. Ha ha ha. In the next competition between Chinese and Western medicine, I shall see how those aging Western practitioners can contend with the esteemed traditional Chinese medicine. Our 5,000-year civilization will undoubtedly rise anew, riding the waves of a new era, ruthlessly trampling down these lesser beings. Ha ha ha. Blessings for traditional Chinese medicine. Chapter 34. The 8-needle shock technique. As the scene shifted, Li Xiuxian felt a tinge of dissatisfaction. Why did that old man, choose this moment to meddle with such a momentous occasion for the village? However, there was little he could do. After all, this man was part of some association. Though the details of its background remained obscure, it surely held considerable weight. He had introduced himself as the president of this association and mentioned national honors, suggesting a high status beneath the mountain. Now that he had insisted on saving someone first, it would be impolite to disregard his request. But who was to be saved? Kongshan? Li Xiuxian rolled his eyes disdainfully. Did that man truly need saving? He was a practitioner of body refinement. A broken bone or a sore back was hardly a grave matter. A few days of rest would suffice. Reluctantly, he exchanged a glance with Jiang Lihua, too apathetic to even communicate telepathically. Jiang Lihua, sensing the urgency, promptly instructed the others to exit the hall, positioning himself at the entrance to observe. Once everything was settled, he bent down to examine Kongshan's back injury again. With a stern warning, he cautioned, "It may hurt a bit, hold on." Then, with a flicker of white light at his fingertips, 8 silver needles materialized between his fingers. At that moment, President Hong, watching the live stream, was exhilarated. He was more thrilled than anyone else present. Never had he anticipated witnessing such a needle technique in his lifetime. Yet, Jiang Lihua had no time for their reverie. With deft movements, he plunged the needles down, the 8 gleaming points slicing through the hearts of the onlookers. In the next instant, a blood-curdling scream echoed through the clinic, reverberating through the woods and sending birds and beasts fleeing in terror. However, at that moment, Jiang Lihua's complexion was flushed. After a millennium, this was a rare opportunity for him to make a move. To everyone's astonishment, Kongshan was still able to scream, as 8 golden needles glimmered at Jiang's fingertips. At this moment, the crowd was left in awe. What kind of divine needle technique was this? Logically speaking, acupuncture should not inflict such pain, as acupuncture points lack a nervous system. The most one might feel was a slight prick upon needle insertion. Yet, some skilled acupuncturists could insert needles without causing any sensation at all. But the current situation, President Hong was left in a state of confusion. He could only mutter, "This ancient acupuncture technique is truly profound. I cannot fathom its depth." Before they could continue their musings, another 8 golden beams flashed by, each one more opulent than the last, imparting a sense of weightiness. As these 8 golden needles descended, there were no cries of anguish, only a muffled grunt from El Kongshan. Subsequently, his head, which had been thrown back in a pained roar, thudded to the ground. Thump! It was unclear whether he was alive or dead, but he certainly appeared motionless. At this moment, everyone held their breath, fearful of disturbing Master Jiang. More accurately, the cruel nature of his needle technique had left their minds in disarray. After a considerable pause, Jiang Lihua solemnly reached out to check El Kongshan's breath, then clapped his hands and slowly rose, wearing an expression of completion. The entire scene was tranquil. For a time, the onlookers were still entranced by El Kongshan's earlier screams, too shocked to move. In contrast, the viewers in the live stream, lacking the visceral impact of the scene, could no longer contain their astonishment. Was that it? Had it concluded so swiftly? The entire episode had lasted mere blinks of an eye. Was that old man still alive? What an extraordinary acupuncture technique. Such a domineering method of needling. Was this really just acupuncture, or was it the rumored art of killing? At this moment, the barrage of comments illuminated the screen, jolting Zhou Xiaodai from her stupor. Her face was a canvas of shock as a vivid image flashed in her mind, merging with Jiang Lihua before her. In that instant, Zhou Xiaodai was so frightened that she nearly trembled, her lips quivering. Old Madame Rong. At that moment, I felt as though I had seen old Madame Rong. No, not just old Madame Rong, but an exaggerated version of her. It was known that old Madame Rong used only 1 needle at a time. Yet this seemingly kind old man had employed 8. The agony, just thinking about it, made Zhou Xiaodai instinctively take a step back, as if trying to retreat into the crowd to escape this demon before her. In her eyes, Jiang Lihua's gentle smile felt like the mockery of death itself. It was terrifying. Did they not see that El Kongshan was a powerhouse capable of tossing grinding wheels? Yet, after just a few needles from this old man, he was left in a state of uncertainty about life or death. Meanwhile, Chun Fengshu, standing beside Zhou Xiaodai, gradually regained his composure, but instead of fear, he was consumed by a rage that made his entire body tremble. Indeed, I knew it. Traditional Chinese medicine is a tool for harm. Another one has perished. Hurry, someone. We need to call for help. Call the police. Quickly. With Chun Fengshu's frantic outburst, the others around him also snapped out of their daze, though their faces were still marked by shock. The anguish in El Kongshan's cries had been utterly heart-wrenching, piercing through to their souls and nearly bringing them to tears. Fortunately, everyone retained their rationality and were not swayed by Chun Fengshu's wild claims. Yet, like headless flies, they looked to their leader, County Chief Wang. County Chief Wang remained composed, casting a glance at the smiling Jiang Lihua. However, at that moment, the old man's demeanor sent chills down his spine. The technique he employed was genuinely frightening. He could sense that this old man possessed formidable skills. At the very least, the needle's force could penetrate bone. Otherwise, El Kongshan would never have screamed so pathetically. If he rashly charged forward, what if he angered the old man? Most of those he had brought along were not fighters. The atmosphere in the hall grew tense and awkward. Fortunately, someone nudged Zhou Xiaodai's back and pointed at the hanging camera, reminding her, "Hey, that Zhou streamer, it seems like someone has gifted you something. Why not take a look?" Hearing this, Zhou Xiaodai, still trembling, picked up her phone like a startled bird. Just a glance made her lips twitch. Indeed, her camera had tilted, and she had inadvertently made President Hong anxious. A flurry of rockets rained down as if they were free, all to adjust the camera for the streamer. Finally noticing the stream, Elder Hong quickly sent a comment. "Hurry, girl. Go capture the specifics of the needle placement." This, Zhou Xiaodai felt paralyzed. Go up, capture the specifics? Now, just seeing Jiang Lihua's sinister smile made her knees tremble. Chapter 35. The mysterious interval. On one hand, there was her life, and on the other, her professional integrity. The overwhelming pressure eventually compelled her to slowly activate the rarely used zoom function of her camera. In the blink of an eye, the lens swiftly zoomed in, focusing directly on the back of the elderly man, Lu. 16 slender needles of gold and silver glimmered under the lens, captured in exquisite detail. Even the fine hairs on his back were barely discernible. At this sight, Zhou Xiaodai couldn't help but smile. The Huaxia camera was indeed remarkable. Its zoom function alone far surpassed that of a shoddy Apple product. It was simply an essential tool for both home and discreet outdoor observations. Meanwhile, Hong Qingzhu observed the needle insertion points on the image, prompting Huang Sihai to bring over a rubber mannequin. In mere moments, they successfully simulated all the acupuncture points and depths. However, once the simulation was complete, both Hong Qingzhu and Huang Sihai were left in a state of bewilderment. After a long pause, it was the still-dazed Huang Sihai who first spoke. "President, are there really acupuncture points at these 16 locations?" At this moment, President Hong lifted his gaze to meet Huang Sihai's, his expression equally perplexed. Strangely enough, there were indeed 16 significant acupuncture points nearby. Yet, regarding the needle insertion positions, how should one put it? If one were to say they were accurately struck, it seemed they were slightly off by a fraction. Conversely, if one claimed they missed entirely, the vigor and confidence displayed by the needle practitioner made it hard to dismiss. The two men exchanged blank stares, as if an old crow were hovering above them. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until President Hong began to mentally reassemble all the content from the earlier live broadcast. While a lack of overlap might have been acceptable, the moment he found a connection, he couldn't help but twitch his lips in irritation. Yet, as his thoughts shifted, a flicker of joy unexpectedly appeared on his face, and he excitedly glanced at the still confounded Huang Sihai, speaking in a slightly trembling voice. "Sihai, but the heavenly sacred bronze man may not be damaged." "What?" Huang Sihai was momentarily taken aback, reaching out to test the old man's forehead. "Get away." Hong brushed his hand aside and continued. "Didn't we previously note that the acupuncture points were all new, with no trace of mercury leaking out?" "Yes, what of it?" Huang Sihai looked puzzled. Yet, Hong Qingzhu quickly presented him with a bold idea. "We instinctively regarded this elderly figure as a legendary acupuncture master due to the presence of the heavenly sacred bronze man. But what if alternatively this so-called master never actually inserted the needles into the waxy points?" This revelation stunned Huang Sihai momentarily. However, upon further contemplation, he thought, by heavens, that might indeed be a possibility. But such a notion was hard to believe. Here was a master of acupuncture standing guard over the heavenly sacred acupuncture bronze man. And yet you're telling me he couldn't even insert a needle properly? As Huang Sihai stood there, still processing this line of thought, Hong Qingzhu grew anxious. "Quickly, stop dawdling. ISN it in Chelan County? Hurry and book a flight. We need to catch the next available plane. Also, reach out to our connections and contact the local staff. We must secure the heavenly sacred acupuncture bronze man at the earliest opportunity." Huang Sihai, feeling the urgency of the command, did not dare to delay, hastily exiting to his office to make the necessary arrangements. In the Changsheng Village Health Center, the atmosphere was somewhat awkward. An elderly man lay on the floor, seemingly oblivious to his fate, while a sinister-looking figure smiled at the others. And a group of poverty alleviation team members stood frozen at the door. Fortunately, Li Xiuxian noticed the unease among the crowd and quickly approached the unconscious Lu Kongshan, feigning seriousness as he reached to check for breath. Turning back, he deliberately displayed a faint smile, reassuring everyone, "He is alive, still alive. There is no need for concern." As he spoke, he grasped the limp wrist of the elderly man, gently pressing his fingers, continuing, "The pulse is steady and strong. He is just startled. A good sleep should set him right. There is no need for worry." Upon hearing this, the initially anxious poverty alleviation team members felt a slight relief, though they still hesitated to approach. Fortunately, County Head Huang stepped forward, taking 3 strides to Lu Kongshan's side. Mimicking Li Xiuxian, he checked for breath and indeed confirmed there was a faint sign of life. He then turned to the others, nodding, which elicited relieved expressions from the team. "Is village head Li also skilled in medicine?" one of them inquired. This Li Xiuxian hesitated, scratching his head sheepishly. I have a little knowledge, just a bit. Not very proficient. Hearing this, Elder Jiang couldn't help but feel a twinge of disbelief, thinking to himself, Master, if you aren't proficient, then what am I? Let us not forget, it was you who brought back that bronze figure in the first place. Unbeknownst to them, Chen Fengshu, seizing a moment amidst the conversation, discreetly sent out a message. After dispatching the information, he approached County Head Huang with a dark expression. County Head, are you really just going to leave this matter of life and death unresolved? Before Huang could respond, Li Xiuxian quickly embraced Chen Fengshu, drawing him into his arms. Oh, Dr. Chen, you needn't worry. Grandpa Lu will surely be full of life by morning. But we must get to work. Work? What work? What could we possibly have to do together? Chen Fengshu replied, visibly displeased. What a joke. You, a village head from a remote area, hugging me? Don't you realize how many germs you carry? Get off me. He fumed inwardly. Yet, when he attempted to push Li away, he found he couldn't budge him at all. At that moment, he was utterly bewildered. Are the villagers this strong? It felt as though he were caught in a vice grip. After several futile attempts to escape, he looked up and found himself outside in the courtyard. What is happening? He wondered, his mind swirling. Just as he was about to voice his confusion, he noticed a brief exchange of glances between Li Xiuxian and some villagers. He swore it was merely a fleeting moment. However, before he could decipher their communication, he turned around. With a loud crash, a large square table had appeared before him, followed closely by 2 chairs positioned on either side. He then felt a gentle pressure on his shoulders from behind, and upon glancing back, he realized he had been seated on a chair. Before him, a long queue had formed, seemingly out of nowhere. What is going on? Can someone tell me? Don't worry about what is happening inside the hall. Just focus on completing the health check process. Li Xiuxian's voice echoed in his ears, sending a wave of unease through him. It all felt bizarre. Everything had escalated too quickly, too suddenly. Just moments ago, he had intended to call for help. How had he suddenly become the one conducting consultations? He felt as if he were experiencing a surreal sense of disconnection, akin to being lost in a dream. Yet, oddly enough, it also seemed rather reasonable. What am I here for? To undergo a health check. Chapter 36. The dog screenwriter come out well. Shall we begin? Li Xiuxian remarked, patting Chen Fengshu on the shoulder with an expression of gratitude. Yet, at that moment, Chen Fengshu was utterly bewildered. The lifeless body still lay in the hall behind them, and a copper figure, potentially worth a fortune, remained without explanation. And now you want me to undergo a physical examination? Just as he was about to rise in protest, County Chief Huang and Old Man Jiang emerged, chatting and laughing. Behind them, 2 poverty alleviation team members were carrying Lu Kongshan as if they were heading somewhere. Where are they taking him? Did I really miss so much after that ruckus? Countless questions swirled in Chen Fengshu's mind. Just as he was about to voice his confusion, County Chief Huang approached him, beaming with joy. Dr. Chen, why the rush to accompany village chief Li? Is your eagerness to serve the people so overwhelming? He chuckled heartily. Well, go ahead and check. With that, the county chief made to enter the hall again. This left Chen Fengshu in a state of panic. Is this some kind of madness? Why has everyone's attitude suddenly shifted? He quickly inquired, County Chief, what is going on? And what about the old man from the Lu family? He cast a puzzled look at Huang. Huang maintained a broad smile. Who told you to hurry off? Old Man Jiang just explained to us that everything was an act. A performance, in fact, to showcase their village's treasure, the heavenly saint acupuncture copper figure. Fake. Fake? Chen Fengshu was momentarily stunned. But then, his expression turned grave. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I personally examined the old man's injuries. How could it be fake? Look, he pointed towards the direction where the old man was being carried away. Am I blind? He's still being carried. If it were fake, how could he be in such a state? Shouldn't he be lively and well? Oh, that? The old gentleman truly twisted his waist, but he should be fine after a good night's sleep, Huang replied dismissively. What nonsense! Can anyone believe such fairy tales? Chen Fengshu was bewildered. After all, how could one simply sleep off such an injury? This is an affront to my years of medical training. Just as he was about to argue further, doubt began to creep into his mind. Huang was no fool. Why would he believe such ridiculous claims? How had he found himself outside without realizing it? Everything felt so bizarre. Moreover, everyone else seemed oblivious to any discrepancies. This Longsheng village must harbor secrets. I must uncover the truth. As he pondered this, a series of knocks echoed from the table in front of him. Hey, big doctor, I've been waiting forever. When will you start the examination? Hurry up, one person shouted, the crowd's dissatisfaction rising in unison. With that uproar, Longsheng village took on the atmosphere of a raucous countryside gathering. Li Xiaoxian couldn't help but feel a sense of satisfaction. This is what it means to transcend the mundane while still engaging with it. The essence of worldly culture has been deftly captured. As the noise escalated, County Chief Huang, who had just returned to the hall, looked dumbfounded. He had been preparing to discuss the ownership of the Heavenly Saint acupuncture copper figure with Director Jiang when the commotion outside erupted. Reluctantly, he dashed back out. What's going on? What is happening now? Seeing Huang's displeasure, a member of the poverty alleviation team stepped forward to explain. After listening, Huang slowly approached Chun Fengshu and urged, Dr. Chun, what is the matter? Weren't you just brimming with enthusiasm to serve the people? Why the sudden silence? Chun Fengshu felt like flipping the table in frustration. What enthusiasm? You left me here to attend to a bunch of unruly villagers while you waltzed off to scheme over the copper figure? Is there such a good deal to be had? Yet, with no excuse to protest, he could only suggest, County Chief, the villagers feel a sense of closeness when they see you. Perhaps you could stay here and engage with them a little longer? It would allow them to appreciate your contributions more. Huang felt a twinge of embarrassment at this suggestion. Truth be told, he had no time to linger. But that little Li, bless him, had taken it upon himself to snap a few cheerful photos of their interaction with the villagers. Now, he couldn't leave without appearing insincere, risking being labeled as merely posing for the camera by the online community. He shot a displeased glance at little Li, thinking you, young man, seem to be treading a narrow path. Why can't you learn from village chief Li and be more considerate? Just pull Chun Fengshu away, leaving me here. Little Li, blissfully unaware of the underlying tensions, continued snapping photos, thinking these will make excellent promotional materials. Leaders visiting the countryside to personally oversee and comfort the villagers. Receiving enthusiastic feedback. Seeing that County Chief Huang showed no sign of leaving anytime soon. Chun Fengshu quickly opened his backpack and pulled out a collection of modern medical instruments, a blood pressure monitor, a blood glucose meter, and a stethoscope. After rummaging through, he finally found a vision test chart. This is what you'll use for the examination? Huang's expression soured. Who are you trying to fool? It feels like a makeshift health station at a market, catering to the elderly for blood pressure tests and selling health supplements. Noticing Huang's discontent, Chun Fengshu quickly clarified. County Chief, the time is short and the tasks are heavy. A basic examination will suffice. I lack the resources for blood tests. Honestly, I didn't anticipate so many people. He reluctantly produced a small box containing several vials, initially meant for Professor Wang for routine testing. However, given the circumstances, he had no choice but to use them to create an impression. If he didn't provide something substantial, the villagers might be easily appeased. But the online viewers would be a different story entirely. But mere minutes into the examination, Chun Fengshu was left speechless, as were County Chief Wang and the poverty alleviation team. The live stream was rife with ridicule. Script. This dog of a script is too absurd. Dog screenwriter. Come out and face your punishment. Are you insulting our intelligence? Their intense reaction stemmed from the fact that, up until that point, everything had proceeded normally, with blood pressure readings and other metrics appearing entirely standard. However, during the vision test, they were flabbergasted. Could anyone believe that a group of elderly individuals could read every detail of a vision chart from 10 meters away with perfect accuracy? Even the most skilled sniper in the army couldn't achieve such precision. Chapter 37. The affairs of Changsheng village surge to the trendy searches. It is exceedingly peculiar. This village undoubtedly harbors secrets. Chun Fengshu's mind was a tempest of turmoil. In a seemingly ordinary village, how could anyone possess such remarkable eyesight? However, it did not take long for Li Xiaoxian to sense something amiss. It was not due to his lack of preparation. Rather, He had never encountered a vision test before, leaving him utterly unguarded. After several elderly villagers completed their tests, he hastily relayed an urgent message, instructing everyone to cease their inquiries. Mistakes had been made in every direction, yet it was too late to mend them. The earlier live stream had already been manipulated by those with ulterior motives into a short video that circulated online. Why do centenarians in this village possess such astonishing vision? Is it an unscrupulous script or a new direction for human evolution? The following video will astound your senses. Note, it is live footage. Live footage. Live footage. While these matters fervently fermented online, the atmosphere in Changsheng village remained undisturbed. After all, how many villagers own computers? Not to mention smartphones, which many had never even seen. At this moment, the fervor of online discussions was of little concern to county head Huang, who was busily overwhelmed. Initially, the startling water buffalo had shaken the livestock industry, and news had gradually spread beyond the borders. More netizens wielding videos of the water buffalo pointed their fingers directly at the nation of A3. Typically, it was A3 that posted videos boasting about surpassing and overpowering Huaxia. While the Huaxia Water Army could often ignore such provocations, how could they resist seizing this golden opportunity? Wasn't your buffalo a totem? Look at ours. How magnificent it is. In an instant, a video was thrust into their faces, taunting them to kneel before their deities. This wave of mockery incensed the people of A3. Yet, when they opened the video, they were rendered speechless upon first glance. Many citizens even found themselves bowing before the screen. Why? Had anyone ever seen a water buffalo of such size? It must surely be a divine manifestation. The Buffalo Association of A3 hastily convened an emergency meeting. The rationale was simple. After discussions and observations by several bovine experts, they had concluded that this buffalo's lifespan exceeded 40 years. The typical lifespan of a water buffalo capped at around 25 years. What else could this be but a miracle? The agenda of their meeting was to venture to Huaxia and retrieve the divine buffalo. As for why A3 regarded this buffalo with such solemnity, most were well aware. In A3, the buffalo is the steed of the supreme deity, rumored to house divine spirits within its belly. The saying humans are inferior to buffalo captures the essence of A3's reality. The villagers of Changsheng, of course, remained oblivious to these matters. They were also unaware that, due to a single message from Chun Fengshu, the influence of the heavenly sacred acupuncture copper figure was spreading like a nuclear explosion, quickly engulfing the distant land of the cherry blossom kingdom. Major traditional Chinese medicine companies were already issuing orders to verify its authenticity. In no time, countless netizens from the cherry blossom kingdom utilized VPNs to access the Huaxia internet, searching solely for information related to the heavenly sacred acupuncture copper figure. They swiftly propelled the topic to trending status, even surpassing the water buffalo in popularity. Initially, many domestic Chinese medicine associations were oblivious to the situation, but soon they too were flustered. They scrambled to establish connections, ultimately reaching the attention of Hong Qingzhu. The moment he was preparing to board a flight, he was left bewildered. Who leaked the information? Why were so many colleagues calling to confirm? He even received calls from individuals he did not recognize. These were merely scattered individuals, as the domestic regard for traditional medicine paled in comparison to the cherry blossom kingdom's esteem. Meanwhile, the largest traditional Chinese medicine corporation within the cherry blossom kingdom was convening an emergency meeting. The atmosphere in the conference room was tense and oppressive. Over 30 esteemed figures in traditional medicine gathered, their attention fixed on the large screen displaying the previous live stream of the heavenly sacred acupuncture copper figure. The footage was played frame by frame, each detail scrutinized to ensure no information was overlooked. Meanwhile, the individual who had relayed the news stood in a corner of the room, bowing respectfully. He was not even permitted to sit. Upon receiving the news, he had promptly passed it along, fully aware that he would not be able to claim the treasure for himself. However, such a valuable asset would surely attract the attention of colossal enterprises. In a matter of time, he had been exceptionally invited to attend the highest-level emergency conference on traditional medicine. Any individual present could shake the medical field with a single stomp. Even those in Western medicine would be wary. This was due to their vast control over traditional Chinese medicine resources, which could rival Western pharmaceuticals. Moreover, they nearly monopolized the majority of herbal gardens in Huaxia. Many prescriptions developed in Huaxia might prove ineffective, but those from the cherry blossom kingdom would be effective, renowned for their potency and safety. Consequently, even the once arrogant Western medicine practitioners refrained from publicly declaring a campaign against traditional Chinese medicine in the cherry blossom kingdom. In fact, the cherry blossom kingdom boldly proclaimed, "Where in the world is the best traditional Chinese medicine? Seek it in the East." This was a banner that even the most orthodox traditional Chinese medicine practitioners from Huaxia dared not challenge. Can you believe it? But this is the reality. When Huaxia treasures are disregarded by Huaxia people, they cannot fault others for valuing them. At that moment in the conference hall, as the footage came to an end, a middle-aged man surveyed the room and spoke slowly. "What are your thoughts? Is it genuine or false? How does it compare to our copper figure?" As his words fell, a flurry of whispers erupted among the gathered dignitaries. Shortly after, an elderly man with graying hair rose, bowing solemnly as he declared, "President, we must secure it at all costs. Thereafter we, the Han physicians of the Cherry Blossom Kingdom, can establish our authenticity." Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man smiled knowingly. Meanwhile, in the nation of the stick, a similar situation was unfolding. Traditional medicine is ours. This copper figure was lost in Huaxia by our ancestors. Yes, we must bring back our national treasure. Concurrently, analogous events transpired globally in regions rich in traditional Chinese medicine culture. At this moment, in Changsheng village, County Head Huang was beaming with joy, unable to contain his excitement upon witnessing the surging trends. How could he not feel exhilarated? Previously, he had spoken of creating an agricultural village or a tourist village. Now, wasn't the concept of a tourist village already materializing? The heavenly sacred acupuncture copper figure village. The acupuncture culture village. With any title bestowed, would tourists not flock to Changsheng village in droves? Once the tourism industry flourished, neighboring villages would undoubtedly reap the benefits. The thought alone was delightful. He resolved to ensure the copper figure remained in their midst. Possessing the copper figure signified wealth. Such a prestigious brand could not be traded for any sum of money. Yet, as he scrolled through the trending topics, confusion began to cloud his joy. His expression shifted from elation to perplexity, and ultimately, he felt a twinge of trepidation. The reason was simple. He noticed that the previously popular vision test videos had mysteriously been taken down, rendering them unsearchable. Logically, these should have garnered the highest attention. Compared to the other two topics, the water buffalo merely piqued curiosity, while the copper figure attracted interest primarily from related industries. However, the vision test should have been the most pressing and popular subject. After all, which family had children without myopia? Which elderly person did not struggle with their eyesight? In such circumstances, one would expect heightened attention. How is it that suddenly there is no news at all? Chapter 38. Li Xiuxian's inquiry, however, at this moment. County Chief Wang had no time to ponder such matters. He had ventured out for poverty alleviation, yet his office phone was inundated with calls. Various enterprises and leaders clamored for him to relay the truth or report relevant matters at the earliest opportunity. The moment he picked up one call and hung up, the mobile phones of all the poverty alleviation team members would be bombarded with calls. What should we do, leader? Little Li, responsible for filming, felt equally helpless. Every time he lifted the camera, his phone would ring incessantly. It was clear that County Chief Wang, being a county head, had to listen to numerous complaints from members. With a decisive wave of his hand, he commanded everyone to turn off their phones. In times like this, he declared, as the saying goes, "Let's allow the bullets to fly for a while longer. The longer they fly, the more anxious they become, and the better our negotiating conditions." What about me? Should I turn mine off too? Zhou Xiaodai asked, somewhat perplexed as she covered the mouthpiece. No need, Anchor Zhou. You may continue. Besides, when a monkey is agitated, it climbs trees. When a dog is anxious, it bites. We must provide them an outlet for their emotions, mustn't we? County Chief Huang chuckled, resembling a commanding general. His hand raised in an authoritative gesture, exuding satisfaction. Fortunately, Li Xiuxian was entirely absorbed in the intriguing items presented by Chen Fengshu. He was far from attentive to the commotion surrounding County Chief Wang. Otherwise, he might have been infuriated beyond measure. He truly could not comprehend how the efficiency of mobile communication could be so high and rapid. In his established mindset, everything was tranquil and time could afford to linger a little longer. What was his blood pressure? And what did it mean when one squeezed or pressed and the column rose? His curiosity was piqued as he lingered near Chen Fengshu. This incessant questioning irked Chen Fengshu. After all, how had Li Xiuxian survived countless years? Did he truly believe it was all due to monotonous meditation? It was merely a desire for occasional novelty. Whenever the tedium became unbearable, he would concoct an excuse to descend the mountain, euphemistically calling it training the mind. In reality, he sought to discover new experiences. Figures like the Bronze Man and Chun Yunyun were brought back through such excursions. Yet now, the spiritual energy on the mountain was too sparse, making it unwise to descend haphazardly, lest he failed to manage unforeseen events in the village. However, the treasures he beheld today reignited his curiosity. These were all novel contraptions. He was genuinely intrigued by the profound changes that seemed to have transpired in just over 40 years. It felt as if these transformations were somehow pulling him in. Yet, clarity eluded him. Hey, get lost. Just as Li Xiuxian was bombarding Chen Fengshu with questions, Chen could no longer tolerate it. Surrounded by a group of rustic villagers, his discomfort had grown unbearable. Now, with Li Xiuxian's sudden surge of curiosity, he felt thoroughly tormented. Nevertheless, Li Xiuxian remained unfazed, pouting slightly. Come on, give me some face. After all, I'm a village head. Upon hearing this, countless elderly faces turned menacing, casting fierce glares at Chen Fengshu from all directions. The sheer intensity of the moment left Chen utterly intimidated. One or two elderly men posed no threat, but facing hundreds was another matter entirely. Even if he could fight them off, the repercussions would be dire. These troublesome villagers. Why must I, Chen Fengshu, endure such misfortune in accepting this wretched position? He lamented inwardly. Yet he wore a radiant smile. Oh, village head Li brotherly. What do you mean by that? You are a prominent village head, while I am merely an ordinary citizen. What face is there to give? He then pointed resolutely at the red column of the blood pressure monitor. This indicates the strength of blood pressure. The levels are crucial for the elderly. Oh, Li Xiuxian found this quite intriguing and casually tried the device on himself, not allowing Chen Fengshu a glimpse. He measured his own pressure and discovered that exerting force caused the reading to rise, while a moment of calm brought it down. Is this contraption reliable? He pondered, soon losing interest and rising to inquire further. By the way, Dr. Chen, do you solely rely on these tools for diagnosis? Chen Fengshu smirked, decidedly unimpressed. This is merely the beginning. At a large hospital, do you know what MRI stands for? Just one testing machine can occupy the space of an entire residence. And what about ultrasound? It can reveal any abnormalities within your abdomen with clarity. X-rays and other advanced technology. These are the realm of modern medicine, something you village folk cannot possibly fathom. As he spoke, a sense of inexplicable pride flickered in Chen Fengshu's eyes, which soon morphed into disdain. Individuals like you from the countryside cannot even begin to comprehend. In the face of Chen Fengshu's derision, Li Xiuxian remained undeterred, turning to glance at the clinic he had established. A tangle of emotions swirled within him. He prided himself on being unassuming, yet the suggestion that he was inferior in any regard unsettled him. Just as in the past, when they claimed his village was impoverished, he had worked tirelessly to build a thriving industry and had even descended to procure the trendiest garments of the time. Now, to hear complaints about the outdated facilities of his clinic stirred a sense of unease within him. Yet, he could not quite grasp these matters. Still, one's dignity must not be compromised. He turned back to Chen Fengshu, his eyes filled with a hint of inquiry. By the way, Dr. Chen, I noticed you fiddling with your tools for quite some time. Do you not practice observation and diagnosis anymore? Is it true that without these instruments, you are incapable of treating patients? This seemingly innocuous question caught Chen Fengshu off guard, rendering him momentarily speechless. Without these devices, he truly felt helpless. When faced with a fever or cold, wouldn't an examination be necessary? His standard procedure involved taking X-rays and conducting blood tests. What? No blood test? How could I ascertain what virus you were infected with without it? If I don't know that, how can I prescribe the correct treatment? Do you not realize that there are dozens of cold medications to choose from? It must be tailored to the specific case. What on earth is this observation and diagnosis nonsense? Oh, are you suggesting that merely checking a pulse will reveal the illness? Give me a break. Taking a pulse only indicates the heart rate. Our Western medicine is grounded in science, you know? Moreover, if we don't conduct all these tests, how will we earn our fees? Don't be foolish. I would almost wish for you to catch a cold just so I could perform an MRI on you. You think a simple pulse check can suffice? That approach lacks scientific validity and economic sense. As he mulled over these thoughts, Chun Fengshu's disdain for Li Xiuxian deepened. Were it not for being on another's territory, he might have called for a security guard to eject this rustic simpleton. Did he not see how he was dressed? Wearing a Changsheng suit. Did he truly believe himself to be a martial arts master? Yet, these words remained unspoken, confined to the realm of his thoughts. Chapter 39. Poverty Alleviation? What nonsense! Just as the two were at an impasse, a voice filled with grievance and age hurriedly approached. Xiao Huang, I refuse to carry on with this dog's job. Whoever wants to do it can go ahead. I can't stand it any longer. Pack up. Let us get out of here. Where's Xiaochun? Where's that rascal? They're all a bunch of scoundrels. At this moment, everyone in the courtyard was taken aback. The voice was utterly ridiculous, reminiscent of a disgruntled housewife. However, as they exchanged glances, confusion filled their hearts. Who exactly was this Xiao Huang? Meanwhile, County Chief Huang was already flushed with anger. He recognized the voice immediately. It belonged to Professor Wang. The crucial point was that it was in front of so many people. It was one thing to call out Chun Fengshu, but how dare he call out Xiao Huang? What would become of his dignity as a county chief if word got out? Yet he understood that to provoke Professor Wang to such a degree, the man must have endured considerable grievance. Otherwise, he would not have dared to call out Xiao Huang in front of so many. The term Xiao Huang signified a personal relationship, indicating camaraderie and a seniority that bestowed a sense of authority. And who was he? The county chief. Was this a veiled attempt to wield his influence? While he felt a surge of discontent, he had no choice but to accept it. After all, Professor Wang was a treasured asset of the county. With a slight grimace, he forced a polite yet awkward smile and hurriedly led several poverty alleviation team members toward the entrance of the courtyard. As he walked, he feigned a tone of indignation, exclaiming, we're here, old Wang. What is going on? Who has been giving you grief?" Before long, County Chief Wang had reached the outer courtyard, only to see Professor Wang shouting and looking back. He was taking 3 steps and turning around, cursing vehemently. Behind him was an incredibly robust middle-aged man, towering nearly 2 meters tall, with a commanding presence, his high nose and slightly hooked eyebrows exuding an air of authority. The sight of the frail Professor Wang standing before such a figure was striking, akin to a wounded chick facing a formidable hawk. The contrast was stark, an elderly man cursing, followed closely by a brawny giant, accompanied by a group of burly men. Such a scene would make anyone aware that the old man was genuinely being bullied. The previously irritated county chief Huang's expression darkened further. How dare someone bully his prized asset? He let out a cold snort in the direction of Li Xiuxian. However, as he turned to look, he found that Li Xiuxian was engrossed in a lively discussion with Chun Fengshu, completely oblivious to his presence. This feeling of being ignored only added fuel to his indignation. He could be approachable, but he was still the esteemed county chief. The dignity of the county could not be tarnished. With a dry cough directed at Li Xiuxian, he attempted to gain attention. Yet the only response was a gust of wind, accompanied by a few withered leaves rustling on the ground. Huang's eyelids twitched uncontrollably. Fortunately, Chun Fengshu, who was engaged in a heated debate with Li Xiuxian, seemed to sense the urgency and promptly nudged Li Xiuxian's shoulder, signaling him to turn around. He was eager to dismiss the man. The longer they conversed, the more he felt as though decades of education were wasted. Hadn't he just witnessed how a few words made him, a learned scholar, appear incompetent? Such humiliation was unbearable. The worst part was that this village chief had the audacity to inquire about the prices of goods down the mountain, even asking about the cost of a magnetic resonance machine or an ultrasound device. Was he joking? How could a mere village afford such expensive medical equipment? Some high-end imported machines cost more than an entire village could ever hope to raise. After all, quality items often cost hundreds of thousands. At this moment, Li Xiuxian was well aware of the commotion outside. However, he chose to feign ignorance. Yet, upon noticing that Chen Fengshu had nudged him, he could no longer maintain the act. Reluctantly, he turned around, a smile spreading across his face. "Hey, leader, what do you need me for?" he called out, dashing over to Huang's side, feigning a look of anxious concern. Seeing this expression, Huang's demeanor softened slightly. He gestured toward Professor Wang and the others. Speaking in a calm tone, "Comrade Xiao Li, do explain what is going on. Do you know who he is? He is a treasure of our county. And look at how upset he is." Li Xiuxian scratched his head, furrowing his brow in genuine confusion, though as the village head, he maintained constant communication with the villagers. How could he not know? If it weren't for the fact that this old man was brought by County Chief Wang, he would have gladly confronted him himself. Just as they stood there, Professor Wang stormed over, his grievances spilling forth in rapid succession. "Xiao Huang, life is unbearable. I can't go on living. Look, you just happen to be here. Without further ado, go fetch someone to prepare me a coffin so I can be buried on the spot, sparing me the agony of living and being a nuisance to others." Listening to this, Huang was taken aback. This wasn't typical behavior for Professor Wang. Growing anxious, he quickly approached the agitated old man, speaking softly. "What's wrong? What happened? Please don't be angry. Do tell, otherwise how can we resolve this?" Professor Wang turned to the brawny man beside him and scoffed before facing Huang. "Xiao Huang, tell me, why did we come here in the first place? To alleviate poverty." Of course, Huang replied, bewildered. But this answer elicited an irate retort from Professor Wang. "Poverty alleviation? Nonsense. Hurry up and pack your things. We're leaving. Some people deserve to be poor." Chapter 40. Your customs are quite frugal. What's the matter? Is the coffin not to be made? Are we packing it up? Suddenly, County Head Huang, with a spark of humor, attempted to lighten the atmosphere with a jest. Yet, as soon as the words left his lips, the old gentleman's beard bristled in anger. He turned abruptly, intending to brush aside Huang and seek out his aide, Chen Fengshu. Fortunately, Huang was quick-witted, seizing the moment to offer an apologetic smile. "Oh dear, our esteemed professor, what seems to be the matter? Merely being angry won't resolve anything, will it? Let him speak. Let us see what filthy words he can muster." The old man retorted fiercely, glaring at the burly man behind him. To be honest, this robust figure was someone County Head Huang had only encountered once at the village entrance. They were strangers to one another. He could only glance back at Li Xiuxian, his eyes clearly conveying the message. "Why are you still standing there? Are you not going to call the person forward for questioning? Must I, as a county head, conduct the interrogation myself?" Li Xiuxian understood the unspoken words in Huang's gaze. However, before he could respond, the burly man approached on his own, displaying no trace of remorse. On the contrary, his head held high and his gaze lowered, as if he were looking down upon County Head Huang. Yet, the moment his eyes met Li Xiuxian's, a shift occurred, and respect seeped into his demeanor. This made Huang feel quite uncomfortable, but being a seasoned politician, he merely smiled and feigned indifference as he inquired of Li Xiuxian. "Comrade Li, may I ask who this gentleman is?" Li Xiuxian promptly stepped aside to introduce, "Leader, this is Captain Zhao, responsible for village patrols. You may have seen him at the village entrance earlier." "Oh." County Head Huang intended to pat the burly man's shoulder to convey his approachability, but as his arm extended halfway, he realized the height discrepancy. He awkwardly chuckled, remarking, "Quite impressive. With such a physique, the village's security is indeed ensured." However, midway through his sentence, Huang's tone shifted, diving straight into the matter at hand. What exactly transpired to provoke such ire in the old gentleman? Hearing this, Captain Zhao huffed disdainfully in the direction of the old man. He then turned his head, crossing his arms defiantly, and arrogantly declared, This old fool has no appreciation for what's good. If you ask him to speak, let us see if he has the audacity to utter a word." The term old fool made Huang gasp. Meanwhile, Professor Wang, standing behind him, trembled in anger. After years of navigating the world, when had he ever been treated in such a manner? He soon barked angrily. "Xiao Huang, you are the county head. Should you not address such disrespectful customs?" Indeed, even Huang found it hard to overlook the burly man's arrogant demeanor. Just as he opened his mouth to reprimand, Li Xiuxian interjected. "Captain Zhao, what exactly happened? Would you kindly recount the truth?" Upon hearing the village head's inquiry, Captain Zhao clasped his hands, slightly agitated, and replied, "Village head, this old fellow is utterly ungrateful. Initially, he claimed he wished to stroll about, but every time he passed by the courtyards, he attempted to steal something. We tried to stop him, yet he caused a ruckus." "Steal?" Li Xiuxian turned to Professor Wang with an amused expression. As for Huang, his face stiffened upon hearing this. Just as he prepared to glance back at Professor Wang for confirmation, the professor grew agitated. "Steal? My father would take something. Is that considered stealing? I said I would pay for it. You simply refused." "Huh. In our village, money holds no value." Captain Zhao scoffed. "What nonsense! Not only would money not suffice, but even if you offered your life, it would be unacceptable." This was a direct order from the village head. It was clearly stated that the village's crops may only be viewed from a distance, not approached. Yet, this old man still wishes to pilfer a taste. After several attempts to stop him, each time he became more unruly, seeking to obtain something to sample. They were puzzled. Was this old man truly a learned scholar? He seemed more like a scoundrel. Besides, let me ask you, which good person would constantly think about the produce of others? The more they tried to stop him, the more agitated he became. It was all due to the rich aroma of the fruits and vegetables along the way. It was simply too enticing. As a top agricultural expert, how could he be at ease without understanding? After all, he merely wished to pick a fruit to quench his thirst. You stubbornly refuse. And when I become anxious, even offering money is futile. What kind of nonsense is this? As the two continued their back-and-forth argument, County Head Huang gradually grasped the situation. However, the more he understood, the more his brow furrowed deeply. He felt perplexed. The villagers seemed quite hospitable, yet why were they so frugal? It was merely their own grown crops, not worth much. Why were they so unwilling to part with them? Just as he cast a questioning glance at Li Xiuxian, the latter flashed a bright smile. "Haha, everyone, please do not misunderstand. It is not that we are stingy. It is simply how our village customs are." "Customs?" County Head Huang appeared bewildered. "Yes, customs." Li Xiuxian, gathering his wits, conjured up such a rationale, which he found quite commendable. He nodded confidently. "Indeed, it is a custom. Our village has long upheld the belief that if outsiders consume our food, it disrupts the village's feng shui. We mountain folk believe in such things. Please understand." This left County Head Huang momentarily speechless. Such a petty custom was something he had never encountered before. However, with China's vastness, customs number in the thousands. Strange customs are not beyond acceptance. Yet, as he glanced at Li Xiuxian and Professor Wang, he felt conflicted. He understood that the more impoverished a remote village was, the more they adhered to customs and rules. Moreover, there exists an age-old principle. When in a new locale, one must follow local customs. But what of Professor Wang? How could he accurately prescribe suitable seeds without sampling the local fruits and vegetables? Without quality seeds, how could economic benefits be improved? And these were merely secondary concerns. The crux was that outsiders were not permitted to partake. Would they not sell anything then? If they refused to sell, how could poverty alleviation be achieved? Was this not absurd? As he pondered, County Head Huang felt a sense of impending headache. Yet, that was indeed a custom, and he could not be overly forceful. If he riled up the elderly, they might very well take up their hoes against him. But what of County Head Huang? He was a capable individual who had forged a path for Changsheng County. He had experienced similar situations before. With years of work experience, he understood, well, that while alleviating poverty was challenging, addressing the mindset was even more arduous. Why do many villages remain impoverished? It is because of their mindset. They only regard their own small plot of land, unwilling to venture beyond. Some are even resistant to change, thinking policies are traps. Such situations abound. This matter cannot be rushed. County Head Huang sighed inwardly. Yet soon, he formed a resolution. To alleviate poverty, one must first address their hearts. The first step is to make them realize the extent of their poverty. Once they recognize their poverty and envy others' wealth, they will aspire to improve and seek prosperity. Once a person yearns for riches, they will disregard customs and even shame. And what is the simplest, swiftest method to achieve this? It is to strike at what they take pride in. As for Changsheng village, based on the observations of himself and his companions, why do they feel so invulnerable? Is it not due to the rice paddies on the southern slope? Do they think that merely having enough to eat equates to wealth? With that, County Head Huang decided not to dwell on Professor Wang's grievances any longer. He simply smiled and addressed Li Xiaoxian. Comrade Shaoli, shall we invite a few of us to witness the harvest in the village? Presently, we find ourselves atop the lofty mountains of Dompa, where a vast expanse of rice fields unfolds before our eyes. Chapter 41. The golden rice fields under the setting sun. This was, of course, no problem at all. Lead the way, Li Xiaoxian responded without a second thought. Having observed the rice cultivation process, the day's work was nearly complete. A few of them left behind Chen Fengshu, who was still undergoing a health check, and made their way directly to the southern slope. This left Chen Fengshu immensely frustrated. He felt the urge to shout, "At least leave Zhou Zhubo for me." With her gone, he pondered for whom he was putting on a show. Yet, despite his anger, he found himself powerless in the presence of these elderly folks. During his health examination, his gaze kept drifting toward the health clinic in the direction in which Lu Kongshan had been carried away. He firmly believed that the old man would never recover, and his thoughts lingered on the copper man in the village. He was convinced that fortune would not come to those who did not seek it. Meanwhile, Li Xiaoxian and his group were steadily approaching the southern slope. Captain Zhao stood steadfastly beside Professor Wang, ensuring a distance of 2 paces between them, never leaving his side. This infuriated the old man. Did they truly consider him a thief in need of supervision? He was also a man of dignity and felt a strong desire to explode with anger. Just as he was about to do so, an overwhelmingly rich fragrance of rice wafted through the air. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The old man's pupils widened in surprise, causing everyone to gasp in astonishment. What happened? What happened? Huang County, standing ahead, quickly turned back to inquire, fearing the old man was having another episode. No, it's nothing, the old man exclaimed, his nose twitching as he pushed Huang County aside and dashed forward. Within a few steps, he beheld golden rice ears shimmering under the sunset, captivating his senses. In an instant, the old man smiled, grinning like a lovesick fool. The hue, the fragrance, this. With each step, he spoke in delight, his feet dancing as he crossed the southern village entrance, just as he was about to set foot on the stone steps leading up the mountain. Clang! That familiar, imposing figure once again stood in his way like an unyielding wall. With a thud, he collided against the man's chest, nearly toppling over. Following this was an undeniable, authoritative voice. No entry for outsiders in this grain-rich village. The old man fell to the ground, but quickly scrambled back to his feet. Damn it, it's you again. Upon seeing it was Zhao, his anger made his teeth chatter. This feeling, it was akin to being at a karaoke bar, caught in the moment, just as a girl was about to pull down your zipper, only for the police to show up for a surprise inspection. How could one not be vexed? Big guy. No. Brother. Can I call you brother? Can you let me through just this once? The old man was nearly in tears with desperation. Throughout his life, he cherished nothing more than the produce of the land. The rice before him was tantalizingly close, especially as it swayed in the gentle breeze, resembling a lineup of exquisite dancers teasing him. How could he not be moved? As the saying goes, the more unattainable something is, the stronger the allure. However, at that moment, Huang County and the others had caught up. He was puzzled, observing Professor Wang, whose face was contorted in frustration, yet who was being firmly held back like a fledgling chick. Turning his gaze back to the rice field, he was filled with curiosity. Even in Zhou Xiaodai's streaming room, the viewers were equally baffled. To them, the rice appeared quite ordinary. In fact, from Huang County's perspective, who had extensive experience dealing with land, it was even less than ordinary. it was subpar. The reason was simple. The expected yield per moo was only about 7 to 800 gene. The grains did not seem particularly plump either. Compared to other villages under his jurisdiction, whose yields had reached around 1800 gene, this was significantly lesser, more than double the yield of what lay before them. Yet, if one were to insist that there was something special about the rice here, it would be the stronger aroma and the more vibrant golden hue. Yet, he could not discern anything particularly exceptional about the scent. It was less impactful than the fragrance he had caught from afar on the mountain earlier. Now that he was closer, it lacked the same thrill. Beyond that, Huang County genuinely could not identify any unique quality that would provoke such an emotional reaction from the old man. Wang Lao, maintain your composure. Huang County hurried to help the old man up, offering reassurance while glancing back at Li Xiuxian. Comrade Li, does this mean outsiders aren't allowed to partake? What is this? Can't we even take a look? Li Xiuxian paused momentarily, but soon formulated a plan. With a look of reluctance, he shook his head. The ancestral customs must not be violated. Alas, what ist? His greatest concern was that if they got too close, they would discover that no fertilizers had been used. They would have to replant, and there was no way he would allow that to happen. Huang County, meanwhile, was at a loss, grappling with the idea of ancestral customs being invoked. What had started as mere tradition now seemed to have transformed into a sacred decree. Seeing the old man appear so disheartened, as if half of his life had been drained away, Huang County had no choice but to speak again. How about we get some mud? We can leave the rice untouched. Upon hearing this, the old man's eyes lit up, and he quickly nodded vigorously at Li Xiuxian. Mud? Li Xiuxian was equally astonished. This notion was beyond his understanding. However, after the prolonged standoff, he could not afford to falter at the last moment. He shook his head apologetically. Every mountain and river is bound by ancestral customs. How could I dare to defy them? He then raised his hand toward the horizon in a gesture of solemnity. This infuriated the old man, who erupted in a fit of curses. To hell with ancestral customs. Eating one's fill is the ultimate truth. Old sir, our village boasts thousands of acres of fertile land, with every family possessing fields. How could we possibly go hungry? Li Xiuxian scratched the back of his head, feeling awkward as he blurted out his words. The old man paused, momentarily stumped. Admittedly, based on his earlier observations, the village appeared to have ample food resources. However, at that moment, Huang County was smiling, a smile that was difficult to interpret. He gazed towards the setting sun, seemingly admiring the scenery. After a while, as if he had finished enjoying the view, he turned back to Li Xiuxian, his expression profound. Comrade Li, do you believe your village is quite prosperous? This question left Li Xiuxian frowning slightly, feeling a sense of unease. Nevertheless, he straightened up, displaying a hint of confidence in his smile. Of course, the people depend on food, and while our village may lack in certain areas, we certainly have an abundance of grain. Seeing Li Xiuxian exude such confidence, Huang County remained unfazed but subtly put him on the spot. Then why is it that your village cannot retain young individuals like yourself? What a thought-provoking question. Not only Li Xiuxian, but also Captain Zhao and the others were left momentarily speechless. Chapter 42. In Huang County, Li Xiuxian was left speechless. Can I say that there are hardly any young people in my village? Those surplus youths are merely fabricated tales. But could Li Xiuxian ever utter the truth? In that moment, he felt as if he had lifted a stone only to smash his own foot. Yet, as an elderly sage, should he be intimidated by such trivialities? With a nonchalant wave toward the horizon, he gazed upon the sunset's beauty. A true man roams freely. And how could someone in their prime, like me, remain confined to the mountains? It is not that they cannot be retained. Rather, we have driven them away. As the saying goes, jade must be carved to become a gem. Young people ought to undergo more trials and tribulations. Huang County's mayor had calculated every possibility, yet he never anticipated this outcome. Other villages were tirelessly striving to keep their young adults, while here, they were practically being expelled. What peculiar customs these were. Nevertheless, the mayor remained undeterred and continued his inquiry. Has anyone returned? Returned? Returned for what? The phrase "a fallen leaf returns to its roots" is merely a poetic sentiment. Li Xiuxian dramatically waved his sleeve, exuding pride. This left Mayor Huang momentarily speechless, with a bead of sweat forming on his forehead, internally cursing. No wonder your village is filled with the elderly. Appearing so despondent. After a few questions, Mayor Huang increasingly felt that Li Xiuxian spoke in a flowery manner, and he chose not to dwell on the matter any further. Instead, he shifted topics, inquiring if Comrade Li had received any formal education. Education? Li Xiuxian was taken aback. What on earth? Asking questions is not a shameful act. And besides, this matter has little to do with the wealth of the village. Does it? Had he not gone out to study? He had attended a private school in the mountains for a few years, learning both literature and martial arts. Oh, illiterate? Mayor Huang abruptly interrupted, tossing out another rather disheartening question. Illiterate? At this point, Li Xiuxian was truly unsettled. He had never encountered such a term. It certainly did not sound favorable. Before he could grasp the situation, Mayor Huang pressed on. Have you ever traveled on a high-speed train? Hi. High-speed train? Li Xiuxian was bewildered. He had heard of railways, but high-speed trains were beyond his comprehension. Have you ever been on a plane? A plane? Li Xiuxian's eyelids twitched, and he felt his dignity beginning to slip away. Who was he? A being who had lived for countless years, yet could maintain his composure. To be questioned by someone who seemed no older than a child left him flabbergasted. Alas, the geographical location of Changsheng village meant it was not on any flight path. So he truly had never seen one. Otherwise, had any aircraft flown above his village, he would have eagerly chased after it. Are you familiar with electricity? Mayor Huang observed the change in Li Xiuxian's expression and pressed further. To this, Li Xiuxian was indeed knowledgeable. 40 years prior, some towns had already been electrified. Even in the remote villages he had visited, wealthy households and shops had electricity at night. He had been quite astonished and had inquired about it for some time. However, upon learning that installing power lines was an exceedingly complicated process, he had abandoned the idea. Moreover, such luxuries were the standard for affluent families. As someone merely engaging with the Poverty Alleviation Office, he deemed it unnecessary to pursue such extravagance. Now that he finally encountered something he understood, he felt invigorated. He feigned an air of worldly sophistication and waved dismissively. Leader, such luxuries as electricity are beyond our humble mountain village's aspirations. Yes, it has come to mind. That is the extravagance of capitalism. It is not to be considered. Li Xiuxian spoke with ease, as he was quite familiar with the term. Those who had come for poverty alleviation often criticized others in such a manner. After a few exchanges, the term had become second nature to him. As he spoke, Captain Zhao and others nodded in agreement, signaling their approval. However, Mayor Huang shot a warning glance at those struggling to suppress their laughter within the poverty alleviation group, then turned his serious gaze back to Li Xiuxian, his expression a mix of solemnity and amusement. This made Li Xiuxian feel a sense of unease. It must be said, after just a few questions, he felt overwhelmed. He could not help but wonder about the situation below the mountains. In just 40 years, how had so many unfamiliar terms emerged? Furthermore, the devices mentioned in the old books piqued his curiosity. But what intrigued him the most was the phone in Zhou Xiaodai's hand. To be honest, he was very interested, but he was no country bumpkin. Even if he found it fascinating, he would not beg to see it. As an ancient being, one must maintain an air of composure. Just like in a KTV, when unexpectedly encountering a celebrity, one cannot reveal a fan's starstruck expression. Instead, one should scan the room coolly and nonchalantly say, "This lass is quite something. Come sit here." Confidence and composure, the ability to remain unflustered in the face of challenges, are the hallmarks of a true strongman. Thus, although he longed to snatch Zhou Xiaodai's phone and retreat to study it, he resolutely refrained from even casting a glance in that direction. While he patiently awaited further inquiries from Mayor Huang, the latter suddenly fell silent and produced his own phone, thrusting it toward Li Xiuxian. "By the way, Comrade Li, what is your phone number? Let's exchange contacts for future correspondence." His tone was calm and casual, as if two salespeople from the mountains simply exchanging numbers. But where was this? Changsheng village, a place where even electricity was a rarity, and here he was asking for a phone number? The crowd around them was left utterly dumbfounded. In the live stream, Viewers erupted in laughter. Wow, this Mayor Huang has truly struck a nerve. Look, that young village chief's face has turned crimson. Yet before the laughter could subside, Mayor Huang glanced at Li Xiuxian, whose expression was far from pleasant, and feigned surprise. What is it, Comrade Li? As a village chief, you surely must have a phone number, right? And no. I do. Li Xiuxian stammered, caught between confusion and embarrassment. He desperately wanted to assert that he owned one, yet he truly did not. If he claimed he did not, would that not be humiliating? As an ancient being and the chief of a village, how could he lack such a common item that someone could easily pull out? Wait, should I not have one? This object appears rather peculiar and seems like it should belong to a select few. His mind was in turmoil. Observing Li Xiuxian's faltering demeanor, Mayor Huang found immense amusement. He exclaimed, "What? You don't actually have one, do you? This is merely a phone." Just merely? Li Xiuxian was at a loss. Seeing Li Xiuxian's stunned expression, Mayor Huang feigned regret and said, "Comrade Li, this will not do. Aren't you holding back our county?" Holding back. My Changsheng village is abundant in grain." Li Xiuxian's face was one of indignation, about to argue when Mayor Huang interrupted him directly. "Consider this. Are you not holding back? Let us not speak of distant matters. Simply look at our Chilin County. This small phone is standard for every individual. Do you deny that you are lagging behind? As standard?" At this moment, Li Xiuxian was genuinely bewildered. Even Captain Zhao beside him appeared stunned. Many had secretly observed the item in Zhou Xiaodai's possession. However, they concluded that it was undoubtedly a rare object, something to be coveted and studied at length. Yet now, they were told such a rare item was standard. This device could capture real-time images. It was akin to the ancient recording stones. The crucial aspect was that even ordinary people could use it. How could it not be precious? Yet, all of this was merely a setup by Mayor Huang to make Li Xiuxian realize the extent of his poverty. The true lethal move occurs the moment he presses the power button. Ding, powering on. Please hold on. Chapter 43. Do you refer to the Magic City as a small town? As the notification sound of the mobile phone rang, the screen gradually illuminated, drawing the attention of Team Zhao and others. Their curiosity piqued as they gathered around to witness this Western spectacle. However, Li Xiuxian felt a sudden pang of anxiety and quickly shot a glance to deter a few individuals, wishing to spare them the embarrassment of viewing the small-town antics of those below. Yet, Huang County was not easily deterred. With a mere glance at the crowd's demeanor, he recognized that they had taken the bait. He promptly opened a short video and calmly announced, "Comrade Shaoli, allow me to show you the life down below." The screen then displayed the vibrant scenes of the bustling night market in the Magic City, a promotional video featuring the city's allure. The angles, the composition, and the ceaseless flow of prosperity depicted within struck a chord deep within the soul. Not only was it awe-inspiring for a simpleton like him, but even Huang County himself had watched it countless times, finding himself in admiration anew with each viewing. As Li Xiuxian gazed upon the towering skyscrapers and the myriad of lights, his eyes widened in disbelief. How could such a city exist? Why were their buildings reaching such heights? Even at night, the city was ablaze with illumination. The lights, why were they so vividly colorful, casting a glow that made the entire city resemble a celestial paradise? This was impossible. Li Xiuxian questioned his own experiences with electric lights, which typically evoked a sense of dullness. Yet now, the radiance illuminating the scene stirred a surge of yearning and longing within him. He remained transfixed by the images, pondering, where was this place? Why was it so prosperous? At that moment, Huang County appeared nonchalant, waving his hand dismissively and stating with satisfaction, "It is merely a small town down below, nothing to speak of." "What? You call this a small town?" Li Xiuxian was utterly astonished. Nearby, Zhou Xiaodai and the others were left speechless, their jaws agape. "Goodness, you refer to the Magic City as a small town? Isn't that a bit excessive?" Regardless of whether it was excessive or not, it was undeniably effective. Did one not see how Li Xiuxian, while engrossed in the video, kept glancing back toward his village? The stark contrast in visuals created a surreal sense of disconnection. In the past few millennia, Which dynasty had he not descended from the mountains? Yet which era had provided him with such a profound visual impact? The incessant flow of vehicles, the kaleidoscope of neon lights, the bustling urban streets. All of it felt unreal. Such a magnificent era was beyond his wildest dreams. But just as he was lost in reverie, Huang County casually swiped down on screen, causing the entire scene to transform magically. Instantly, Li Xiuxian's face flushed. Huang County felt a twinge of embarrassment. He had clicked the wrong item. Let's try again. In the next moment, another screen appeared, showcasing an array of cutting-edge fashion items. The intent was clear, to highlight the difference between what they wore and what others donned, hoping to instill a sense of inferiority in Li Xiuxian and his companions. However, at that moment, Li Xiuxian, almost instinctively, tapped the screen and gently swiped upwards. Suddenly, both their faces turned a shade of crimson. Observing their unusual expressions, Zhou Xiaodai leaned in closer, but Huang County quickly tucked the phone away, inwardly cursing. Damn it, Comrade Xiao Li's mindset is troubling. Yet, he was too weary to elaborate, especially with outsiders present. This matter was not one he wished to delve into further, lest the viewers in the live stream misinterpret it. After stowing away the phone, Huang County remained silent, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the setting sun. He understood that many matters required personal introspection. Speaking too much could be counterproductive. It must be said that this tactic profoundly shook Li Xiuxian's innermost thoughts. He stepped forward, mirroring Huang County's stance, contemplating the sunset with myriad thoughts swirling in his mind. The surrounding individuals discreetly retreated a few steps, respecting the leader's privacy. Comrade Xiao Li, ever the professional, adjusted his angle and clicked the shutter a few times, capturing the grand silhouettes of the two leaders against the sunset. He sensed that this meeting would leave a significant impact. Thus, he titled the photograph, "The Shadow of an Era," symbolizing the transformation between the old and the new. The two leaders stood in silent accord, allowing Xiao Li to take their pictures, quietly observing the clouds as if in wait for something. After a prolonged moment, Huang County turned his gaze toward the horizon and softly inquired, "Comrade Xiao Li, what are your thoughts?" Li Xiuxian paused, a frown knitting his brow. "Leader, why is the physique of women so exaggerated these days? I cannot comprehend it." This unexpected question nearly caught Huang County off guard, nearly breaking his composure. After granting him ample time to reflect, he found Xiao Li reminiscing about such trivial matters. Yet, Huang County, embodying his namesake, refrained from reproach. Instead, he sought to delve deeper. "May I ask why?" Li Xiuxian, puzzled, turned to glance at Huang County, who, without turning his head, nodded slightly, a hint of satisfaction in his demeanor, replying softly, "As long as there's money." "Money?" Li Xiuxian pondered, yet remained indifferent. "Are you prepared to face the tide of the times?" Huang County suddenly turned to face Li Xiuxian, his gaze intense. Just moments ago, he had envisioned an array of transformation plans in his mind, and now his heart raced with fervor. Changsheng County was rich in resources, with agricultural yields soaring. Yet what it lacked was a tourism project capable of rapidly uplifting the local economy. Relying solely on agriculture would soon hit a bottleneck. Thus, his desire to transform Changsheng village was particularly fervent, especially as he beheld the sunset over the village. It seemed to sweep away the day's weariness. What a splendid place this was. It felt like a divine gift to Changsheng County. Moreover, the mountain air intoxicated him. As if merely spending a short time there elevated his very being. With a little development, he firmly believed that Changsheng village would attract a throng of visitors. However, Li Xiuxian's gaze toward Huang County dimmed increasingly. Truth be told, he was tempted. He valued his cultivation, but had an even greater affinity for exploring novel experiences. Yet ultimately, this was an era of decline. He could no longer roam freely down the mountain as in the past. No matter how splendid the world below appeared, he could not accept Huang County's goodwill. Silently, he shook his head and, with a formal bow, departed in solitude, the implication of his actions unmistakable. His resolve was clear. The rules of the mountain would not change, nor would he accept Huang County's kindness. It was a negotiation that had reached an impasse. Although neither had explicitly discussed poverty alleviation, intelligent individuals need not elaborate. Li Xiuxian had declined. At that moment, Huang County stood in stunned silence. How could this opportunity be rejected? Yet he understood well that in such rural villages, if there was no cooperation, no amount of goodwill could effect change. In other villages, a mere command could compel compliance. But in a place like Changsheng village, where the village head was elected by the locals, the will of the head was the will of the village. It was challenging to enforce orders. What? How should he proceed? Just moments ago, everything was going well. How did it turn so swiftly? Huang County found himself at a loss. Chapter 44. The Tree of Eternal Life. As Huang County watched Li Xiuxian's figure gradually recede into the distance, he could only shake his head helplessly at Wang Lao. In an instant, the old man's eyes reflected a profound sense of desolation, as if he had lost all vitality. Throughout his life, he had harbored few ambitions, merely desiring fertile soil to cultivate bountiful crops. Yet, others adhered to their own customs. No matter how esteemed a professor one might be, one could not engage in the act of usurping another's land. The group, which had started the day with such enthusiasm and optimism, now felt disheartened and dispirited. The fields in this region represented the ancestral heritage of Changsheng village. Without the consent of the landowners, any attempt at development would be futile. Thus, they had no choice but to return to the village and reconsider their plans. Meanwhile, Li Xiuxian was also experiencing a profound sense of unease. His gait was somewhat distracted as he walked. He yearned to descend the mountain and explore, but the spirit-gathering array was becoming increasingly difficult to sustain. While ordinary individuals could come and go without much consequence, for cultivators like himself, each entry and exit subtly affected the array. To explain further, the spirit-gathering array enveloped the entire mountain of Changsheng village like a great bubble. In its prime, the bubble was robust, allowing free passage. However, now, each time one entered or exited, it felt as though they were traversing a fragile bubble, risking its rupture. If the bubble were to burst, the spiritual energy would dissipate entirely, leading to dire consequences for all involved. This was the primary reason why, in the past few centuries, the villagers had refrained from descending the mountain. As Li Xiuxian continued his walk, that inexplicable sensation returned, intensifying with each step. Confused, he lifted his gaze toward the village office, his expression contemplative. With a sudden movement, he vanished from his spot, reappearing within the courtyard of the village office. In the courtyard, apart from some common vegetables along the walls, the most striking feature was an ancient tree, its leaves and vitality nearly entirely diminished, presenting a scene of desolation. Beneath this tree lay the heart of the spirit-gathering array. In its earlier days, when the array was rich in spiritual energy, the tree had flourished luxuriantly. Similarly, the shaded area beneath it had become the village's prime location for enlightenment. However, at this moment, the spiritual energy within the array had dwindled to less than half, and the spirit tree was on the verge of withering away. Thus, this tree represented the lifeblood of Changsheng village. Where the tree thrived, so too did the people. The villagers had affectionately named it the Tree of Eternal Life. This tree, born from the confluence of spiritual energy, had existed since the array's inception. Li Xiuxian had witnessed its growth from sapling to towering giant, now slowly fading. His emotions were a tumultuous blend of nostalgia and sorrow. Yet, he could not comprehend why today the spirit tree seemed to be calling out to him. It felt uncanny. After all, the tree was a manifestation of gathered spiritual energy and should not possess any spirit of its own. Why then did he experience this mysterious sensation? After gazing for a while, he could discern nothing. He formed a hand seal, and several elders who had been in Chun Fengshu's chamber, as if summoned, gradually blended into the crowd and quietly vanished, reappearing within the main courtyard of the sect. Only 6 individuals arrived, the original leaders of the 6 halls of Changsheng sect. Except for Captain Zhao of the Law Enforcement Hall, who was occupied with duties, the remaining 6 were present. Upon their arrival, they were met with astonishment. It had been many years since the sect leader had summoned all 6 of them simultaneously, especially during such a busy time for the entire village. The most bewildered among them was Jiang Lihua, the master of the alchemy hall. With a look of surprise, he gestured towards Li Xiuxian's back, asking, sect leader, "What is the urgent matter that has brought us here? I have many people to oversee, and they are quite busy." Indeed, he had numerous subordinates to manage. However, Li Xiuxian merely faced away from them, gazing at the tree of eternal life without responding. The curiosity among the gathered elders deepened, exchanging glances. They shared expressions of confusion. Following Li Xiuxian's line of sight, they too looked up at the ancient tree. After a prolonged moment of silence, they remained baffled. Eventually, Li Xiuxian furrowed his brow and turned to the shaded area beneath the tree, addressing a seemingly empty space. "Do you sense anything?" Upon hearing this, the six standing there were taken aback, for there was no one else present. Could it be that there was a seventh person aside from them? Sect leader. There is nothing unusual. However, suddenly, a woman's voice echoed from the void, but her words faltered midway, leaving the cause of her hesitation unknown. At that moment, the other six were stunned. There truly was a seventh presence, and they had been entirely oblivious. How frightening was that? They began to scan their surroundings, searching for any additional figures. Although the various halls within Changsheng sect had little interaction, especially since the onset of the end of Dharma era, they were all engaged in solitary cultivation, with opportunities for communication dwindling. Yet, all present were hall masters and recognized one another. The unexpected emergence of an ethereal figure was indeed shocking. Moreover, they felt no familiarity with the voice, indicating that its owner was unknown to them. This suggested that the voice belonged to yet another hall master, someone whose identity eluded their knowledge. How could this not disturb them? The woman's hesitant tone only piqued their curiosity further. What could these two be discussing? However, Li Xiuxian paid no heed to their astonishment. Instead, his gaze narrowed as he peered intently into the shadows. After a moment, a look of disbelief crossed his face. Your spiritual power?" As Li Xiuxian posed his question, the woman responded with a melodious laugh, her energy subtly increasing rather than diminishing. "But I truly do not understand the reason. I was still investigating when the sect leader summoned me so abruptly. You genuinely do not know?" Li Xiuxian's expression bore a hint of skepticism. "Sect leader, I truly do not know. In fact, it has been rather perplexing, especially in recent years, as my spiritual power has been growing more rapidly than ever. It has left me quite baffled. Alas, it is all due to this inexplicable surge in spiritual energy. Otherwise, I would not have remained away from the mountain for so long." Li Xiuxian managed to maintain his composure in response to her words, but the elders around him nearly choked on their breaths. "What? Is an increase in spiritual power not a good thing? Wait, no. You mean to say you have not been able to return to the mountain?" The elders exchanged astonished glances once more. This meant that this hall master had been lingering at the foot of the mountain all this while. Chapter 45. The calculation of great changes at this moment. Li Xiuxian discerned the doubts of the crowd and waved his hand to dispel their concerns. "You need not worry. What you are witnessing is merely a remnant shadow, not a physical entity. It is entirely normal that you cannot see it." "Not a physical entity? Cannot be seen? Normal?" The others twitched at the corners of their mouths. Is this truly normal? They were all seasoned beings. Whether a mere shadow or a ghostly apparition, they should be able to perceive it clearly. How could it be invisible? However, before they could dwell on their thoughts, Li Xiuxian continued. "She is the leader of the Shadow Hall, tasked with operations down the mountain." This revelation left them even more astonished. In this age of dwindling magic, how could anyone remain down the mountain for so long? This was inconceivable. Yet Li Xiuxian, apathetic to their myriad of questions, preferred to keep his own strategies close. In this era of decline, he was determined to maintain his contingencies, and the Shadow Hall was but a pawn he had left in the mortal realm. It had simply been far too long since he last summoned the leader of the Shadow Hall. Over a century had passed. Disregarding the concerns of the others, Li Xiuxian cast a discontented glance at the shadow. Is the magic city truly a city that never sleeps? The sudden question left the shadow momentarily speechless. After a prolonged silence, it responded somewhat flustered. "Yes, I suppose it could be considered so. I have spent many years away from home and seldom return." At this, the six were again taken aback. The leader of the Shadow Hall was not even within the borders of China. Yet, Li Xiuxian was unfazed. Instead, he inquired with a hint of dissatisfaction. What is this airplane? Do you know of it? Well, what? At this moment, the leader of the Shadow Hall was utterly perplexed, feeling as if she were caught in a whirlwind. The master had summoned her just to inquire about an airplane? It appeared you do know, then. Before the leader of the Shadow Hall could reply, Li Xiuxian's narrowed eyes and barely contained anger spoke volumes. In that instant, though the crowd could not see her figure, they could certainly sense the palpable tension in the air. What a predicament! After a century of separation, their first encounter was over such trivial matters? What kind of situation was this? Yet, it was not entirely Li Xiuxian's fault. He had already suffered a loss of face over such matters. With the immense changes occurring down the mountain, why had he not been informed? Li Xiuxian's irritation resurfasa. This, master, did you send me down the mountain merely to surveil these worldly affairs? At this moment, the leader of the Shadow Hall felt a sense of grievance. When she had descended, it had been clearly stated that there was no need to report on worldly matters, only to relay what he had instructed. Now, to be summoned back for such trivialities was a burden only she could comprehend. Fortunately, her words sparked a recollection in Li Xiuxian regarding her true purpose for being sent down. Though displeased, he chose not to pursue the matter further. Instead, he cast a profound gaze at the eternal tree and, after a long pause, spoke softly to the assembled crowd. Did any of you notice anything unusual in the village today? Upon hearing this, the others quickly shook their heads. They had been too occupied dealing with the poverty alleviation office to consider anything else. Moreover, just as the group began to reminisce, a delicate exclamation rang out. Ah! Look quickly. The speaker was none other than the leader of the Shadow Hall. Look, what were we supposed to see? Where should we look? The others were utterly confounded. They could not see the leader of the Shadow Hall, nor could they possibly perceive the direction in which she pointed. They felt a surreal sense of conversing with a ghost, audible but invisible. At that moment, Li Xiuxian, however, had a clear view. With a mere glance, he was struck by an overwhelming shock, causing him to take a hesitant step back. New shoots! How? Can this be possible? Hearing Li Xiuxian's exclamation, the others, bewildered, turned their gazes in the direction he was observing. In an instant, their expressions transformed from confusion to astonishment, and then to euphoric delight. The eternal tree has sprouted new shoots. The group was so excited they could barely articulate their words. Clang! Clang! Before the group could regain their composure, Li Xiuxian hastily cast several incantations into the void. Instantly, an invisible wave of energy surged forth, enveloping the entire sect courtyard. The emergence of new shoots was undoubtedly a momentous event for the eternal sect. He then clasped his hands in a series of gestures and pointed toward the top of the tree. Suddenly, a brilliant golden light burst forth. From this radiance, a vast, intricate Bagua Feng Shui disc gradually emerged, shrouding the entire tree within its protective embrace. The calculation of great changes? One of the hall leaders recognized the Feng Shui disc being employed by Li Xiuxian, and a gasp escaped his lips. The expression of joy that had adorned his face faded, replaced by deep concern. He understood that such an esoteric technique could disrupt the balance of heaven and earth. The more profound the divination, the greater the backlash. He recalled the last time he had witnessed Li Xiuxian wield such power. It was during the twilight of the great Shang dynasty. That time, the backlash had rendered him in a deep slumber for over 3 centuries, leaving him with significant aftereffects and fragmented memories. Would he not worry about Li Xiuxian using it again? Yet, just as he contemplated intervening, he halted his advance, convinced that the master would never act without purpose. The situation at hand pertained to the eternal village, impacting the lives of all its inhabitants. How could he dare to obstruct? Silently, a few tears of quiet despair crept from the corners of his aged eyes. This powerful technique surged forth, the Feng Shui disc spinning rapidly under Li Xiuxian's spiritual energy. As the speed intensified, the golden light grew ever brighter. Fortunately, the barrier he had erected prevented anyone outside from discerning the happenings within. But as the golden light intensified, nearing a breaking point, the entire disc suddenly fell silent. Soon, the void began to distort, and four massive characters gradually emerged beneath the disk. Above is DUI, below is Li. The four characters then dissipated, replaced by a new line of golden script. For movements form, can, and Li, the sun and moon attain harmony. Heaven and earth transform, and the four seasons come to fruition. The golden script flickered and vanished, followed by a violent tremor from the disk. All the golden light rapidly converged into the golden disk. When the light reached its zenith, the disk erupted with a thunderous roar. In an instant, myriad rays of light filled the entire barrier. Even hall leaders were momentarily blinded and hurriedly turned to shield their eyes. However, all of this transpired in mere moments, transforming into countless golden specks that surged toward Li Xiuxian's consciousness. As the immense influx of divinatory power invaded, even Li Xiuxian felt as if his head might explode. A muffled groan escaped him, and he spat out 3 liters of blood. In that instant, as the last of the golden light dissipated, he collapsed to the ground. Chapter 46. Li Xiuxian seeks guidance on the path to longevity. The hall masters were taken aback, their surprise overshadowing any concerns about conserving their spiritual energy. As they swiftly moved to Li Xiuxian's side, Jiang Lihua's eyes blazed with fiery intensity as he began to examine Li Xiuxian from head to toe. "Old Jiang, what has happened?" "It is nothing serious, merely a disturbance to the spirit." "Merely a disturbance? You!" One hall master nearly shouted in outrage, but was quickly restrained by another. "With the sect leader unconscious, how are we to handle the situation with the poverty alleviation officials?" A glint of malice flickered in the eyes of one hall master. Under ordinary circumstances, they would not have cared much about those people. They would simply play their roles, preferring to avoid unnecessary complications. However, with the sect leader incapacitated and the longevity tree sprouting new buds, this was a critical moment for the entire longevity sect, and they wished to avoid any mishaps. Exchanging glances, the initial skepticism among them gradually shifted to a resolute determination. One hall master, filled with murderous intent, prepared to depart. Yet, just as he was about to move, a large hand unexpectedly seized him, halting his advance. The group gasped and quickly lowered their heads. To their astonishment, it was the unconscious Li Xiuxian who had acted, though in his current state, he was exceedingly weak. Even his eyelids remained shut. He merely coughed lightly and spoke in a feeble voice. "Summon. Find Zhou Zhuobo to see me, and remember to act with caution." As soon as he finished speaking, the hand that had grasped the hall master fell to the ground. Just as the arm was about to hit the floor, it was caught by an unseen force. The others winced. They recognized it was the shadow hall master who had intervened. Despite knowing she was one of their own, and likely a woman at that, they felt an inexplicable urge to suppress her on the spot. Was this not akin to encountering a ghost? It left them feeling unsettled. "Go on with your tasks. The sect leader requires only my care," she asserted. "What? You? On what grounds?" One of them erupted in anger, as they were unfamiliar with the Shadow Hall Master and harbored no goodwill toward her. They did not even know who she was. How could they entrust the sect leader's care to such a person? Impossible. Yet Li Xiuxian, still in a daze, spoke again with drawl. The Hall Masters fell silent, casting bewildered glances at old Jiang. Each of them inwardly cursed, questioning whether this was genuine unconsciousness or facade. Did you not say his spirit was disturbed and he fainted? But old Jiang was equally at a loss. He could not explain the situation clearly. With a shake of his head, he took the lead in departing. As old Jiang exited, the others exchanged glances. Though reluctant, they slowly retreated. Once they had all left, the Shadow Hall Master let out a delicate chuckle. "They have all departed. Stop pretending." At that moment, Li Xiuxian managed to open his eyes just a sliver. "No manners. Quickly assist this sect leader to rise." As he spoke, he coughed again, spitting out a few drops of blood. "You are indeed injured." The Shadow Hall Master's voice tightened in concern. However, Li Xiuxian paid her little mind, settling back into meditation. After a while, as his breath steadied, he asked solemnly, "What progress have you made on the matter I tasked you with?" In response, the Shadow Hall Master grew serious, taking a moment of silence before replying, "Sect leader, there is indeed a possibility of an infiltrator within our ranks. However, I have yet to ascertain their true identity. How long will it take? My current authority is insufficient, but I will have answers soon. Very well. You need not concern yourself with anything else. Focus solely on this matter. Understood. Depart now. What? Is there more? Sensing the Shadow Hall Master had not left, Li Xiuxian slightly opened his eyes and glanced in her direction. Sect leader, do you perhaps not know what an airplane is? Should I enlighten you? The Shadow Hall Master's voice was tinged with trepidation. However, Li Xiuxian found her words grating, as if a knife had pierced his heart. Did she wish to imply that he, as the illustrious sect leader, lacked knowledge? Fury surged within him, and he shouted, "Get lost! Go as far away as you can." The Shadow Hall Master was startled, her demeanor changing drastically. Her phantom-like form dissipated. At this moment, Li Xiuxian coughed again, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. It must be said that employing the great transformation of 1,000 mechanisms had severely wounded his spirit. Fortunately, it was not his first time using it. He did not suffer the same catastrophic spirit injury that had left him unconscious for over 300 years. Even so, full recovery would not be achieved in the short term. He raised his hands, pressing them down gently, gathering his chi once more as he sat beneath the longevity tree, attempting to stabilize his spirit and reorganize the fragments of calculation within his consciousness, seeking a more detailed predictive outcome. Yet at that moment, the air was once again filled with the sound of tinkling laughter. Sect leader, there are types of airplanes that you ride, and types that are used for combat. I truly did not know which type you were referring to. In that instant, Li Xiuxian completely lost composure, spitting out a mouthful of blood and collapsing once more to the ground. This time, he was genuinely dazed, overwhelmed by rage. The Shadow Hall Master had long vanished. Time passed, and the sounds of insects and birds in the forest began to rouse Li Xiuxian. His eyelids fluttered slightly. The moon hung high in the sky, accompanied by gentle breezes. The air in the room gradually turned cool. You are awake? Village chiefly? The familiar voice, laced with surprise, reached his ears. Slowly, he opened his eyes to find Zhou Zhuobo before him. Seeing him regain consciousness, she hurriedly called out to the outside, Dr. Chun, the village chief is awake. Zhou Zhuobo, do not shout. Li Xiuxian quickly propped himself up, grasping Zhou Xiaodai, who was about to leave. In that moment of pulling and tugging, their eyes met, creating an atmosphere tinged with awkwardness and ambiguity. It must be said that even in his weakened state, Li Xiuxian possessed a certain sickly beauty, causing Zhou Xiaodai's heart to flutter, only to quickly turn her face crimson as she pushed him away. What are you trying to do? Zhou Xiaodai crossed her arms defensively, appearing slightly frightened. Realizing her misunderstanding, Li Xiuxian hastily clasped his hands in apology, straining to rise from the bed. He deeply bowed to Zhou Xiaodai. I, Li, have shown ignorance today and acted with disrespect. I humbly ask for your forgiveness, fair maiden. May I inquire about your lineage? Have you come today to guide me on the path to longevity? Chapter 47, The Fate of the Human Race, observing the respectful demeanor of Li Xiuxian. Zhou Xiaodai felt utterly bewildered. What does it mean to be a fairy? What is this method of immortality? It was evident that the mind of village chief Li had been compromised. Tentatively, she extended her hand, intending to gauge Li Xiuxian's forehead. However, just as her fingers were about to make contact, Li Xiuxian raised his head slightly, casting a puzzled glance at Zhou Xiaodai. This sudden look startled her to the point of nearly bringing her to tears. In her heart, she anxiously murmured, "He has gone mad. Oh my goodness, what should I do?" At that moment, the live stream had yet to commence, and she genuinely felt a twinge of fear. With a terrified expression, just as she was about to scream, Li Xiuxian deftly sidestepped and swiftly covered her mouth with his hand. Please don't shout. Realizing something was amiss, Li Xiuxian noted that this girl seemed to possess no magical abilities. Yet, this only complicated his thoughts further. The calculations of the Yin Qianji could not be mistaken. The divination indicated a transformative opportunity, and all fragmented information pointed towards Zhou Xiaodai. What did this imply? It signified that the chance for renewal and rebirth lay within this woman, but she seemed utterly devoid of any skills. Nevertheless, a sudden epiphany struck Li Xiuxian. The phone. All sensations had commenced from the moment this woman ascended the mountain, and she had been holding her phone the entire time. Could it truly be that device? Yet, as this thought crossed his mind, he shook his head. After all, figures like County Chief Wang and Dr. Chen also possessed phones. Why then did the calculations single out this woman? This needed clarification. He gently whispered into Zhou Xiaodai's ear, "Miss Zhou, I'll release you, but please do not scream. I just wish to ask a few questions." A glimmer of life sparkled in Zhou Xiaodai's eyes, and she nodded vigorously, like a chick pecking at grains. However, as expected, a chaotic scene was bound to ensue. With a release came a shout. After several exchanges, the two finally reached a consensus. Fortunately, at the outset of their conversation, Li Xiuxian had already cast a barrier around the clinic. They conversed for quite some time, and Li Xiuxian gained a deeper understanding of Zhou Xiaodai's profession. Feeling a sense of amazement, the live streaming industry was truly wondrous. With merely a phone, countless households could tune in real time. It wasn't until the midnight hour that Li Xiuxian allowed Zhou Xiaodai to depart, his heart filled with a mix of emotions. Alone in the clinic's backyard, he gazed up at the moon, his thoughts swirling, his expression complex. While he had gathered considerable knowledge about this so-called live streaming, the threads connecting it all remained tangled. Popularity? Spiritual energy? Could it be that popularity could be transformed into spiritual energy? Zhou Xiaodai had mentioned that a multitude of viewers had flooded into the live stream that afternoon. As these thoughts coalesced, Li Xiuxian hastily closed his eyes to calculate. Immediately, his brows furrowed in concentration. Remarkably, upon a slight calculation, it indeed appeared to be the case. The moment he felt the strongest sensations coincided precisely with the influx of viewers into the live stream. This revelation left Li Xiuxian astounded. His eyes gleamed brightly. Subsequently, he began to meticulously correlate the intensity of all sensations from that day with the peak viewing times Zhou Xiaodai had described. He also recalled the images he had discreetly observed while using the phone to corroborate his findings. In the next instant, his hands began to tremble uncontrollably. The more he calculated, the more exhilarated he became, for the new waves of spiritual energy were indeed in sync with the viewer engagement during the live stream. In other words, the higher the popularity, the greater the amount of spiritual energy gathered by the array. Was this truly the transformative opportunity of the end of the Dharma era? At that moment, Li Xiuxian's fists tightened in excitement. He understood that the end of the Dharma could not signify an absolute conclusion. Everything that flourishes must eventually decline, and that which declines must ultimately perish. Yet, from death springs new life. When life emerges, there comes renewal. The endless years of waiting and brooding, could they be encapsulated in mere words? Now, with the prospect of life emerging, how could he remain content in his dormancy? Yet, swiftly, his exhilaration was tempered by reason. He realized he did not comprehend how to generate this popularity. Should he utilize celestial arts to astound the crowd? He shook his head. No. He understood the beliefs of the people below the mountain. In this age of science, any mysticism must align with scientific principles to earn belief. But his methods, he could not articulate them scientifically. If he were to attract attention, it could not only thwart his efforts to garner popularity, but could also bring endless troubles to the village. He feared that he might end up losing more than he gained. Caution was paramount. Everything must be approached with utmost prudence. It seemed he needed to consult Zhou Xiaodai. Li Xiuxian shook his head in frustration, intending to stride towards Zhou Xiaodai's residence. However, upon glancing at the sky, he realized he would have to sit cross-legged and meditate instead. Everything would have to wait until dawn. That night was destined to be restless. Thoughts of focusing and calming the mind were nowhere to be found. His mind was consumed with the concept of popularity and how to attain it. He was convinced that the struggle for fortune in this end of the Dharma era was, in essence, a contest for popularity. After all, the fortunes of the world had once belonged entirely to humanity. Thus, the contest for this new phenomenon, popularity, was only logical. As he pondered, clarity began to dawn upon him. Thus, an insomniac night passed, accompanied only by the dissonant sounds of insects in the mountains. The following morning, he rose from the clinic's backyard and, circumventing the bedroom, headed straight for the main hall. The hall was empty, yet outside, a cacophony of voices filled the air. His pace quickened unconsciously. Upon reaching the entrance of the hall, he found the crowd engaged in a heated argument. Is this how you treat guests in Changsheng village? I have provided free checkups for so long, and you can't even offer a meal? The speaker was Chen Fengshu, his face flushed with indignation, his previous composure somewhat diminished. Beside him stood a group of neatly organized poverty alleviation team members. Opposing them at the table was a group of villagers from Changsheng village, led by Captain Zhao. The two sides had been bickering since early morning, all over the matter of food. Yet they could hardly be blamed. The poverty alleviation team had only brought a meager supply of provisions, and after a day of trekking the mountains, their supplies were nearly depleted. By evening, the villagers had returned some of the food they had previously received, barely managing to survive the night with empty stomachs. This early morning, they were ravenous. Attempting to buy food from the villagers proved futile, for they were unwilling to sell. Attempts to hunt for wild game in the mountains were thwarted by Captain Zhao, who strictly prohibited access to certain areas, deeming them restricted zones. Under normal circumstances, missing a meal would be trivial. One could simply eat upon descending the mountain. But this was Changsheng village. The arduous journey back would be impossible without sustenance, especially for city dwellers like Chen Fengshu and Zhou Xiaodai. Fortunately, at that moment, County Chief Huang also spotted Li Xiuxian, casting a discontented look in his direction. Chapter 48. This village chief truly desires to be an internet celebrity village chief Li. Huang County's voice resonated with gravity, causing those nearby to pause momentarily. The astute among them instantly grasped the shift in tone. It was once a casual reference to Comrade Li, but now addressing him directly as village chief, Li signified a notable change in attitude. Evidently, County Chief Huang held considerable discontent towards the youthful village chief Li. However, Li Xiuxian, the subject of this discontent, remained unfazed. What significance did the title of county chief hold for him? None at all, as long as he could attract attention to the village. The opinion of a mere county chief mattered little. With sufficient vitality, he could reinstate the protective mountain array, rendering any number of troops below the mountain inconsequential. And as for poverty alleviation, he scoffed at the notion. At this moment, the only person he truly cared about was Zhou Xiaodai. Without hesitation, he hurried towards her with a bright smile. Ah, isn't this our esteemed streamer Zhou? Good morning. Please take a seat. Don't worry about tiring yourself out. His overt display of enthusiasm left the villagers astonished, staring in disbelief. Was this truly the aloof and proud leader they knew? Li Xiuxian paid no heed to their shock. He had a purpose, and he needed to be more accommodating. Zhou Xiaodai, however, regarded him with suspicion, convinced that Li village chief was not entirely sane. Despite her reservations, she complied and sat down, her eyes pleadingly darting towards County Chief Huang for support. Zhou, no, Miss Sayeb, I have a request. Could you kindly bestow your wisdom upon me, Miss Sayeb? Zhou Xiaodai's eyes widened in confusion as she glanced around, realizing there was no one beside her. Are you calling me? Li Xiuxian, equally perplexed by her reaction, thought perhaps addressing her as Miss was too formal. I thought everyone called you Zhou the streamer, he replied, feeling embarrassed upon realizing he had made a blunder. What do you need? Zhou Xiaodai was eager to wrap up this conversation and escape the awkwardness, wishing to avoid dealing with someone she perceived to be somewhat unhinged, despite his handsome features. It's nothing much, Li Xiuxian chuckled awkwardly, hoping to lighten the mood, but his expression turned serious as he respectfully clasped his hands together. I beseech you, please teach me the ways to gain popularity. At his utterance, Chen Fengshu nearby nearly choked on his laughter. An old farmer from the mountains, aspiring for internet fame? Was he truly hoping to become an influencer? The absurdity was almost too much to bear, eliciting laughter from the poverty alleviation team, their faces flushed with mirth. Even Professor Wang, usually stern, almost cracked a smile, but quickly shook his head, muttering in dismay about the decline of societal values. Yet, Li Xiuxian was unfazed by their ridicule. All he desired was popularity. I implore you, Miss Xiaodai, instruct me. His earnestness was palpable, as this matter was critical for the village's survival. For a long moment, silence enveloped the room. Even those who had been laughing moments before now stared in disbelief. This village chief genuinely wished to become an internet celebrity? The villagers exchanged confused glances, while 6 masters hidden among the crowd regarded Zhou Xiaodai with a mixture of curiosity and concern. Could the recent changes in the longevity tree be linked to her? Zhou Xiaodai found herself at a loss. Her status as a streamer was modest. She enjoyed casual outdoor activities, but she had never undertaken the responsibilities of mentorship or recruiting followers. However, a thought crossed her mind. She would eventually leave, and the village chief must be thinking long-term. But how could she teach him with her limited experience? After a lengthy pause, her cheeks began to flush as she shyly stammered, village chiefly. Do you know how to edge in? Li Xiuxian was momentarily perplexed, while those nearby nearly erupted in laughter. Huang County Chief's expression contorted, and he quickly interjected, Zhou the streamer, when discussing poverty alleviation, please choose your words wisely. Zhou Xiaodai felt her face heat up, nearly wishing for the ground to swallow her whole. Yet, she spoke the truth. As a streamer without a background or team, how could one garner attention without some edge? While many criticized scripted content, one required a team to create such material. She was all too aware of the difficulties she faced on her journey. Building a following before transitioning to serious content was essential. Overnight fame was rare, and many streamers struggled to make ends meet. However, Huang County Chief, ever the pragmatic leader, stepped forward and placed a hand on Li Xiuxian's shoulder. What is this? Comrade Li, after a night of contemplation, have you finally come to your senses? Fear not. If you wish to become an internet celebrity, this county will support you. His words echoed with confidence, promising substantial backing. Zhou Xiaodai couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy. How fortunate was he to have the resources of an entire village and the support of Huang County Chief. She reflected on her own challenges and felt a pang of disappointment. Just then, Li Xiuxian's voice cut through her thoughts. Leader, you lack popularity as well. Could you step aside? I seek guidance from Miss Xiaodai. I lack popularity? Huang County Chief was taken aback, feeling the sting of his first ever low point in life. At that moment, Professor Wang, who had been silent with irritation, suddenly spoke. Desiring to become an internet celebrity and seeking popularity, what is so difficult about that? Upon his declaration, all eyes in the room turned towards him in unison. Chapter 49. Your performance is quite awkward as Li Xiuxian and his companions gazed at the old man's confident demeanor. Their minds were filled with questions. Yet the old man, indifferent to their curiosity, strode straight to the table with an air of displeasure. He gently placed a white toolbox before them. With this, anyone could become an internet sensation. Upon hearing this proclamation, County Chief Huang and Chen Fengshu exchanged knowing glances, nodding contemplatively. However, a sudden grimace marred Chen Fengshu's expression as he inwardly cursed. Old Wang, are you lacking in dignity? After all that, you still bring this out? Must you humiliate yourself further? Before he could voice his objections, County Chief Huang eagerly interjected, Old Wang, such a precious item should not be displayed so casually. It's inappropriate. He attempted to retrieve the box, but the scene resembled a duet, one pushing while the other pulled, igniting everyone's curiosity. Between this exchange, who wouldn't be compelled to inquire about the treasures within? However, they were facing Li Xiuxian, who was already well acquainted with the earlier events on a mountain path and fully aware of the contents of the box. Is it merely seeds? Just this? He thought, feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over him as he stepped forward to reach for the box. Seeing this, County Chief Huang smirked subtly, thinking, you want to escape this time. Yet, in an instant, his pleasant anticipation shattered. Li Xiuxian merely touched the box with one hand, shoving it firmly into Huang's embrace. Best take care of this treasure. Don't leave it lying around, leader. Huang was utterly flabbergasted. This was not how he envisioned the scene unfolding. Shouldn't you have clutched the box and asked me what treasures lay within? Or at least appeared eager? Yet, why were you so composed, even tinged with disdain? This was not how the performance was meant to go. After handling Huang and his companions, Li Xiuxian turned his attention to Zhou Xiaodai, seeking her guidance. With a solemn bow, he inquired. This infuriated old Wang, who felt utterly disrespected, nearly slamming his hand on the table in frustration. This young man was utterly insufferable. Old Wang's anger boiled as he glared, feeling stifled after repeatedly enduring humiliation in Changsheng village. Zhou Xiaodai, however, observed everything. While Li Xiuxian might be indifferent, she could not afford to be. Suddenly, an idea sparked in her mind, her eyes gleaming as she declared, "Sell products." Yes, exactly. If your goods are of high quality, naturally people will buy. And if they enjoy their shopping experience with you, they will follow you. Isn't that how popularity is built? Sell products? Li Xiuxian's eyes flickered with insight. He need not concern himself with Huang and the others, but Zhou's words, as indicated by the fortune-telling board, resonated deeply within him. However, he found himself in a quandary. While he understood that selling meant promoting the village's goods, he was acutely aware that Zhou emphasized providing a good shopping experience. This presented a dilemma. The items from his mountain, lacking any fertilizers, could tarnish Changsheng village's reputation if mishandled. Meanwhile, County Chief Huang wore a satisfied smile, casting a commendatory glance at Zhou Xiaodai. It was fortunate to have her along. What he initially perceived as a burden had proven invaluable time and again. Watching Li Xiuxian's contemplative and hesitant demeanor, he sensed potential. If only the young man would agree, he could repair the mountain path leading to Changsheng village, and with a reputation established through the copper figurines, visitors would flock to them. Just then, Zhou Xiaodai's phone unexpectedly rang, disrupting the peculiar atmosphere. The sudden ringtone drew everyone's attention. Zhou Xiaodai scanned the crowd, her cheeks slightly flushed. When she glimpsed the caller ID, her lips involuntarily twitched. Zhu Shui? Why is she calling me? Was she supposed to be out with her underground boyfriend in another county for a poverty alleviation project? Zhu Shui had debuted as a streamer alongside Zhou Xiaodai, both joining the same studio at the same time. Their bond had always been strong. Zhu Shui, who was a year younger and hailed from a rural background, affectionately referred to Zhou Xiaodai as Sister Xiaodai. With her boisterous personality, Zhu Shui quickly amassed a significant following, becoming a prominent streamer. In contrast, Zhou Xiaodai's progress had been slower, creating a noticeable disparity. Nevertheless, Zhu Shui remained loyal, never abandoning Zhou Xiaodai to live alone, covering the rent entirely when their circumstances changed. This gesture warmed Zhou Xiaodai's heart. However, things shifted after Zhu Shui started dating her new boyfriend. Whenever minor disagreements arose, Zhu would subtly remind her, "I'm the one paying rent. Why should I accommodate you?" This made Zhou Xiaodai uncomfortable. After arguments, Zhu would come back, sweetly apologizing, leaving Zhou in a difficult position. Now, although they still shared an apartment, their relationship had lost its intimacy, especially since Zhu began spending nights out with her boyfriend, returning only at dawn. Zhou Xiaodai mused that they must have slept early last night, prompting this call. However, the moment she answered, regret washed over her. "Hello, Sister Xiaodai." "Hee, good morning." "Good morning. How are things on your end?" "Oh, it's all right here. What about you?" "This countryside is unbearable. There are mosquitoes everywhere, and at night, it's eerily quiet, filled with the sounds of bugs and barking dogs. Plus, no flush toilets. What a stench." Listening to Zhu Shui's complaints, Zhou Xiaodai's lips twitched. "You came from a countryside too. How can you complain about rural life after living in the city for years? By the way, Sister Xiaodai, how are your sales doing?" Chapter 50 Village Chiefly, what do we have to sell in our village? As Zhou Xiaodai listened to the voice on the other end of the line, she felt a twinge at the corners of her mouth. She glanced at the group of people beside her, pressed the phone's microphone, and, with a slightly flushed face, replied, "Not bad, not bad. How about you?" However, she immediately regretted her instinctive response, wishing she could slap herself. Surely the girl on the other end was waiting for her to ask. After all, the subtext of asking someone a question is, "Please ask me back so I can answer." Indeed, Zhu Shui did not disappoint Xiaodai. She immediately began to complain. "Oh, you have no idea, Sister Xiaodai. Let me tell you in secret, this wretched village is worthless. I've been selling goods for 3 days, and guess what? I only sold over 300,000 yuan worth of corn. What a joke. Country stuff, it's just not presentable." Listening to Zhu Shui's grievances, Zhou Xiaodai's mouth twitched. How long had she been in Chilin County? Zhu had sold over 300,000 and was still complaining? She hadn't even managed to touch any goods herself. Wasn't that a slap in the face? Moreover, was 300,000 insignificant? It was quite a substantial amount. Zhou Xiaodai felt quite frustrated. But then she thought, although she hadn't sold much, the tips she received had been quite generous, even surpassing Zhu's sales. The key was that the tips required no investment. They were pure profit. Yet, she felt embarrassed to mention it. Were the tips for her? They were all because of the reputation of the copper statue. With that thought, Zhou Xiaodai could only sigh helplessly. Keep it up, you can do it. By the way, Sister Xiaodai, how much have you sold? I've been so busy that I haven't had a chance to check your live stream. Not much, just... Okay, I guess. You keep it up too. I have a lot to handle in the village. Listen, the village chief is calling me again. Saying this, Zhou Xiaodai deliberately pulled away the microphone, stretched her neck, and called out from afar, Okay, I heard you. Just a moment, I'll be right there. As soon as she finished speaking, she hurriedly leaned closer to the microphone, anxiously adding, Oh dear, my good sister. We'll talk later. I have work to do. Beep, beep, beep. Immediately, a busy tone resonated through the screen. Looking up, she saw a group of bewildered faces. Zhou Xiaodai's face turned as red as a monkey's bottom, and she quickly shrank her head, explaining softly, This. I really am quite busy. I still need to discuss with Village Chief Li how to boost the village's popularity. She knew that no one would believe her explanation. However, Li Xiaoxian was deeply moved. After all, he had no idea what kind of mindset was on the other end of the phone. Meanwhile, in a guest house in Changsheng County, Zhu Shui wore an incredulous expression. Hung up? How dare she hang up on me? Haha. Isn't it normal to hang up on you? Does she not care about her dignity? The speaker was Zhu Shui's partner, Wang Ritian. Brother Ritian, do you know? Zhu Shui looked at him with confusion. Wang Ritian smirked and pulled out his phone, scrolling for a moment before showing it to Zhu Shui. Look, this is the real-time sales leaderboard for poverty alleviation. Zhou Xiaodai hasn't even made a sale yet. Do you think she has the nerve to answer you about her sales? Is her pride that strong? She can't even sell anything. It's only natural. Shouldn't she be begging me for help? After all these years as sisters, how could I not help her? As she spoke, Zhu Shui batted her eyelashes and snuggled into Wang Ritian's embrace, playfully pouting. Isn't that right, Brother Ritian? My little E has the kindest heart. Wang Ritian squeezed her softly, but felt quite disdainful. The difference in size compared to his favored older sister was too stark. If it weren't for his recent financial woes, Zhu Shui wouldn't even be his type. Brother Ritian, why can't she just ask me for help? Wang Ritian raised an eyebrow. He had been with this woman long enough to understand her well. This was not about genuinely wanting to help Zhou Xiaodai. It was merely about wanting to assert her presence through Zhou Xiaodai, especially since Zhou was a country girl who had made it this far. She needed someone to look down upon to truly satisfy her vanity. Moreover, Zhou Xiaodai, being a country girl, had very few friends in the city. Thus, she became the perfect target for Zhu Shui. For this reason, Zhu had even requested to live together several times, only to be firmly rejected. Claims of sisterly affection were merely nonsense. It was about flaunting superiority. Wang Ritian, who had long been immersed in the world of women, was well aware of these thoughts, but chose to remain silent. Gently stroking Zhu Shui's hair, he said, Don't worry, she will definitely come to you for help. Suddenly, Zhu Shui's eyes sparkled as she gazed deeply into Wang Ritian's eyes. I heard that Brother Hui from your studio said that after this poverty alleviation event, they will be cutting some small streamers and focusing all resources on promoting the big streamers with good performances. After that, those without performance will be marginalized, even if they aren't cut. Really? Zhu Shui's eyes brightened even more. Aren't you worried about your little sister Xiaodai? Her? Haha, no need to worry. She only signed a streamer contract with the studio back then. Didn't she know nothing at that time? But the company didn't provide any resources. They just left her to fend for herself. Over time, she always thought she was an independent streamer. Oh, don't you often go to the company? Doesn't she know? Why should she know? It's fine, Brother Ritian. Let us work hard together. As for Sister Xiaodai, I don't mind supporting her if it comes to that. After all, we are sisters. Wow, look at my little E being so kind. Wang Ritian wore a spoiled expression, but internally he mused. How did I not have this kind of cunning back then? I took all the resources for myself, and yet turned around to offer charity to others. Impressive. At that moment, Zhou Xiaodai was completely unaware of the situation. She believed that she and the studio had automatically terminated their contract and that she was a free streamer. Little did she know that all the resources had been intercepted by Zhu Shuyi because she hadn't been to the company. Things like arranged popularity tips or mutual gift exchanges for traffic were all intercepted by Zhu Shuyi. Otherwise, it would be impossible for her to rise so quickly. She was entirely oblivious to this fact, and sometimes, when she entered Zhu Shuyi's livestream, she would see a flurry of tips and feel envious. Now, Zhu had already sold 300,000 worth of goods. What about her? What to do? As a woman, how could she not have a bit of vanity? No matter how poor she was, she couldn't fall behind too much. Determinedly, she turned to Li Xiuxian and asked, "Village Chief Li, what do we have to sell in our village? I can help you sell it. Really, trust me, I'm quite knowledgeable, and this can boost our popularity." Chapter 51. The ox is done. The alchemist cooks. Observing the troubled expression on Li Xiuxian's face, Jiang Lihua stepped forward and tentatively suggested, "Village Chief, do we not have an abundance of fruits and vegetables in our village? Let's sell these." As he spoke, he nodded to himself, displaying a firm conviction. In his eyes, although the village chief had yet to explicitly state the purpose of the popularity, it was undoubtedly of great significance. However, upon hearing this, Li Xiuxian furrowed his brow, glancing between Jiang Lihua and Zhou Xiaodai. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, he silently nodded. In comparison to popularity, everything else paled in importance. Yet, at the instant he gave his assent, Professor Wang's frail hand clenched with excitement. The next moment, he cast a haughty glance at Li Xiuxian. "Well, since village chief Li has agreed, we can proceed to taste the products, right?" Zhou Xiaodai chimed in eagerly, only for her stomach to audibly rumble at that moment, leaving her quite embarrassed. After all, she had gone 2 meals without eating. Testing. Tasting? Li Xiuxian looked perplexed. Of course. It is the standard procedure for selling goods. Without tasting, how can we recommend it to our online audience? Fine then, he nodded, calling over an elderly man to begin preparing the ingredients. Subsequently, a group of people followed Li Xiuxian towards the village chief's office. This was primarily because the health station belonged to old Jiang, who had long secluded himself and lacked even the most rudimentary kitchen. After a while, in the courtyard of the village chief's residence, a group of individuals sat around a large round table beneath the ancient longevity tree. Although they remained silent, their stomachs growled loudly in anticipation. However, Chun Fangshu resolutely refused to consume the food from Changsheng village. He stubbornly negotiated with the others until he managed to procure the last remaining pack of instant noodles, claiming it was more hygienic. In his eyes, the rural produce was merely a product of dubious quality. The crux of the matter was that he harbored no fondness for Changsheng village. Who knew if they had used pesticides? Although instant noodles were also a product of technology, at least they were clean. Under limited conditions, he could settle for that, especially as the enticing aroma wafted through the air, causing everyone to swallow their saliva in longing. Yet, with a grand feast imminent, the group managed to restrain their impatience, with many even teasing Chun Fangshu for being overly cautious. What's the big deal about untested food? You can't eat it? This is the countryside. Rural produce is the best. Not to mention freshness. You have fresh delicacies laid before you, yet you choose instant noodles? Isn't that a bit absurd? However, Chun Fangshu remained unfazed, merely chuckling as he focused on his noodles. The others found themselves at a loss, although it was indeed the last pack of noodles. A dozen elderly men had just entered the kitchen, clearly preparing a grand feast. Perhaps it would even be a traditional rural banquet. Ah, juste noodles. If anyone wants them, go ahead. Meanwhile, the ravenous group was unaware that chaos reigned in the kitchen behind the courtyard. "Hey, how we cook this dish? Who are you asking? I haven't eaten for over 2,000 years. How about a tomato scrambled egg?" The villagers seem to enjoy it. The problem is we have tomatoes, but no eggs. Wait, we seem to not even have salt. Who can run down the mountain and fetch a pack? Village chief, you are well versed in many matters. Why not take charge? An elderly man handed Li Xiuxian a large spoon. Li Xiaoxian glanced at the spoon, his eyelids twitching. Without even bothering to look directly, he turned his body aside, his hands clasped behind him, gazing distantly at the horizon. He often descended the mountain, but had never engaged in earthly culinary affairs, let alone cooking for others. As everyone pushed and shoved, the spoon eventually landed in Captain Zhao's hands. Zhao's anger flared instantly. In the past, I would stretch out my hand for clothes and open my mouth for food. Why would I stoop to such menial tasks? Get lost and find someone else. A gentleman stays far from the kitchen. I once studied the spring and autumn annals. Why bring this to me? Clear off. With a resounding slap, the large spoon was sent tumbling across the floor. Watching the chaos unfold as the elderly men turned the kitchen into a frenzy, Li Xiaoxian wiped the sweat from his forehead. Regret washed over him. He lamented not having learned a few culinary skills from the poverty alleviation team, or, better yet, bringing a skilled chef into the mountains. This group before him was utterly unreliable. Quickly, is there anyone competent? Li Xiaoxian felt agitated. This was a matter of great importance regarding popularity. It could not be treated lightly. Yet, as he voiced his frustration, the elderly men in the kitchen only quickened their pace in passing the spoon. Fuming, he bellowed, "Enough!" The moment his voice fell, the room fell silent. The elderly men exchanged glances, avoiding Li Xiaoxian's gaze, fearing being singled out for cooking duties. Helpless, Li Xiaoxian scanned their faces. Finally, his gaze landed on one particular old man whose legs had gone numb. Perhaps they could move mountains and fill seas. But asking them to cook was akin to lighting a lamp in a restroom, utterly futile. You suggested this. You are responsible. The old man's eyes widened in disbelief. Village chief, do you recognize my face? I am Jiang Lihua. Yes, you cook. What? Old Jiang was bewildered. Wasn't it said that the health station lacked a kitchen, prompting them to come here? Why was he still being called upon? They could have just cooked at the health station. You incompetent fools, get out of my way and do not disturb Master Jiang while he cooks. Did you hear me? Li Xiaoxian glared at the crowd. Please, village chief, leave a few to assist. Old Jiang was flustered. Yet before he could finish his sentence, he felt a sudden gust of wind sweep through the kitchen, and when he opened his eyes again, not a single soul remained. It was as if the earlier commotion had been nothing but a mirage. What? The old man slapped himself, regretting his earlier meddling. He had been warned not to interfere, yet here he was, having inadvertently landed himself in this predicament. With a heavy sigh, he rolled up his sleeves and closed the kitchen doors and windows. Internally, he cursed, I am a respected alchemist, adept at acupuncture and cooking. What in the world is this? As he pondered, he nearly burst into tears. During this retreat, he had accomplished not a single meaningful task. Instead, he had dabbled in two trivial pursuits. The problem was he was utterly incompetent at both, forced into a situation where he could not employ his strength. With a resigned sigh, he glanced around the kitchen. Honestly, he possessed no skills. Since he was inept at everything else, he might as well utilize his own tools. With a decisive wave of his hand, a pitch-black alchemical furnace crashed onto the kitchen floor, shaking the entire courtyard. Li Xiaoxian, who had been secretly observing, was left in shock, his mouth agape in disbelief. Could it be that this old man intended to cook with an alchemical furnace? Chapter 52. Why are there so many foreigners in the live stream? Are we going international? Cooking with a Dan furnace? If this gets out, what will become of the reputation of Changsheng village? However, just as he was about to step forward, he hesitated and withdrew his leg, his eyes narrowing in resignation. Cooking with a Dan furnace is indeed peculiar, but at least someone is willing to prepare a meal. If we don't let this old man cook, what about this group of elderly folks nearby? They would be even less helpful. Li Xiaoxian helplessly glanced at the group beside him before leading everyone out of the backyard and straight to the front yard, ostensibly to greet the guests, but in reality, he could no longer bear to watch. Did they not see what old Jiang was doing? Tomatoes, eggplants, rice, cucumbers, and more, all tossed into the Dan furnace without hesitation, thankfully remembering to add water. If an unknowing person walked in, they might genuinely believe he was concocting something extraordinary, perhaps even a vegetable rice pill. To be fair, the old man certainly deserved his title as the head of the alchemy hall. His control over the heat was impressive. Soon, a fragrant aroma of cooked rice wafted gently on the breeze towards the Changsheng tree in the front yard. Just this waft of fragrance had the hungry members of the poverty alleviation team drooling. It smells so good. What kind of rice is this? Huang County stood up, looking eagerly at Li Xiuxian, his eyes alight with excitement. This. Li Xiuxian paused slightly and replied casually, Changsheng rice. Changsheng rice. What a splendid name. Just based on that, this rice is bound to sell well. Huang County was delighted and quickly instructed Zhou Xiaodai. Hurry, Zhou Anchor, start the live stream now. We'll broadcast the entire tasting experience. What? Live tasting? Zhou Xiaodai hesitated, as this was not the usual procedure. Typically, they would select the products first and then taste them in a live stream. No, let us keep it genuine. We aim for true transparency, fairness, and justice. Zhou Xiaodai felt a bit awkward, but seeing that the leader had spoken, she could only pout and open her phone. As the live stream began, Chun Fengshu immediately chimed in. This rice must have some kind of flavoring, right? Be careful when you eat it. No normal rice smells that fragrant. Cough, cough. Dr. Chun, is instant noodles no longer tasty? Huang County shot him a stern look, his eyes narrowed with warning. Some things should simply not be said, even if the audience in the live stream was still sparse. Meanwhile, Zhou Xiaodai, caught up in the aroma and fighting her hunger, began to educate the viewers. Dear friends, this early morning, we are directly tasting the specialty delicacies of Changsheng village. If you enjoy it, please remember to follow us. We will provide links in the future. No sooner had she finished speaking than the previously sparse live stream audience began to surge. 50, 200, 3,000, 10, 000. Zhou Xiaodai was astonished, her previously drooping expression suddenly brightening. She incredulously tapped her phone. No way. Is this working? We've only been live for 1 minute, and we already have over 50,000 viewers? She looked at the time, even more bewildered. Indeed, it was only 7:25 in the morning. It was no wonder she was confused. Who would watch a live stream at this hour? Yet, her viewer count continued to skyrocket. Noticing Zhou Xiaodai's bewildered expression, Huang County grew concerned and approached her side. What is wrong, Zhou Anchor? You don't look well. Is something wrong with the live stream? He glanced at the live stream, and seeing the rapidly climbing numbers, even the county head stumbled a bit. Over 80,000 in less than 2 minutes? At this moment, even Huang County found it hard to believe. However, they quickly noticed something amiss. Not for any other reason, but due to the strange barrage of comments. Aside from a few comprehensible lines in Chinese, the screen was almost entirely filled with various foreign languages, completely unintelligible to them. Wow, Zhou Anchor, who knew you'd go international? Impressive. Huang County looked at the comments, and then at Zhou Xiaodai, his eyes filled with newfound admiration. What is this? Zhou Xiaodai was flabbergasted. What does going international even mean? After a moment of shock, Huang County felt a mix of joy and concern. Teacher Zhou, our rural products haven't even been properly developed yet. You've jumped straight to an international route, sending our goods from Changsheng village overseas. This is good, but aren't we taking a huge leap? Perhaps we should test the waters domestically first? Seeing Huang County's anxious yet polite expression, Zhou Xiaodai was utterly stunned. Especially the way he called her Teacher Zhou made her want to find a hole to hide in. You can call me Teacher Zhou, but the issue is, I don't even know what is happening. How did I become an international figure? Just then, Chun Fengshu became interested and leaned in, pointing at some of the comments. This one is in Hindi. This is, should be in Japanese. And this one, Korean, Russian. As Chun Fengshu identified the languages, he recognized at least 8 different countries' languages, excluding Chinese. This left everyone astonished. I, Zhou Xiaodai, have gone international? Thanks to Chun Fengshu's explanations, Zhou Xiaodai felt completely dazed. She wanted to ask, who am I? Where am I? What on earth is happening? Dr. Chun, please read what these foreigners are saying. Huang County exclaimed, excitedly pulling Chun Fengshu's shoulder. However, Chun Fengshu shrugged him off and returned to his bowl of instant noodles, savoring every bite. Internally, he felt quite pleased. Just moments ago, they told me to be quiet. And now they need me? You're the one who put on airs. You deserve this. Hey, Dr. Chun, don't be upset. You're the only one here who has studied abroad. Come on, translate for us. We need to know what our international friends are saying. Huang County said, laughing as he approached Chun Fengshu again. But no matter how he pleaded, Chun Fengshu ignored him, continuing to enjoy his noodles. His demeanor radiated one word, proud, until Professor Wang, unable to watch any longer, cleared his throat. Huang County, don't bother Dr. Chun. He only understands English. He can't help with the rest. What? The once content Chun Fengshu shot a glare at the old man. He thought, after all this time together, can't you let me enjoy this moment a bit longer? Fortunately, Shaoli from the publicity department, who often handled various meetings, was accustomed to translating. She quickly suggested, leaders, we can install an automatic translation software on the phone. It can convert text in real time, even voice. Upon hearing this, Huang County hurriedly urged for it to be installed. This is a significant step towards going international. We must seize this opportunity. While they were busy setting up the translation software, he approached Li Xiuxian with a beaming face, though his expression gradually turned serious. Gumrada Li, this live stream is likely to reach the international stage. Is your kitchen ready? This question, which could have gone unasked, led even the typically unflappable Li Xiuxian to lose his composure. He may not understand live streaming or what this international trend is about, but he understands popularity. More viewers mean more recognition. That is a good thing. However, his mind drifted to old Jiang, who was still cooking with the Dan furnace. Li Xiuxian shuddered all over, quickly feigning calmness as he spoke. And no problem. It should be fine. Though he uttered these words, the inner turmoil within him was already raging. No problem, my foot. Have you ever seen anyone cooking with an alchemical furnace? Chapter 53. The foreign friends causing a stir, everything is fine. That's great. Huang County exclaimed joyfully, turning briskly toward Zhou Xiaodai. Just as he arrived at the screen, the live translation software was successfully installed. Quick, translate, he urged, excitedly patting Shaoli on the shoulder. If they could seize this momentum, perhaps they could also promote products from other villages in his county internationally, though these products might be inexpensive domestically with the right sales channels. A mere tour in certain foreign regions could yield substantial profits. Just imagine, in the land of the Great Bear, located in the frigid expanse of Siberia, where the soil is ill-suited for vegetable cultivation, the cabbages from their region could fetch a princely sum. While the high prices are primarily due to shipping costs and tariffs. This is what? This is a market. Once the market opens, even modest profits could facilitate further expansion, elevating the economy to new heights. As he pondered, Huang County's lips stretched into a broad grin, and he regarded Shaoli with newfound admiration. You've truly paved the way. After this excursion down the mountain, let's see if I can offer you an opportunity for advancement. Upon hearing this, Shaoli, who had been focused on his task, was instantly flooded with joy. His trip to Changsheng village had not been in vain. Did you see that? The leader appreciates my efforts. The key is, I've been doing this work regularly. But this time, I received high recognition. He thought to himself, this is what we call performing well at a critical moment. It's of little use to do well if the leader cannot see it. With renewed enthusiasm, Shaoli resumed his work, and with a decisive click, he pressed the start button. In the next moment, gazing at the long-awaited barrage of comments, Zhou Xiaodai was stunned, Shaoli was bewildered, and Huang County smile faltered, while the other team members awkwardly stepped back to avoid the leader's wrath. Why? Because the comments were shockingly inappropriate. Huaxia people, quickly hand over our divine cattle, shouted one comment in broken language. Huaxia people, the heavenly sacred copper man, was lost by our nation, handed over with both hands. Baka, up there, can you people from the Great Bear show some dignity? Huaxia people, name your price. We, the Cherry Blossom Nation, want that copper man. As Huang County observed the overwhelming flood of comments, he nearly snatched the phone away in frustration. Fortunately, Zhou Xiaodai was quick-witted. After all, this device was essential for her livelihood and could not be destroyed. However, this incident soured Huang County's previously jubilant demeanor. He began to pace in anger, hands on his hips, cursing under his breath about international friendship and calling the commoners a bunch of fools. Just as he was about to lose his temper, Zhou Xiaodai unexpectedly called out, Huang County, come look. There are some serious comments here. They seem to be from the Great Bear. What? Huang County snapped, annoyed. Zhou Xiaodai had no choice but to read it aloud. Huaxiao people, do you have any good products? Your products are very popular in our land. By the way, just a reminder, we have others from different countries here as well. Please do not disappoint us. Upon hearing Zhou Xiaodai's words, Huang County, who had been fuming, perked up. This was indeed an opportunity. He quickly replaced his stern expression with a beaming smile and approached the camera. This one gets kicked. That one too. Everything nonsensical gets kicked. His fervent kicking motion surprisingly calmed the atmosphere. The previously arrogant foreigners hesitated to send further provocative comments, fearing they would be kicked out. As long as they weren't kicked, they could still access some first-hand information. Just like the sudden appearance of the heavenly sacred Copperman in the Cherry Blossom Nation, which sparked a frenzy across all forums. The attention was undeniable. After all, they were very aware of what the Copperman represented. If this treasure could return, it would undoubtedly significantly reduce national healthcare expenses. This was a matter of national importance. How could it not be sensational? Especially for certain chronic illnesses, Western medicine could drain generations of savings without making a dent, while traditional Chinese medicine might resolve it for a few thousand. Isn't that astonishing? Thus, the emergence of the heavenly sacred Copperman in Huaxia swiftly ascended to the top of the Cherry Blossom Nation's trending list. The excitement even surpassed that within the Great Bear. The Great Bear's attitude was one of entitlement, believing that all good things should belong to them. In contrast, the Cherry Blossom Nation was genuinely discerning. They could bow, apologize, or even kneel, as long as you possess what they desired. Once they had it in hand, they could always turn their backs later. After all, their approach was anchored in one word: sincerity. As Huang County directed Xiao Li to kick the provocateurs, Li Xiuxian grew anxious. Although he couldn't precisely perceive the fluctuations in popularity, he could sense the aura of the Changsheng tree. As Huang County kicked indiscriminately, the Changsheng tree noticeably exhibited signs of wilting. With his thoughts racing, he stepped forward and addressed the camera. Leaders, all guests are welcome. We cannot sacrifice our nation's dignity based on personal likes or dislikes. This is inappropriate. Upon hearing this, Huang County cast a sidelong glance at him and rolled his eyes dramatically. You, a mere village leader, are worrying about the dignity of the nation? Speaking of national grandeur and prestige, what are you, a national leader? Li Xiuxian was momentarily at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Zhao Dui stood a bit taller, seemingly pleased with himself. However, after reprimanding Li Xiuxian, Huang County felt uncomfortable. Whether it was the divine cattle or the Copperman, they were both treasures of Changsheng village. He realized that showing displeasure towards them might not be wise. Quickly, he forced a few awkward chuckles and patted Li Xiuxian on the shoulder. Comrade Shaoli, these foreigners aren't all good-natured. Losing one or two isn't significant. What matters is that your goods are of high quality. The way he phrased it caused a few bystanders to raise their eyebrows. What does good goods mean? Why does that sound odd? But before anyone could ponder further, a commotion from the back courtyard interrupted them. Dinner is served. Chapter 54. Li Xiuxian's indifference leaves Huang County bewildered with the call for dinner. The spirits of the poverty alleviation team members were instantly ignited. In the blink of an eye, the previously chaotic scene transformed into a neatly arranged gathering around the dining table, all awaiting the arrival of the meal. Among them, the most composed was none other than Shan Fengshu, who disdainfully lifted a cup of instant noodles, departing from the table to sit beneath the Changsheng tree, continuing to slurp his soup and noodles. Huang County remained focused on Zhou Xiaodai, who was busy introducing the local specialties to the viewers. Attention everyone! Next up is Changsheng Village's most distinctive agricultural products. Now let us dive straight into the tasting segment. Furthermore, the main evaluator we have invited is none other than him. As Huang County solemnly introduced, Zhou Xiaodai's live stream camera gradually panned toward Professor Wang. This esteemed professor is no ordinary individual. His status in the domestic agricultural sector ranks only after the late Yuan Lao. There is no need for further questioning regarding his evaluations. He has previously been awarded the Best Agricultural and Forestry Award. No jesting. As Huang County concluded his grand introduction, Some of the viewers who had been present in the live stream the previous day remained calm. However, the newcomers were not only unimpressed, but also voiced their skepticism. TCH, these days, anyone can claim to be an expert. Did they pay him to show up? I can't stand that old man. Is he more handsome than my brother? Is he more hardworking? He has nothing to offer, so why invite him? Can't afford my brother, huh? As the barrage of comments began to veer off course, the people of Huang County were at a loss. Yet they could understand, for there are indeed too many unreliable experts nowadays. The mere mention of the term expert incites a desire to kick and spit at them. Nevertheless, Wang Lao is a true expert. Reluctantly, he had to steel himself and continue explaining, just as he had done the day before. Those who doubted could refer to the official media. Gradually, Wang Lao's credentials began to gain some recognition. At that moment, complaints arose from the backyard. Can we get some able-bodied folks over here? Do I have to cook the rice and carry the stove myself? Recognizing the voice, Li Xiuxian couldn't help but smile. This old fellow is doing quite well, understanding the importance of sticking to the script. What would it mean for an old man to carry a stove taller than himself? The previous day's experience with Lu Kansong was still fresh in memory. Without hesitation, he instructed Team Zhao to take a few able-bodied individuals to the kitchen. The poverty alleviation team initially intended to assist, feeling it was only polite to contribute a bit since they were being treated to a meal. However, Li Xiuxian stopped them, saying, "What nonsense? You expect to carry that? That old man, Jiang's alchemical furnace. Not to mention it's filled with food. Just the weight of that furnace exceeds 10,000 pounds. Can you lift it?" Fortunately, Team Zhao was swift in action. Mere moments after entering, they re-emerged before everyone. Yet, upon their return, the anticipation of the poverty alleviation members turned to stone. Especially Zhou Xiaodai, who was holding the camera, nearly dropped her phone in shock. What is this? A cauldron? Not only Zhou Xiaodai, but even Huang County rubbed his eyes, thinking he must be seeing things. He then glanced at Li Xiuxian with a bewildered expression, as if to say, what on earth is happening? This is an international live stream. Do you understand? We agreed not to do anything bizarre. What more? Huang County recognized the style of the cauldron. Many villagers had ancestral relics of similar design. This is an alchemical furnace. We asked you to cook, and you decided to use an alchemical furnace? What on earth does this mean? Especially after Huang County accidentally glanced at the comments, he nearly exploded. Wow, how impressive. Is this what that county chief referred to as local specialties? But wait, let me laugh for 3 minutes. My stomach hurts. It looks just like what a monkey would knock over. This village is too creative, cooking with an alchemical furnace. The highlight is just one word, specialty. As the comments flowed in, Huang County's expression darkened. How could he explain this? Particularly a comment from a viewer in Sakura Country caught his attention. Huaxiao people, what kind of cooking utensil is this? I thought we had learned everything about your culture, but it seems there are still hidden treasures. Huaxiao civilization is indeed unfathomable. Thumbs up to you. While the comment appeared sincere, it only fueled Huang County's desire to curse. This is not a cooking utensil. It's an alchemical furnace. Do you understand? It's for concocting those dark chocolate balls that make you sore. Li, village chief. Where are you? Huang County, after reading the comments, turned to call Li Xiuxian over to introduce himself to the viewers in a live stream. But upon looking up, he found Li Xiuxian had vanished from the courtyard. He must have slipped away. Such a thing was difficult to explain. Since it was hard to clarify, why remain on-site to invite trouble? The viewer count in the live stream had only increased since the appearance of the alchemical furnace, which was more than enough for him. As for how to explain, that was for them to figure out. They were the ones who insisted on tasting the food. It wasn't like they were being forced. Moreover, old man Jiang being able to cook was already a significant feat. How could he blame him? The mess left behind would have to be dealt with by them. With this thought in mind, outside the kitchen, Li Xiuxian had already reclined in a grand chair, enjoying the blue sky and white clouds, a cigarette dangling from his lips. As he would say, this is what life is all about. After worrying so much on his own, now that someone else was cleaning up the mess, why not take advantage of it? As Li Xiuxian indulged in his indifference, Huang County was as restless as an ant on a hot pan. To make matters worse, Zhou Xiaodai pointed the camera directly at his face. This was not Zhou Xiaodai's fault. She had never encountered such a scene before. If Huang County did not step up, Who else would be qualified to do so? More importantly, so many foreigners were watching. If he just logged off and gave up, he might as well resign and leave the country the next day. Did he not see that the online viewer count had surpassed 300,000, most of whom were foreigners? With gritted teeth, Huang County, following the camera, slowly approached the alchemical furnace. He had already cursed Li Xiuxian's ancestors countless times in his heart. This was not just a performance. It was as if he was being roasted on a fire. If he lost control, it could mean the end of his reputation. After all, his title was tied to the nation. No, he could not let his reputation slip. If he had to, so be it. He would face it head-on. But, Li Xiuxian, remember this. Yet, as he drew closer to the alchemical furnace, his anxiety only grew. How? How would he explain this? Chapter 55, The National Treasure. Specifications set too high with a grim expression. Huang County stood before the Grand Cauldron, his back turned to the live broadcast camera. Meanwhile, the audience of Huaxia viewers in the live stream was on the verge of laughter. In contrast, the foreigners appeared to be curious, intrigued by this unfamiliar culinary artifact. As Zhou Xiaodai persistently urged him on, Huang County had no choice but to turn around, donning a smile that looked more grotesque than if he had just eaten something unpleasant. Dear compatriots and international friends, he stammered, struggling to find the right words. Suddenly, a moment of inspiration struck him, and memories of the ancient cauldron's lore surged within him. His stiff smile transformed into one of calm assurance. With a flourish of his sleeves, he addressed the camera with eloquence. It is well known that Huaxia civilization is ancient and profound. From astronomy and geography to medicine, divination, and the livelihoods of sericulture and fishing, each aspect stands as a testament to our unique heritage, especially among the aristocracy of European nations, who does not take pride in possessing exquisite Huaxia porcelain. Yet, Huaxia civilization encompasses far more than this. Porcelain is merely an ornament, valuable but not substantial. Allow me to grandly introduce the object behind me. As he gestured towards the Dan furnace beside him, his demeanor radiated calmness and a hint of pride. The nation's true treasure is none other than the tripod, and the king of tripods is undoubtedly the 9 tripods. What stands behind me is an ancient grand tripod. At this point, Huang County bowed respectfully to the camera, recalling the words of Emperor Wu of Han. Those who offend our strong Han shall be punished, no matter how far they flee. It was an era of gallant warriors and heroic figures, where the likes of General Wei Qing, who conquered the northern deserts, and the valiant Hua Xubing, the champion marquis, emerged. In the realm of civil governance, the renowned Dong Zhongshu advocated for the dismissal of the 100 schools of thought, while the illustrious minister Ji and boldly addressed the emperor. Countless names of esteemed ministers and generals flooded his mind. Yet, there was one man who mastered the spring and autumn annals, understood the principles of change, and with a single decree, quelled the ambitions of feudal lords. This man was none other than the legendary master of rhetoric, Zhu Fuyan. With his eloquence, the Han dynasty experienced an era free from uprisings by the lords. Not only was he a genius in governance, but he was also a connoisseur of fine cuisine, famously declaring, "A true man, whether alive or dead, should cook with the meat of the 9 tripods." Such a grand sentiment underscores the significant role of the tripod in the culinary traditions of ancient and modern Huaxia. In antiquity, only the noblest could dine from a tripod. There exists an idiom to describe such exquisite delicacies: the sound of bells and the feast of tripods. These seemingly simple 4 characters reflect the high standards and esteemed status that every Huaxia citizen should recognize. The grand tripod you see now, though not the legendary 9 tripods, still exemplifies the dedication of the entire Changsheng village to this tasting event. They have spared no effort or resources to recreate the flavors of ancient times for the audience before the camera. This lavish treatment has left Huang County feeling both honored and apprehensive. As he spoke, he leaned slightly, bowing his hands in a gesture of sincerity toward the camera. Those watching, part of the poverty alleviation team, were left bewildered. No wonder he is a leader. He spun an elaborate tale with such finesse that one could hardly contest it. Soon, Shaoli led the applause, elevating what was originally a simple tasting session to unprecedented heights. Throughout this spectacle, Chan Fengshu, despite chewing on noodles, bore an expression of sheer astonishment, a testament to what it truly means to be dumbfounded. Yet, he could not interrupt, which only added to his frustration. Meanwhile, the barrage of comments from foreign viewers was filled with awe, acknowledging that Huaxia, the last surviving ancient civilization, even elevates a meal to such grandeur. Indeed, just the sight of your grand tripod puts our pots and pans to shame. I feel like I need to learn culinary arts. Let us get a tripod for our home. How magnificent! As the comments flew by, Zhou Xiaodai couldn't help but smile wryly, realizing Huang County had brilliantly turned the tide of public sentiment. If it were him, he would have been unable to conjure such a grand narrative. A leader is indeed a leader. When he speaks, he can make flowers bloom and his words shine like golden lotus petals. As he observed the eager expressions of those around him, along with Zhou Xiaodai, as approving gestures, the heavy weight in Huang County's heart gradually eased. Thankfully, he had navigated this hurdle. However, unbeknownst to him, in the near future, his extravagant display would become a sensation among the international elite. If any noble family were to host a grand banquet without presenting a tripod for cooking, they would surely be met with scorn. For if a noble cannot appreciate the significance of the sound of bells and the feast of tripods, how can they be deemed noble? At best, they would be considered nouveau riche. Since they are nouveau riche, they would naturally lack understanding of what constitutes elegance and grandeur. The larger the tripod, the heavier its significance, the more it embodies the essence of true nobility. Yet, none of these matters concerned Huang County at present. His sole desire was to find Li Xiuxian and give him a thorough scolding for his earlier remarks, which had nearly left him speechless. Fortunately, the results were excellent. Even his compatriots were swept up in the fervor, chanting Huaxia's glory. At this moment, no one questioned why this grand tripod had a lid. In truth, traditional cooking tripods are lidless, just as the legendary 9 tripods, which, according to records, had no covers. But what did it matter? He had already prepared his defense. Should anyone challenge him, he would simply reply that a lid was a modern adaptation for energy conservation and environmental efficiency. Yet, since no one questioned it, he saw no need to elaborate further. With a smirk, he rubbed his flat stomach and solemnly gestured to the villagers of Changsheng. Everyone, let's unveil the lid for our audience. His tone was both serious and resonant, elevating the atmosphere to one of solemnity. What began as a simple tasting event had taken on the grandeur of a national banquet. However, as the lid was lifted, Huang County's heart sank upon seeing the state of the food within. This time, his dismay was even greater. He mentally screamed, "Li Xiuxian, you rascal! How am I supposed to spin this?" At that moment, Huang County wished he could simply vanish into the grand tripod itself. He had been so careless, raising the expectations to the level of the sound of bells and the feast of tripods. But if the audience witnessed the scene before him, he dared not imagine. Chapter 56. Old Wang takes the stage, commanding attention if one were to assert that Zhou Xiaodai is a professional streamer. It is evident that the welfare of his fans is perpetually prioritized, just as Huang County found himself in a state of indecision and despair. A diminutive camera was brazenly thrust into the fray. This abrupt intrusion nearly incited a torrent of expletives from Huang County, who had yet to formulate a coherent response. How could this audacious woman charge forth without a moment's thought? There was no opportunity for contemplation whatsoever. Yet, faced with such a multitude of onlookers and a host of eager foreign friends, he felt the urge to rage but dared not, wishing to scold while maintaining a facade of delight. The extent of poverty alleviation had reached a point where he felt inclined to deliver himself a resounding slap. Caught in a predicament, he found himself regretting his earlier overzealousness in engaging with retired officials, which led him to hear about a certain longevity village nestled in the mountains. Had he merely listened without investigating further, he would not have uncovered the existence of such a dilapidated village in the remote wilderness. Had he known, a less enthusiastic approach could have spared him from such a profound pitfall. The situation was indeed dire. At present, he was confronted with a charred concoction that bore no resemblance to the fragrant delicacies he had anticipated. The visual chaos rendered it nearly impossible to discern eggplants from tomatoes. Everything was engulfed in darkness. This, however, could not be blamed on Jiang Lihua, whose mastery of heat control was exceptional. Yet, the reality of the situation was that this was a cauldron, and while the moment he prepared it was perfect, he failed to account for the residual heat of the massive furnace, which gradually rendered the rice a mushy mess. Now, faced with this unsightly hodgepodge, how could he possibly explain it? Regret washed over him as he remembered his earlier proclamations of grandeur. What had he said about gourmet dining? What had he claimed about the necessity of indulging in exquisite cuisine? With such a dismal presentation, even offering it to a dog would likely earn him a disdainful bark. Yet, the unfolding drama was entirely beyond Huang County's control. The live stream had erupted into chaos. Chinese cuisine? Wow, my culinary skills are woefully inadequate to appreciate this, exclaimed one user. Gourmet dining? Your tastes in China are quite unique. Amidst the barrage of foreign comments, domestic viewers began to voice their displeasure as well. Hey, county head, you bragged endlessly only to present this to the foreigners? Where's our dignity? Indeed, had it not been for the grandiose claims he made, he might have managed to avoid their ire. This was akin to a furnace, and he could feel the pressure mounting. If the higher-ups were to discover this debacle, he might lose his position, but more importantly, he could risk tarnishing the nation's image before a foreign audience, and that would be a grave misstep. As he read the comments, even Huang County, who had weathered many storms, felt his resolve waver. He understood all too well the implications of such a scandal. The stakes were high, especially when national pride was at stake. If things escalated, not only would he be at risk of losing his job, but he could also be wrongfully accused of various offenses. This was a burden he could scarcely bear. After a lifetime of diligence, was he truly to be undone by a mere meal? Such a fate seemed profoundly unjust. Yet, confronted with this abomination, it was difficult even to muster the enthusiasm to praise it. Its appearance resembled a large mass of foul-smelling tofu, a dish that, while odorous, is typically delicious. But this concoction? It was not merely unpleasant. It was burnt, a reality he could not escape. In the midst of Zhou Xiaodai and Huang County's bewilderment, the ever-composed old Wang grew impatient. What are you two dawdling for? Hurry and serve the food. I'm quite famished. With that, he produced his toolbox and placed it prominently on the table. Seeing this, Zhou Xiaodai felt a surge of relief. He quickly shifted the camera towards the old man. Upon realizing he was in the spotlight, tidied his beard, knowing that appearance was paramount. Hadn't Huang County just declared him the taste tester? Had it not been for this unexpected title, he would have rushed to the furnace himself. Yet, old Wang was no stranger to such scenarios. He understood that maintaining an air of dignity was essential. If he were to rush in like the others, it would not only diminish his stature, but also leave a poor impression on the audience. Thus, he remained seated, appearing dignified and composed. However, he could no longer tolerate their indecisiveness, prompting him to speak up. With old Wang's entrance, Zhou Xiaodai instantly adopted a professional demeanor, swiftly approaching with a microphone in hand, attempting to steer the conversation away and grant Huang County a moment's reprieve. He feigned surprise and inquired, Old Wang, "Isn't that toolbox the one for your golden 8 seeds? What do you intend to do with it now?" These two questions swiftly redirected the audience's attention from the dismal dish. Zhou Xiaodai wiped the cold sweat from his brow. This live stream was undoubtedly the most nerve-wracking experience of her career. The stakes had risen unexpectedly high, and she was merely a third-rate streamer. Fortunately, Old Wang, being an astute individual, discerned her unease and surmised that something had indeed gone awry with the furnace. He promptly addressed the camera, offering a courteous bow. "I am grateful to Huang County for inviting me to be the taste tester. Since we are tasting, there must be a basis for evaluation, correct? And if there is a basis, then rewards must follow. Thus, I ask everyone to witness this." With that, he dramatically opened his toolbox, only to leave the entire audience in stunned silence. What is this? Is this old man a distraction meant to buy time? What is he doing with these trivial items? Just as the audience began to voice their discontent, a rocket shot up into the air from the live stream, igniting a frenzy. What a spectacle! 200 rockets, right from the start. In the midst of this excitement, a comment appeared. Old Professor Wong, would you consider parting with that patented seed numbered 368? Our Hungnong Technology Company is willing to offer 30 million for it. With that proclamation, accompanied by the 200 rockets, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. Those who had just mocked the old man found themselves utterly bewildered. 30 million for a small bag of seeds? No, my dear friend, it is a patent. What a ridiculous notion. This is merely a small bag. Can you believe it? 30 million for a single bag of seeds? It is utterly astonishing. The most perplexing part is that the old man appears utterly disdainful. What are the other seeds, I wonder? This box of his contains quite a number. Haha, my once blinded eyes have finally been opened today. It is truly an enlightening experience. Chapter 57. The CEO who opens his mouth for 30 million, yet claims to be unable to afford it. Witnessing Wang Lao's effortless unboxing, the entire scene fell into a hushed awe, filling Zhou Xiaodai's heart with uncontainable joy. In that moment, she truly understood the adage. Having an elder at home is akin to possessing a treasure. The ability to command the atmosphere at a crucial moment is invaluable. However, despite her elation, she was also deeply shaken by the staggering bid of 30 million. The camera then zoomed in, capturing the array of items within the box, igniting her curiosity regarding their true worth. Although she had previously been educated about the prices of high-end rice, her ingrained perceptions led her to believe that grains were still rather unremarkable commodities. Seizing the opportunity, she sought to inquire further. As her camera swept across a small bag labeled Golden Number 8, she hastily redirected her lens and curiously addressed the audience. Dear CEO of Hungnong, are you there? Speak up. Aren't you interested in this labeled bag? I've heard it's quite remarkable. How about giving us a price estimate to satisfy our curiosity? It must be said that Zhou Xiaodai understood her audience well. They relished the spectacle and thrived on gossip. However, as her words echoed, a CEO in a distant corporate office felt a twitch in his eyelids. He recognized what was before him. The name of Golden No. 8 was well known to him, a prominent figure in the industry. Yet at that moment, his face flushed with embarrassment, akin to receiving a sudden slap. He found himself at a loss for words. In Zhou Xiaodai's live stream, the screen was filled with question marks from the viewers, creating an awkward atmosphere. After a prolonged silence, she ventured again. CEO of Hungnong, are you still with us? Speak. No. Let's change the topic. What? It's just a price estimate. What is there to change? She exclaimed, exasperated. The viewers are simply eager to hear your valuation to satiate their curiosity. With her words, the barrage of comments in the chat began to roll in, echoing the name of Hungnong's CEO. Zhou Xiaodai was indeed adept at engaging her audience. With a mere light-hearted remark, the viewers rallied to support her. Upon seeing the screen inundated with his company's name, the CEO of Hungnong was momentarily stunned. He felt a strange compulsion and was quite displeased. Yet, as a seasoned executive, he was not one to be easily outsmarted. After a brief moment of contemplation, a flicker of amusement crossed his face. This was, after all, free advertising. Moreover, there were over 30,000 viewers online at that moment, a majority of whom were international users circumventing internet restrictions. This wave of unsolicited promotion had the potential to reach far and wide. Who knew if it might spark a chain reaction? What if some influential content creators were among the viewers? They could produce a few videos and casually mention his company. The possibilities were tantalizing. Originally, the 200 rockets he had sent were merely a small gesture to please Wang Lao, a token of goodwill. He had even been clever about it. The donations were intended for poverty alleviation funds. This was not a bribe, but rather a means to win Wang Lao's favor. Yet, unexpectedly, he found himself receiving such unwarranted attention. Although he was a significant enterprise, primarily interacting with distributors, the acknowledgement from the public was nonetheless a form of reputation. His heart swelled with joy. If he did not express his stance soon, it could lead to negative implications. Then a comment floated across the screen. It's not that I can't offer a price. It's that I can't afford it. At this proclamation, the live chat erupted once more. You, who casually sends 200 rockets, claim you can't afford it? Who was it that just opened their mouth for 30 million? Exclamations filled the chat. Zhou Xiaodai, who understood the value of Golden Number 8, was momentarily taken aback. Previously, she had only acknowledged its worth in abstract terms, but now, To hear someone who had just spoken of 30 million openly admit to being unable to afford it was a revelation of immense impact. However, sensing the situation was amiss, the CEO of Hungnong quickly typed out another comment. I truly can't afford it, but as a large corporation, how could I possibly not have the means? It's just that the seeds are priceless. Do you understand? Furthermore, even if I were to acquire them, I would have no means to cultivate them. The requirements are simply too high. The audience chose to ignore his explanation. People, after all, tend to remember only what piques their interest. The rest was inconsequential. All they retained was a striking line. The CEO who opened his mouth for 30 million cannot afford the seeds. This indicated the extraordinary value of those seeds. At this juncture, numerous content creators, both domestic and international, began to craft their video previews, meticulously documenting the segments featuring Golden Number 8. Meanwhile, Zhou Xiaodai, having risen to the status of a streamer, seemed to sense the gravity of the situation. She quickly averted the camera and whispered to Wang Lao, "Isn't this a bit too ostentatious? Perhaps we should put it away." Wang Lao shot her a disgruntled glance, remaining silent, continuing to display the items with unabashed pride. Did he truly think Wang Lao was foolish? What use was it to conceal good things? He intentionally showcased them to elevate brand recognition and to assert his standing in the industry, reminding others of his esteemed position. "Did you all think so little of me yesterday?" He mused. "You treated me as if I were a mere nuisance, as if you were guarding against a thief. And now, have you been slapped in the face yet?" Were it not for his dignity, he would have relished the opportunity to confront that Zhao fellow directly, shoving the live comments right in front of him and declaring, "Look here, do you understand what status means in this realm?" However, at that moment, he glanced at Zhao, only to find him gazing vacantly into the sky, seemingly oblivious. This infuriated him even more. His resentment towards Zhao far surpassed any feelings he harbored for Li Xiaoxian. After all, it had been this towering figure who had scrutinized him throughout the previous day. Yet faced with the camera, he could say nothing, maintaining his composure. Suddenly, an eye-catching comment appeared. "Professor Wang, you mentioned that as long as the meal at Changsheng village satisfies you, we can choose anything here. Is that true?" Wang Lao glanced at the comment, a forced smile crossing his face. He then waved his hand grandly, responding with an air of generosity. "These mere seeds are of little consequence." However, while he projected an image of magnanimity, internally he was cursing. What nonsense is this about whether to give them away? Did they think he was performing this act to boast? No, he had intended to offer them freely. Yet, they had thwarted his attempts yesterday, not even allowing him a chance to assess the situation. What was he to do? Just watch, he thought. As long as I can ascertain that the meal is devoid of any trickery, I will ensure they cannot refuse. No, I will force it upon them if necessary. Do they think they can decline? With these thoughts in mind, he gazed at the cauldron, his anticipation intensifying. Though he remained unaware of the unfolding events, his instincts told him that today would surely bring surprises. Chapter 58. Thank you for the invitation. Fans need not eat first. As Huang County felt the fervent gaze of Wang Lao upon him, a wave of apprehension washed over him. Yet, at this juncture, retreat was not an option. He clenched his jaws, summoning every ounce of resolve. However, just as he intended to serve the rice, a sudden presence appeared beside him. Turning to see, he nearly erupted in expletives. It was Li Xiaoxian. Huang County's teeth ground together audibly as he managed to force out those 3 words. No need to rush. Li Xiaoxian smiled awkwardly at Huang County. Initially, he had no intention of emerging, but he had been attentively monitoring the live stream and noticed a rapid surge in popularity, especially when Huang County's tales grew ever more extravagant. His heart brimmed with delight. From the barrage of comments, he discerned that the tale could not be abruptly severed. Otherwise, it might jeopardize the momentum. Observing Huang County, who was struggling to conjure new material, he glanced at Team Zhao and an idea sparked in his mind. Assisting Huang County would ultimately serve his own interests. Failure was not an option. Seizing the moment when others were distracted, he appeared beside Huang County, whispering, "Do not be troubled, leader. You just mentioned Emperor Wu of Han. Carry on with your grand narrative." He casually glanced at Team Zhao, whose discomfort was palpable under the weight of Li's gaze. Fortunately, the look was fleeting. He then turned back to Huang County, gesturing subtly towards the cauldron. What does that mean? Huang County was left bewildered. Noticing his confusion, Li Xiuxian continued, I heard that Emperor Qin, Yingzheng, consumed his medication until it was all gone. Why not draw some parallels? At that, Team Zhao, already on edge, felt his frustration boil over, his eyes narrowing in disbelief. Can that even work? Huang County, pressed for answers, surprisingly did not rebut, but instead voiced a firm, albeit incredulous, inquiry. This left Team Zhao flabbergasted. Want to shout work? What nonsense! But given that the idea originated from the sect leader, he could only stifle his outrage. Huang County, oblivious to Zhao's expression, rubbed his chin, deep in thought. With a nudge in the right direction, clarity began to dawn upon him. Resolute, he seized a large bowl with one hand and a ladle with the other, rising on his toes to scoop rice from the cauldron. Yet, as he did so, doubt crept into his mind. Can this truly be consumed? Am I about to lead Wang Lao astray? But with no choice left, he reassured himself internally. It's fine, Dr. Chun is here. If I cause any discomfort, he can remedy it. With a silent prayer, he finally filled the bowl. He chose to ignore the indistinct forms of tomatoes and eggplants. He ladled a substantial, albeit modest, portion. Just then, the camera shifted to Zhou Xiaodai, who mused, as expected of a leader. His mind is agile. After such a long wait, he has devised a solution. If only Huang County could hear her thoughts, he would have vehemently countered, is this truly a solution? It's merely desperation. Undoubtedly, Huang County became the focal point of attention, particularly with the dubious bowl of dark, unrecognizable contents he held. For those present who had not viewed previous videos, disbelief washed over them as they rubbed their eyes, questioning their sanity. Was it possible they were hallucinating due to hunger? After all, how could anyone dare call that dark substance rice? This scene provoked an eruption of laughter from Chun Fengshu, who had just finished the last remnants of his soup. He nearly choked on his mirth, secretly grateful for his own cleverness in avoiding disdain for cheap instant noodles. Compared to the concoction before him, the noodles seemed almost gourmet. However, his laughter ignited the ire of the poverty alleviation team, their glares piercing like daggers, silencing him into a sheepish apology. They had waited so long only to be presented with that? Even Wang Lao, who had been eagerly anticipating, shivered involuntarily at the sight of the bowl of rice. If not for his sturdy arms supporting the table, he might have toppled over in shock. Trembling lips and twitching eyes reflected his profound dismay. His bewildered expression seemed to question, what on earth is this? A glare filled with indignation darted towards Huang County and Li Xiuxian, as if saying, at my age, you dare serve me this? Do you wish for my demise to be more dramatic? Li Xiuxian, unfazed, merely turned his head, dismissing the look. But Huang County was frozen in terror. He could never dare to offend Professor Wang. Yet, in front of the livestream camera, he could not offer an explanation, nor could he reveal any semblance of fear. Why? The audience was astute. A hint of hesitation could expose his vulnerabilities. Thus, instead of guilt, he mustered a fade of bravado, forcing a few exaggerated gestures of confidence. This reaction left Wang Lao, who knew Huang County well, in a state of uncertainty. He could never believe that Huang County would deceive him. Yet, upon glancing at Huang County and then at the bowl of dark contents, a flicker of doubt arose within him. Could this perhaps be credible? Fortunately, Huang County did not keep everyone waiting. He strode confidently to the forefront of the livestream's camera. However, just as he lifted the bowl, intending to introduce it, an errant glance caught a glimpse of the comments flooding the screen. The sheer onslaught of messages left him momentarily stunned, nearly dropping the bowl in shock. The screen was ablaze with a singular phrase, scrolling faster than he had ever witnessed. Thank you for the invitation. Fans need not eat first. Thank you for the invitation. Fans need not eat first. Huang County was left utterly flabbergasted. Though he had not intended to suggest that the fans eat first, the audience's reaction had completely shattered his composure. He felt a wave of despair wash over him. How can a dignified county leader endure such ridicule? Chapter 59. The Great Deceiver and the 8 Treasure Immortal Rice. Gazing at the barrage of comments flooding in, Huang County found himself in a predicament. While the viewers were caught up in their revelry, he had pressing matters to attend to. With a shift in mindset, he composed himself and, disregarding the comments, pointed to the scorched rice in his hands. Ladies and gentlemen, do not be deceived by its unappealing appearance. There is a profound story behind this dish. As soon as he finished speaking, the tone of the comments shifted dramatically. It was uncertain who initiated the first remark, but it was a resounding, "I believe you, not at all." This was swiftly followed by a cascade of similar sentiments. "You old rascal, you're up to no good." This left Huang County feeling quite embarrassed. However, after a moment of awkwardness, he became immune to the discomfort. With a deep sigh, he began to speak in a rather solemn tone. Recalling the grandeur of yesteryear, the illustrious Qin Emperor and Han Wu. What splendid figures they were. We have already discussed Han Wu, so let us delve into the anecdotes related to this meal and the Qin Emperor. Cut it out, brother. Are you here to tell tales? It's just a simple meal, and you're dragging in Han Wu and the Qin Emperor. Do you take us for fools? No matter what you say today, we shall not believe it. A comment zipped past, accompanied by a small balloon as a tip. At this moment, Huang County had already acquired a new skill, ignoring the barrage and maintaining a steadfast mindset. He continued speaking to himself. This dish is called the 8-treasure immortal rice. To put it simply, it involves the use of 8 superior natural ingredients brought together. It is cooked over a high flame, allowing the essence of all the ingredients to meld until they become indistinguishable, achieving a state where form and color are both elusive. What do we mean by form and color? It appears as dark as lacquer, indistinct in its vegetable identity, and the rice is devoid of its usual whiteness. This is the optimal presentation of this immortal dish. Do you not find it reminiscent of the quality of ancient elixirs? As he spoke, Huang County boldly presented the scorched rice before the camera for all to scrutinize. Had he not mentioned it, the viewers might not have noticed. But with Huang County's persuasive words, they were taken aback. Although they remained skeptical, the true quality of the rice astonished them. At a cursory glance, it resembled a dark, unappealing lump. Yet, upon closer inspection, each grain was plump, and even the seemingly charred exterior reflected a translucent sheen. They appeared akin to black pearls. No matter how one looked at it, it did not resemble the typical shriveled state of burnt rice found in ordinary households. Despite their lingering skepticism, the viewers couldn't help but feel a twinge of doubt creeping in. This was decidedly unusual, and when things deviate from the norm, there must be something amiss. For a moment, the live stream fell into an unexpected silence. The color, the fullness, how was this achieved? A chef known as Changsheng sent a beer as a tip, commenting with curiosity, is this high-temperature cooking in a completely sealed environment? Utilizing intense heat to rapidly carbonize the surface of the rice, and at that moment, opening the furnace to allow a surge of steam to escape from within, thus moistening the carbonized portions? So, that is why it's both charred and moist. This technique is astonishing and beyond comprehension. It is impossible for an ordinary person to control such precise cooking. With excitement, the chef sent a rocket as a gesture of respect. Could we have that culinary master reveal themselves, so we may behold their prowess? At that moment, Huang County was taken aback. Was this a jest? His intention was merely to highlight the prowess of the alchemical furnace. He had not anticipated that someone would articulate such an intricate and arcane principle. While he could hardly grasp the details, the authoritative tone of the professional left him nearly convinced. Even Huang County, who was privy to the truth, found himself swayed, and the onlookers stared in astonishment. The power of collective belief is formidable. Regarding human nature, if one person expresses disbelief, that may hold firm, but when a second voice joins in, doubt begins to erode certainty. The key was that the second voice belonged to a chef. How could they maintain their stance against such authority? It was indeed a challenge. People tend to follow the crowd, swayed by the strong. Any lie, when repeated, becomes ingrained in the subconscious. Moreover, each speaker was so resolute in their assertions. How could one dare to disbelieve? Meanwhile, in the back kitchen, Jiang Lihua received a message from Team Zhao. He was typically averse to trouble and paid little attention to external affairs. However, Zhao's playful remarks were unrelenting. He felt despondent, lamenting, "How did I, a noble alchemist, become a culinary master? I shall not see anyone. I will not see anyone," he declared to Zhao, closing off his senses and entering a meditative state. Outside, however, the atmosphere was lively. Many comments began to shift direction. "Hey, County Chief, why don't you tell us the origins of this rice?" Huang County glanced at the screen. Sensing an opportunity, he launched into another round of persuasion. "This 8-treasure immortal rice is said to be connected to the Qin Emperor. Surely you have heard of the tale of the Qin Emperor consuming elixirs, leading to lead poisoning? Yet, there is more to the story than meets the eye." As Huang County continued, he grew animated, rolling up his sleeves and settling onto a small stool, prepared to share. After all, as a county chief, he had no other hobbies. Spending years wandering through fields, he often found himself sitting with locals, sharing tales of rural wonders. With the story mode activated, he spoke with abandon, weaving an elaborate narrative. Chapter 60, A Mysterious Elixir Unveiled in the Live Stream. Ah, the grandeur of the first emperor. What an unparalleled achievement it was for him to unify the realm. None of the 3 sovereigns or 5 emperors could compare. Without his edicts for a common script and standardized measures, the very essence of Chinese civilization would not have been infused with the powerful ideology of unity. Just ponder for a moment. Could our civilization, having weathered countless storms over millennia, still stand resolute today? Now, cast your gaze upon the other 3 ancient civilizations. Where do they find themselves now? The Qin Emperor, truly deserving of the title Eternal Sovereign. As Huang County spoke, he could not help but bang his fist on the table, exclaiming praise from the depths of his heart. His admiration resonated so profoundly that, not far behind him, Zhao's team secretly nodded in agreement, their gazes towards Huang County imbued with newfound warmth and respect. Yet, Huang County remained oblivious to these subtle shifts, continuing to weave his narrative. What the Yuan dynasty? What the Qing? In the end, we are all children of China. Are you not impressed? He declared. If such events transpired in your foreign lands, could you maintain the legitimacy of your heritage? Huang County narrowed his eyes, gazing into the camera. In that moment, every foreign viewer fell utterly silent, no matter their inclination to criticize Chinese civilization. The wheels of history are immutable. After all, esteemed scholars abroad have even acknowledged, China is not merely a nation. It embodies a civilization, cleverly masquerading as a state. Any act of aggression will be gradually consumed, and in the end, you will become a part of her, yet she will remain ever unchanged. This is the formidable essence of Chinese civilization. And who is the architect of this civilization? The first emperor, Changsheng. As his resounding words echoed through the live stream, the pride of the Chinese audience swelled, while foreign viewers found themselves at a loss for words, especially those from the A3 nation, who once stood among the ancient powers. Yet now, of the 4 great civilizations, only China remains vibrant, while the others are relegated to the annals of history. This is the true essence of a mighty civilization's pride. In short, you have all become relics of the past. I shall forever remain youthful, and my vitality shall know no bounds. At this moment, A3 viewers felt their faces flush crimson, as if they had been dealt a stinging blow. They could not deny the truth of their ancient invasion, which severed their civilization and left them unable to reclaim their heritage. This was an undeniable fact, yet their nature would not allow them to concede defeat. They were compelled to respond. After much internal struggle, they finally managed to compose a series of comments. Still impressive? Shameless China, return our divine cattle. Huang County merely cast a disdainful glance at the comments, curling his lip in disregard, and continued his discourse. The first emperor, he began, glancing around conspiratorially, lowering his voice to impart a sense of mystery to the live stream. What I am about to share is mere hearsay, purely hearsay. Listen well, but do not take it to heart. It must be said, Huang County possessed an innate talent for storytelling. His enigmatic demeanor ignited the audience's curiosity anew. It was rumored that the emperor had once been enthralled by the alchemical arts. A great sage of the people had bestowed upon him a miraculous recipe, said to grant longevity to those who consumed it. However, This recipe bore a significant flaw. Its effects were exceedingly gradual, and it could not bestow eternal youth. Who was the first emperor? The greatest sovereign of all, yearning for immortality and the unification of all under heaven. Gradually, this recipe was sealed away. Ultimately, he was misled by Su Fu and other alchemists, consuming substances laden with heavy metals that harmed his body, leading him to an early demise rather than the long life he sought. Alas, how tragic! With a look of regret, Huang County inadvertently stirred memories of Zhao's past, and his expression grew somber. Yet, the live stream was abuzz with excitement. Hurry, County Chief. What are you pretending for? Are you suggesting that the sealed recipe is this mound of black rice in your hand? Is this for real? Huang County, not foolish. Recognize the implications of such a statement. How could he possibly admit to that? Such an admission would be easily scrutinized later. He quickly shook his head, vehemently denying it. I have said it is mere hearsay. Do not inquire further. Even if you do, I shall not acknowledge it. His assured demeanor and confident expression caused many viewers to gasp in astonishment. What does this imply? It was a clear indication that he possessed something valuable he would not share. No way. The secret of longevity has emerged. The live stream erupted with fervor. Especially among domestic viewers, the allure was undeniable. Why? Because the Chinese have an affinity for such secrets. The more mysterious, the more enticing. This is a matter of heritage, transcending mere rationality. Even if one scoffs at it, the mere whisper of a secret recipe invites inquiries, particularly from the elderly, especially regarding matters of health. The more ancient the recipe, the greater its allure. Just as when selling pills, invoke the name of Empress Cixi's beauty secrets, and watch how the women in your family become intrigued. Present the recipe for Zhang Zhongjing's kidney tonic, and see who wouldn't want to try a packet. Yet, at this moment, Huang County maintained a serious demeanor, neither confirming nor denying anything. This only intensified the curiosity among domestic viewers, particularly among the astute. The more intelligent they were, the more they pondered. Where is this? This is Longevity Village. Have you seen the elderly there? What is this? Are they truly old? They are sprightly as can be, especially that old man with the grinding wheel from yesterday. Regardless of whether the grinding wheel was authentic, one could not deny his agility. If there had been any lingering doubt, the juxtaposition of images and slight corroboration would have dispelled it. Indeed, this secret recipe must be genuine. At this moment, many viewers began to lose their composure, especially those with elderly family members filled with filial piety. Even if they were not entirely convinced, they would buy a little to try for themselves first. If it proved effective, they would share it with their elders. Some had even begun to privately message the host, inquiring about sales, although they still hesitated to comment publicly, fearing ridicule as fools. However, many others remained cautious, opting to observe before making any decisions. A few skeptics openly expressed their doubts in the comments. All this talk is nonsense. I, Zhao Shanhe, do not believe it. Let that so-called expert try it first. Indeed, if you're not willing to taste this concoction, merely spinning tales, do you take us for fools? Huang County's eyelids twitched as he silently regarded Professor Wang. That glance sent a shiver down the old man's spine, leading him to realize that trouble was brewing. This young man was attempting to ensnare him. While others may have been oblivious, Professor Wang was acutely aware. He wouldn't be fooled by the fabricated tale being spun. They lived together, after all. Why would Huang County suddenly possess knowledge of this so-called recipe? And with such conviction. But the next moment, the scene shifted. The lump of dark, unappetizing rice lay before the old man. In that moment, he felt a sense of disarray, as if caught in the wind. Chapter 61. The Abyssal Prison Come. Old Wang, why not? You take a taste first. Huang County gazed at Professor Wang with a conflicted expression. This left Professor Wang in a state of urgency, as he quickly scanned the surroundings for another individual, Chun Fengshu. However, just as his gaze fell upon Chun Fengshu, the latter immediately understood the situation and rose to his feet, intending to use safety concerns as an excuse to intervene. Yet, after hastily taking a few steps, his pace slowed considerably. The reason was simple. Out of the corner of his eye, he had caught sight of the toolbox on the table. A flood of thoughts surged in his mind. With both of Professor Wang's assistants absent, should anything happen to old Wang, who would assume custody of the toolbox? Undoubtedly, it would be him. Under normal circumstances, he would never have the opportunity to touch that box. This chance was truly a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Moreover, the crucial factor was that if any issues arose in this scenario, he could easily shift the blame on Huang County and Li Xiuxian. After all, it was they who had concocted the situation. Once the issue of responsibility was resolved, he could devise a way to substitute some seeds, and even if he couldn't obtain detailed research reports, those seeds could be sold at a premium to foreign enterprises for clandestine cultivation. This seemed entirely feasible. As for the potential problem of varietal degradation, that did not appear to be of great importance. Even if degradation occurred, he could simply consider it a patriotic act. If it did not, then it would reflect his integrity in business. Perfectly sound. With this clarity, Chun Fengshu quickened his pace. Upon reaching old Wang, he fixed his gaze with utmost sincerity and righteousness, staring for a full 5 or 6 seconds before softly uttering, "Professor, poverty alleviation." No superfluous words were spoken. Just these 4 simple characters, imbued with genuine and earnest emotion. It was precisely these 4 words that struck a chord deep within the old man's heart. Yes, poverty alleviation. What did he spend his life striving for? Why had he cultivated those valuable economic crops, if not to change the plight of poverty? Reflecting on the selflessness and faith of the elder revolutionary workers of the past, he felt a wave of shame wash over him. How could he, having achieved success and recognition today, begin to hesitate? He ought not to do so. Looking back at the impoverished village, devoid of even basic utilities, and the elderly villagers dressed in the garb of the last century, he was reminded of the many elderly left behind, their hair now gray. How pitiable, how tragic, how lamentable. In that moment, the old man felt a rush of shame, his previously frantic gaze gradually sharpening into clarity, and after a moment of lucidity, it turned resolute. What harm could come from a mouthful of burnt rice? Surely, he would not perish from it. "Come, chopsticks," he called out. The basin of scorched rice, while daunting, could not deter him from the task at hand, especially with the throngs of viewers in the live stream, all eyes fixed upon him, wary of any semblance of deceit. Such antics were all too common in the world of live streaming. Particularly among domestic viewers, there was a deep-seated disdain for those who would mislead the audience, treating their intelligence with disdain. The idea of an expert with a bowl of dark rice being part of a ruse would surely incite outrage. Viewers were willing to invest their time and money, but not at the cost of their dignity. To support someone who then treats them as fools would provoke anyone to flip the table. Conversely, viewers from abroad expressed their sympathy. "Don't eat that. It's not meant for human consumption. Oh my gosh, are the Chinese people out of their minds?" they exclaimed. "I've heard they even eat animal entrails. There's nothing they won't dare to eat." Hey, you up there, you don't understand a thing. It's your culinary backwardness that blinds you to what constitutes true delicacy. Facing the audience of the live stream, Professor Wang swallowed hard. He raised his hand, picked up the chopsticks, and carefully lifted a small piece of rice, slowly bringing it to his mouth. At that moment, Huang County shut his eyes, filled with anguish and unable to bear to watch. Chun Fengshu, beside him, showed concern, nervously clutching his medical bag, yet a subtle smile tugged at his lips. The viewers in the live stream dared not blink, particularly the domestic audience, their focus diverging from that of the foreigners, who fixated on his mouth, while the Chinese viewers scrutinized his throat. Meanwhile, the screen was inundated with foreign comments of disbelief. "He actually ate it. That Chinese expert really did eat it. He can't possibly not feel nauseous." Indeed, the food was nearly inedible. Just watching him consume, it was enough to make anyone feel queasy. However, at the moment the chopsticks delivered the morsel to his lips, Professor Wang's eyes were tightly closed. Yet in that very instant, he felt an overwhelming surge, as if a violent force erupted from the depths of his soul. This force originated solely from that small piece of rice. Bang! It felt as though his very essence was jolted away from his corporeal form, plunging him into a void. His soul felt isolated and fearful, surrounded by a haze of confusion. Yet, almost immediately, he sensed his spirit being nourished by some mysterious aura. This sensation was intense, exhilarating, and comforting, as though it was gradually elevating his soul. Although he was engulfed in emptiness, he felt his body surging upward, a compelling urge to break free from an infinite prison. Yes, that was the feeling. His soul was trapped within a dark, infernal cage, and that mysterious aura was persistently nurturing his spirit, seemingly striving to help him glimpse the world beyond. As his body continued to ascend, he sensed the joy of the outside world. It was an indescribable sense of freedom, a freedom that transcended understanding. And this freedom, how to describe it, he felt was a liberation of a different order. True freedom. Yet, as he endeavored to grasp it, to struggle with all his might, just as he seemed poised to touch the boundary of that dark realm, a powerful, invisible force abruptly stood in his way. It rendered him utterly immobile. At that moment, the old man grew frantic. He yearned desperately to see the world outside. It felt as if that world exerted a fatal attraction over him. He sensed, almost instinctively, that he belonged in that realm. With heightened concentration, his spirit intensified. He gathered his strength, focused, and then, with a sudden burst, propelled himself fiercely towards the impenetrable barrier. Chapter 62, A Bowl of Rice, unleashing Oscar-worthy acting boom. Just as Wang Lao's spirit collided with the boundary, an invisible magnetic field suddenly emerged, delivering a powerful shock towards him. In an instant, he was shattered into fragments, transforming into countless specks of starlight. At that very moment, outside, Wang Lao's physical form was left petrified, his eyes turning crimson, with terrifying blood vessels densely woven throughout. He stood motionless, resembling a wooden statue, with a trickle of blood seeping from his nostrils. This scene sent shivers down the spines of those present, causing their souls to tremble in fear. Initially, they assumed it was merely a case of mild indigestion, or at worst, acute food poisoning. They never anticipated the situation would escalate so violently. Even Huang County was thrown into utter chaos, urgently shouting at Chun Fengshu, urging him to act swiftly. The atmosphere in the room reached a peak of terror. The live stream turned into a cacophony of disdain, curses, worries, prayers, threats, and a tumult of noise. The host, Zhou Xiaodai, stood frozen, utterly at a loss. This was a live broadcast disaster, an unprecedented calamity, and the consequences were beyond her imagination. However, just as the crowd scrambled to assist Wang Lao, the old man blinked, seemingly revived. When those who attempted to support him approached, he forcefully pushed them away, lifting his bowl of rice and silently devouring it with fervor. He yearned to reclaim that sensation, that exhilarating feeling of absolute freedom. In that moment, the onlookers exchanged bewildered glances, utterly astonished and hesitant to approach. The moment anyone dared to come closer, Wang Lao would pivot, glaring with bloodshot eyes filled with ferocity, much like a fierce guard dog protecting its meal. As long as one did not intrude, all would be well. But upon nearing him, he would snarl menacingly. This left everyone in a state of confusion. "See, calm down, Wang Lao, and no one is trying to take your food." Huang County, filled with concern, attempted to reassure him. Yet at that moment, Wang Lao had finished his rice, and the blood vessels in his eyes began to fade. A newfound clarity flooded his mind, providing an unprecedented sense of enlightenment, akin to being rejuvenated, as if he had shed years from his life. Even the ailments he had long suffered seemed to show signs of improvement. But just then, a sudden pain surged in his stomach. His face paled as he instinctively reached to soothe it. Yet inexplicably, the discomfort transformed into a stream of refreshing energy coursing through his limbs, cleansing his meridians and purging years of blockage from his veins. The sensation was exhilarating, sending waves of delight flooding through him, each pulse building upon the last, ultimately culminating in an uncontrollable shiver that escaped his lips in a most embarrassing moan. "Ah!" The sound began high and then gradually descended, resembling a seductive melody. At that instant, the entire audience was rendered speechless, particularly when that mortifying sound resonated. The old man, devoid of shame, even rolled his eyes back in ecstasy. This moment was unmistakably one of absolute pleasure. Yet soon after, Wang Lao trembled, seemingly overwhelmed by a wave of blissful shivers, exclaiming, "Ah, how delightful!" However, the fully awakened old man seemed to realize something, his face flushing crimson. Whether from embarrassment or something else, a hint of bashfulness crept into his demeanor. Watching this, Huang County and the others felt their hearts ache, wanting to say something. Yet, the old man, feeling a bit shy, unexpectedly extended his bowl towards them. "Huang County, could I trouble you for another serving?" I was so eager that I forgot the taste. The moment those words left his mouth, Huang County was left utterly dumbfounded. Although he had no idea what had just transpired, witnessing Wang Lao's current vitality eased the weight on his heart. But why did he want another bowl? Huang County was astonished. Yet upon reflection, he couldn't help but admire Wang Lao's high level of consciousness. Perhaps he believed that a single bowl of rice could merely silence the murmurs of the crowd. Now, he seemed intent on elevating the experience to new heights. However, that bowl Huang County casually glanced at the empty bowl, devoid of even a grain of rice, then back at Wang Lao's eager gaze. His gratitude deepened. What did the impeccably clean bowl signify? It was a testament to Wang Lao's unwavering commitment to prove that the rice was indeed exceptional. And that longing gaze? It demonstrated that the old man was wholeheartedly invested in his mission to alleviate poverty, immersed in his role with unparalleled dedication, not wanting the audience to catch even a hint of insincerity. Such a selfless old comrade. How could Huang County betray his heartfelt intentions? If he were to remain ungrateful, leaving the old man to shoulder all the burdens alone, how could he face the world? No, absolutely not. Gradually, his gaze towards Wang Lao transformed, filled with determination. He firmly gestured, resolutely stating, "Wang Lao, we can only offer one bowl for tasting. Please share your thoughts on the experience." Hearing this, Wang Lao was momentarily stunned, then filled with rage. At that moment, his obsession with the bowl of rice had transcended everything. What did live streaming matter? Compared to the joy of eating, nothing else held significance, especially that exhilarating feeling of freedom, both torturous and intoxicating. Yet, regrettably, that sensation was only present in the first bite. He could hardly wait to recapture that feeling. Unfortunately, after devouring one bowl, he had not been able to find it again. He seized his bowl and chopsticks, determinedly heading towards the stove. No one could stop him. Today he was intent on eating. Huang County sensed the urgency of the situation and exchanged glances with the poverty alleviation team members. They rushed forward, but despite their efforts, they struggled to hold him back. Meanwhile, the viewers in the live stream were left in awe. Was this an act? If it were, then the old man's performance could surely win an Oscar. I watched closely for a long time, and I couldn't detect a hint of pretense or artifice. Indeed, I too was glued to the screen. The old man was genuinely eating, without any deceit. But what on earth was happening? Was that charred rice truly that delicious? No, my friends, it is not merely charred rice. It is to be referred to as a treasure-steamed immortal elixir. If I were to simplify it, I would call it Dan Rice. Hurry, host. We want to hear the tasting evaluation. Suddenly, the live stream was inundated with a flurry of small gifts, all exuding one sentiment: urgency. Chapter 63. Valuing the eternal rice. Fortunately, the old man, despite his yearning for food, was ultimately hindered by his advancing age. After several rounds of tugging, he was dutifully returned to his original position. At that moment, however, his gaze towards Huang County was rife with resentment, resembling that of a wronged widow. This left Huang County in a rather awkward position. After all, his intentions were solely for the sake of the old man's health. Why was he escalating the situation? Yet, within the lively chat room, the atmosphere was chaotic. Huang County, unsure of what to say, swiftly directed the barrage of comments towards the old man. "Look at this, Professor Wang. Quickly share your tasting experience with everyone." Faced with an overwhelming flood of comments, Professor Wang finally recalled the matter at hand. He steadied his mind, suppressing his inner cravings for the rice. After a prolonged moment, he slowly parted his lips. Observing the old man's regained composure, Huang County secretly let out a sigh of relief. Yet, the tension had not entirely dissipated. The first words from the old man's mouth nearly made Huang County want to flip the table. Huang County later. You're not allowed to snatch food from the old man. Huang County was momentarily stunned, his frustration boiling over. Was this never-ending? Even for the sake of poverty alleviation, must you immerse yourself so deeply into the role? However, having never tasted the rice himself, he could not comprehend the profound effects it would bring. This was rice that had been nurtured for 40 years, its essence unparalleled, even with minimal spiritual energy. It was not something ordinary people could easily access. Especially during the first tasting, the effects were akin to antibiotics for ancient people, completely devoid of resistance. The efficacy was indeed remarkable. Moreover, the cooking utensils used were genuine alchemical cauldrons, specifically the Li Hui Ding of the Danhal S master at Changsheng village. Even if it had not been used for a millennium, remnants of past alchemical concoctions would linger within. This phenomenon was akin to how a teapot develops a layer of tea stains on its interior after prolonged use. These residues, adhering to the alchemical furnace, inherently enhanced the efficacy and yield of the concoctions. Therefore, using it to cook rice would undoubtedly amplify the rice's potency, resulting in an extraordinary supplement for ordinary individuals. Did one not see that the old man bled from his nose after the first bite? Now, requiring the old man to provide an evaluation was indeed a challenging task. Such a dish was beyond mere words to describe. If forced to articulate, the old man pondered for half a day before finally exclaiming, "This rice exists in the heavens. How rarely can one taste it on earth?" Yes, precisely. After uttering this, the old man nodded to himself, his conviction unwavering. However, just as he finished speaking, the old man slapped the table and attempted to rise again. Huang County was bewildered, unable to decipher the old man's intentions, and hurriedly inquired, "What's wrong?" "What you said was quite good. Please continue." In response, Professor Wang shot him an irritated glance and retorted, "It's time to get down to business." "What business?" Huang County was filled with questions. Wasn't he responding to the viewer's inquiries the business at hand? Why was he getting up? Having evaluated it, naturally it's time to eat. The old man indicated his desire to approach the furnace. This left Huang County anxious. Was he truly becoming addicted to the performance? Furthermore, excessive theatrics would render it disingenuous. Swiftly, he exchanged glances with the two poverty alleviation team members behind the old man. They understood the cue, acting as guardians, and forcefully returned the restless old man to his seat. The old man was exasperated. Why was it so difficult just to enjoy a meal? Yet Huang County, disregarding the old man's irritation, saw that he was no longer inclined to elaborate further and thus sought a different approach. "Then, may I ask Professor Wang to provide an estimate for this eternal rice in front of everyone?" The old man repeated the word estimate to himself. It was true that as an expert in economic crops, appraising varieties was both his passion and profession. Upon hearing the request for an estimate, he immediately focused his thoughts, furrowing his brows in contemplation. However, internally he was in turmoil. Setting a price required evaluating several aspects of the rice, including fullness, sheen, nutritional value, and growth environment. Among others, regarding the appearance of the cooked rice, he could not hastily conclude without first examining the original grain. But who was he? A true expert who had already tasted it. If he still needed to assess the original grain's quality, it would appear pretentious. He began to recall the memory of the meal he had just consumed. The rice's texture was undoubtedly exquisite. However, in terms of fullness, it was somewhat lacking. Perhaps it was a problem with the variety itself. As for the color, despite being blackened, it remained lustrous and translucent, resembling black pearls. He could confidently assert that its quality was exceptional. Regarding nutritional value, having tasted it, he knew it had skyrocketed to unimaginable levels. He did not even require instruments to measure it. It was undoubtedly top tier. Yet, how to quantify such superiority remained elusive. Setting aside all else, the most significant factor influencing the price was the growth environment. The disparity between organic and inorganic, green and non-green, was monumental. Yet, despite having tasted it, he could not determine whether it was organic. If it were, how had the nutritional value been accumulated? This exceeded his normal understanding. Conversely, if it were not organic, he had never heard of any fertilizer yielding such potent effects. This left the old man quite frustrated. After decades in the field, he was experiencing difficulty in valuation for the first time. Nevertheless, adhering to a pragmatic approach, he refrained from hastily concluding. Lifting his gaze, he scanned the surroundings and beckoned to Li Xiuxian. Only when Li Xiuxian approached did the old man scrutinize him from head to toe, uncertain of what he was searching for. Li Village Chief, may I pose a few questions to you? They pertain to the sales and pricing of the eternal rice. Are you aware? Li Xiuxian had little interest in such mundane matters. He merely nodded absently. However, upon noticing the young man's lack of engagement, Zhou Xiaodai promptly stepped forward and whispered, Village Chief, pricing and sales will influence popularity. Upon hearing the mention of popularity, Li Xiuxian's initially indifferent expression became noticeably serious. His demeanor improved significantly, and he even gestured toward Professor Wang, inviting him to speak. Please ask away. I will answer honestly and thoroughly. Has any special fertilizer been used for this rice? The old man's first question caught him off guard, leaving him momentarily speechless. He found himself at a loss for words. After all, the reason for previously stopping others from inspecting the fields was the concern that his crops were unfertilized and might require replanting. Now, the old man's sudden inquiry left him feeling unprepared. How should he respond? He felt uncertain, even confused about what answer the old man sought, particularly regarding what precisely was fertilizer. Chapter 64. The Rush to Buy. Gazing into the old man's hopeful eyes, Li Xiuxian felt an overwhelming urge to directly inquire through thought transmission. He even regretted having allowed the leader of the Shadow Hall to leave prematurely. Had she remained, she would undoubtedly possess the answers to these questions. Helplessly, he began to reason through the matter with a semblance of logic. After all, utilizing something is undoubtedly better than leaving it untouched. It is akin to consuming medicinal pills. Ingesting them surely accelerates the pace of cultivation. With this thought, a resolute glimmer returned to Li Xiuxian's gaze. Indeed, it had been used, most definitely used, and in substantial quantities. However, upon uttering this declaration, the old man's frail hand trembled noticeably. The live-stream chat erupted into a cacophony of jeers. At this moment, the old man's eyes dimmed significantly. Reluctantly, he pressed on with his inquiry. Have you ever applied pesticides in the fields? This question left Li Xiuxian utterly bewildered. He could recall hearing about fertilizers 40 years ago, but what on earth were pesticides? He had no concept of it whatsoever. Yet, unfamiliarity did not preclude him from probing further. He stepped forward, softly asking Professor Wang, under normal circumstances, do you apply any pesticides? This inquiry infuriated the old man to no end. He shot an incredulous glare. Who was questioning whom here? But then, a flicker of understanding sparked in his eyes. Meanwhile, Li Xiuxian, feeling the intensity of the stare, quickly responded, Of course we do. We apply them every year, every month. In terms of pesticide application, our Changsheng village invests quite a bit. Boom. The moment these words left his mouth, the live-stream chat erupted into a frenzy of condemnation. You audacious fool. You apply them, and you still have the nerve to emphasize that it's every year and every month? Are you trying to ensure we're poisoned? They raged. It was no wonder that the old man's eyes had turned red, blood trickling from his nose. He had undoubtedly consumed too many pesticide residues. Indeed, I had been naive enough to consider making a purchase. The chat was soon flooded with vehement denunciations. Unethical merchants, endangering lives for profit. We urge the relevant authorities to withdraw all products from this village. Otherwise, we vow to resist. The live stream was abuzz with chaos, yet the viewer count continued to rise. Many spectators, reveling in the drama, couldn't tear themselves away from the screen. They flocked to join the uproar without even grasping the context. Amidst this uproar, Professor Wang's smile deepened, his eyes growing more profound, to the point where Li Xiuxian felt an overwhelming urge to confront him. Before Li Xiuxian could express his frustration, the old man jabbed a finger sharply towards his face, declaring, You are lying. Lying? What lies? As the village chief, I'm merely selling goods. Is there any need for deceit? Li Xiuxian responded with an air of calm. No, you are indeed lying. I initially believed you had changed your ways. But to my surprise, You were merely waiting for us. What? This question rendered Li Xiuxian momentarily speechless. Change what? Waiting for whom? It was utterly perplexing. But before he could express his indignation, the old man relentlessly pressed on, his finger jabbing insistently in Li Xiuxian's direction. Tell me, what fertilizer do you use in your fields? And which brand of pesticide? Taken aback, Li Xiuxian instinctively recoiled, attempting to evade the probing finger. His expression a mixture of confusion. Yet, he couldn't afford to falter. He replied loudly, Fertilizer? Naturally, chemical fertilizer. Huh? Professor Wang scoffed, inching closer until Li Xiuxian had no choice but to retreat hastily. Which brand of chemical fertilizer are you using? What is its primary purpose? Come on, enlighten us. Wait, don't think you can deceive me. Any brand can be verified with a single call. Li Xiuxian was now thoroughly panicked. He inwardly cursed. Was this old man intent on causing trouble? Don't forget, we are on the same side. Yet the old man paid no heed to his thoughts and continued his relentless questioning. Why can't you answer? Fine, let us set that question aside for now. First, tell me, what pesticide are you using? Is it dichlorvos or a herbicide? Or just name any brand? This was too much for Li Xiuxian. He was left utterly speechless, forced into retreat. Just as he felt he had nowhere left to go, the old man suddenly turned, addressing the live stream with a dramatic flair. Friends, you must know how outrageous this young man was yesterday, treating me like a thief. He proceeded to lament the events of the previous day, leaving viewers momentarily stunned. Some even felt a twinge of sympathy for the elderly professor. At his age, being treated with such suspicion must be quite frustrating. Curiosity soon arose among the audience. Professor, what was their motive for being so defensive? What else could it be? They're stingy and one tea share. Are you certain there's no pesticide involved? Some viewers remained skeptical. Pesticide? Ha ha ha. Professor Wang laughed heartily, though soon his laughter abruptly ceased. He addressed the audience with fervor. Did you see that young man's expression? He is likely a bumpkin who doesn't even know what chemical fertilizers and pesticides are. Don't believe me? Reflect on it carefully. At this moment, the entire live stream fell into a brief period of contemplation. Many psychology enthusiasts began to analyze the situation. Indeed, it turned out to be as the old man had stated. Then, as if to add insult to injury, the old man remarked, This village has extremely difficult mountain roads and lacks any viable transport routes. Even if one wanted to bring in chemical fertilizers, it would be impossible, wouldn't you agree? With Professor Wang's statement echoing, some viewers began using satellite systems to map the route. The results confirmed his claims. The village lacked the infrastructure for transporting large quantities of fertilizers. This young village chief was indeed lying. But then more questions arose. Professor Wang, we have another query. Speak. At this moment, the old man resembled a dedicated professor, diligently addressing every inquiry from the audience. We have heard of inferior goods being passed off as superior, but we have never encountered the concept of superior goods being passed off as inferior. This is utterly illogical. Illogical? The old man retorted with a cold laugh. If you had asked me this a few minutes ago, I would have agreed. But after tasting that meal, just now he paused, casting a knowing glance. Initially, the audience was puzzled, but upon reflection, they erupted in realization. Goodness, that young man had no intention of selling. Exactly. Who would trade quality for inferiority? Indeed, he intends to monopolize it. In just a few blinks, chaos ensued in the live stream. Hurry, list the products. I want 100 pounds. Host, stop dawdling. I want 200 pounds. Chapter 65. Madness Unleashed. 88,000 with free shipping. At this moment, the live stream was abuzz with excitement. The sound of frantic purchases echoed throughout. A group of foreigners enjoying steak stared in disbelief at the fervor exhibited by domestic netizens, their jaws nearly dropping to the floor. What could possibly warrant such frenzy over mere rice? Yet, madness possesses an enchanting power. It gradually influences even the most rational among us. Much like the panic buying during a pandemic, when a sensible person passes by a supermarket besieged by frenzied shoppers, they might scoff in disdain. However, as the crowd swells, a sense of unease begins to creep in. When they witness the shelves stripped bare, panic ensues, and soon they find themselves swept up in the rush for supplies. This madness soon captivated netizens from countries where rice is a staple, such as the land of the cherry blossom and the land of the three. "Hurry up and stock the shelves, streamer. I need 1,000 pounds," exclaimed a viewer from the latter. "I'm from the land of the three, and we also want, well, let us just say 5 pounds for a taste." Clearly, the wallets of the viewers from the land of the three were not overflowing. Observing the lively scene, the host, Zhou Xiaodai, felt she had reached the pinnacle of her life. Under ordinary circumstances, which host does not resort to various tactics to promote sales. They feign urgency with claims of limited stock, engaging in a farcical form of hunger marketing, only to declare 1, 2, 3, go. In reality, the few items were never truly in short supply, as new stock always arrives. Yet now, with no products even listed, madness had already erupted. She desperately wished to shout, "Is there anyone else?" At that moment, she felt as if she had already embarked on the path to becoming a queen of commerce. Up quickly, with an excited laugh, she began to fiddle with her little yellow cart. However, as she did, she noticed something amiss. What about the price? She quickly looked up at County Chief Huang. "What is the price of this rice exactly?" Huang hesitated, glancing at Professor Wang. He had intended to inquire further, but felt that the old man was acting rather erratically today, making him somewhat unreliable. After pondering for a moment, he decided to provide a straightforward answer. "Normal rice costs 2 to 5 yuan per pound. Our organic rice should be priced at 8 yuan a pound." "Wonderful!" Zhou Xiaodai exclaimed, her spirits soaring. She was just a young girl, unfamiliar with the intricacies of pricing, but someone had given her a solid foundation. Immediately, she prepared to input the price. However, at that moment, Professor Wang suddenly stomped down hard on Huang's foot and shouted, "You foolish spendthrift! 8 yuan? Have you lost your mind?" Startled and incredulous, Huang's eyes widened. In a public setting, during a live stream no less, was he being scolded? Did he not have any dignity left? After all, he was the county chief. Yet, witnessing the old man's genuinely agitated demeanor, Huang could only suppress his dissatisfaction. "Why did you speak out? Now that I've said it, you're making a fuss. What on earth do you want?" "What do I want? This is a treasure. Don't mention 8 yuan a pound. Even 80,000 a pound would be too cheap for it." "What? 80,000? Huang stammered, clearly taken aback by the figure, thinking he had misheard. Perhaps the old man was truly unwell today. After all, the world's most expensive selenium-rich rice wasn't even priced that high. No, it wasn't just that it was overpriced. It was beneath dignity to even consider such a price. Had Professor Wang lost his mind? Huang's concern shifted from the pricing to the old man's mental state. He shot a glance at Chen Fengshu, silently urging him to check on the professor's condition. Yet at this moment, the old man was not mentally deranged. He genuinely believed the price was justified, perhaps even too low. This was merely his most conservative estimate. If he were to ascertain the true market value, it would require further investigation. At this point, no one could deter him. The old man, wielding his cane like a guardian, stood resolutely beside Zhou Xiaodai. Anyone who attempted to intervene would face his cane. Although no one feared an old man, his status commanded respect. Who would dare confront him directly? Even Huang himself hesitated to challenge the old man. "Adjust the price. Start lower. Set it at 80,000. After all, it's our first sale. The old man understands. This is a benefit." The old man, keeping a watchful eye on the crowd, continued to converse with Zhou Xiaodai. However, upon hearing that a pound of rice was priced at 80,000, who wouldn't want to punch him? This was beyond mere greed. It was outrageous. Moreover, the old man's audacity to refer to this as a benefit was astonishing. Did he think we were all fools, or that every household had a bank? It was outright robbery. Yet the old man paid no mind to their reactions. As soon as he finished speaking, he seemed to realize something was amiss and quickly revised his statement. "No, let me adjust that. Upon reflection, 8,000 is too generous. 88,000, yes. Let us make it 88,000. A good omen." Thud. Too generous? The moment the new price was announced, many in the audience collapsed in shock. They had seen discounts before, but nothing quite like this. Were they truly expected to pay more on the spot? Did they think all viewers were fools? However, it appeared that becoming a fool was not something everyone could aspire to. The live stream erupted once more. Initially, I believed that the old man was one of us. A local. To my surprise, he turned out to be the most shameless of all. 80,000? I could work an entire year and afford only one meal. No, the price isn't 80,000. After the so-called benefit, it's 88,000. Yes, you heard correctly, 88,000 for a pound of rice. Thud, coughing up blood, haha. Who invited this old jokester from Huaxia? Even our top-grade Wagyu beef doesn't cost that much. Get lost. I'm not buying this. I refuse to be a fool. In an instant, the previously fervent wave of purchases came to an abrupt halt. Logically, one would expect everyone to disperse back to their homes, each attending to their own affairs. Yet they remained. They wanted to witness if any genuine fools would emerge. After all, watching a spectacle of foolishness was quite entertaining. Observing the sudden shift in the live stream's atmosphere, Huang found himself unable to counter the old man's influence. He could only nod at Zhou Xiaodai, signaling her to keep the old professor calm. As for selling? 88,000? Who on earth would be so foolish as to spend that much for a pound of rice? What's more, this rice had not been subjected to any professional evaluation or certification. All assessments were purely verbal. Shall we? How many pounds? Zhou Xiaodai felt helpless. Her dreams of becoming a prominent streamer shattered by the old man's exorbitant pricing. Could she maintain her composure? Huang could only offer a wry smile. How many pounds do you think we could carry down the mountain? His intention was to suggest a whimsical estimate, as if to say, do you truly believe we could sell any? However, Zhou Xiaodai took his words to heart and began to contemplate seriously. In a moment, she executed a flurry of actions, and suddenly, a purchase icon flashed in the live stream. The little yellow cart is live. 88,000 pound, limited to 100 pounds. And yes, dear viewers, we offer free shipping. Thud. At that moment, the live stream erupted in disbelief. When faced with a price of 88,000, did free shipping even matter? The crux of the matter is, which unfortunate fool would be inclined to make such a purchase? Chapter 66. The Luxury Goods of Huaxia, Astonishing the Foreigners. With the launch of the little yellow bike, the popularity of the live streaming room surged once more. However, the newcomers were not there to admire the charming host. Rather, they had been summoned by friends to witness the exorbitantly priced rice. They were also curious to see if there would indeed be any unsuspecting buyers. As a result of this influx, the number of online viewers in the live stream exceeded 600,000, much to the delight of Li Xiaoxian. After so many years, he had never anticipated that the spiritual energy of the village could experience such a rapid increase. At this moment, merely through a live broadcast, he felt the spiritual energy of the village had tripled. Though it was still less than 1% of its former glory, such a sign was akin to soaring for the languid Changsheng village. This subtle change also caught the attention of the villagers, who directed their inquiries towards Li Xiaoxian. He simply responded, fully cooperate with poverty alleviation. Despite Li Xiaoxian's nonchalant reply, the villagers were not foolish. Upon hearing of such a remarkable opportunity, could they remain calm? They initially feared that poverty alleviation would disrupt the spirit-gathering array, wishing to drive it away. Yet, unexpectedly, rather than destruction, it seemed to enhance the gathering of energy. How could they not cooperate with such joyous news? Now, they not only wished to cooperate, they were eager to keep everyone around to fortify their home. However, while Li Xiaoxian and the villagers reveled in this development, Huang County and Zhou Xiaodai wore frowns of concern. They felt a peculiar grievance, akin to wanting to express something, yet being unable to articulate it. The two stood there, staring blankly at the screen filled with ridicule and the unmoving little yellow bike. The awkwardness was palpable, evoking an urge to scratch one's toes. Yet, the old man remained steadfast, refusing to yield, treating the rice as if it were from his own household, unwilling to incur any loss. After quite some time, the air remained crisp, and the criticisms continued unabated. Huang County, feeling the pressure, began to worry whether this situation might lead to a conversation with his superiors. Pondering this, he tentatively asked Professor Wang, shall we call it a day for now? Let us end the broadcast and have breakfast first? Upon hearing this, the old man glanced at Huang County and then at the barrage of comments in the live stream. his expression one of disdain as he muttered, "Tsh, a bunch of ignorant fools." He then cast a glance at the furnace, an immediate yearning igniting within him, and declared, "Shut it down. Eating is paramount." With those words, Huang County felt as if he had been granted a reprieve. After all, he was an esteemed county head, yet he stood before the camera, not only facing accusations of greed, but also being pointed at like a monkey by the multitude. How could he find comfort in this? At that moment, he sighed with relief, hastily signaling Zhou Xiaodai to end the broadcast. Zhou Xiaodai, feeling wronged, had a face contorted in distress. The once promising situation, where she was on the verge of claiming the title of the Queen of Product Promotion, had taken a turn for the worse with the arrival of the African black. Merely being criticized was one thing, but to be labeled with the title of a chieftain was another. What did she possibly do? 88,000 for a mere pound. Who in the world would be foolish enough to buy that? As she raised her hand to click the end broadcast button, suddenly a mysterious notification chimed in. "You have a new order." Glancing again, she was astonished to see that a pound had indeed been sold. In that instant, Zhou Xiaodai stood frozen, quickly checking to see if there had been a system error. Meanwhile, the live stream erupted in chaos. Could it be? There was indeed a foolish buyer? Who was this person? Had their head been caught in a door? A flurry of questions followed. Is this a fraudulent transaction? The county head is involved in such underhanded dealings? Confronted with such comments, Huang County felt utterly bewildered. What was happening? Just moments ago, he was being treated like a monkey, and now he was being accused of fraud? Or could he possibly seek justice? Fortunately, the buyer soon stepped in to clarify, "Hey, sorry, I was in a rush while driving. My friend told me about the absurdly priced rice in this live stream, and I hurried to buy it." This revelation left many viewers in shock. Was there truly such an AVE buyer willing to be taken advantage of? Fortunately, a keen-eyed viewer quickly recognized the ID of the speaker. Great Fool of Eating Broadcast. The mention of this name rendered the audience speechless. It was none other than the renowned Great Fool, known for their unique style of streaming, one that centered around being duped. If the price was not exorbitant, they might not even bother to try it. Yet the pricier the item, the more they felt compelled to give it a go. This was the secret to their popularity. Of course, the actual interests behind the live stream were unknown to the average viewer. It could be said that this transaction was beneficial for both parties involved. Did you not see how the Great Fool had left a comment before hastily departing? "By the way, when the goods arrive, everyone is welcome to my live stream for a taste test. Ha ha ha. I have urgent matters to attend to, so I must leave." Having made their purchase, they vanished just as quickly as they had arrived. For domestic viewers, this was relatively calm. Who else but the Great Fool could be taken for a ride? Yet, the foreigners were utterly bewildered. They gasped in disbelief. Such a luxury item had actually been purchased? Indeed, at that moment, to them, this was not mere rice. It was a luxury good. However, the dilemma remained. Did the internet not claim that the people of Huaxia had no luxury goods of their own? Were they not begging for European products? Yet here was rice priced at 88,000 per pound, which genuinely shocked them. The key point was that someone had actually bought it, but their astonishment was only just beginning. Following the Great Fool's lead, other affluent food streamers soon joined in, spending lavishly on purchases. Ding, another pound sold. Ding, another pound sold. As the rice continued to be snatched up, Zhou Xiaodai remained in a daze. Meanwhile, in the luxurious VIP ward of Jiangdong City First Hospital, a fashionably dressed young woman with a slightly alternative style was busy scrolling through videos on her phone. The content displayed on her phone was projected onto the large screen in the hospital room, aimed at alleviating her grandfather's boredom. Lying there was her elderly grandfather, gaunt and clad in a hospital gown, wearing an oxygen mask, barely able to breathe. His eyes were clouded, yet occasionally he would open them to gaze at the world, primarily wishing to see more of his beloved granddaughter. Now in his 80s, despite being the wealthiest man in Jiangdong, he was aware that his days were numbered. Lying in the hospital with his granddaughter by his side, he found a certain comfort and happiness in gradually drifting away. Suddenly, he heard his granddaughter's melodious laughter, which brought a faint smile to his lips. Her joy was his joy. Turning slightly to glance at the large screen, he wished to learn more about what his granddaughter enjoyed, having not spent much time with her in his earlier years. However, upon seeing the screen, He thought he was seeing things. He quickly closed his eyes and rubbed them, only to reopen them and focus again. The old man's heart nearly stopped. Then, the heart rate monitor emitted a warning. Beep, beep, beep. This startled his granddaughter, who rushed to call for the doctor. Yet, the old man remained fixated on the screen, his eyes wide with shock and disbelief. The screen displayed the live broadcast of Zhou Xiaodai. However, his gaze was entirely not fixated on Zhou Xiaodai. Instead, due to the ample size of the screen, he peered intently through the distance, fixating firmly on Li Xiuxian, who stood not far behind Xiaodai. Chapter 67. Time is a merciless blade, yet this blade's edge. Hurry, doctor. My grandfather has just experienced cardiac arrest. Outside the corridor, hurried footsteps echoed, mingled with the girl's sobs. Do not panic, Miss Lin. Please wait outside while we conduct our examination. Several medical personnel drew the curtains and filed in, beginning the rescue efforts. Under normal circumstances, this venerable gentleman was a super VIP, attended to by dedicated caregivers. However, he had recently been stable and preferred the company of his granddaughter, which led to their absence. Who could have anticipated that trouble would arise? Thankfully, it was merely a cardiac arrest. All other vital signs remained stable. Within a few minutes, he was successfully revived. Yet, curiosity enveloped everyone as the old man's eyes were wide open, fixated on the projection before him. The doctor glanced at the elderly gentleman, then at the screen. In his haste, he had neglected to turn it off during the rescue. Observing the old man's peculiar state, he too felt intrigued. At that moment, Miss Lin rushed in, anxiety evident in her voice. Grandfather, are you all right? The elderly man longed to speak, yet he resembled a near-vegetative state, unable to articulate a sound. He could only weakly bend his fingers, gesturing towards his head with great effort. Fortunately, the attending physician was sharp-eyed and quickly realized the old man's desire to communicate. He promptly activated the vocal device attached to the grandfather's throat. You all need to leave. To everyone's surprise, the first words from the elderly man were a command for them to exit. However, those familiar with his character knew he was resolute. After all, he had single-handedly built the formidable Jiangdong group. Thus, despite the awkwardness, they could only leave reluctantly. Once the room was once again empty save for the grandfather and granddaughter, he finally allowed her to adjust his backrest so he could sit up slightly. Yet, his gaze remained glued to the screen, silent even as his beloved granddaughter had just wept. His behavior was decidedly unusual. Grandfather, are you okay? Miss Lin gently shook his arm. The motion sent the old man's mind swirling, as memories began to resurface with the handsome youth on the screen, transporting him back to a vibrant yet arduous era. He recalled the year he turned 40, leading a team of enthusiastic young individuals in poverty alleviation efforts. It was also that year they discovered a village nestled in a remote valley. The villagers were impoverished beyond belief. Merely thinking of it brought tears to his eyes. They were so destitute that they had to endure the elements without proper food. For their sake, he, the team leader, and the vice leader had invested immense effort. He remembered a boy named Ergo, who adored clinging to him, begging for tales from the world below. He wondered how that boy was faring now. If memory served him right, Ergo should be over 50 by now, certainly of grandfather age. Time truly flies, and the old man felt a surge of nostalgia. That was the most challenging, yet simultaneously the most tranquil period of his life. After that descent from the mountains, he chose to resign and embark on a business venture, navigating the tumultuous waters for over 40 years. Yet, as one ages, nostalgia inevitably sets in. As he reminisced, a striking young man's visage suddenly intruded upon his memories. Li. Brother Li? The old man's recollection was astonishingly vivid. Brother Li had been the village's overseer. Their initial collaborations had been fraught with misunderstandings. Yet, as they continued to work together, they grew fond of each other. Initially, he found Brother Li stern and humorless, perpetually appearing as though someone owed him money. The village's elderly residents seemed to regard him with trepidation. However, with time, he discovered that Brother Li was, in fact, quite amiable, rarely losing his temper, especially with his group. In fact, he could not recall a single instance of Brother Li exhibiting anger. Yet, he was baffled as to why the village's older folk feared him. Once, after having a bit too much to drink, he had inquired about it. But Brother Li merely laughed it off, attributing the villager's respect to his grandfather's esteemed reputation. This matter was left unresolved. However, the question remained, after all these years, why did that face remain unchanged? The old man was utterly astonished, beyond belief. He shook his head vigorously, though he lacked strength. Gradually, he extricated himself from the depths of memory and returned his gaze to the youthful figure on the screen, murmuring, "Li, Brother Li, is it really you?" No, it couldn't be. The old man lowered his head to examine his frail body, then raised his eyes to the image of Li Xiuxian. His mind was engulfed in disbelief. "I am on the verge of death, yet you appear as vibrant as ever. Did they not say time is an impartial blade? How is it that it has only cut you, Brother Lin? Is this what they call fairness?" Yet, the old man was not easily deceived. He pondered the improbable. Perhaps his failing eyesight was misleading him? As the camera panned around, another figure caught his attention. "Zhao! Big Zhao! It's Big Zhao!" The old man's eyes widened, nearly causing another surge of blood pressure. The screen displayed Captain Zhao standing next to the furnace. His towering stature and piercing gaze were unforgettable. If he could dismiss the resemblance to Li Xiuxian as mere illusion, the sight of Big Zhao rendered him completely paralyzed. Had the blade grown dull? Why was it only targeting him? At this moment, everything before him shattered his understanding of reality. He felt as if he were witnessing a ghost or experiencing a time warp. Yet when he looked down at his own body, he realized, damn it, this is no time travel. This realization ignited a frustration within him, nearly sending him into a state of arrhythmia. "Grandfather! Grandfather!" Miss Lin's anxious voice pulled him back to the present. Seeing the old man stabilize, she curiously asked, "Grandfather, who is that Brother Li you mentioned? And who is that Brother Zhao? Should I call someone? Is it Uncle Li from the company or Brother Li from next door?" "Li. Uncle Li. Brother Li?" The old man flinched at those titles, looking back at the screen where Li Xiuxian appeared. His gaze became somewhat dazed. Well, referring to him as uncle seems fitting given the era. However, with his appearance, calling him Brother Li seems. The old man internally screamed, his mind a whirlwind of confusion. While others might have raised a ruckus over such matters, who was he? The mastermind behind the Jiangdong group. He could not utter a single word to his granddaughter. Such revelations carried immense weight. Given the uncertainty of the situation, he dared not speak further. Instead, he gradually began to recollect past events, only to find himself increasingly astonished, especially as he recalled the scenes of their abject poverty. That was truly a matter of not being able to afford a meal. Suddenly, an audacious thought leaped into his mind. In that moment, the old man felt a surge of excitement. Chapter 68. Establishing the Divine Wind Express Station. Could it be that there truly exists a method for cultivating immortality? At this moment, the old man's mind raced wildly, becoming increasingly exhilarated. In the past, he had observed practitioners enduring hardships and thought them impoverished, wishing to help. But when he envisioned them as cultivators, it transformed into something much grander, gathering the essence of heaven and earth. He had seen such depictions in numerous films and television shows. Without delay, he hurriedly inquired his granddaughter about all matters related to the live broadcast. When he heard the name Changsheng Village, tears of excitement welled in the corners of his eyes. Indeed, it was them. That was the youth I lost. No, wait, I was around 40 then. Is that considered youth? What does it matter? To my present self, that is youth. Within minutes, the old man grasped the general purpose of the live stream. He glanced at Li Xiuxian and then at Professor Wang. Although Professor Wang was well known in the industry, the old man did not recognize him, as he had always focused on real estate, finance, and transportation, never delving into agriculture. Nevertheless, this did not prevent him from having his granddaughter investigate. After a flurry of phone calls, all of Professor Wang's information was quickly compiled. She nodded to her grandfather, confirming that there were no issues with his identity. At that moment, the old man finally smiled. Since Professor Wang's identity was secure, his words would carry significant weight. Moreover, which rice could possibly sell for 88,000 per pound? As a business magnate, he understood that high prices often had justifiable reasons. Most importantly, both Li and Zhao were visibly present on the screen. just based on their faces alone, he would not hesitate to spend 88,000 or even 888,000. If necessary, what if it truly was as he imagined? Purchase. The old man's throat emitted a mechanical tone, resolute and unwavering. Were it not for his inability to move, he would have already set off for Changsheng village. Yet, as soon as he spoke, he reconsidered and quickly amended his statement. Buy it all. Not a single pound left behind. Whatever quantity is available, he would take. What a joke. To him, money was merely a string of numbers. If that rice could indeed prolong life, what if he bought just 1 pound and it turned out to be effective? This delay could lead to someone else purchasing the remainder. This was not his style. Furthermore, he paid little heed to such minor trial and error costs. His granddaughter was also taken aback, but considering the mere 8 million plus, she pondered and ultimately chose not to comment. Let her grandfather enjoy this moment. Just as they completed their order, the old man hastily added, "Ask them if they sell that black rice. If they do, pack it up too." Even Lin, the great princess, was astonished by her grandfather's extravagant behavior. That thing was dark and unappealing, not even fit for a dog. But the old man was in no mood for restraint. They could only comply with his wishes. On the other side, within Changsheng village, Zhou Xiaodai, who had originally sold 5 orders, was delighting in the profits when suddenly a notification chimed. "Your goods are sold out. Please restock promptly." Upon hearing this alert, Zhou Xiaodai and Huang County were left dumbfounded. Conversely, Professor Wang's lips curled in mild dissatisfaction. How could there be discerning customers? But before anyone could express their astonishment further, a private message arrived from the back end. "Do you sell black rice?" "Oh no, you refer to it as Dan Fan, right? You can set the price." Looking at these 2 private messages, the group exchanged confused glances, feeling as though they were in a dream. Who was this generous patron? Noticing their odd expressions, viewers in the live stream quickly caught onto the situation. "Holy cow, everyone look! It's sold out." "What?" As one after another, viewers rushed to the shopping cart. They were instantly bewildered. Who was this extravagant patron clearing everything out? Seeing the unusual commotion, Li Xiuxian curiously approached to inquire. "What is this about? What is express delivery?" Indeed, at that moment, they were discussing how to handle the delivery. Such a significant client could not be offended. However, transporting goods posed a troublesome issue, especially a bowl of Danfan. Even if it were free, they would gladly accept it. Yet the problem was, this was not a food delivery platform. How could they possibly take food orders? After a brief explanation, with Li Xiuxian's keen understanding, he quickly grasped the concept. Oddly enough, he truly comprehended this. The rudiments of such a trade had already emerged during the Song dynasty, resembling more of a mobile vendor. Wealthy families would send servants to place orders, and once the meal was ready, it would be handed over to designated individuals who would then deliver from door to door, sometimes selling additional items along the way. Such practices were documented in the Along the River during the Qingming festival. Having understood everything, Li Xiuxian casually remarked, "So, it's just home delivery?" The others looked at him skeptically. Li Xiuxian awkwardly chuckled and pointed at the address on the screen. "Is this the correct address?" "What? You genuinely intend to deliver takeout?" Professor Wang's expression twitched. If this were in the town below, it would be acceptable. But where was this? This was Changsheng village, a place where even mobile phones were unknown. And here he was, daring to accept takeout orders from a place far beyond Jiangdong's borders. This was out of the province. Yet, Li Xiuxian said little more, simply smiling as he remarked, "As long as it doesn't affect our popularity, there are always more methods than challenges." With that, he strode directly toward his office. Soon, he sent a message, "Have the head of the Divine Wind Hall come here." Before long, a thin old man appeared in the office. "You are aware of the situation, correct?" The elder nodded. "Good. Make sure to handle this beautifully. From now on, your hall shall be renamed." "Very well. It shall be called the Divine Wind Express Station, and you will be the station master. By the way, this order is urgent. You will personally deliver it. Organize the people in your hall for future tasks." "Understood." With a sharp reply, the office felt a gust of wind, and in an instant it was empty. Once again, Li Xiuxian walked calmly into the courtyard and, before everyone, released a white dove. This maneuver left the crowd bewildered. "You mean to say, for your delivery, you just send out a dove? What? Is this a magical or something? Just tossing it out, can it really deliver takeout? Observing their confusion, Li Xiuxian remained composed. It's an old method in the village. We have someone at the foot of the mountain. Moreover, conveniently, there is a fellow villager working near the hospital. Thus, when the dove flies down, it will notify our villager, who will then contact the person near the hospital. It's quick. Rest assured, the ingredients remain the same. This explanation left everyone's scalp tingling. Are you sure? Zhou Xiaodai stared at Li Xiuxian with skepticism. Moments later. She replied on her phone, all right, we'll send a sample for free. Please give it a try. Just as Zhou Xiaodai was still organizing her thoughts, attempting to explain something, a notification chimed. Holy cow. No wonder you dare to sell for 88,000. Your efficiency is astounding. At that moment, Zhou Xiaodai felt as if struck by lightning. Her mind went blank. Had she truly miscommunicated? Was this person messaging her? What did it mean that it had already been delivered? What do they mean by high efficiency? She was still waiting for the dove to take flight. Who can provide me with a reasonable explanation? Undoubtedly, at this moment, Xiao Dai's entire life is in utter disarray. Chapter 69. Why is there traffic jam in this anger? Beside him, Chen Fengshu, observing the astonished expressions of several individuals, approached to take a closer look. In just that glance, his disdain was palpable. Simultaneously, his peripheral vision swept over the live-streaming camera. He immediately raised his voice in exclamation, Huang County, how can you behave this way? We are here for poverty alleviation. We cannot resort to such despicable tactics to induce compliance. What? This sudden voice echoed in their ears, prompting Zhou Xiaodai, County Head Huang, and Wang Lao to turn in unison, their expressions shifting from surprise to agitation. This is fraud. This is deception. As a medical professional, how could I stand idly by while you engage in such actions? My conscience cannot abide by this. Cease this at once, Azu. Wait, no. Cease this at once, all of you. By heavens, his impassioned cries revealed a palpable sense of frustration for the injustice at hand. He not only displayed his righteous indignation toward his own people, but also conveyed the inner turmoil of being caught between conflicting loyalties. Undoubtedly, upon hearing his words, the livestream audience was instantly moved and began to grasp the gravity of the situation unfolding before them. However, Chen Fengshu felt it was insufficient, and he earnestly continued, Delivery cannot be this swift, comrades. We truly cannot proceed in this manner. Even if you wish to engage in deception, at least make it appear somewhat credible. In that moment, the live stream, which was on the verge of closure, buzzed back to life. Moreover, astute netizens noticed that Dr. Chun had also activated a live stream account. Quick, everyone, we must follow this conscientious and ethical physician who stands steadfastly in defense of our collective interests. In an instant, Dr. Chen's newfound popularity surged, and he reaped significant rewards from this unexpected attention. Meanwhile, Zhou Xiaodai and others, though filled with indignation, found themselves unable to counter his claims, especially since County Head Huang was present. How could he possibly engage in such fraudulent behavior? It was inconceivable, yet the dilemma was that he himself was just as bewildered, utterly unaware of the unfolding events. Each of them exchanged glances, eager to explain, yet found themselves at a loss for words. Fortunately, it didn't take long for them to collectively recall the most crucial aspect of this incident. They turned to Li Xiuxian, their gazes brimming with skepticism. Could this lad be the mastermind behind the deception? They had considered it, yet did he possess the means? Certainly not. A person who did not even know what a smartphone was, could he have mastered the intricacies of online manipulation within a single night? It was beyond belief. The issue was, however, that aside from him, there appeared to be no one else involved. This left Li Xiuxian in an awkward position. His subordinates had simply been a tad quicker, after all. Moreover, was it not agreed that it was a delivery service? Wasn't speed the very essence of their operation? Soon, the live stream erupted into another wave of condemnation. Meanwhile, on the other side, Miss Lin Suen, adorned with pink curls and an eclectic style, stood outside the hospital room. Gazing at the takeout bowl in her hands, she remained incredulous, even though she had informed Zhou Xiaodai that she had received it. The speed of this delivery was simply unbelievable. It had barely been a few minutes. Was it even possible for a takeout order placed downstairs to arrive this quickly? Yet, the most alarming aspect was not the speed, but the fact that the bowl and utensils she held bore no packaging whatsoever. It was as if someone had simply scooped the food directly from the kitchen to present it to her. Could this be safe to consume? Lin Suin felt a bead of cold sweat trickle down her forehead. However, with her grandfather's temperament, she had no choice but to nervously return to the room. Who was knocking at the door? Even before she crossed the threshold, she could hear the old man's mildly dissatisfied voice. This was a super VIP ward. Typically, no one dared to breach etiquette by knocking on the door uninvited. The takeout has arrived, Grandpa," Lin Suin announced as she held a porcelain bowl containing a mound of dark rice. Upon witnessing the scene before him, even the old man was momentarily taken aback. Hadn't he just placed the order? And now it had arrived? The key question was, what was his position? He controlled a monopoly over the transportation industry in Jiangdong. Yet, this speed? For a brief moment, the old man's mind seemed to stall. But then, a flash of ecstatic realization crossed his weathered face. Every conjecture he had made was being validated. "Quick, bring it to me. I must try it." His voice grew increasingly urgent. "Grandpa, this food, its origins are suspect. Perhaps we should reconsider. Safety first." Lin Suin expressed her concerns. Even if it were delivered 10 minutes later, with some packaging, even just a plastic bag, it would be more reassuring. But in this state, she was genuinely worried. Yet, the old man was unable to explain anything to her. Certain matters were best left shrouded in ambiguity until they became clearer. However, he was now unable to move. He could only force a slight opening in his mouth through the breathing machine, attempting to convey his resolve to his granddaughter. "Grandpa, are you certain you can eat this? Shouldn't we consult the doctor first?" Lin Suin sat before the hospital bed, holding the bowl, her expression rife with uncertainty. Under normal circumstances, the old man could not even consume solid food, relying solely on intravenous fluids to sustain his life. But she was unaware of her grandfather's thoughts. If she adhered strictly to medical advice, it would merely lead to his demise. In contrast, this rice might offer a glimmer of hope. Hadn't she seen how vibrant and youthfully Laudi and the others were? Try it. It must be tried. The old man was resolute. Yet, he knew that only by tasting it himself could he discern its true nature. Even if he confronted Li Laudi directly, the latter would undoubtedly deny any wrongdoing. Otherwise, he would not have concealed his identity for so long. At this moment, the most pressing matter was survival. Only by living could he encounter Li Laudi and unravel the mysteries that plagued his mind. "Come on, trust in Grandpa's judgment." His gaze was steadfast. He had dominated the business world for a lifetime. Surely he possessed the decisiveness required for this moment. Reluctantly, Lin Suin, though troubled, could only comply and picked up a pair of chopsticks, cautiously taking a small morsel. She gently lifted the breathing machine from her grandfather's mouth and carefully offered it to him. As the rice entered his mouth, the old man gently closed his lips. In the next instant, the rice peculiar vanished, a sensation that startled him to the core. However, unlike Wang Lao, who had been overwhelmed and lost in a void, the old man's body had already become frail, like a withered bone in the wind. The rice that had seemingly vanished did not truly disappear. Rather, it transformed into a refreshing stream that flowed gently down his esophagus. The sudden burst of freshness in his mouth elicited a soft moan from the old man. Yet, just as this flow reached his throat, it became lodged there. Previously enjoying the sensation, the old man was now bewildered. In his mind, he cried out desperately, "Hurry! Move down! Flow onward!" This feeling bore an uncanny resemblance to the rumored energy. But why was there still traffic jam? Chapter 70 General Su Grandfather. "Grandfather, what has happened to you?" Lin Suin exclaimed, observing the old man frozen in place, his eyelids not even fluttering. At that moment, she felt a surge of panic. No matter how she called out, the old man maintained a lifeless demeanor, leaving her bewildered. Just as she contemplated summoning a doctor, the old man suddenly began to gasp for air. "Quick, food! Food!" Lin Suin was taken aback, momentarily at a loss. Following the old man's gaze, she realized he was referring to the bowl and chopsticks in her hands. Under normal circumstances, she would never dare to feed him again. However, his commanding expression unnerved her. Her grandfather had always been so tender towards her. He had never appeared so serious before. She instinctively wanted to resist, even to drop the bowl. But he was her only remaining family. Reluctantly, she fought against her instincts, yet her hands obeyed as she fed him another spoonful of rice. The old man quickly began to feel a gentle warmth coursing through him. Indeed, it was both warm and cool. It nourished his parched vitality while cleansing the impurities within him. In mere moments, the obstruction lodged in his throat was washed away, flowing like a clear spring, revitalizing his desolate spirit. The sensation was akin to a long-awaited rain after a drought. If he could, he would have let out a triumphant roar. Yet as time passed, the flow seemed to wane. With a look of pleasure, the old man opened his eyes again. "Hurry, more please, my dear girl." At that moment, Lin Suwen stood frozen, utterly astonished. Initially, she had felt no oddity, but upon deeper reflection, she realized something remarkable. Her grandfather was breathing on his own. How could this be? He had always relied on a respirator. The realization left her speechless, as if the identities of two patients had suddenly swapped. One, once vibrant, now lay still, while the other, who was expected to be motionless, was now animatedly calling out. Thank goodness there were no outsiders present. Otherwise, she could scarcely imagine the implications. Yet, the old man was desperate for nourishment, craving the mysterious energy. He struggled fiercely. Suddenly, his hands began to move. Though still somewhat awkward, he seemed capable of grasping food. He snatched the bowl, disregarding the chopsticks, and began to eat directly with his hands. Initially slow, his movements quickened as the energy revitalized him. By the time Lin Suwen regained her senses, she let out a startled scream. She was genuinely frightened, instinctively retreating against the wall, her eyes wide with terror and her voice trembling. The idea that he might have come back from the dead was bold, yet fitting given the bizarre scene unfolding before her. A frail old man suddenly rising and competing for food. Who wouldn't he be alarmed? Even if he were a grandfather, it would be shocking. After casting a reproachful glance at his granddaughter, the old man resumed his meal, muttering indistinct complaints. What is all the fuss? This is just the beginning. At that moment, he felt confident, especially when recalling his comrade, Li. Grandfather. Are you still my grandfather? Lin Suwen bravely ventured, cautiously probing. She was deeply concerned. After all, she was only 18. Her grandfather had been an old man when she was born, and with her father marrying late, the age difference was significant. She had read numerous fantastical novels, often with fervor, and given her family's circumstances, she had even gained some recognition in the reader community. Thus, she couldn't help but suspect that her grandfather had been possessed. How could she not be anxious? However, the old man, upon hearing her thoughts, was displeased. While he continued to eat, he retorted, "Who else would I be? If I recall correctly, you have a birthmark shaped like a wildcat on your left buttock. And remember when you peeked at Little Wong bathing when you were 10? And at 12? Stop!" Lin Suwen exclaimed, her face turning crimson as she rushed forward to cover his mouth. What would happen if he continued? Thankfully, they were alone. Yet at that moment, she believed him. Her eyes still filled with disbelief, she instinctively considered calling a doctor for a thorough examination of her grandfather's condition. However, the old man, sensing her intention, grasped her hand firmly. This matter must remain a secret. Absolutely. No sooner had he spoken than a series of urgent knocks sounded at the door. Miss Lin, is everything all right?" Lin Suwen understood that her earlier scream had drawn attention. She glanced at her grandfather, and they exchanged understanding looks. She hurriedly stepped outside to dismiss the visitor before returning to discuss what had transpired. Just then, the old man finished his last bite of food. Suddenly, he felt a jolt of energy surge through him, plunging into darkness. Initially startled, the sensation vanished almost instantly, and his vision returned. Although it was merely a fleeting moment, he had caught a glimpse of a sensation akin to being trapped in a cage. The old man was astonished, but now was not the time for shock. "Kulme, dear girl, bring the wheelchair over." Miraculously, he could speak and felt the blood flow freely through his veins. Yet, the effects of the medicine had not yet enabled him to rise. Nevertheless, this felt like a miracle. A bowl of rice seemingly restored him to a state he had not experienced in a year. What more could he possibly wish for? The key was, he felt remarkably composed. He was even grateful for his earlier decision to clear the shopping basket. He believed that once this rice was truly available, it wouldn't be something easily purchased with money. In fact, he suspected that such a divine substance would never circulate among the populace. With these thoughts in mind, a figure popped into his mind. He gazed at the rising sun, contemplating deeply before reaching for his phone and dialing an unknown number. "Hello, little Wan. What made you think of this old man?" Suddenly, the tone on the other end shifted from jovial to grave and tense. Lin, I hope you haven't passed away, have you? To hell with that. Even if you were dead, I, Lin Guiqing, am still alive and well." Lin Guiqing fumed, irritated that the first person to answer the phone would wish him dead. After a brief exchange of harsh words, Lin Guiqing's tone softened as he glanced at Lin Suan, contemplating before lowering his voice. "Old Su, do you still remember the village we helped during our years of poverty alleviation?" At that moment, in a well-organized military camp, an old general trembled upon hearing the question. Rendered momentarily speechless, with a hint of restraint, he suppressed his emotions and quietly inquired, "Why do you suddenly ask about this?" Simultaneously, the group of generals beside him rose to their feet, their tension palpable. Chapter 71. The mysterious white coat, noticing a hint of peculiarity in Old Su's voice, Lin Guiqing, who had thrived for many years, felt a sudden jolt of apprehension. Despite his long-established cautiousness, he couldn't shake off the nagging thought. Wasn't Old Su already retired? After all, he was over 70. Why would he exhibit such caution, seemingly probing for something? Could it be that he had been rehired? The distinction between being active and retired was immense. He understood this well. If Old Su were indeed retired, they were close friends, and he would have invited him along. However, if he were still in service, their perspectives would be dramatically different. In mere moments, Lin's mind raced with possibilities. He simply replied, "Old age brings nostalgia. I remember the days when you were the vice captain and I was the captain. Let's gather sometime." All right. Their conversation was brief, and the call ended hastily. After hanging up, Lin gazed out of the window, lost in contemplation. He appeared profoundly introspective, acutely aware that matters concerning brother Li had likely leaked and that it was impossible to contain. Moreover, he pondered why Brother Li, if he desired discretion, would engage in such ostentatious broadcasting. Was it not preferable to wait until their generation had passed? Yet, why would he emerge at this critical juncture? Surely, some unforeseen developments were at play. If the higher-ups had already taken notice, what would his standing with them be? Should a conflict arise, where would he turn? The old man contemplated extensively, envisioning the long-term ramifications. He sat quietly in his wheelchair, gazing out at the morning glow. Meanwhile, within a clandestine military camp, the moment Su Danian ended the call, an officer awaited further instructions. "Commander, regarding your old friend, shall we establish surveillance?" A resolute-faced officer in his 30s, with a sun-kissed complexion, hesitated before addressing Su Danian. He likely remains unaware. Ignore him. After all, the old fellow is over 80. There's no way he follows the whims of youthful live streams. Su Danian waved dismissively, outright rejecting the notion. Yet he was also one of the original poverty alleviation personnel. What if? Qin Wulin, are you questioning my authority? Do you intend to apprehend that entire group from back then? Su Danian's brow furrowed, revealing his dissatisfaction. Of course not. Qin Wulin maintained his composure, taking a small step back to signify loyalty. Su Danian cast a sidelong glance at him, thinking Qin Wulin was commendable in many respects, but overly earnest. Setting aside his relationship with the old man, did he truly believe that one could simply impose surveillance at will? What if unintended consequences arose? Youngsters often lacked a comprehensive outlook. No wonder the higher-ups had urgently reinstated him just yesterday, although he understood that the primary reason was likely due to his history with Changsheng village. Familiarity was often preferred over novelty, especially since the higher-ups deemed him reliable. As his thoughts shifted, he surveyed the other officers before resuming the conversation interrupted by the phone call. What is the status regarding the vision tests for those elderly individuals? Commander, all videos have been taken down. Personnel involved in dissemination are under investigation. Excellent. The heat of this matter must be thoroughly suppressed. Are we to initiate further contact with that village? Or should we first gauge their true intentions? Su Danian's expression darkened slightly. He could not speak for others, but he was familiar with Li Xiuxian and his group, having spent over a year with them. They had committed no heinous acts. If one were to point out their flaws, it would merely be their frugality and aloofness. Throughout that year, aside from a few rare occasions of joint festivities, they had preferred to eat separately, insisting on their own meals. Suddenly recalling something, he inquired, "Have we identified the buyers of the rice sold on those platforms?" "Commander, we have traced all the buyers." A tech soldier, adjusting his glasses, had just pressed the final key and looked up. "Speak." One buyer's identity was irrelevant for now, but the rest were all prominent food streamers, likely motivated solely by the pursuit of views. The tech soldier glanced at the last buyer's information, his mind momentarily blank, unsure how to respond. "The last one, is this? What is it? Speak." Su Danian's expression hardened, showing signs of impatience as he sipped from his teacup. The last one is somewhat special. Speak." In matters of national security, there is no such thing as special. Su Danian, now visibly agitated, took another sip of his tea. These soldiers were truly lacking in fortitude. If they were so easily intimidated, they might as well return to farming. He reminisced about his own days as a soldier, filled with valor. Seeing the commander's discontent, the tech soldier finally spoke up. "The last one is the old gentleman from the Lin family with whom you just spoke." "What? Him?" Su Danian's eyes widened, nearly choking on his drink. Goodness, so that old rascal is truly aware? But the revelation did not end there. The tech soldier, adjusting his glasses with newfound seriousness, continued. "Moreover, he has bought out all of the remaining 95 orders." As the words hit the air, Su Danian, who had been sipping tea, promptly sprayed it everywhere. The officers nearby were caught in a deluge of tea, unable to express their outrage, merely wiping their faces as if it were an unremarkable occurrence. The most unfortunate was one officer who found a tea leaf stuck to his face, creating an awkward atmosphere. Everyone present was acutely aware of the implications of this news. No one dared to speak, swallowing hard and casting anxious glances at Su Danian, the highest-ranking officer among them. At that moment, Su Danian felt a scorching heat on his face. The slap in the face had come far too swiftly. Moments ago, he had been defending the old man, only to find him delivering a resounding blow to his own friend. A painful one at that. How could he reconcile this? Yet in a flash, he realized that the old man must have been watching the live stream, just like himself. Naturally, anyone witnessing such an unchanged face would find it impossible to remain calm. It seemed he would need to meet with his old friend promptly. He immediately stood up. "Prepare the vehicle. We must head to Jiangdong City First Hospital at once and ensure surveillance is in place." "Yes, sir." However, just as he was about to exit the conference room, a figure clad in military attire, draped in a white coat, with a face obscured save for a pair of piercing eyes, suddenly appeared, blocking his path. Chapter 72. Lin Guoqing's Dilemma. "Greetings, Mr. Su. I have been instructed to invite you for a discussion," the enigmatic figure in the white coat stated, his tone polite yet laced with an unmistakable air of authority that left Su Danian feeling quite uneasy. "Who are you?" Su Danian questioned, his voice tinged with skepticism. The officers behind him instinctively shifted forward, their expressions betraying concern, for the presence of this mysterious individual in such a secure military zone was alarming. It was a significant breach of protocol for someone to confront their superior without prior notice. Sensing the palpable tension, the man in the white coat surveyed the gathered officers before forcing a smile, attempting to convey an air of reassurance. "I apologize for the abruptness. I assure you, I am one of your own." He then retrieved an identification document from his coat pocket and presented it to Su Danian. Upon a cursory glance, even someone of Su Danian's stature was taken aback, his eyes widening in disbelief. "You, Su Danian Gapet, Momentias Spichai." Just as he gathered his wits, his fellow officers had closed in around him. He quickly gestured for them to retreat. "Stand down. He is one of us." Though curiosity piqued, the officers refrained from further action at their superior's command. The man in the white coat gestured politely, indicating for Su Danian to follow him. "Sir," Qin Wulin called out, hastening a few steps to catch up. Su Danian turned, his expression serious. "Before I return, do not act rashly. Maintain standard security protocols. What about the buyers from Sakura country who just arrived? How should we handle them?" Su Danian's impatience was evident as he turned and entered the vehicle of the man in the white coat. Moments later, a voice rang out, "Do not act impulsively." The car roared to life, emitting a cloud of exhaust as it sped away. Thus, a group of individuals watched as their newly appointed leader was inexplicably whisked away. A sense of foreboding settling over them as they contemplated the identity of the mysterious man in the white coat. Meanwhile, in the hospital room of Jiangdong, Lin Guqing was deep in thought regarding the path that lay ahead. Suddenly, he was interrupted by an exclamation from his granddaughter. "Grandpa, look! Everyone is questioning that village head. The comments are all condemning him." Village head? The term struck a nerve with the elderly man, causing him an involuntary pang of discomfort. However, he had no time to delve into the matter. After a brief pause, he maneuvered his wheelchair to face the large screen. A doctor in a white coat was addressing the situation surrounding his friend, Li Laodi, and Lin Guqing felt a surge of anger. Li Laodi, after all, was not only a benefactor, but also a longtime acquaintance. If he allowed his friend to be wronged without intervention, what use would his position hold? Moreover, he recognized the necessity of standing up for Li Laodi at this critical juncture. Taking a deep breath, he turned toward the rising sun, as if making a momentous decision, and uttered two words, "Connect." "Wait, what?" Lin Suwen was taken aback, but recalling the miraculous bowl of rice, she hesitated no longer and promptly pressed the connection button. At that moment, in Changsheng village, Li Xiuxian found himself under pressure to explain himself. Meanwhile, Wang Lao slipped away from the crowd, contentedly savoring his meal while observing the unfolding drama. Just then, a notification for a connection request pinged in Zhou Xiaodai's livestream. Curiosity piqued. She glanced down and recognized the ID as that of the individual who had just purchased rice. "Hello, what can I do for you?" "I'm quite busy," she replied via private message without accepting the call. Almost immediately, a response arrived, "Connect. I can prove the village head's innocence." Upon hearing this, Zhou Xiaodai abruptly halted her confrontation with Chen Fengshu, her demeanor shifting as she announced, "Silence. The buyer from earlier wishes to connect. If there are any questions, you can verify directly with him." "Huh, spare me. There is no buyer. Even if there were, they would be a planted witness," Chen Fengshu retorted, turning to the live stream audience, proclaiming, "Friends, rest assured, I will not tolerate such fraudulent behavior. Even as a poverty alleviation worker, I demand integrity in our efforts, and I will not allow any negative influence upon the government or our nation." His words placed him on a moral pedestal, leaving Huang County in a precarious position. It was, in fact, a roundabout way of implicating himself in the very scheme he condemned. Yet, no matter how he tried to explain, it was futile. There was no valid defense against such accusations. What was most infuriating was Chen Fengshu's sudden turn of events, which tied him directly to Li Xiuxian. Meanwhile, Chen Fengshu, though not live streaming, glanced at his rapidly increasing follower count and couldn't suppress his delight. In a mere breakfast time, his freshly registered account had garnered over 100,000 followers, an achievement that took Zhou Xiaodai years to build. Clearly, he was a talent. With just a single opportunity, he could rise to prominence. If he could substantiate the accusations against Li Xiuxian, his reputation for medical ethics would be assured. Indeed, whether one sought to do good or ill, donning the cloak of morality always paved the way for success. However, Zhou Xiaodai had no intention of allowing them to continue their bickering. With determination, she pressed the connection button. The moment the screen lit up, it captivated everyone's attention, including Chen Fengshu, who had no choice but to glance at the footage. To his surprise, rather than feeling apprehensive, he felt a sense of calm. He was convinced this would reveal a fabrication. If he could expose any flaw in the connection requester's argument, he would triumph today. Even if Huang County sought retribution later, his moral standing would protect him. How could he be wrong for advocating for the public? In that instant, he felt invincible. However, as the connection screen unfolded, he was momentarily stunned. Everyone was taken aback for a brief second, for the image displayed was that of a remarkably adorable young girl. Her vibrant pink waves creating a stark contrast to the seriousness of the situation. Really? Ha ha ha. Chun Fangshu erupted in laughter, thoroughly amused. Li Village Head, if you're going to find a scapegoat, at least choose someone credible. This girl, barely 18, adorned in non-mainstream attire. Do you truly believe she could afford to buy rice? You insult the intelligence of the audience. Despite his amusement, he couldn't help but acknowledge her beauty. Yet, he felt compelled to advise that the selection of a scapegoat required more discernment. The ease of victory against such a weak opponent left him feeling unfulfilled. Chapter 73. The Explosive Heaven Gang's Jiangdong Branch Grandpa. Some people say you're poor. In the face of the crowd's ridicule, Lin Suwen's lips curled into a devilish smile as she turned to glance at her grandfather. This smile left her grandfather, watching from behind the camera, feeling quite embarrassed. Others may be oblivious, but he certainly was not. His little granddaughter had been pampered since childhood, apart from being obedient in his presence. She was a little tyrant everywhere else. Looking at the physician on screen, who appeared to be of considerable age, he wondered how he could be so oblivious. Yet, he could not fault Dr. Chun. The key was that his precious granddaughter's entire ensemble was inspired by a cosplay group. Her style was a classic non-mainstream look, devoid of any designer labels, aiming solely for the effect of being audaciously flamboyant. Known in the underworld as the Explosive Heaven Gang's Jiangdong branch, she held the honorary title of president. Of course, this branch had no actual ties to the main gang. It was merely a name that sounded impressive. In truth, it was a self-organized group of local youngsters. As their president, how could she not lead by example? Her attire and demeanor needed to set a precedent. This was what her grandfather had taught her. Yet, he wished to say, is this really what I meant? But persuasion was futile. Thus, no matter how discerning Dr. Chun was, he would never perceive that this girl had any capability to afford such exorbitantly priced rice. It was time for an explanation. Lin's grandfather rubbed his forehead with a sigh. However, could the proud young lady of the Lin family simply let this slide? She promptly produced another mobile device and opened a chat group consisting of, well, just over 30 members. She quickly typed, Sisters of the Explosive Heaven Gang's Jiangdong branch, come and make a scene. I've been bullied. Almost immediately, a flurry of messages began to circulate within the group. Even Lin's grandfather, witnessing this, broke into a cold sweat. He knew all too well what kind of commotion was about to ensue. After all, this was his only beloved granddaughter. He could not neglect to investigate her tangled web of social connections, and indeed, he had people looking into it thoroughly. Fortunately, they were merely a group of unruly yet relatively innocent young girls. He turned a blind eye to most of their antics. Whenever a male infiltrated the group, the old man would find ways to have him removed. Thus, under his covert operations, this so-called Explosive Heaven Gang's Jiangdong branch was composed entirely of a fierce yet adorable sisterhood, with a true leader handpicked by him. Before long, his phone buzzed with a message. Mr. Lin, the young lady wishes to use the club funds. Please provide guidance. The old man twitched at the corner of his mouth. Did this girl not have her own wealth? Why dip into the club funds? He was well aware of the fees, which amounted to 30 million, something she had relentlessly persuaded him to contribute. Currently, they had only about 10 million left after her extravagant spending. Alas, the events they organized were often loss-making ventures. They frequently booked venues. They constantly operated at a loss. She had inherited none of his business acumen. Thus, the old man was left with a headache. He could not entrust his vast empire to her management. The only consolation was that this girl was loyal and well-liked within the group, thriving in her social endeavors. He understood she must have her own plans. Reluctantly, he decided to let her have her fun. He sent a single word in response, approved. Upon receiving this message, a young girl on the other end nodded knowingly, her expression revealing understanding. Soon, an order was dispatched in the group. Allocate the fireworks as needed. Blow him up. At that moment, Zhou Xiaodai received a private message. I know you are involved in poverty alleviation. Remember to pay back after the settlement. And keep it confidential. Bewildered by the cryptic message, Zhou Xiaodai was at a loss. Just as she looked up, she saw the pink-haired girl raise her arm, her eyes narrowing as she shouted, "Sisters of the Explosive Heaven Gang, blow him up." Boom! In the next instant, dozens of unfamiliar IDs erupted onto the scene, showering the live stream with an array of elaborate gifts, rendering the broadcast completely immobile. Some girls even opted for heart-shaped bombs, claiming that the more they exploded, the better it aligned with their gang's motto, audaciously flamboyant. Lin Suin deftly waved her fingers, rapidly tapping the gift button before the live audience, unleashing a torrent of rockets that left viewers in shock. In just a matter of minutes, the astonishing donation total had surpassed 1 million. This spectacle sent the onlookers into a frenzy. Yet, rather than slowing down, Lin Suin's fingers danced like shadows, revealing a hint of disdain as she glanced at Chun Fengshu on screen. "Think I'm broke? Huh. Today, let me show you why we're called the Explosive Heaven Gang." Boom! With that declaration, another 100 rockets launched in succession, dazzling the audience and astonishing her grandfather. Chun Fengshu was left in a stupor, his eyes reflecting a mix of disbelief and greed. In the time it took to sip tea, the total donations had already exceeded 5 million, especially Lin Suin, who swiftly ascended to the top of the leaderboard. Her ID was soon recognized by keen observers. "Isn't this the Lin Suin from the reader's circle of the Explosive Heaven Gang?" Many authors she had previously supported began to step forward. "Suin, we authors don't have much, but here's a few beers to cheer you on." With a few more taps, the number of donators surged again. Lin Suin's personal ID skyrocketed in popularity. She was thrilled, having done cosplay for 3 years in obscurity. This unexpected fame from her donations was truly a delightful surprise. Yet, she failed to consider that as an adorable and generous young girl, she was bound to attract attention. In an instant, her follower count skyrocketed, elevating her previously insignificant account to one boasting 500,000 followers. She regretted not thinking of this sooner. This account could be used for promoting her events in the future. What a brilliant idea. With this revelation, her donations only increased. As her generosity continued, a flood of online viewers began to pour in, pushing the live stream's audience count over 1 million, a true top-tier magnitude. Zhou Xiaodai was both exhilarated and terrified. The abruptness of this happiness left her feeling anxious. Was it only 2 days? Was she, Zhou Xiaodai, truly now a leading streamer? Chapter 74. The Intervention of the Cherry Blossom Faction. Hey, wake up. What prominent streamer? It's just an online presence. The number of people who genuinely care about you pales in comparison to her. Chun Fengshu cast a sudden glance at Zhou Xiaodai, feeling somewhat intimidated by the woman in the video, whose background he could not discern. However, he felt no fear towards the dazed Zhou Xiaodai. Doused in cold water by Chun Fengshu's remarks, Xiaodai became considerably more alert. Indeed, what established streamer did not boast millions of followers? Her own following was minuscule in comparison, barely enough to fill the gaps between others' teeth. A wave of disappointment surged within her. In contrast, Li Xiaoxian, not far behind her, found himself amused. The rapid rise in popularity was astonishing. Could it be that receiving gifts attracted more attention? What if he were to give away the money he had received? After all, money held little value for him. If it could translate into popularity, that would be splendid. Soon enough, several bold ideas began to take shape in his mind. Meanwhile, on the other side of the screen, the audience had grown numb, silently watching the top-ranked lady and her entourage as they propelled the gift amounts to unprecedented heights. It wasn't until the total reached a staggering 11 million that it finally came to a halt. Suddenly, the young lady in the video hurriedly left the live stream, followed by a faint sound of her playfully whining, "Grandpa, I need more money. Can you send some more?" This girl had clearly become addicted to the thrill of gifting. As the influx of attention came too swiftly, after whispering a few more words, she returned, visibly annoyed, holding a bowl from Changsheng village in front of the camera. The moment she left the scene, Chun Fengshu recognized the entire layout of the VIP room. Though seemingly simple and unadorned, its luxury was unparalleled, a setting he was all too familiar with. During his tenure at a prestigious hospital in the magical city, he had encountered such a room on the top floor. Even he, a doctor, was rarely permitted close proximity to it. Patients residing in such rooms undoubtedly had fortunes exceeding billions, and likely even more. Even a net worth in the tens of billions would not suffice for entry. The reason was simple. Such rooms were scarce resources that could not be accessed merely by wealth. Without wealth, entry was utterly impossible, as the daily medical expenses alone approached $1 million. This level of spending was beyond the comprehension of the average populace. Chen Fengshu had once taken advantage of his position to sneak up there under the guise of delivering medication, capturing numerous photographs to keep in his album. Those images served as daily motivation, fueling his aspiration to one day serve as a chief physician in such a room. Yet now his mindset had shifted. He aspired to be among those who could enter such a room, not as a doctor, but as a patient. Doctors merely serve others. He wished to be the one receiving care. With a firm grip, he silently vowed to himself. Just then, his phone vibrated softly. A text message? Who could possibly be messaging him at this hour? Out of instinct, he opened it. "Hello, Dr. Chun. I wish to propose a business transaction. I believe you possess a batch of fresh blood samples. If agreeable, I shall visit you tonight. As for the price, I must first verify the goods. Rest assured, the price will be to your satisfaction. To prevent interception, this message will delete itself after you read it." The nonsensical message left Chen Fengshu utterly speechless. He thought to himself, what sort of scam is this? But then, a sudden realization struck him, and his heart raced. Could it be that his clandestine experiments with Professor Wang's blood samples had been uncovered? However, upon further reflection, that couldn't be right. He didn't have any surplus blood samples. Yet, overwhelming curiosity compelled him to reply cautiously. "Who are you, and what is your offer?" "My identity is unimportant. What matters is that you're under surveillance. If you wish to proceed with the transaction, do not reveal any hints. As for the price, upon your arrival at our designated location, a fee of 10 million will be provided, and if the samples prove useful, we can additionally fund you with 300 million under the guise of research grants." The shocking contents of the message left Chen Fengshu astounded. Even if he initially dismissed it as a scam, he could not help but feel a jolt of excitement. What was more disconcerting was that after he closed the message, he found that it had indeed vanished from his phone. What kind of trickery was this? A hacker? What would a hacker want with his phone? A sense of dread washed over him. But what if he did receive the 10 million? His perspective began to shift. Sometimes opportunities are serendipitous, and missing out could mean losing them forever. His rational mind screamed that it was a scam, certainly a scam. Yet, the allure of that sum was too tempting to ignore. 10 million. With such funding, he believed he could achieve an 80% certainty in his research. As for the 300 million for the research project, he dismissed it outright. While fortunes may fall from the sky, a sum that large could easily crush him. This risk seemed worth taking. But could it be that the sender had made a mistake? He shook his head, dismissing that notion. The sender knew his name and mentioned blood samples, indicating they were well informed. Moreover, the ability to erase traces after sending a message suggested meticulousness rather than carelessness. Thus, it was clear that they were indeed seeking him. If he dared to speculate further, they might even be watching the live stream. But he truly had no blood samples to offer. How could he resolve this? Suddenly, he recalled his experience from the previous day. Who said he had no blood samples? Not only did he have some, he had plenty, 30 or 40 vials. But what would they want with the samples from these commoners? No, they must be seeking Professor Wang's blood samples. What if he offered the samples from these ordinary individuals? Could he not potentially secure $1 million? They hadn't specified whose samples they wanted, only that they needed what he had on hand. That was not deceitful. Yet, the more he contemplated this, the more apprehensive he became, and the more fear intertwined with excitement. This was his closest step towards substantial funding. In a moment of boldness, he cautiously raised his hand to form an OK gesture before the camera, testing whether his assumptions were correct. As anticipated, he received a message almost immediately. "Thank you for your agreement. May we have a fruitful collaboration." At that moment, within Changsheng County, on a bus filled with members of the Cherry Blossom National Inspection Team, a young man in the last row clad in black smirked, gently closing his laptop. "Major, the fish is on the hook, awaiting further instructions." As his words fell, a curious glance was cast by a middle-aged man sitting upright at the front of the luxurious bus. He pondered why military personnel accompanied them, even masquerading as members of the inspection team. Surely, they could not be interested in the divine acupuncture bronze figure? That seemed implausible. The leader of the inspection team was intrigued but dared not inquire further. Chapter 75. The Gathering Storm. At this moment, Chen Fengshu was completely indifferent to whether Li Xiuxian and the others had engaged in deceit. His mind was consumed by the mention of 10 million from the text message. If he could truly acquire that sum of money, what need would he have for live streaming or fans? It was absurd. He could potentially ascend to the pinnacle of the world in just a few years. He then glanced at Lin Suan, who was animatedly explaining something to the audience while holding chopsticks. He no longer had any desire to engage with her. Today, he felt he had been humiliated. But what did that matter? She was merely a second-generation heir, relying on her family status. Who was he? He was Lin Fengshu, and everything he possessed was earned through his own efforts. Deep down, he held her in contempt. Without further ado, he clasped his hands together towards Li Xiuxian and Huang Xian, acknowledging, "It seems I, Chen Fengshu, have misjudged you. I apologize sincerely." With that, he turned away from the camera and retreated to the stone railing beneath the Changsheng tree, lost in thought. He himself was unsure why he found solace in this spot, but it felt as if hiding there cleared his mind significantly. Occasionally, he would glance up at Professor Wang, who was indulging in a feast. He craved blood, an abundance of it. If he could secure that 10 million, along with enough blood, he believed success would be within his grasp. Yet, obtaining such a large quantity of blood would not be an easy feat as Chen Fengshu departed. He was taken aback to discover that his act of contrition had unexpectedly garnered some goodwill from online viewers. What was this? Acknowledging one's mistakes? Such a rare virtue. Yet, at present, it held no significance for him. The only person truly aware of a shift was Li Xiuxian, who maintained an interest in Chen Fengshu. He remained focused throughout the proceedings, even though the messages had been deleted swiftly and were irretrievable to others. However, Li Xiuxian had seen them clearly. Now he was bemused. Purchasing blood? For what purpose? As a cultivator, he understood the importance of blood essence, but the village elders were not foolish. They would only provide ordinary blood. Such blood was largely ineffective. Take old Liu, for instance. He had lost a significant amount of blood from a lumbar explosion, yet he recovered overnight. This left Li Xiuxian puzzled, yet did not diminish his curiosity about the sender of those messages. How audacious to target their Changsheng sect. Who could this bold individual be? He cast a glance at Captain Zhao, who discreetly transmitted orders. Consequently, 2 villagers who had been watching from outside mysteriously vanished. It must be said that in terms of poverty alleviation, a rare smile appeared on Zhao's face. Village chief, this is becoming quite interesting. Do not be careless. Li Xiuxian shot him a sidelong glance. At this moment, within a secluded forest path, Su Danian sat in a vehicle, viewing the live stream from Changsheng village on his phone, seething with anger. That old man Lin had sent Suan out, a veiled attempt to align themselves, perhaps. His frustration was palpable, while the man beside him in a white coat revealed no sign of emotion through his mask, which astonished Su Danian. He turned off his phone and fixed his gaze upon him. Now, can we discuss why you sought me out? If my assumptions are correct, it pertains to Changsheng village. Does it not? Changsheng village? The man in the white coat murmured. Then his eyes flickered with disdain as he slowly replied. They are merely a group of individuals with slightly better eyesight. They do not qualify to enter our purview. Su Danian was momentarily taken aback, but quickly grasped the implication. He had not reported Li Xiuxian's unchanged appearance. This was not a deliberate concealment. He feared that if he spoke, no one would believe him. After all, he had no evidence to support his claims, not even a photograph, only his recollections. Thus, unlike Lin Guqing, he needed no validation from others. This was the constraint of public service. Yet, he saw no possibility of arguing with the man before him. However, such extraordinary vision. If the military were to uncover this secret and promote it, they could potentially cultivate a legion of elite snipers, even without training snipers. Enhancing the combat capabilities of ordinary soldiers would result in a significant advancement. Despite his efforts to suppress the video's popularity, it had still attracted foreign interests. In his view, All technological advancements would be prioritized for military applications. What was the purpose of his superiors activating his objective? It was merely to facilitate discussions and gain the villagers' consent. Yet he understood too well that this was not simply about superior eyesight. The secrets involved were likely staggering. Therefore, he dared not approach Li Xiuxian for a formal meeting without caution. The man in the white coat seemed to perceive Su Danian's thoughts and offered a casual smile, saying, "There is no need for you to worry, Mr. Su. When you arrive, you will naturally understand. However, I must warn you that what you witness may profoundly challenge your existing perceptions. Thus, I will pose 3 questions to you, so you are prepared and do not experience a collapse of your worldview." Su Danian raised an eyebrow and scrutinized the man beside him. "Your tone is rather presumptuous. I, Su, have likely consumed more salt than you have rice. If my worldview collapses, would that mean my 70 years of meals were for naught?" "Oh, The man in the white coat did not refute him. He had encountered many such individuals before, even those more arrogant. Yet, when they reached that place, those who were meant to be shaken would inevitably be shaken. He himself had once been utterly stunned by the revelations. After a lengthy pause, he said, "Now, I have asked my questions. You may choose not to answer and reflect instead. Come on." Su Danian was growing impatient. Chapter 76. The Unexpected Turn of Events. "Professor Wang, who overindulged? Who are you? Where do you come from? Where are you going?" The man in the white coat posed 3 questions in quick succession, then promptly disregarded Su Dan, turning his gaze towards the scenery outside the window. These were the age-old philosophical inquiries that had once plagued him for years. Now, casting such questions upon Su Dan, he presumed the latter would hardly have the energy to engage in further inquiries. However, after a brief moment of astonishment, Su Dan felt a surge of annoyance. "Hey, are you seriously asking such trivial questions? Are you toying with me, or what?" The man in the white coat, taken aback, turned his head in surprise. "Is this simple?" "Indeed. My name is Su Dan. I come from the people, and I wish to return to the people." The response flowed effortlessly, devoid of any contemplation, pure stream of consciousness. Yet his rapid retort caused the driver in front to lose focus, resulting in the vehicle swerving violently, jolting the 2 passengers in the back seat. The man in the white coat, stabilizing his posture, appeared momentarily at a loss for words, his expression shifting between confusion and irritation. "What's wrong? Is my answer incorrect?" Su Dan frowned, shooting a fierce glare. He was quite agitated. He had a multitude of pressing matters to attend to. Yet here he was, summoned by this individual only to be posed such an absurd question. He truly wished to exit the vehicle. At that moment, the man in the white coat was utterly flummoxed. He longed to clarify, "Is that truly the essence of my inquiry? I'm asking about philosophy. Can you consider this question from a perspective of life's significance?" Yet, he dared not tell Su Dan that his answer was wrong. If he did, it would undermine his own position, and he dreaded what awaited him once they disembarked. The thought sent shivers down his spine. He yearned to slap Su Dan across the face. Was this a challenge for him to ponder? Or was he the one being tested? He could hardly muster a response, paralyzed by indecision. Even Lin Guoqing, a longtime acquaintance, upon surmising that he might be reinstated, opted to swallow his thoughts. There was no denying it. He knew Su Dan too well. A true revolutionary soldier, his only concern was the greater good of the nation. Personal relationships would never sway him when national interests were at stake. If Lin Guoqing had been present, he would never have posed such questions. Unaware of this, the man in the white coat steadied himself and shifted the query. "Do you know the purpose of life? What is it that we seek? Or more fundamentally, what is the meaning of existence?" He believed this line of questioning was sufficiently clear and anticipated a thoughtful silence. After all, it was a question worthy of humanity's contemplation, rich in philosophical depth. Yet, upon hearing this, Su Dan's face turned ashen with anger. He could not fathom why someone of such caliber was sent to summon him. If this individual were under his command, he would surely have reprimanded him. In his view, this person lacked any semblance of conviction. What nonsense questions were these? Disregarding the inquiry altogether, he seized the man in the white coat's wrist and coldly remarked, "Dare you mock me?" The man in the white coat, now somewhat unsettled, thought to himself, These questions are fundamental to our department. Why does this old man disdain them so? Does he not comprehend the profound knowledge they entail? He pressed on. If you understand, then answer. Why seize my wrist? What could be simpler? As a soldier, the meaning of life is to protect my homeland and serve the people. The answer rang familiar, yet the man in the white coat felt an urge to curse. However, he refrained, caught in the perfection of Su Don's response. Unable to utter a word in retort, his mind screamed in frustration, "This is absurd. This is utterly nonsensical." Anger simmering within him, he slammed his hand against the back seat, exclaiming, "Drive faster. Can't you go any quicker?" At that moment, he desperately wished to reach the base and confront Su Don, to shatter his worldview completely. Not just shatter, but obliterate it into nothingness, discarding the remnants into a cesspool. Wash clean away. Out of sight, out of mind. Meanwhile, the driver offered a feeble consolation. "Captain, maintain your composure. Don't let him break first. Get lost." At this point, the typically stoic man in the white coat could no longer contain himself, unleashing a thunderous roar from the speeding car. The outburst seemed to shake the vehicle itself, which finally steadied after a few tumultuous turns, kicking up dust as it sped away. Meanwhile, in Changsheng village, chaos reigned once more. Gasps and incredulous exclamations filled the air. Even figures like County Head Huang were slapping their own faces in disbelief, wanting to assure themselves they were not imagining things. How could this be? Professor Wang. All eyes turned to the gluttonous Professor Wang, who continued to indulge himself. Sensing the collective gaze upon him, he felt perplexed. "Why are you all staring at me? Keep making noise, keep arguing. Don't mind this old man." As he spoke, he stuffed another mouthful of rice into his mouth. Truth be told, the old man had devoured nearly half of the pot of rice himself. Yet, strangely, despite his gluttony, he felt no discomfort. On the contrary, he proudly patted his round belly. This free food is simply delightful. Given its exorbitant price, it's no wonder people are clamoring for it. I realize opportunities for free meals like this will be scarce in the future. Internally, he chuckled, "What a bunch of fools. Unable to recognize a treasure when it's laid before them. Such fine fare, and yet they sit there bickering." Undoubtedly, the old man had struck gold. However, he remained oblivious to why County Head Huang and the others were so astonished. Was it simply because he had eaten too much? Don't blame me. You all chose not to eat. At that moment, County Head Huang hurriedly borrowed a mirror from Zhou Xiaodai, sprinting back to present it to the old man. "Quick, look. Your hair. Hair." The old man, bewildered, rubbed his head dismissively. "What's the fuss? No baldness here. No, you must see for yourself." Chapter 77. The Old Ox's Intervention. Old Wang hesitated as he took the mirror, unable to muster the courage to look at his reflection immediately. The expressions on everyone's faces made him feel rather anxious. After calming himself, he finally brought the mirror up to his face. In the next moment, the old man was dumbfounded. He stared for a good 3 to 4 seconds before incredulously wiping the mirror, as if to confirm the reality. "Is it really true?" Old Wang looked up at Huang County, his tone filled with disbelief. "His hair, it's black again?" This unexpected revelation brought tears of joy to his eyes. He examined himself in the mirror, running his fingers through his dark, lustrous hair. It was a pity, however, that while his hair had regained its color, the wrinkles on his face remained unchanged. Yet, even this transformation was nothing short of miraculous. In his astonishment, he couldn't help but speculate. Could it be that this black ash possesses the ability to restore hair color? If that is indeed the case, the value of this medicinal rice would surely ascend to new heights. Not far away, Chun Fengshu began to awaken from his own musings. Observing the crowd gathered around Professor Wang, he felt a surge of curiosity. The old man must not falter. Without delay, he sprang to his feet, hurriedly pushing through the crowd to the front. To his shock, he exclaimed, "Professor Wang, what has happened to your hair?" Chen's face turned pale. He could not afford to let anything go wrong with the old man. He was his golden goose, with the blood samples still not in hand. This sudden turn of events filled him with dread. What if this change affected the old man's extraordinary sense of smell? What would he do then? How could his research possibly continue? Panic gripped him. "What is going on with you?" After a moment of consideration, he recalled something. The rice. Yes, It must be that cursed rice. In a fit of anger, he raised his leg to kick the furnace. However, an unexpected occurrence transpired. Not only did he fail to topple the furnace, but the kick also caused him to stumble, nearly losing his balance. How heavy is this? Regaining his footing, he felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Angered, he attempted to kick again, but this time he had learned his lesson. Realizing he lacked the strength to move it, he cautiously approached the furnace and delivered a light kick, merely to vent his frustrations and avoid unnecessary pain. Yet, just as he managed to restrain his strength, the moment his toes brushed against the furnace, an unexpected event unfolded. The alchemical furnace seemed to respond to his kick, flipping over and sending its contents flying. There were yellow, white, and green. No, all black. Black ingredients scattered across the ground. Staring at the overturned furnace, Chen Fengshu was dumbfounded, glancing from the furnace to his toes. That is kick that? Impossible. Could this be the legendary potential of the human body unleashed in a state of extreme anger? He found himself puzzled. As a medical professional, he was aware of many extraordinary phenomena, particularly regarding human potential. He had seen countless instances documented in official reports of individuals performing remarkable feats, like a mother lifting a truck to save her child in a moment of desperation. At that moment, as Professor Wang's hair regained its color, Li Xiuxian also became anxious. Without needing to ponder, he surmised the cause was the alchemical furnace. However, the effects of the medicinal rice on ordinary individuals had far surpassed his expectations. At this juncture, failing to destroy the evidence would likely invite unnecessary trouble. Seizing the moment when Chen Fengshu kicked the furnace, he deftly flicked his fingers to topple it over, preventing other team members from consuming the contents. He knew he would have a hard time explaining later. When the furnace fell, others seemed indifferent. However, Professor Wang was immediately incensed, lunging toward the scattered medicinal rice. While others were unaware, he was acutely aware of its incredible efficacy. Had he not experienced it firsthand, he would have never believed it. For a fleeting moment, he even entertained the notion that perhaps, in ancient times, someone had truly concocted an elixir of immortality. But to kick over the furnace at this moment was undoubtedly to provoke the old man's wrath. His chilling gaze sent shivers down one's spine as he dove towards the scattered rice like a ravenous dog. Fortunately, Huang County and the others were quick to react, grabbing hold of Professor Wang. Several team members worked together to restrain him, yet everyone was puzzled. How could the old man possess such strength? Just the other day, hadn't he struggled with low blood sugar on a mountainous path? Amidst this chaos, Chen Fengshu hastily retrieved his stethoscope. As he quickly examined the restrained Professor Wang, the old man erupted in anger. "Xiao Chen, what are you doing? I'm perfectly fine. No need for your examination." After struggling for a moment, the old man begrudgingly tilted his head back, attempting to catch another glimpse of the rice he yearned for. However, in that moment, he was taken aback. A massive water buffalo, unbeknownst to him, had already settled in front of the pile of medicinal rice, blissfully munching on the food as if in ecstasy, even appearing to shed tears of joy. Clearly, the old buffalo was well versed in such matters. What had it not eaten in the village? Yet, it was undeniable that this medicinal rice provided an unparalleled delight. The more the buffalo enjoyed itself, the more pained Professor Wang felt. Regaining his composure, he disregarded his status and shouted, "Where did that damn buffalo come from? You're not allowed to eat that. You dare to steal from me? Just wait. I'll stew you." As he raged, the buffalo seemed to possess a sense of intelligence, flicking its ears in response. It even gave the old man a disdainful glance before turning its back to him, dismissively swatting its tail as if to swat away the old man's words like a bothersome fly. This mocking display shattered Wang's composure, leaving him with a heart-wrenching sensation. Yet, amidst the chill that filled his heart, an odd realization dawned upon him. Yes, with so many people holding him down, he recognized that all present were mere passers-by, while this old buffalo was a true companion. Though it was just a beast, it understood the value of the rice. He turned to glance at the crowd surrounding him, sighing inwardly. You all are far less fortunate than a mere buffalo. However, just then, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his stomach. Agony. Quick, Xiao Chun, check my stomach. I think I've overeaten. It feels so bloated. Chapter 78. This deception runs deep, gazing at the steadily distending abdomen of Professor Wong. Chun Fangshu felt a shiver at the corners of his mouth. How could this be? The man's belly resembled that of someone 6 or 7 months pregnant. Goodness, how much has he consumed? At that moment, Chun Fangshu was engulfed by a tumult of anger, frustration, and anxiety. Yet he found himself utterly powerless. In Changsheng village, the medical equipment he required was conspicuously absent. What could he possibly do? His urgency was palpable, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Despite his dubious intentions, it was undeniable that he was the most concerned about Professor Wong's well-being at that moment. Should he perhaps make an incision in the old man's stomach to relieve the pressure? Beside him, Huang County looked anxiously at Chun Fangshu, hesitantly voicing his thoughts. After all, he had witnessed livestock suffering from bloating in various villages, their symptoms mirroring those of the elderly gentleman. In such cases, the locals typically employed a syringe to relieve the gas from the animals' stomachs. He vividly recalled a demonstration where a villager ignited the syringe, the gas hissing out. However, Chun Fangshu immediately dismissed Huang County's suggestion. No, the situation was entirely different. Professor Wong was merely overindulged. There was no gas to expel. Yet, as he watched the old man grow increasingly distressed, Chun Fangshu felt a burning urgency within him. He stood, pacing in circles, for the first time experiencing the helplessness that comes from a lack of medical facilities in Western medicine. He glanced at Li Xiuxian, desperately wishing to call for the barefoot doctor from his family. But his overwhelming pride kept him from doing so. Just then, Huang County's urgent cry pierced through his thoughts. Professor Wong. The exclamation sent a jolt of fear through Chun Fangshu. He quickly crouched down to check, discovering that Professor Wong had fainted from the pain. Using a flashlight, he examined the old man's eyes and felt for a pulse at his neck. Thankfully, there was still a heartbeat. Even so, the fear soaked his back with sweat. He grabbed his stethoscope and meticulously listened to Professor Wong's chest. How could this be happening? The more he listened, the more alarmed he grew, perplexed by the situation. What was going on? Huang County, flustered and at a loss, grasped Chun Fangshu's arm, anxiously asking, "What is it? What is happening?" "I don't know how to explain it," Chun Fangshu stammered, handing the stethoscope over to Huang County. He rummaged through his backpack for a blood pressure monitor and other basic equipment to continue his examination. A moment later, Chun Fangshu stood frozen, as if turned to stone. How could this be? The readings on the instruments left him utterly bewildered. The other members of the poverty alleviation team, filled with concern, pressed him for answers. "What is wrong, Dr. Chun? Is Professor Wong really in trouble?" Chun Fangshu raised his gaze, scanning the anxious faces around him. Yet he remained silent. The answer was simply too astonishing to articulate. All the indicators were gradually reverting to normal. Moreover, the test values were improving with each passing moment. This was beyond belief. He lowered his head, staring at the fluctuating data, repeating the tests over and over. The shock in his eyes gradually morphed into a frenzy. How could an elderly man, once plagued by numerous ailments, now display such a rapid recovery to the health indicators of a normal individual? This revelation shattered his foundational beliefs. Slowly, his fervor caused blood vessels to appear in his eyes. This was undoubtedly a miracle in the annals of medicine. In that moment, he was consumed with an overwhelming desire to dissect Professor Wong, to uncover the secrets of his remarkable transformation. What had transpired within his body? Why were all the readings suddenly aligning so perfectly? Food. Could it truly be attributed to the meals he consumed? An audacious thought, one that made him scoff, surged into his mind. He rose quickly, pushing past the crowd, stumbling toward the source of the sustenance. Upon arrival, he was struck dumb. The old ox lay peacefully on the ground, grooming its hooves. The once chaotic scene was now immaculate, devoid of any trace of food. Not a single grain remained, not even a crumb. In despair, he clutched his head with both hands, his mental state fracturing, teetering on the brink of madness. An anguished roar escaped his lips. "What on earth did you eat, you beast?" Cattle, after all, were supposed to graze on grass. At that moment, he found himself questioning the very fabric of his existence. Yet, despite his outburst, he kept a safe distance, unwilling to provoke the formidable beast before him. Desperate, he began scanning the area for remnants. The elixir furnace. Surely there would be remnants inside. He searched frantically, but when he finally laid eyes on the furnace, he was met with another shock. Two old men had thoroughly cleaned it, leaving no trace of its previous contents. Even in the sunlight, it gleamed with droplets of water. Frustration surged within him. Regret flooded his mind, wishing he had not doubted Professor Wang's judgment at such a critical juncture. This was a classic case of empiricism leading to disaster. After a moment of despondency, a thought flickered in his mind, reigniting a spark in his previously dimmed eyes. He glanced at Li Xiaoxian and then at Zhou Xiaodai. Finally, summoning his resolve, he strode up to Zhou Xiaodai. With determination, he pulled out his phone and addressed the flustered Xiaodai. "Zhou, let us make a deal. 88,000, correct? I'll buy." As soon as the words left his mouth, a profound silence enveloped the room. All the poverty alleviation team members turned to Chun Fengshu, their expressions a mixture of astonishment. Even the followers of Chun Fengshu in the live stream were left dumbfounded. To them, Chun Fengshu was a pioneer against the elixir. Yet here he was, undergoing a radical transformation. Suddenly, the realization dawned on everyone, especially as they observed the urgency and sincerity in Chun Fengshu's eyes, devoid of any hint of pretense. Consequently, they all turned their attention to Lin Suan's live stream. In the next instant, Lin Suan, who had initially intended to continue observing the situation, hurriedly cut the connection. She had no desire to explain this, even if it meant missing an opportunity for more views. 10,000, Chun Fengshu declared, watching Zhou Xiaodai's indecision. In that moment, he boldly offered a staggering sum. Without a doubt, the livestream erupted with excitement once more. Was it possible that this man was indeed the true ringer? His deception had run incredibly deep, culminating in a remarkable twist. Gasps of surprise filled the air. But it was this very action that drew the attention of several influential figures who had previously dismissed the significance of the elixir. They now regarded the so-called Changsheng rice with intrigue and curiosity. Chapter 79, Life Template. A military vehicle gradually entered a canyon. Aside from the two tire tracks just passed, the ground was strewn with yellow earth and fragmented stones. As they crossed the gorge, towering peaks surrounded them. Inside the vehicle, Su Dazhong gazed out the window, feeling as though they had driven into a gorge-shaped valley, enveloped by lush, towering trees. The car navigated through a winding path, seemingly devoid of any road. Lost within a primordial jungle, he couldn't help but marvel at how concealed this place was. However, before he could indulge in his thoughts, the driver suddenly slammed on the brakes, causing a tremendous jolt that lifted Su Dazhong's entire body slightly off his seat. Just as he was trying to regain his composure, the man in the white coat beside him suddenly spoke, urging him to sit tight as they had arrived. "Oh." Su Dazhong, though puzzled, brushed off the feeling. Just as he steadied himself and was about to unbuckle his seatbelt, a powerful sensation of weightlessness surged over him. Startled, he instinctively hooked his toes around the edge of the front seat and pressed his hands against the ceiling. The light outside quickly dissipated, replaced by an overwhelming darkness. What was happening? Though the situation was urgent, Su Dazhong, being a seasoned veteran, maintained his composure, albeit with a growing sense of dread. This sudden feeling of weightlessness resembled the vehicle plummeting off a cliff in a wild descent. This intense sensation persisted for a good 10 seconds. Boom! A violent tremor shook the chassis. Su Dazhong, disoriented, hastily brushed the dust off his face and attempted to reach for the man in the white coat beside him. To his surprise, he found nothing but emptiness. What was going on? "Hello, are you guys okay? Are you there?" He called out, but there was no response. Silence enveloped him, quickening his heartbeat. Tensing up, he pulled out his phone and activated the flashlight, hoping to discern the situation. Yet, to his dismay, all electronic devices had failed. No matter how he pressed buttons, there was no reaction. Desperate, he took a deep breath to calm himself, observing the stillness outside. It remained pitch black, an impenetrable darkness. Cautiously, he felt for the door handle and slowly opened the car door, tentatively testing the ground beneath him. He dared not move recklessly. Just as he was about to look up, a series of mechanical, clicks echoed ominously. Dozens of powerful searchlights pierced through the darkness, illuminating the vehicle, blinding him. Su Dazhong raised his hand to shield his eyes while straining to see what was happening. Soon thick, unknown smoke began to surge from all directions. Even for someone accustomed to life and death like Su Dazhong, this moment felt unnerving. Fortunately, a familiar voice broke through the chaos, laced with a hint of mockery. "No need to panic. I'm just disinfecting you. Where are you? What is this place?" Su Dazhong blurted out 3 questions in quick succession. Yet, no one answered. Only faint, mocking sounds lingered, indicating that the man in the white coat was likely hiding, reveling in his predicament. Stealing his nerves, Su Dazhong allowed the fog to wash over him. Gradually, the mist dissipated and the lights softened. Through the gaps in his fingers, he finally discerned the scene before him, and the shock of it quickened his breath. A pathway of golden bricks stretched out before him, leading to a semicircular archway several meters ahead. Flanking the archway were intricate carvings of serpentine figures entwined with human heads, vividly lifelike. The archway was adorned with an array of mysterious symbols etched along its rim. "What is this?" Su Dazhong was astonished, but anger soon followed. He glanced around, noting that darkness still enveloped everything but this golden avenue, devoid of any other colors. He crouched down and tapped the floor, trying to ascertain the material's nature, which bore such resemblance to gold. Before he could grasp the situation, footsteps emerged from the shadows, familiar yet unsettling. Gradually, the figure in the white coat stepped into view beside him. Surprised? Su Dazhong squinted, looking up at the man. Their eyes met, and the man in the white coat merely lowered his eyelids, glancing at him. "In your terms, this is indeed 24K pure gold. What? Do you wish to carve out a piece?" He laughed mockingly. At that moment, the disdain in the man's eyes was palpable. Noticing Su Dazhong's barely contained frustration, he shrugged his shoulders in a dismissive gesture and strode towards the grand door, casually adding, "By the way, you may call it gold, but in our department, we prefer to refer to it as mountain copper. As for its true properties and uses, with your current understanding, you wouldn't comprehend, so I want to explain. Hurry, follow me." Watching the man's retreating figure, Su Dazhong suppressed his anger, but curiosity about what lay beyond the door overwhelmed him. The two walked in echoing footsteps towards the golden archway. The man in the white coat raised his hand to touch the door, but just before pushing it open, he paused and turned to Su Dazhong, an expression of contemplation in his eyes. "Mr. Su, before we enter, I'd like to ask you a few questions. Though you need not answer, please refrain from answering." His tone suggested an internal struggle. Upon receiving a solemn nod from Su Dazhong, he continued, "What distinguishes humans from animals?" Su Dazhong's mouth fell open in surprise, ready to respond, but the man quickly cleared his throat and interrupted him, leaving Su Dazhong feeling somewhat embarrassed. "What exactly is a human? Do they have boundaries? Where do those boundaries lie? All species in the world continue to evolve for what purpose? Is it merely for reproduction? If so, what is the significance? Is it simply to exist for existence's sake?" The barrage of questions left Su Dazhong's mind in a whirl, overwhelmed by the rapid succession of thoughts. However, after a brief pause, the man in the white coat resumed, "What is your punching speed? Your strength? Regardless of how much that may be, you cannot surpass the limits of your species. You will never possess the strength of an elephant or the speed of a cheetah. Do you know what that is? Limitations. The genetic blueprint has delineated your boundaries. Within those confines, you may be strong or weak, but you shall never exceed the limits set for you. And beyond this door lies what we call the life template." Life template? Su Dazhong furrowed his brow, surprisingly absorbing part of the information. "Very well. Now do you ponder the true purpose of human existence?" Chapter 80. The End of Science? A breakthrough, perhaps? Su Daji hesitated before responding. His words brought immense joy to the man in the white coat. It was an extraordinary rarity. This early in the day, he had nearly lost his temper. "Finally, Su, you have come to understand. Indeed, the essence of life lies in the relentless pursuit of breaking free from constraints. This applies to technology as well as the autonomous evolution of life. Yet, most individuals drift through existence, consumed by the immediate allure of fame and fortune. Little do they realize that regardless of their actions or endeavors, they're all advancing toward a common goal from the perspective of the species. Even if one merely purchases a needle, it ultimately contributes to this objective. Do you doubt it? Initially, humanity existed merely to survive, then to thrive. Once prosperity is achieved, what follows? The desire for longevity and health. Just as the first emperor of ancient times sought, so too do today's affluent individuals invest lavishly in various biotechnical research endeavors. All for the same purpose. Humans, or rather the collective of life, are all striving toward longevity, continuously transcending the limitations of genetic templates step by step, enhancing vitality and extending lifespan. Therefore, life, in its essence, has but one eternal goal, no matter how absurd it may seem. Yet, everyone unconsciously strives for it. That is immortality. It symbolizes a species breaking free from the shackles of existence. The fervor in the white-coated man's speech grew ever more impassioned. Even Su Daji felt an inexplicable surge of excitement. Although he internally deemed it quite absurd, the reasoning was compelling. Especially considering his age, had he lived in ancient times, he would likely have perished long ago. Undoubtedly, modern advancements have significantly increased his chances of survival. Suddenly, a familiar figure from his memories emerged. In the vision, he remained youthful and unperturbed, glancing back with a subtle smile. In that moment, Su's heart raced, coming to a sudden halt. Longevity. The village of longevity? Li. Village chiefly? A tempest of emotions surged within him. If he once found Li Xiuxian's appearance hard to believe and wished to investigate further, now, coupled with the white-coated man's recent remarks, he was almost convinced of the supernatural. Could it be that a method for immortality truly exists? An audacious thought sprang forth, igniting Su's excitement. He grasped the white-coated man's arm tightly. Have you deciphered the secret of immortality? Yes, undoubtedly, you must have deciphered it. Haven't you? Otherwise, you would not proclaim such things. Clearly, Su was too excited, causing the white-coated man to twitch slightly at the corner of his mouth. What on earth was this? He expressed his bewilderment. Does Su only catch half of what he says? He had distinctly mentioned an eternal goal, a vision of beauty. If it were to be realized, what would he even be doing here? Surely, he would be traversing the universe, exploring far and wide. This tiny Earth holds no significance. Life is about the continuous quest for discovery and understanding. Such a life is truly meaningful. Yet, Su's excessive enthusiasm left the white-coated man quite astonished. The secret of immortality is still being deciphered at present. The white-coated man was about to explain further when Su interrupted, agitated. What? After all this time, you haven't deciphered it? Then what are you rambling on about? Su abruptly released his grip, his demeanor shifting drastically. This left the white-coated man feeling quite awkward. Do you not understand what I'm saying? The significance of life is such a grand endeavor. Our department is dedicated to researching and pursuing this. If we have yet to fully comprehend it, what are you even doing here? Amusing children? At that moment, a familiar sensation washed over him. However, the feeling of being disregarded was undeniably uncomfortable. Thankfully, he continued, the ultimate goal cannot be achieved by just 1 or 2 generations, but our research has yielded significant results. At least, we have made notable progress across various boundaries. For instance, he hesitated, some things are classified. You are not yet privy to them. However, there are other matters you ought to be informed of, as you will be working with us in the future. It would be unwise to remain uninformed. As soon as he finished speaking, the white-coated man pushed open a golden door. The door slowly creaked open, revealing a blinding white light. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself in a long, white metallic corridor. The material was unknown, yet it was dazzling. The corridor was wide, spanning 7 or 8 meters, seemingly endless. On either side, rows of exhibition halls with floor-to-ceiling windows displayed a variety of peculiar items. Each hall varied in size, showcasing oddities. Some housed stones, others contained books, and still others displayed enormous inscriptions. Su Daji was astonished to even see a pyramid. What? He was taken aback as he glided forward along the path. What is that book? The Code of Hammurabi. And what is that inscription? The Sumerian tablet. Su's eyes widened in awe. In his retirement years, he had indulged in a fascination for peculiar materials. He had indeed seen the Sumerian tablet, but dismissed it without a second thought, mainly because it contained records of kings' reigns that were utterly absurd. The earlier the records, the more terrifying the timelines became. One claimed a reign of over 43,200 years. As the timelines progressed, they approached realism, with reigns ranging from several decades to mere years. What is documented here? Su Daji gazed intently at the white-coated man, inquiring, "Does it matter if it's true or false?" He chuckled, remaining noncommittal. However, as the ground continued to slide beneath them, Su's astonishment intensified. No need for alarm. Everything here is merely replicas, designed for the enlightenment of newcomers. The white-coated man relished Su's reaction, as it was precisely the effect he desired. By the time they reached the end of the corridor, Su's heavy breathing had grown increasingly labored, primarily due to the lifelike models of bizarre creatures that left him utterly astounded. All right, let us proceed. A door resembling an elevator slowly opened. Su pressed against the door, turning to gaze deeply at the white-coated man. "What is your true purpose in seeking me? Did I not mention? We require an agent on the ground. Some truths cannot remain hidden forever. Let them gradually reveal themselves to the public eye." Su remained silent, merely glancing at the elevator with a grave expression. What lies below? The true secret. Some truths you can slightly touch. Let us go. Wait, having seen all this, I have a question. May I ask? Oh. The white-coated man regarded Su with keen interest. Please proceed. If the pinnacle of science is theology, then what, pray tell, is the pinnacle of theology? Chapter 81. The shock of old Su by a first-year student. The man in the white coat glanced at the solemn old Su, feeling a sense of gratification within, as it was rare to encounter someone genuinely contemplating profound issues. Yet, instead of providing an answer, he posed a question in return. Do you believe there is an essential difference between theology and science? Indeed, there is a distinction. Oh, pray tell, the man in white smiled, seemingly relishing the discussion, as if he possessed an innate passion for exploration. Theology is ethereal and metaphysical, rooted in idealism, which is not to be desired, whereas science is grounded in reality, utilizing experimentation to ascertain truth, embodying materialism. They are fundamentally opposed. Oh, haha, clearly, the man in white felt an unusual sense of delight upon hearing this. Even he, typically shrouded in an aura of gloom, could not suppress a laugh. Yet he refrained from answering directly, instead continuing with another query. If a magnet were to lose its negative pole or its positive pole, would it still be considered a magnet? If a person were stripped of their soul, leaving only a corporeal shell, would they still be human? Are you certain that a soul exists? Su Danian interjected, evidently feeling that the premise of the question required substantiation of the soul's existence. Otherwise, the inquiry itself was moot. The man in white, rather than becoming irritated, appeared to derive joy from Su's interruption. After a moment's contemplation, he shifted his approach, setting aside the human body. Consider this. If a computer lacks its operating system and software, does its hardware still hold significance? Su Danian was momentarily taken aback. What? The system undeniably exists, being a product of this century, even if it cannot be seen or touched with the naked eye. Can that be compared? Simply answer whether it holds meaning or not. The man in white pressed. Old Su silently shook his head. To put it plainly, systems and software are akin to rules. They provide direction and framework for the operation of a computer. As the old saying goes, without rules, nothing can be established. While the man in white still did not provide a direct answer, old Su was profoundly astonished, lost in contemplation for a moment. Vivid images flickered in his mind. Without those imperceptible yet undeniably existent rules, he could hardly fathom what the world would resemble. A collapse of the earth, galaxies reduced to dust, chaos reigning supreme. Before he could ponder further, the voice of the man in white interrupted his reverie. Rules govern all operations, yet they also constrain everything. This is the way. Whether materialistic or idealistic, perhaps both have strayed into their respective extremes. Might it be that the oft-maligned doctrine of moderation is the ultimate path, to harmonizing the principles of the world? What do you think? Moderation? Old Su scoffed at the mention, dismissing the doctrine as merely a path of indecision. To advance without sharpness and retreat without bluntness. A soldier must be decisive, aiming true. The man in white, however, remained unperturbed, calmly responding, all things exist in balance. The doctrine of moderation is the doctrine of yin and yang, the doctrine of equilibrium. With one yin and one yang, one reality and one illusion, any imbalance will inevitably lead to collapse. At this juncture, the man in white chose to say no more, merely gesturing towards the space of the elevator with a single hand. Although old Su was still filled with confusion, he cast a glance at the man in white and stepped into the elevator, his mind swirling with a few lingering phrases. Rules? Balance? Collapse? Longevity? Suddenly, the image of the engraving on the outer golden gate materialized in his thoughts. Fushi? Niwa? Were they depicted there? Was this not a research institute? Why were there images etched upon it? Quickly, his memory fixated on the objects held by Fushi and Niwa in the image, one holding a square and the other a compass. Their serpent-like bodies entwined, seemingly inseparable. Was that the essence of rules? In Chinese mythology, Niwa molded humanity from clay. Yet this was mythology. Why would this enigmatic department employ mythological figures as totems? As the elevator doors slowly closed, the silver corridor once again fell into an eerie silence. With this stillness, time passed slowly. After what felt like an hour, the elevator finally emitted a gentle tremor as it opened. Stepping out, old Su shakily extracted a cigarette. His trembling hand struggled to ignite it, requiring several attempts before finally succeeding. Leaning against the doorframe, he took several deep puffs, gradually calming his quaking body. It was unclear what he had witnessed below that could so profoundly shock a seasoned soldier. As he took a few steps forward, a shadow followed closely behind. The moment the figure appeared, it frantically waved its arms, seemingly attempting to disperse the smoke exhaled by old Su. Hey, old Su, smoking is detrimental to your health. Cut back. The voice belonged to a young girl, likely no older than 17 or 18. Her long, straight black hair cascaded down her shoulders like a waterfall. Her tall, slender figure was accentuated by a form-fitting black jumpsuit, resembling a sophisticated combat uniform rather than ordinary leather. Old Su paid no heed to the girl, steadily making his way back along the path he had come, each step laborious. Fortunately, the girl pressed a button on the door, restoring the automatic reverse motion of the corridor, gradually guiding them outside. Hey, old Su, can we hurry? The captain said, those people from the Sakura country are nearly at Changsheng village. Changsheng village? Upon hearing this name, old Su, who had been lost in thought, finally regained some clarity. He turned to the girl. What is your strength down there? The girl lowered her head, appearing somewhat bashful, whether due to shyness or some other reason was unclear. After a moment, she shyly replied, Old Su, I'm just a first-year student. I have no strength. Are you mocking me? Hey, first year? Old Su's lips twitched slightly. He vividly remembered seeing this girl earlier in a gym-like environment, effortlessly lifting a 100-kilogram dumbbell, engaged in intense training. Yet, she bore no visible signs of rigorous training. Standing at around 170 centimeters, with a graceful figure and slender limbs, one might mistakenly believe she was a classical dancer. Excluding her jumpsuit, her demeanor was far too delicate. Yet her explosive power was something even Old Su regarded with caution. Was this what the team leader referred to as breaking boundaries? What methods were employed? And those creatures? Old Su appeared to suddenly recall a vivid image, causing another shudder to course through him. He shook his head and hurried outside. Though curious about this place, he wished to linger no longer. Chapter 82. The superpower of scent vision. As noon approached, a profound tranquility enveloped Changsheng village. Residents, including the elderly, adhered to the customary routine established at the foot of the mountain, retreating to their homes for a brief respite. The village was serenaded only by the gentle chirping of insects and the melodious calls of birds. Meanwhile, within the collective office, Chen Fanshu was in a state of frenzied agitation. With Wang Lao still in a coma, and Zhou Xiaodai failing to procure Changsheng rice, he found himself at a loss. Attempts to engage Li Xiuxian were met with indifference, and his stomach grumbled in protest. "Hey, village Headley, it's lunchtime. Why not prepare another meal for everyone?" Li Xiuxian, reclining in a chair by the door, swayed his head languidly, clearly declining the request. This response only heightened Chun Fengshu's frustration. Just as he was about to voice another complaint, a series of dry coughs erupted from the bed behind him. Cough, cough. The room erupted with joy. "Wan Lao, you're awake." Huang Xian hurriedly took a seat beside the old man's bed, tears of relief welling in his eyes. Had Wang Lao remained unconscious any longer, he would have resorted to calling for aerial rescue. However, as soon as Wang Lao regained consciousness, his own stomach began to rumble in hunger. After all, he had been too preoccupied to eat, while the others had only nibbled at their meals. At that moment, Wang Lao struggled to sit up, shaking his head. Suddenly, an inexplicable freshness surged into his nostrils. He trembled with delight, eliciting amused smiles from those around him. This awakening was akin to a rebirth. He appeared rejuvenated, with darkened hair that made him look 20 years younger. "How are you feeling, old man? Any discomfort?" Huang Xian inquired, grasping Wang Lao's hand with concern. Yet, the newly awakened Wang Lao promptly closed his eyes again, quietly breathing and absorbing the changes around him. After a few moments, he swallowed hard, astonished. His sense of smell had intensified dramatically. Previously, he could discern soil quality by scent alone, but now, with his eyes shut, he could map out the entire room's layout simply through his sense of smell. He could even detect an ant with remarkable clarity. This sensation was peculiar, diverging from his past experiences. Whereas before he had to sift through myriad odors for a hint of distinction, now it was as if a detailed olfactory map of the room was being drawn in his mind, with each scent emitting unique wavelengths and frequencies. They intertwined and overlapped, yet he could distinctly identify their sources. Wang Lao was astounded. This was akin to a true superpower. Scent vision? Amid his astonishment lay a sense of caution. Such an ability was ripe for scholarly exploration. Comprehending the gravity of his newfound skill, he swiftly rose and hurried outside to find Li Xiuxian, motioning for the other team members to stay back. Upon reaching the outdoors, he seized Li Xiuxian's arm and urged him forward, his heart racing. "Quickly, village Headley, follow me." They dashed to a secluded area of the courtyard, ensuring no one could eavesdrop before Wang Lao spoke, his voice tinged with urgency. "What on earth is happening in your village?" Li Xiuxian narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Wang Lao but offering no reply. Soon, however, he was taken aback, sensing a shift in the old man's aura. You have unlocked the 5 divine powers of Buddhism?" Wang Lao was momentarily stunned. While folklore spoke of the 5 divine powers, clairvoyance, clairaudience, telepathy, past life knowledge, and bodily mastery, none were explicitly linked to the sense of smell. "No, this isn't the 5 divine powers," he thought, but before he could inquire further, Li Xiuxian shook his head, dismissing his speculation. The two exchanged astonished glances, each grappling with their own revelations. Li Xiuxian had not anticipated that a single bowl of elixir could yield such extraordinary effects on an ordinary man. Yet, he overlooked the fact that Wang Lao had consumed far more than that. Wang Lao, on the other hand, was convinced that his initial suspicions were correct. This village harbored profound secrets, and the young village head was no ordinary figure. In silence, they assessed each other, each formulating their own strategies. However, Li Xiuxian soon sensed something amiss. Although Wang Lao had gained a supernatural ability, it evidently differed from the cultivated powers of their villagers. It seemed as though he had inadvertently transcended a physical limitation, acquiring this ability. While its potential for growth might be limited, it piqued his curiosity for further exploration. Just then, Zhao Dui rushed over, urgency etched on his face. "Village head, several groups of people have arrived from down mountain. What should we do? Should we welcome them?" His words were clearly intended for Wang Lao's ears, as they could have communicated telepathically. Li Xiuxian glanced at Wang Lao, who called out to the interior. The newcomers had likely witnessed the live broadcast and hastily made their way to the village, but their intentions remained unclear. Nevertheless, the fact that they arrived so promptly suggested they possessed some influence. Preparations for their reception were essential. Soon, a crowd began to make their way toward the village outskirts. Wang Lao, however, was no longer the oblivious figure he had been the previous day. After taking a few steps, he tugged at Li Xiuxian's sleeve, teasingly remarking, "Yesterday, village head, you seemed rather stingy. Afraid the village's secrets might be exposed? Do not worry. Having gained your benefits, I will naturally align with you. If you face any difficulties, feel free to confide in me. I might be able to assist." Li Xiuxian genuinely considered this. His disconnect from the happenings below the mountain meant he had been guessing without clarity, and time would inevitably lead to exposure. With Ying Tang absent, having the old man's insights could help him avoid the pitfalls of ignorance. Furthermore, Wang Lao was evidently an agricultural expert, and since Changsheng village was primarily agrarian, having him on board would be invaluable, especially with the revival of the Changsheng tree on the horizon. Yet, he wondered if Wang Lao had ulterior motives. Regardless, he felt unperturbed. He nodded and continued forward. Upon reaching the village entrance, he scanned the crowd, noting the cacophony of languages, which left him feeling overwhelmed. Suddenly, amidst the throng, he sensed a familiar aura. He glanced back at Zhao Dui. Was that presence reminiscent of someone he knew? Zhao Dui, catching on, quickly enveloped the area with his own energy. In that instant, even the typically composed Zhao Dui instinctively took a small step back, a pallor washing over his face. Chapter 83. Yingzheng, a cascade of long-forgotten memories gradually resurfaced in Zhao's mind. Reflecting upon it, he recalled the pre-Qin era, a time when surnames were meticulously distinguished between family name and clan name, unlike the present day, where only the surname is emphasized. In that epoch, the patriarchal system prevailed, wherein men were esteemed and women were deemed inferior. Men possessed surnames but did not refer to them, while women had surnames yet lacked clan names. The surname represented the family lineage, beneath which existed numerous branches, collectively known as clans. To be named by a clan was a mark of honor in those days. In that fateful year, he bore the surname Ming, with the Zhao family name, and was simply called Zheng. Posterity would refer to him as Yingzheng, while those who journeyed alongside him would call him Zhao Zheng. He belonged to the illustrious lineage of the Ying Zhao family, the rightful bloodline of the Qin dynasty. He harnessed the legacy of 6 generations to achieve the monumental feat of unifying the lands of Huaxia for the first time. Subsequently, he vanquished the Baiyue in the south, struck against the Xiongnu in the north, abolished the feudal system, and replaced it with a commandery system. He unified the written language, standardized cart tracks, and established uniform measurements, while fortifying the Great Wall and connecting the southwest regions. Thus, the Eastern Dragon began to take form, coiling majestically atop the world and exerting dominion over global fortunes for nearly 2 millennia. Remarkably, he was but 39 years of age at that time. He had anticipated that the remainder of his days would pass as those of his ancestors had. Yet one day, a self-proclaimed envoy from the kingdom of Wanxiu sent a missive requesting an audience. Out of idleness, he acquiesced. Little did he expect that soon after, a vessel resembling a small mountain, the Wanbo boat, would appear in the skies above Xianyang, causing a stir throughout the city. Later, the people of Wanxiu revealed that this vessel could traverse both sky and sea, capable of covering distances of 1,000 miles in a day. And even 10,000 miles was hardly a feat despite being the first emperor. He was taken aback. Soon, a figure descended from the vessel, identifying himself as a man from Wanxiu, standing 10 zhang tall, adorned with resplendent, multicolored wings, exuding an air of flamboyance. Notably, his appearance was peculiar, with large eyes and ears positioned on his neck. Before long, the two engaged in a heartfelt discussion. The Wanxiu man boasted of his youthful prowess, claiming he could traverse 10,000 miles in a day, though now, in his advanced years, he merely sailed the Luanbo boat leisurely. Yet, his most audacious claim was that in his homeland, a single day equated to 10,000 years. Such words left the first emperor astounded, believing he had encountered a divine being. The Wanxiu man shared ancient secrets with the emperor, recounting tales from the times of Yin and Huang down to the Shang and Zhou dynasties. Before parting, he gifted the emperor a sword. Upon replicating it, the emperor's craftsmen unexpectedly discovered techniques for chromium salt oxidation and metallic memory forging, resulting in a blade that would not corrode for a millennium nor yield for eternity. a marvel indeed. From that year forth, the first emperor found himself increasingly convinced of the existence of immortals. He commanded alchemists to fervently concoct elixirs for eternal life and eventually dispatched Su Fu, that cunning fellow, eastward in search of the fabled potion of immortality. Naturally, the endeavor bore no fruit, resembling a meat bun thrown to a dog, with no return. Ultimately, having consumed too many toxic potions, he met his demise in the sandy hills of Qingtai at the age of 49. In that same year, Li Xiuxian descended from his mountain retreat to refine his heart and heard tales of the Wansu man's extraordinary visit. He embarked on a quest for the truth and traced the aura of the Wansu man to the tomb of the first emperor. With a 9-turn resurrection pill, he revived Yingzheng. Upon awakening, they conversed at length, only to learn that the Qin had perished after merely 2 generations. Disheartened, the emperor ceased to yearn for the worldly affairs and retreated into the sect of eternal life, embracing a secluded existence. Now, that familiar aura returned once more, sending a shiver down the spine of the first emperor. Had it not been for that individual, he mused, he might not have developed such an obsession with the elixir of life, nor met an early demise, and the Qin might have endured beyond 2 generations. At times, he suspected that the Wansu man had intentionally led him onto an irreversible path, especially after entering the sect of eternal life and embarking on the path of cultivation. He realized the true strength of the Wansu man. He had no doubt that the Wansu man from back then could have effortlessly crushed him with a mere finger. Yet, remarkably, he refrained from doing so. This enigma had long perplexed him. Soon, as a throng began to gather, a surge of consciousness suddenly pierced through the crowd. Indeed, it is you? Receiving this thought, Zhao felt a jolt coursing through him, promptly sending forth his own consciousness in response. You truly are the Wansu man of your? Ha! I never expected to encounter an old acquaintance upon awakening. What brings you here? A chill enveloped Zhao as he coldly inquired. What you seek? Nothing much. Merely awakened from slumber to find this Huaxia civilization remarkably still thriving, which piqued my curiosity. Upon hearing this, the first emperor furrowed his brow, but remained silent. He could not fathom the true intentions of the Wansu man, nor discern whether he was friend or foe. At that moment, the Wansu man released another wave of thought. Through the brainwaves of a youth, I came across a video that featured your visage. I came to confirm your identity. To my astonishment, it truly is you. Could it be that you are the reason Huaxia civilization still endures? Are you its guardian? As he spoke, the Wansu man seemed to find the notion somewhat unbelievable. However, he soon reconsidered. Though I merely followed a brainwave, it is still a reunion of old friends. Since we meet again, allow me to present you with a token of our encounter. The first emperor remained silent. Someone is already attempting to breach the covenant. With your strength, you cannot safeguard Huaxia. Depart. Who? The first emperor, though startled, did not flinch. Even though he could not comprehend the words spoken, he knew he was present in the village. Yet someone dared to threaten Huaxia. The pressing question was, who intended to strike against Huaxia? Nevertheless, his inquiry caught the Wansu man's consciousness off guard, as he seemed genuinely taken aback. After a moment's reflection, he replied, no civilization can survive. At most, 3 years. In 3 years, they shall break the covenant. With that, the consciousness vanished entirely. Has he gone? Zhao looked at Li Xiuxian, somewhat perplexed. Yes, he departed without malice. What of his earlier words? Zhao inquired. Li Xiuxian waved his hand, understanding Zhao's desire to report. After all, their mental exchange was a private connection, impervious to eavesdropping. Yet, Li Xiuxian patiently clarified, I am already aware of your discussion. There is no need to reiterate. Moreover, what he employed was not a consciousness, but rather a thought force, which is easily intercepted. You need not be alarmed. That, Zhao was taken aback. He only knew the sect leader was powerful, yet he had no idea of the extent of that power. Now, to intercept another's mental communication with such ease, this was truly terrifying. He even suspected that the Wansu man had never paid any mind to Li Xiuxian beside him, perceiving him merely as the leader of the village. The irony was that he was not even a leader, Even the position of hallmaster was one he had been reluctantly given. Truly, the influential figures held no regard for such empty titles. The essential truth was that the hallmaster had responsibilities, patrolling, inspecting, maintaining order. Was there not effort involved? Chapter 84. The arrival of various delegations. Since the people of Wansu were not here to cause trouble, Li Xiuxian naturally did not take them to heart. On the contrary, he found himself quite intrigued by the 3-year deadline mentioned by the Wansu people. As the saying goes, amidst great chaos arises great opportunity. At this very moment, the everlasting tree began to awaken, heralding an unprecedented transformation in the world. This impending change even stirred a flicker of excitement within him. However, his immediate priority was to gather more support and ensure the complete revival of the everlasting tree, thereby amassing the greatest leverage for his village amidst this upheaval. Presently, he had no time to waste with these foreign visitors. He promptly called out, "Bring a large negotiation table to the village entrance." A negotiation table? The members from Huang County were taken aback. Most of the attendees were foreign barbarians, and given the limited capacity of Changsheng village, it was best to converse at the village entrance. Clearly, Li Xiuxian was reluctant to allow these individuals into his village. However, the term barbarians left Huang County feeling somewhat embarrassed. Outwardly, they were exceptionally enamored with foreign cultures, yet here they were outright defined as overseas barbarians. After a brief interval, Huang County, Li Xiuxian, and Old Wang were seated at the village entrance. Behind them stood several poverty alleviation workers and a few disciples of the law enforcement hall. All on standby, Team Zhao remained steadfastly behind their village chief, ready for action. Young Li held his camera, prepared for what seemed akin to a business meeting. He could hardly believe that a mere day after their arrival at Changsheng village, a business negotiation was already underway. Even amidst hunger, he dared not take it lightly, especially since many among them were foreign guests. In a bid to maintain decorum, they hastily set up a makeshift wooden canopy over the negotiation table, covered by a square of faded gray cloth, barely shielding the table beneath. The table, though modest, measured about 4 to 5 meters long and 2 meters wide, supported by 4 wooden pillars, reminiscent of an ancient roadside tea stall. While the setup was indeed humble, it was a gesture of goodwill from the parsimonious village chief, who had managed to provide some shade. After a short while, several groups finally arrived, numbering around 100 individuals, seemingly divided into various factions, each engaged in animated discussions, indicating they were not of one accord. As they approached, Li Xiuxian and his companions rose politely. Suddenly, an elderly man pushed through the crowd and rushed directly to Li Xiuxian, shaking hands with Huang County and Old Wang in a warm yet perfunctory manner, before enveloping Li Xiuxian in a hug and patting his back. To an unsuspecting observer, it might have seemed like a long-lost reunion between a grandfather and grandson. "Who are you?" Li Xiuxian inquired hastily, casting a glance to signal Team Zhao, who promptly stepped forward to pull the old man away. Unfazed by being forcibly separated, the elderly gentleman continued enthusiastically patting Li Xiuxian's shoulder, exclaiming, "Oh, look at this! The renowned village chief Li, truly a hero among youth. Even more impressive than your live broadcasts." However, as soon as he finished, a middle-aged man following closely behind turned crimson and urgently whispered, "President, while your excitement is palpable, perhaps you should introduce yourself first. Otherwise, who will recognize you? This is not a magic city." "Oh yes, indeed. My apologies for my eagerness. I almost forgot. I am Hong Qingzu, the current president of the Traditional Chinese Medicine Association of Magic City. We spoke yesterday." "Ashong Qingzu?" The name elicited blank stares, but upon mentioning the Magic City Traditional Chinese Medicine Association, a glimmer of recognition sparked in a few. "You were the top donor yesterday," Li Xiuxian exclaimed warmly. Whether he was the top donor or not was of little concern to him. It was the generous contribution that had brought considerable attention to the village that mattered. He remembered this kindness and was thus much more amiable in demeanor. Most importantly, they had been discussing the matter of the heavenly Saint Copperman, and had it not been for Lu Kongshan's interruption, they might have reached a substantial understanding. Now that they were face to face, there was much to discuss. Li Xiuxian immediately instructed his aides to bring over 2 more chairs, positioning Hong Qingzu beside him, as he was, after all, an ally. This was a clear demonstration of preferential treatment. The remaining 100 or so individuals stood awkwardly, neglected and ignored. Yet, not a single one dared to voice their dissatisfaction, as they were in need of assistance. A middle-aged man in a suit, sporting an elaborate hairstyle, observed Hong Qingzu taking a seat first and promptly stepped forward, bowing deeply to everyone with an exceedingly humble demeanor. While bowing, he muttered something unintelligible, clearly having prepared for this moment. Upon finishing, he clapped his hands, prompting one of his aides to quickly present several earpieces to Li Xiuxian and the others. "Greetings, this is a real-time translator." Once the guests donned the earpieces, he bowed once more and, without any preamble, earnestly stated, "Hello, my name is Jukawa Junichi, and I have been entrusted to represent the Hanfang Corporation of Great Cherry Blossom Country to discuss the acquisition of the Heavenly Saint Acupuncture Copperman. I look forward to your kind cooperation." As he concluded, over 30 impeccably dressed aides behind him simultaneously performed a deep bow. Their demeanor and the intensity of their unity were both striking and imposing. The sheer cohesion displayed by this group was unmistakable compared to the other delegations, which lacked such refinement. At this juncture, Huang County noticed that Li Xiuxian remained engrossed in conversation with Hong Qingzu, and quickly smiled, calling for a chair to be brought for the leader of the group to sit across from him, while the others were left to stand. There simply weren't enough chairs to accommodate everyone. Surprisingly, as Jukawa Junichi approached his seat, he hesitated to glance at a bodyguard beside him. It was only when the bodyguard stepped forward to wipe the chair that he took his seat. Once settled, the bodyguard stood rigidly behind him, resembling a statue. Even Li Xiuxian couldn't help but steal a glance at this unusual spectacle. It was clear the bodyguard was not merely for show. He appeared to be the true leader among them. Suddenly, the crowd erupted once more. "Where's the divine cow? Fellow Chinese, do not hide it. I solemnly warn you. Return the divine cow to us immediately." A group of individuals, their skin appearing somewhat unkempt, clambered forward, evidently frustrated from not having spotted the large water buffalo after observing for some time. This commotion sparked an epiphany in Li Xiuxian. If a stir were to arise, the attention would undoubtedly surge. He quickly turned to Zhou Xiaodai and urged, "Zhou host, start the live broadcast." At this moment, he was acutely aware of the situation. Yet, Zhou Xiaodai was taken aback. He was merely a poverty alleviation broadcaster, responsible for selling agricultural products. "I am neither a social news reporter nor a business representative. Why must I even broadcast such matters?" Yet, with a sense of helplessness, I reluctantly retrieved my live streaming equipment. Chapter 85. The audacious Park Yozhan. Upon encountering the raucous group from the Indian nation, Park Yozhan, the resilient figure, noted their apparent reluctance to engage in any physical confrontation. This left Li Xiuxian somewhat dissatisfied. After all, the cameras were set up and an audience was prepared, yet they dared not cause a scene. Their lack of commotion hindered his rising popularity. With a dismissive pout, he chose to redirect his attention to another gathering of individuals. This new group comprised merely a dozen or so men, all impeccably attired in suits, yet they were noticeably older than those from the other factions, each appearing to be over 50. Their grooming was meticulous, emanating an air of sophistication, particularly with their neatly combed back hair, each strand in place. Clearly, they placed great importance on their appearance. When they noticed Li Xiuxian, they politely nodded in acknowledgement. However, following this exchange, they began to retrieve volumes from their briefcases, presenting an array of books, some appearing quite new, while others bore the marks of age. This peculiar behavior left Huang Xian and Li Xiuxian somewhat perplexed. Did these individuals come to Changsheng village in search of teaching positions, or were they volunteers eager to provide education? Huang Xian found it puzzling, considering there were hardly any children in the village. If a multitude of educators were to arrive suddenly, he doubted he could accommodate them all. Reluctantly, he extended an invitation for the foremost among them to take a seat, yet the professor did not comply. The leader of the group, an elderly scholar of approximately 60 years, with distinguished silver hair elegantly styled, gestured for his companions to lay their books upon the negotiation table, sliding them toward Li Xiuxian and his companions. Greetings, esteemed scholars of Huaxia. I'm a history professor from the Republic of Korea. These are our historical texts, which document that the revered acupuncture bronze figure was crafted by our esteemed healer, Wang Yu. As a nation known for its reverence for propriety, I formally request the return of our national treasure. His words rang with a forceful clarity utterly devoid of shame. Not only did Li Xiuxian and his companions find it outrageous, but even Zhu Chuanjunyi felt a pang of disbelief. He had previously regarded his own nation as shameless, but the audacity displayed by this Korean representative was beyond comprehension. How could Wang Yu, a name of pure Huaxia heritage, be claimed as a national healer of theirs? Moreover, he had arrived with substantial funds intended for acquisition, yet these individuals seemed intent on obtaining something for nothing. Before Li Xiuxian could respond, Zhu Chuanjunyi interjected with a sardonic remark. Might I inquire if your surname happens to be Piao? The professor, taken aback, soon beamed with delight. He had not anticipated that his name had reached the shores of Sakura country. This revelation filled him with pride, as a professor's renown adds weight to their words. Consequently, he found himself liking Zhu Chuanjunyi a little more and extended his hand in a gesture of goodwill. I am Park Yojin, a professor from a national university of history. I have appeared on numerous television programs. May I ask which show introduced you to me? Yu Xuan stood, glancing from the outstretched hand to the shameless professor, feeling a surge of frustration. He had meant Piao in the context of receiving something for free, an ironic jab at the professor's audacity. Yet, with the live camera capturing the moment, he suppressed his anger, forced a smile, and shook the professor's hand, acutely aware that the audience was diverse and that he must maintain a humble demeanor. Nevertheless, his thoughts were rife with indignation. Park Yojin, you are indeed the embodiment of shamelessness. After the handshake, Zhu Chuan returned to his seat, silencing his tongue, though his outward demeanor remained courteous. Meanwhile, Li Xiuxian, intrigued, picked up several of the books. However, before he could flip through them, the overwhelming scent of fresh ink wafted from the pages, causing his lips to twitch in bemusement. Some of the ancient-looking bamboo slips still bore wet ink. Had they hastily produced these historical texts overnight? Professor Park, your history seems rather fresh off the press, he remarked, tossing a few aside with a hint of annoyance. This left Professor Park and his companions bewildered, uncertain of the meaning behind the old man's comments. Just as he was about to respond, Huang Xian suddenly stood, raising his hands to signal for quiet. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a general understanding of your intentions. Please appoint a representative from each group to take a seat, and we shall discuss matters at the negotiation table. As the host, his words carried weight, and despite the evident tensions among the factions, one by one, representatives from various groups took their places. Among them were 5 or 6 individuals from the Great Bear Country, who seemed to lack any specific demands and appeared content merely to observe. Upon inquiry, it was revealed that they were small-scale traders from the northern borders of Huaxia, curious after watching the live stream, eager to witness the event firsthand and share tales upon their return home. As the remaining representatives settled in, a sudden clap resonated through the room. Everyone turned to see Professor Park Yojin, the elegant representative who had already begun to stir the pot. Is it customary for Huaxia people to disregard etiquette in such a manner, not even offering tea to our guests? Is this how you wish to represent your great nation? Though his demeanor was proud, his words held a degree of validity, causing not only the foreign guest to feel a twinge of embarrassment, but also prompting a slight flush upon the cheeks of Hong Qingzu and his entourage. Chapter 86. Discussing tea at the entrance of Changsheng village. Huang Laosi, hurry and fetch the tea leaves we brought with us. Hong Qingzu whispered urgently to Huang Si-hai beside him, although he was also present to discuss the ownership of the copper figures. He felt a sense of responsibility as a representative of Huaxia in front of these foreign guests. It was essential to maintain the dignity of Changsheng village. Any public embarrassment would reflect poorly on him, especially since village head Li had taken to live streaming the event. If one is going to broadcast, one must at least make an effort to uphold appearances, right? However, after glancing at a few people, he noticed that Li Xiuxian remained completely unfazed, showing no intention of inviting anyone for tea, as if merely providing a seat was already a significant gesture. Hong felt puzzled. After all, he had only just met Li Xiuxian. Though they had exchanged a few words, he was not yet familiar with the man's character. Yet, given the crowd, he refrained from asking. He then turned to Huang County, who appeared to be in a state of emotional turmoil. His face shifting from blue to red as he stared at Hong, continuously signaling for him to bring over some tea. Yet, Li Xiuxian remained indifferent and avoided eye contact, leaving Hong bewildered. He silently berated Huang County in his mind, wondering how a county head could be so oblivious to such basic hospitality. Thus, he took it upon himself to send Huang Sihai to retrieve the tea leaves. Unbeknownst to him, Huang County was inwardly cursing his luck. He wanted to shout, "Do you think I want to serve you tea? I am utterly exhausted and haven't even had a meal yet. Who do you think you are, demanding tea right off the bat?" He realized all too well the stinginess of the village head. Despite Huang County having learned to be cautious, Li Xiuxian was not as petty as he had imagined. Following the incident with Professor Wang, Li Xiuxian understood that the treasures of his village might not align with contemporary standards, having actually transcended them. Even the slightest remnants of spiritual energy were of no use to his people, but could prove too potent for ordinary mortals below the mountain, causing immediate physiological reactions. Such effects were not to be taken lightly, as they could lead to unnecessary complications. He intended to have a thorough discussion with old Wang about these matters afterward. Otherwise, he would not dare let anyone else experiment. Soon, Huang Laosi returned with a large suitcase. Initially, it was only he and President Hong who had come, but upon landing, they found that several others from the Chinese medicine associations had joined, forming a small group of about 10. Their belongings had multiplied accordingly. Opening the suitcase to retrieve a tea canister should have been a trivial matter. Yet, when Huang Laosi lifted the lid, Hong felt as though he were sheep being eyed by a pack of hungry wolves, his hair standing on end. He turned around, stunned, to see the poverty alleviation workers staring hungrily at the contents of his suitcase, eyes gleaming with desire. Some were even audibly swallowing. What was going on? He glanced from the workers to his suitcase, which contained merely some biscuits, bread, and dried fruits. Why the intense craving over such ordinary items? He was unaware that after a day of hiking, everyone was in dire need of nourishment. Unfortunately, village head Li had not provided dinner, and the hastily arranged breakfast had been unceremoniously discarded by Dr. Chun, leaving them famished. Fortunately, Huang Sihai was perceptive. He pulled out the tea canister, spent some time rummaging through, and finally produced a tea set along with several bottles of mineral water, subtly nudging the suitcase back to shield it from the foreign onlookers. In that moment, the poverty alleviation team was electrified, quickly snatching bits of food and sneaking away to the walls of the village entrance to indulge. Huang County nearly stood up in protest, but, bound by his superior status, he could do nothing but cast furtive glances, silently pleading, "Leave some for me." Luckily, young Li understood his gaze and discreetly tucked a box of biscuits into his coat, allowing him to relax and focus on the busy Huang Sihai. Huang Sihai, usually a laid-back individual in meetings, adept at sipping tea and passing time, was indeed knowledgeable about tea culture and life. Thus, although his tea set was not particularly extravagant, it was certainly presentable. After several rounds of brewing and serving, even Jinchuan Junyi nodded in approval. The Japanese, after all, deeply appreciated the tea culture of Huaxia and had learned it quite well. However, Professor Park shook his head disapprovingly. Did it matter whether he understood the tea ceremony? Not at all. What truly mattered was that by shaking his head, he positioned himself as the most knowledgeable in the room. He noticed that the less experienced professors behind him were eager to learn, but he remained silent, his expression grave, thus becoming the focal point of attention. Despite the tea not yet being brewed, it was his demeanor that made Huang Sihai feel less confident. Normally, he would handle hospitality arrangements flawlessly, earning praise from domestic experts. Yet here, before this old man, he felt increasingly insecure. At last, after completing the tea preparation process, he politely served the tea to everyone. The burly businessman from the Great Bear Nation, lacking any tea knowledge, downed his cup in one gulp and offered a few compliments. In contrast, the others, including Jin Chuan, sipped cautiously, none daring to make comment. Instead, all eyes were on Professor Park, as this was a live-stream tea tasting. They were acutely aware that many viewers from their homeland were watching, and a misstep in commentary could lead to embarrassment not only in Huaxia, but potentially back home. Seeing the collective gaze upon him, Professor Park straightened his tie, adopting a serious demeanor. He raised his cup, took a delicate sip, and swirled the tea in his mouth with utmost gravity, resembling a tea connoisseur. Yet in the next instant his brow furrowed, and he abruptly pulled out a tissue, spitting the tea onto the floor. A gasp rippled through the crowd. They had anticipated that the old professor might disapprove of the tea, given his previous head shakes. But no one could have predicted that he would go so far as to spit out. At this moment, though Huang Sihai was filled with both anger and frustration, he could not help but feel a deep sense of humiliation, his face alternating between shades of blue and red. He continued to murmur to himself, "Have I brought disgrace upon my fellow countrymen? No, that cannot be right. My tea artistry. It should not be like this." Chapter 87. A complete set of enamel tea utensils. May I inquire where my tea art falls short? Huang Sihai hurriedly bowed, though his expression was quite grim. Upon hearing this, Park Yojin merely shook his head, wearing a mask of inscrutability. He lifted the teacup and glanced once more before responding slowly. "Your tea art is rather adequate, yet the tea leaves themselves leave much to be desired." As he spoke, he clapped his hands, and a person stepped forward, presenting a box inscribed with the language of his homeland, containing tea cakes. He reverently opened the package, proclaiming, "This is a variety cultivated by our nation's tea sage, Lu Yu, with a history spanning over 1,000 years. The essence of tea drinking lies in the depth of this historical heritage. Do you comprehend?" While continuing his explanation, the old man unapologetically discarded Huang Sihai's tea and began brewing the leaves himself. The audacity of this celebrity effect nearly drove Huang Sihai to overturn the table. He simply could not fathom how Lu Yu could be considered a tea sage in his country. Yet, at that moment, the most irksome individual was not him, but rather a lean old man seated alone in the back mountain tea garden, savoring his tea. He had been residing in this Changsheng sect for over a millennium, but the mountain folk did not partake in tea. His patience had worn thin until over 40 years ago when the poverty alleviation team arrived. The sect leader had established a tea plantation just outside the herbal garden. This delighted him immensely. For the past 40 years, he had tended the tea garden, exposed to the elements, indulging each morning in the dew of the tea plants, and each evening steeping roots in water. His simple life was one of unadulterated joy. However, just as he was relishing his solitary tea time, his ancestral heritage was suddenly called into question, igniting his temper. Fortunately, fellow disciples from the nearby herbal garden sensed the shift in his aura and quickly restrained him. Otherwise, the situation could have escalated dramatically. Who wouldn't be outraged by such a predicament? After all, one is at home when their heritage is usurped. Meanwhile, Lu Yu's true essence had just quelled his rising ire, while Park Yojin remained steadfast in his assertions. "Come, let us all sample this superior ancient tree tea." A small portion was distributed among those present, including the imposing bear-like merchant who unabashedly gulped it down. Yet upon finishing, he grimaced, "What a mediocre brew." Truth be told, he lacked an understanding of tea, but detested Park's pretentious demeanor. Observers remained silent. They were well aware that the bear-like man's comments were not to be taken seriously, knowing full well that his people primarily indulged in strong spirits, leaving them ill-equipped to appreciate such refined beverages. Under the scrutiny of all present, Jikawa took a sip. The moment the tea hit his throat, his eyes sparkled with delight. Though his palate was unrefined, he could still recognize quality tea. He promptly rose and bowed towards Park Yojin, exclaiming, "Ah, this is indeed exquisite tea. Pray tell, what variety is this? Well, might I procure more?" Seeing Jikawa, who typically showed little enthusiasm for Park Yojin, lavishing compliments, the others quickly followed suit, raising their cups to taste. With Jikawa setting the standard, each one praised the tea profusely, leaving Huang Sihai utterly bewildered. How could a mere Korean boast of such ancient tree tea? What nonsense is this? Without hesitation, he lifted a cup, scrutinized the tea's hue, and inhaled its aroma. The crowd was astonished. Upon tasting, he realized it was genuine ancient tree tea. Yet, upon further reflection, something felt amiss. Isn't this the ancient pu'er from Huaxia? This tea, produced by Koreans? Huang Sihai was perplexed. Park Yojin, hearing his musings, did not respond directly. Instead, he smiled calmly and poured another small cup. Ah, my Huaxia friend, this ancient tea is but a trifle. We have plenty of it in our mountain regions. There is no need for such astonishment. However, if I must say, your flamboyant tea art is quite commendable. As for where you fell short, it can only be attributed to the cultural disparity between our two nations. Do not take it to heart. Drink up, have another cup. With Park's jovial banter and genteel words, Huang Sihai felt an overwhelming urge to find a hole to hide in. This was in Huaxia, after all. Though he had not prepared meticulously, to be schooled so brazenly before everyone was utterly humiliating. His pride felt utterly shattered, as if he had lost face on a national level. How could a proud Huaxiao individual be outdone in the realm of tea? Simultaneously, the online audience erupted in a chorus of criticism. Is Huang out of his mind? He was the first to jump up and demand tea, which indicates he came prepared. Someone remarked, "This is not the first time Koreans have tried to cheat. How could a grown man fall for this?" Another chimed in, "You're all merely reacting after the fact. It's infuriating. I just checked, and Korea doesn't tea even have ancient tree tea. Don't be fooled." As Huang Sihai read the barrage of complaints and critiques from domestic netizens, he felt as though he had swallowed something vile. Given his knowledge of tea, how could he not discern that it was of Huaxiao origin? Yet, where could he find evidence in such a short span of time? Meanwhile, Korean netizens were riding high on their newfound confidence, seizing the opportunity to boast. Soon, claims that Confucius belonged to Korea and that Emperor Taizong of Tang had Korean blood began flooding the screen. They were not deliberately misappropriating these figures. Rather, their environment had conditioned them to believe such things. In moments of contention, the common folk often lacked true judgment. Their thoughts and principles were molded by the narratives fed to them. From a different perspective, if the history they read were entirely fabricated, yet everyone insisted that it was the genuine article, then in their minds, that false history would become their truth. This sheds light on why many are fervent in their attempts to rewrite history, from ancient times to the present, to entirely dismantle a nation. One must first destroy its temples and sever its roots, then invade its culture and obliterate its heritage. After several generations of indoctrination, the new generation of that nation or region would be irrevocably lost, unaware of their ancestors or their true enemies. Is it tragic? Not necessarily, for they face an insidious form of cultural brainwashing. Anyone can be thoroughly cleansed without even realizing it. Yet, in the face of this overwhelming situation, Hong Qingzhu and some poverty alleviation team members remained relatively unperturbed. However, Li Xiuxian grew anxious. The reason was simple. Too many domestic netizens could no longer bear to watch and began exiting the live stream. Out of sight, out of mind. Yet, their departure was akin to digging up the ancestral graves of our village leader. Chapter 88. Lu Yu's spiritual tea, noticing the unusual expression on Li Xiuxian's face. Old Wang extended his hand and poured himself a cup. However, he did not drink from it. Instead, he lifted it to his nose and inhaled deeply. Soon, a completely new aroma profile formed within his nasal cavity, leaving him somewhat astonished. After setting the teacup down, he began to move his nose in the air, quickly detecting a scent that left him utterly amazed. This aroma was intrinsically linked to the fragrance of the tea before him. Even as someone who seldom indulged in tea, he found himself entranced by its allure. He then smiled at Li Xiuxian, saying, "Village chiefly, are you certain you won't share this exquisite tea from the back mountain with everyone?" Upon hearing this, all present were momentarily taken aback. Li Xiuxian cast a puzzled glance at Professor Wang. It wasn't tea that he was unwilling to share. He merely feared that the effects would be too astonishing. However, seeing the professor's resolute demeanor, he nodded slightly. Unfortunately, the inability to communicate directly left him feeling somewhat uncertain. Yet at that moment, he was thoroughly convinced of the old man's keen sense of smell. He then turned to Team Zhao and instructed him to fetch a canister of tea, leaves stored in bamboo, from the tea garden. When Team Zhao placed the bamboo canister on the table, it instantly captured everyone's attention. Contrary to expectations, there were no derisive chuckles, nor did anyone dare to mock. Even Park Eugene regarded Li Xiuxian with a serious expression. This was no ordinary gathering. They were in a village renowned for the celestial sage's acupuncture bronze figurines, where a pound of rice fetched an astonishing price of 88,000. They could not afford to underestimate it. Park Eugene, in particular, was on high alert. He and the consortium behind him had invested considerable effort in this endeavor. Did they truly come just to request the celestial sage's bronze figurine? They were not foolish. They knew the odds of reclaiming such items were less than 1%. Yet, they concocted a historical narrative overnight to justify their visit. This was because the consortium had, years ago, acquired a significant amount of premium tea from Chinese merchants at high prices. Why stockpile, you ask? The answer was simple. The Chinese had a penchant for exporting goods only to reintegrate them into their domestic market. Once these items made a round overseas, their value skyrocketed, sometimes even exponentially. Thus, they seized the opportunity to amass a collection of superior tea leaves, although they had since rebranded them under their own nation's label. The issue lay in their inability to penetrate the market. Their brand went unrecognized. This prompted them to dispatch various experts under diverse pretenses, essentially to promote their products. Particularly this morning, when their consortium learned about the exorbitantly priced rice being sold by Changsheng village, this expert team became a focal point of support. They had even arranged for social media influencers to create buzz in live broadcast sessions, not for selling, but merely to ensure that influential figures noticed their tea. However, now that this rural village chief presented a new type of tea, how could they not be wary? The key was that they were on the home turf of the villagers. Just then, Team Zhao unexpectedly spoke up. "Village chief, old Lu has a message for you." What is it? Old Lu said that in his earlier tea-drinking days, he emphasized elegance, but in recent years, he realized that the essence of tea was to quench thirst. Thus, suddenly, with a loud clatter, Team Zhao pulled out a large enamel basin from behind him and placed it squarely on Li Xiuxian's table. This unexpected scene left even Li Xiuxian taken aback, his brow twitching. The table was filled with refined individuals. Yet here was a makeshift display. Hadn't they seen the exquisite tea set that Huang Sihai had presented? How splendid it was. And now this? An enamel basin? Why not just bring over a few more enamel cups and complete the set? No sooner had Li Xiuxian's thoughts reached this point than Team Zhao swiftly produced a dozen or so enamel cups, filling half the table with them. The sophisticated atmosphere that Huang Sihai had painstakingly cultivated plummeted into the realm of a rural tea gathering. Moreover, those cups were of substantial capacity, exactly the kind he had personally procured over 40 years ago. The nostalgic air was palpable. Huang County, sitting nearby, felt a jolt of embarrassment. While he might not have found any fault in displaying such items in his own village, especially since it embodied simplicity, the current audience comprised foreign guests. Was this not a source of humiliation? As the saying goes, one must never let poverty strip away dignity. Nevertheless, Li Xiuxian soon recognized the reality. It seemed that these were indeed the only tea utensils they could present. Without further ado, he instructed Team Zhao to begin brewing tea. He shamelessly stood up and, addressing the crowd with a hearty laugh, proclaimed, "All who come are guests. Though Changsheng village may be rural, we are by no means a petty village." He then picked up Huang Sihai's cup, scrutinized it with disdain, and remarked, "When it comes to tea, it must quench thirst. This small cup, it diminishes the stature of our great village. Let us serve everyone in large cups." These words made Huang Sihai feel an urge to slap Li Xiuxian. His entire tea set was worth tens of thousands, yet with a mere utterance, Li Xiuxian had reduced it to a symbol of stinginess. Did he even comprehend what tea truly was? This small village. But before he could voice his internal grievances, he was stunned to see Team Zhao taking the tea canister and thrusting it into his hands, insisting he brew it himself. What? He glanced at President Hong and then at Team Zhao, utterly bewildered. He had merely intended to prepare a cup of tea for everyone, yet somehow he had been designated as the professional tea brewer. But who else could brew it? Team Zhao's status was far too elevated to personally serve tea to a group of foreigners. Reluctantly, Huang Sihai opened the canister. As soon as he lifted the lid, Park Eugene and the other guests from South Korea immediately grew serious, genuinely fearing that this village might unveil some remarkable treasure. But soon, their apprehension dissipated. Huang Sihai sniffed the tea leaves and revealed a barely perceptible look of disdain. Not only were these freshly picked leaves, but they hadn't even been roasted. Most importantly, he could detect no fragrance of tea at all, only a heavy, musty odor of aged leaves. This revelation left Huang Sihai feeling somewhat overwhelmed. This completely shattered his preconceived notions about tea. Do they really dare to brew this? Proper tea requires roasting. How could one extract any aroma without it? But little did he know the intricacies involved. The tea from Changsheng village prided itself on its raw, natural state. Roasting would only cause the spirit of the tea to dissipate entirely. Old Lu from the tea garden would never commit such folly. However, as Huang Sihai grasped a handful of green leaves, Park Eugene couldn't help but smile. This smile was one of relief. As if flowers were blooming in a garden. Victory was theirs. Chapter 89. Only the impatient can drink hot water. Ah, ha ha ha. Is this what is known as huaxia? Is this so-called 5,000 years of brilliant civilization? As the old man Park spoke, he and a few others behind him laughed mockingly. Oh, dear brother Huang, do you not understand the art of tea? Can this village chief truly be so ignorant? Tea cannot simply be picked and brewed. One must admit, the commotion created by the old man Park instantly drew everyone's attention to the tea leaves in Huang Laoxi's hands. The scene left even Jiao Chuan momentarily stunned. He felt an urge to laugh, yet refrained, fully aware that his primary objective in attending was to acquire the heavenly saint bronze figure. At such a moment, offending the host was not an option. After a brief contemplation, he rose and sternly addressed Park Eugene and the others. What are you laughing at? The process of making tea lies in killing the green, rolling, fermenting, and drying. Such a fundamental principle. How could Mr. Huang be unaware? Upon finishing, he dramatically flicked his sleeve at Park Eugene and the others, expressing his dissatisfaction. This maneuver left everyone present bewildered. However, it was evident to any discerning observer that he was subtly reminding Huang Laoxi of the tea-making process, effectively promoting his own position. Professor Park was no fool. He discerned Jiao Chuan's intentions and merely smiled coldly without rebuttal. He raised his hand to refill his own cup of tea. All he needed to do now was wait. Once the tea was brewed, the quality would be evident. There was no need for excessive words. Maintaining an air of elegance and composure was the wisest strategy. Unintentionally, he shifted his own tea cake slightly to ensure the camera captured it more clearly. Amidst the laughter and earnest admonitions from the crowd, Huang Sihai felt a deep sense of frustration. He could only boil water and grab a handful of green leaves, intending to toss them all into the basin. He genuinely worried that the unprocessed tea leaves would not yield flavor if insufficiently steeped. Yet, just as he was about to toss them in, Li Xiuxian seized his wrist, shaking it vigorously until only a few leaves remained in his hand. The spectacle left everyone in the room exchanging glances. Fortunately, Huang Xian and the others understood the underlying dynamics. Had Li Xiuxian not intervened, he would have felt uneasy. After all, this was a man known for his frugality. However, as soon as Li Xiuxian released his grip, another relentless hand came into play. At that moment, even someone as composed as Huang Xian could not help but feel his cheeks twitch. Indeed, Elder Wang had made his move. He seemed to calculate the weight with a twitch of his nose before seizing all the remaining tea leaves from Huang Laoxi's hands. With great reluctance, he counted out precisely 3 leaves. 3 leaves. He then solemnly returned them to Huang Sihai's palm. At that moment, a gentle breeze rustled, carrying with it a sense of desolation. He glanced at his palm and found the 3 leaves lying there, solitary and forlorn. A wave of indescribable embarrassment washed over him, causing him to shiver. I, Huang Sihai, have navigated the world of traditional Chinese medicine. While I may not be a figure of great renown, I am not reduced to such a pitiful state. Just 3 leaves, and I am expected to entertain this entire gathering? Yet, he could not express his indignation, for this was the host's domain. In all his life, he had encountered many stingy individuals, but he had never met anyone as miserly as this. What was worse, Each one seemed to outdo the last in their stinginess, especially when he helplessly glanced at Li Xiaoxian and then at the still reluctant Elder Wang. He could see the two exchanging knowing glances, seemingly pleased with one another's conduct. That mindset was enough to ignite his frustration. In that moment, he truly wished to exclaim that he had never encountered such unabashed shamelessness. The tea being served could be returned to the guests. In a fit of anger, he tossed the 3 leaves into the large basin with force. Then, without hesitation, he poured boiling water into it, as if to vent his frustrations. It was not without reason that he felt aggrieved. Who hosts guests with such a large basin? As he watched the small green leaves being washed away by the hot water, they appeared as solitary boats adrift in a vast ocean, their stubbornness and desolation evident. At that moment, Huang Sihai truly wished to suggest that they might as well serve plain boiled water. To call this tea, when it lacked even a hint of flavor. Yet, there were indeed leaves in it. 3 leaves, neither more nor less, precisely 3. The situation was undeniably awkward for everyone, especially for Huang Xian, who was so embarrassed he could almost chew on his own toes. How could he, a dignified county chief, entertain guests so miserly? If word of this reached the county, would he ever show his face again? Surely, at future gatherings, someone would bring this up to mock him. Yet when he glanced at Li Xiaoxian and Elder Wang, he found himself unable to voice his criticism. He had long been aware of Li Xiaoxian's stinginess, but when had Elder Wang adopted such a demeanor? Had he perhaps eaten too much for breakfast and truly lost his wits? However, he could not dwell on such thoughts. With an awkward smile, he rose to address the crowd. In our humble countryside, we cherish simplicity and do not indulge in extravagance. As you all have traveled here, I am certain you must be thirsty. Please do not hesitate to drink. Water is hot and refreshing. As he spoke, he choked back the words "drink more tea," substituting them with water. He simply could not bear to assert that the transparent liquid in the basin was indeed a beverage called tea. Yet, once he finished his clumsy speech, the atmosphere grew palpably uncomfortable. Professor Park waved his hand dismissively, refusing to drink. Even Zhou Chuan found the situation too awkward to bear. The rest of the attendees scoffed openly. Is this it? Why not prefer my own bottled water? Especially on such a hot day. Who, apart from you Huaxia people, drinks hot water? Soon, a group of individuals began to produce their own bottled water, drinking heartily before Huang Xian's eyes. Though no one openly contradicted him, their actions undeniably slapped Huang Xian in the face. This left Huang Xian feeling both furious and embarrassed, wishing he could simply leave. Yet the burly Russians from the Bear Country had already emptied their own water bottles during the journey, and now that there was water available, why not drink? The leader among them wasted no time, stepping up to grab a large enamel cup and filling it to the brim from the basin. However, the water was scalding hot. He could not drink it in large gulps, so he held it carefully, blowing on it gently. Truth be told, he found it incomprehensible that these Huaxia people were so fond of drinking hot water. This habit was utterly unacceptable to them. But when he finally took a small sip, he found himself astonished and rooted in disbelief. Chapter 90. The bizarre tea drinking scene, he felt a surge of scalding warmth gradually unfurling within his mouth. Rather intense indeed. Yet beneath this heated sensation, an inexplicable coolness emerged, as if animated. It spread through his mouth, throat, respiratory tract, and lungs in all directions. This sensation was beyond his ability to articulate. If compelled to describe it, one might liken it to the refreshing burst of mint on the tongue. However, his feeling was faint, almost ethereal, yet he could distinctly sense that his lungs, long afflicted by years of smoking, were being gently cleansed by a mysterious essence. For a veteran smoker of over 2 decades, this sensation was ineffably delightful, even if merely a whisper of a feeling. Thus, he endured the heat and took another bold gulp. The fellow was immediately compelled to spin in circles from the intensity of it. Yet, he felt a paradoxical joy amidst the discomfort. Even while grimacing, he finished 1 cup and immediately poured himself another. He simply could not stop. The primary allure lay in the sheer magnificence of the experience, especially with the subsequent sips. Some underlying ailments caused by years of consuming strong spirits seemed to show signs of improvement. Although he recognized the implausibility of this phenomenon, the nurturing warmth was undeniably real. Thus, to the astonishment of all present, the towering figure from the Great Bear Nation indulged in a frenzy of jumping and drinking. What on earth was happening? Jikawa was utterly bewildered. Just a cup of water? Was it necessary to subject oneself to such torment? Little did he know, the effect of the 3 green leaves had been meticulously calculated by Old Wong. Just enough to evoke a sensation, yet not overtly pronounced. After all, excessive potency could lead to calamity, while too little would render it pointless. In this manner, it was perfectly balanced. Did one not observe how he jumped from the heat, yet insisted on drinking? Old Wong was quite pleased, and Li Xiuxian cast a glance at him, his expression reflecting satisfaction. He understood that these individuals, having dwelled in an aura-rich environment for years, had become desensitized to even the slightest essence. In contrast, Old Wong, being an ordinary man, possessed an acute sensitivity to such effects. After the event, it was imperative to keep this old man in the mountains. He would undoubtedly prove invaluable. Meanwhile, after downing his cup, the Great Bear compatriot's mind was ignited with thoughts. He glanced at Jikawa and the others. Hey, are you drinking? This hot water, while scalding, is truly delightful. Jikawa merely raised his gaze and offered an awkward smile, neither accepting nor declining. Park Yojin, however, was nearly overcome with laughter. It was impossible not to, given that the golden-haired giant was drenched in sweat, having been scorched yet still stubbornly insisting on drinking. He had not intended to speak, but could not contain himself. Hey, what is your name? The giant smiled. Andrei Yevgenyevich. Andrei. I know you share a good rapport with the Huasha people, but surely you need not debase yourself to entertain them? Debase? Andrei furrowed his brow, clearly displeased. Yet, considering the circumstances, he refrained from retorting. Instead, he casually inquired, will you drink? If not, I shall. Old Park waved his hand dismissively, his expression one of disdain. He then turned to his companions and loudly teased. Ha ha! It seems the Great Bear Nation, due to its frigid climate, rarely has the opportunity to enjoy hot water. Saying this, he ostentatiously offered his enamel cup, appearing exceedingly generous. Come, drink up. This is hot water, a rare treat. Although Old Park refrained from uttering any profanities, the sarcasm dripped from his words. Among the accompanying Great Bear compatriots, who did not possess a temper, upon hearing this, their anger surged from their feet to the crown of their heads. Their fists crackled ominously, and they appeared ready to charge. Fortunately, Andrei quickly intervened, but the Great Bear people were not easily restrained once their tempers flared. Besides, their dissatisfaction with Andrei was already brewing. Was it necessary to humiliate themselves over a mere cup of hot water? It made it seem as though they could not afford to drink hot water in their daily lives. The group began shoving each other, almost on the brink of a scuffle. Thankfully, Andrei, displaying his quick wit, whispered something to his compatriots, and they gradually calmed down, turning to regard him with skepticism. They naturally trusted Andrei, or they would not have chosen him as their representative. Subsequently, one of the Great Bear individuals stepped forward and snatched Professor Park's enamel cup. He eyed Andrei with uncertainty, then shot a fierce glare at the beaming Old Park. Raising the cup, he plunged the rim into a basin, filling it to the brim. Frowning, he took a whiff, his anger rekindling. What the hell? Is this called tea? There was not a hint of tea aroma to be found. Yet ultimately, he chose to trust Andrei, awkwardly dipping his head to take a delicate sip. The scalding sensation made him want to hurl the cup at Old Park's face. But the next moment, he froze. The exquisite sensation made him forget the sweltering heat. His entire being was immersed in the cooling relief beneath the scorching heat. After gulping it down, he was thoroughly convinced. However, unlike Andrei, who continued to endure the pain and drink fervently, he feigned nonchalance, setting the cup down and glancing at the cups of those around him. Under his breath, he muttered, Andrei is such a fool. How on earth can he drink such hot water? As his words fell, the entire room erupted in laughter. Meanwhile, the remaining Great Bear compatriots appeared momentarily stunned, as if they had received a signal. Their eyes sparkled with newfound determination. Soon, they were rolling up their sleeves, approaching each representative in turn. In no time, Each had acquired an enamel cup. As someone approached Jikawa, he suddenly realized something, swiftly pressing his hand down on his cup to prevent it from being taken. Yet he was even more curious about what these Great Bear individuals were up to. Just as the laughter subsided, everyone noticed that the 6 Great Bear compatriots had each acquired an enamel cup and were lined up to ladle hot water. What was happening? Had they not claimed Andre was a fool? Upon regaining his composure, Professor Park's eyes widened in disbelief. He found himself utterly perplexed. Observing this, Old Wong was quick to act, disregarding any notions of status, and swiftly filled 2 cups to the brim, one for himself and one for Huang Xian, lest he be too late and have all the hot water seized by the towering figures. Before long, an even more astonishing scene unfolded. The 6 giants from the Great Bear Nation were simultaneously holding their enamel cups, drinking while jumping in place. Especially when the scalding liquid reached their lips. They were practically dancing with joy. The spectacle was utterly bizarre. Chapter 91. Exorbitant tea. Hey, young man, must you be so exaggerated? In the face of such a bizarre dance, Park Eugene could hardly bear to watch. Beside him, Kikuchiwa was equally curious, and fortunately, he had a cup. Rising to his feet, he approached to scoop some. However, upon getting closer, he realized that the once full basin of boiling water had dwindled to less than a centimeter in depth. Without further hesitation, he quickly ladled a small amount and, in front of everyone, took a few sips. Meanwhile, Park Eugene remained skeptical, coldly surveying the burly men from the Great Bear Nation. He cast a meaningful glance at Kikuchiwa, feeling somewhat reassured. Although Kikuchiwa needed something from the Chinese, he would never stoop to being a mere pawn. Soon, Kikuchiwa drank the last drop, standing silently as he gazed at the cup in his hand, his brow furrowed. At that moment, Park Eugene couldn't help but chuckle. Look at that. This water has left our composed and wise Mr. Kikuchiwa speechless. A few scholars behind him nodded in agreement. Tea, after all, should befit one's status. Ordinary water could hardly satisfy a man of Kikuchiwa's stature. Professor Park, quickly. Suddenly, one of the men behind him whispered, nudging him. This was undoubtedly a chance for recognition. Yet, the old professor remained unfazed. How could he offer his precious tea so readily? With a nonchalant smile, he picked up a small teapot and poured a cup for the spot where Kikuchiwa had originally sat. Here, Mr. Kikuchiwa, do savor our superior tea from the land of the morning calm. Every sip is a reflection of life. At that moment, the live stream chat erupted with inquiries about the tea's price and where it could be purchased. Park Eugene was thoroughly amused, wearing an expression of triumph. However, he maintained a lofty silence, fully aware that he sought major buyers, not mere consumers. After all, how much could a few individual buyers yield? Just as he pondered this, Kikuchiwa, recovering from his astonishment, promptly inquired, Mr. Park, what is the price of this tea? The question caught even Park Eugene off guard. While he was aware of Kikuchiwa's substantial backing and wealth, he had never anticipated such a direct inquiry regarding price. After all, Kikuchiwa's business revolved around traditional medicine. He could ignore individual buyers, but he took Kikuchiwa's inquiry seriously, lowering his head in contemplation. He raised 3 fingers solemnly. 30,000. Pitiful. Kikuchiwa's brow relaxed slightly. No. Per tael. Oh. Upon hearing this price, Kikuchiwa's previously relaxed expression tightened once more, revealing a look of considerable discomfort. This thrilled Park Eugene internally. Who would have thought that an unexpected turn could open the market to the land of cherry blossoms? It was a delightful surprise. Yet, witnessing Kikuchiwa's evident struggle, doubts began to creep into Park Eugene's mind. His cost for the tea was 50,000 per pound. While it might not be the pinnacle in the entire Chinese tea market, it was certainly among the finest. Converting to taels, that meant a cost of 5,000. Selling it for 30,000 hardly seemed unreasonable, did it? Moreover, in the tea business, what truly matters? It's about selling a story. Buyers of such exorbitant tea are rarely connoisseurs. They merely wish to boast about their remarkable tea. For this reason, he had crafted a complete historical narrative around the tea. One could even find it online with ease. However, before he could negotiate, Kikuchiwa suddenly extended 3 fingers. 3,000. This declaration left Park Eugene astounded. He had never encountered such brazen haggling. His cost was already 5,000, and now Kikuchiwa was offering 3,000? This was not negotiation. It was sheer disruption. He slammed his hand on the table, ready to unleash a tirade. At that moment, Kikuchiwa, who had been looking at him, slowly turned his gaze towards Li Xiuxian and his companions. 1 piece, 1,000. 3 pieces, 3,000. Is there any room for negotiation? Upon hearing this, Park Eugene, who had been ready to erupt, froze in place, utterly stunned. He had seen haggling, but nothing like this. The price of 1,000 per piece had left his mind racing. He simply could not compute. A tale of dried tea leaves contained thousands of pieces. It was incomprehensible. Sell. Whatever you want, just sell it. At this moment, there was no stopping him. A buyer like this was rare to find across the globe. As for whether they had the means, he was not concerned in the slightest. With enthusiasm, he kicked aside the stool beneath him and rushed towards Kikuchiwa. Fortunately, his companions swiftly grabbed him. Professor Park, it seems his price is directed at the others. Park Eugene was bewildered, filled with questions. His companions gestured for him to look at Kikuchiwa's eyes. Indeed, at that moment, Kikuchiwa's attention was solely on Li Xiuxian and his group, with not a trace of Park Eugene in sight. How could this be? Has Kikuchiwa lost his mind? 1,000 per piece for that mediocre tea? As he surveyed the room to verify he had not misheard, he found the atmosphere eerily quiet, everyone fixated on Li Xiuxian. It was undeniable. The price of 1,000 per tea leaf was utterly shocking. This was no longer just tea. It was akin to gold. No, it was even more precious than gold. Are you mad, Kikuchiwa? Before Park Eugene could voice his protest, Kikuchiwa's own associates could no longer contain themselves. Yet Kikuchiwa merely cast a glance at his companions, followed by a piercing glare that silenced any dissent. He had his own calculations in mind. Was 1,000 per piece exorbitant? Indeed, it was, but what was Kikuchiwa's profession? As a representative of Han Medicine Company, he understood the immense medicinal value within. Just a moment of contemplation sent chills down his spine. Forget 1,000. If it were 10,000 or even 100,000, he would stop at nothing to acquire it. Moreover, he sought only a sample, nothing more. Once he obtained a sample, they could thoroughly assess the tea's actual medicinal benefits. As for the rest, he was confident he had 1,000, if not 10,000, ways to acquire the entire tea estate. Subsequently, it would be integrated into the Han medicinal cultivation framework of the Great Cherry Blossom Empire. After all, given the current state of Han medicine, their nation already dominated 90% of the global market share. The Chinese traditional medicine cultivation regions had long been their production base. Should such an extraordinary tea be included, it could potentially rival Western medicine. Thus, this tea was a must-have for him. Chapter 92. The mysterious disappearance of a Chinese netizen. Seeing Jukawa's confident demeanor, County Chief Huang couldn't help but feel a wave of anxiety wash over him, his palms beginning to sweat. The scale of this transaction was truly astonishing, and even without meticulous calculations, he understood that if this deal went through, the profits would far surpass those of Changsheng rice. He wondered if this little cherry blossom person was intentionally toying with them. Hurriedly, he nudged the still deep in thought Li Xiuxian, exchanging a glance that urged him to sell. Quickly, he was almost tempted to grab a sack and start selling immediately. Yet, a sudden realization struck him, prompting him to confirm, "Mr. Jukawa, how much do you wish to acquire?" Upon hearing this, Jukawa visibly relaxed. He was well aware that even a small quantity would suffice, but he feared that if the offered benefits were insufficient, their interest might evaporate. After all, this was a village that sold a mere kilogram of rice for 88,000. With a smile, he thought, "At least let me take a kilogram back to taste. If it proves delightful, I shall order more." As soon as he spoke, everyone in the room, both inside and outside, was left stunned for several seconds. Except for a few naive souls, nearly everyone was absorbed in frantic calculations. Soon, someone directed a heart-wrenching shout at Jukawa. "Have you lost your mind? At that price, a kilogram of tea could cost at least 50 to 60 million. Don't forget why we are here." Upon hearing such an outrageous price, not only the others, but even Jukawa's own heart quivered. He primarily dealt in medicinal herbs and never anticipated such a quantity of tea could command such a price. However, his experience in the herbal trade led him to quickly identify the flaws in his calculations. The tea from Changsheng village had not undergone any processing. Therefore, the weight would likely be reduced by 70 to 80%. In other words, he could acquire it for around 10 million or so. While this price was still painful to consider, the hidden profits made it worthwhile. Gritting his teeth, he forced a smile towards County Chief Huang. Recognizing the signal, Huang was not one to miss such an opportunity. He nudged Li Xiuxian again, thinking, when would they have a chance to exploit such a generous offer? Even if it were a one-time deal, it would yield substantial profits. Meanwhile, President Hong and Huang Sihai regarded Zhikuo with caution. They were well aware of his reputation. He was not a benevolent benefactor. Stealing a glance at the cup on Huang's desk, they took a sip, and the next moment, both stood frozen in shock. Seeing their reaction, Zhikuo felt a tinge of wariness. After all, competitors were often adversaries, and he feared they might suddenly raise the price. President Hong, however, was torn between wanting to shout and being unable to do so. His face flushed with embarrassment. The product was undoubtedly excellent, but the price was exorbitantly high. Who could afford it? As they deliberated on whether to join in on the bidding, Li Xiuxian smiled faintly and asked, "What country do you hail from?" "From the great cherry blossom country." Zhikuo responded, his mind racing. "Oh, the cherry blossom country. I wonder what your current population is." He inquired, a question that left nearly everyone present, including Zhikuo, perplexed. "Over 100 million, came the reply. "Oh," Li Xiuxian feigned surprise. "But how many people do we have in China?" "Over 14 billion, why do you ask?" "Just curious," he replied, lost in thought. At that moment, he was undoubtedly the center of attention. After a brief pause, he disregarded everyone else and approached the livestream camera, asking, "Would you like to purchase 1,000 pieces of this tea?" His question left everyone present bewildered, and the livestream chat erupted in a chorus of complaints. Who wants to be the fool buying that? 1,000 per piece? Is it going to make us fly, or something? Some opposed the idea, while others expressed a desire to try it. Yet Li Xiuxian suddenly pivoted, announcing free, limited to 1,000 orders per day, exclusively for residents of China. Pre-orders are encouraged. With that, he casually returned to his seat. The entire room fell silent, and Zhikuo's eyes widened in disbelief. "You're not selling it for real money, but giving it away for free? What does this mean? Are you mocking me?" No, indeed. Li Xiuxian had no intention of selling tea. The moment Zhikuo announced his price, the livestream audience erupted in excitement. At that instant, Li Xiuxian's mind raced with ideas. With someone else boosting the price, the livestream's popularity surged, and with his bold offer of free tea, he anticipated an even greater spike in interest. The crux of the matter was the strategy of scarcity marketing. Didn't the people of the cherry blossom country seem eager to buy? Why not rally friends to join in? However, after waiting for a while, he noticed that the expected excitement had not materialized. He quickly stood up and leaned closer to the camera, exclaiming, 1,000 per piece. Why isn't anyone calling for their friends? Are you really passing up on free tea? You could resell it. This was a guaranteed profit. Yet, after his words fell, the live stream remained eerily quiet, save for some foreign viewers who were expressing their discontent. The audience remained stagnant, their interest unwaveringly balanced in an unsettling calm, as if all Chinese netizens had vanished from the internet in an instant. What is happening? Li Xiuxian was bewildered. As a novice in live stream selling, he expected a frenzy of interest, but after observing for a while, he grew increasingly anxious. The explosive popularity he had envisioned was nowhere to be found. Was the price of 1,000 too low to attract attention? Did it need to be raised? Murmuring such thoughts, he glanced at Zhikuo with a hint of reproach. He was still unfamiliar with the current market prices. However, that glance shattered Zhikuo's composure, making him question his very existence. In that moment, he felt as though the weight of the world's troubles rested upon his shoulders, as if he had deceived Li Xiuxian. At that moment, he desperately wished to kick the arrogantly. This felt like betrayal. After all, how could one decry the donkey after having slaughtered it? Was he still human? Yet, despite his annoyance, he felt a flicker of curiosity. Such a generous offer would surely incite a frenzy in his own country. So why were Chinese netizens so unfazed? Chapter 93. What is a poverty alleviation village doing concerning common prosperity? Hey, this is an absolute benefit. Don't you all have enough money? Li Xiuxian expressed his bewilderment. Honestly, you can make a profit just by flipping it. I wouldn't mind at all. Moreover, I can assure you that this is the only establishment of its kind, without any rival. He then turned to glance at the crowd present, hastily pointing at Jiu Chuan and Chairman Hong, among others. With their integrity as a guarantee, it is clear that they're all well-known figures down the mountain. Can you really doubt such reputable individuals? Upon hearing these words, even Chairman Hong and his companions gasped in astonishment. They never anticipated that this fellow would leverage the celebrity effect. At that moment, Jiu Chuan genuinely wished to deliver a sharp kick to him. What is the matter? Have you consumed everything and now must regurgitate it, further disgusting yourself? Please, have some decency. Noticing Jiu Chuan's pale expression, Hong Qingzu and the others were rather pleased. In fact, Hong Qingzu even approached Li Xiuxian personally to prepare some documents. However, the viewers behind the camera were becoming increasingly anxious. Ultimately, someone couldn't maintain their composure and blurted out, "For heaven's sake, stop rambling. Where's the link? My eyes are about to strain from watching." A few scattered comments flashed by, but the live stream fell into a profound silence once more. Yet, all those who had snatched the link were acutely aware that the quieter it became, the more ominous and intense the atmosphere grew. This was undoubtedly the calm before the storm. Now is the time for speed. 1,000 per piece and even free. Who wouldn't want to seize such an opportunity? This transaction was far more lucrative than reselling Mao Dai. It was entirely cost-free and risk-free. The quantity was significant, a full 1,000 pieces. However, soon some big players reconsidered and abandoned the notion of snatching the tea. The overly tranquil atmosphere left them with no belief that they could successfully procure any. They switched tactics and began advertising in the comments. Unlimited purchases of tea at exorbitant prices. Brothers who managed to secure some. Just me, and the price will be splendid. What a joke. With Chairman Hong backing them, they were not foolish and understood the value of what was being offered. Even if they didn't drink it, they could collect and resell it. Moreover, speculation was merely a fundamental practice of the black market in China. As long as the product was truly unparalleled, as the village head claimed, then even if the price soared to 10,000 per piece, they would possess the confidence to proceed without fear. Worst-case scenario, they might incur a loss of a few million, but if they profited, it could yield tens of millions. They were buying like mad. One person led the charge, and others with ample funds quickly abandoned their plans to snatch orders and join the acquisition frenzy. Those from the Great Bear country vividly recalled the scenes of their insatiable thirst for the tea. How could they not be intrigued? Their thoughts were straightforward. They simply wanted to taste something novel. Even gathering a few friends to savor this expensive tea would be a source of pride. Thus, in just a few blinks, the once quiet live stream erupted with frenetic advertising comments, with acquisition prices escalating dramatically. Witnessing this sudden surge of buying frenzy, even Jiu Chuan was left flabbergasted. As a country where e-commerce was relatively undeveloped, he had never witnessed such a fervent scene, especially in this era where live streaming commerce was under scrutiny. In less than a minute, someone crazily called out a price of 3,000 per piece. Were these Chinese people out of their minds? He cursed inwardly. Yet, despite his complaints, Jiu Chuan had personally tasted that tea, so he understood its value. He quickly turned to his subordinates, shouting, "Hurry, go and grab some." However, as soon as he finished speaking, a voice rang out from the crowd. "Mr. Jiu Chuan, we've just tried. This is a local platform, and our IDs can't register accounts. We can only watch. There's no way to snatch any." What? Jiu Chuan was stunned. He had calculated everything except for this unforeseen circumstance. Usually, creating a few accounts was simple, but where could he find them on short notice? Without further thought, he took a few strides and approached Li Xiuxian, casting a discontented glance at him. He then performed a bow towards the live stream camera, adhering to Chinese etiquette. "Hello, everyone. I am Jiu Chuan Junichi, representing the Great Sakura Hanfang Corporation. I announce a price of 11,000 per piece with full integrity. However, to avoid disrupting others' regular transactions, we will only purchase 100 pieces. First come, first served. Those who secure some, please contact our customer service directly." With Jiu Chuan's sudden announcement, the already bustling live stream became even more animated. 11,000 per piece. Not seizing this opportunity, would be sheer folly. Many viewers, during their brief moments of idleness, had already begun calling their friends to join in the rush. 11,000 per piece. Surely, they needed to rally more people to seize this chance. Seeing the situation spiraling out of control, Huang County's legs began to tremble. This was even more nerve-wracking than when they sold longevity rice. One piece of tea for 10,000 yuan? Honestly, if it weren't for his position, he would have eagerly clicked into the live stream to snag a share. This was beyond mere madness. It was something far more perilous. He approached Li Xiuxian, tugging at his sleeve, attempting to persuade him to cease this reckless behavior. Surely, such a price would lead to trouble. But Li Xiuxian waved his hand dismissively. Leader, rest assured, are we not engaging in good deeds? Huh? What do you mean? Why are you here? Huang County was taken aback. To alleviate poverty, right? Indeed, I am here to assist in poverty alleviation. Huang County was even more bewildered, but quickly realized something was amiss and retorted angrily. What poverty are you alleviating? You are the one who needs assistance. Li Xiuxian's expression hardened. No, leader. Do you believe we would still be impoverished if we sold rice? Huang County was momentarily speechless, unable to counter that claim. If they truly sold all their rice, they would undoubtedly be rolling in wealth. Leader, I'm not criticizing you. What is the spiritual essence of poverty alleviation? What? Huang County was utterly dumbfounded. You dare to criticize me? How did it come to this? At this moment, Huang County was utterly confused, nearly rendered speechless. But Li Xiuxian remained composed. He was no stranger to the concept of poverty alleviation. The essence of it was ostensibly to assist the needy. Yet the ultimate goal was to achieve common prosperity. If we have the capability, why shouldn't we help the viewers in front of the camera? Otherwise, if only we profit, wouldn't they be treading down the path of capitalism? That simply cannot be allowed. What a well-articulated argument. Huang County found himself momentarily at a loss for words. He had heard such rhetoric before, and he couldn't quite recall who had taught it to him. Nevertheless, upon reflection, he found that what Li Xiuxian said seemed quite reasonable. However, the issue remained. Wait a minute. You are a poverty-stricken village. Even though you currently possess a certain foundation, you have only sold 100 pounds of rice. You have yet to truly escape poverty, and yet you are concerned with common prosperity? Huang County was left speechless. In his decades of political experience, he had never encountered such a situation. A poverty alleviation village. Yet they were concerned with the common prosperity of the entire nation. Can you believe it? But strangely enough, it seemed they were genuinely making it happen, albeit in a rather skewed manner. Upon deeper reflection, compared to streamers who criticize viewers for their lack of effort, this is truly a genuine act of benevolence. It is not merely for personal gain, but rather to ensure that everyone has the opportunity to partake in the benefits of his long-standing endeavors. Just this sense of awareness stirs an inexplicable emotion within Huang Xian. In a moment of impulsive fervor, he unexpectedly shouted, "Quickly, streamer, share the link." Chapter 94. The fury of cherry blossoms. With a commanding order from Huang County, the entire live streaming room erupted into a frenzy. The number of viewers surged rapidly, nearly overwhelming the platform. This brought immense joy to Li Xiuxian, who could hardly contain his exuberance. Indeed, one must be willing to make sacrifices to ensnare the wolf. Yet, he remained oblivious to the profound impact that the seemingly trivial tea leaves he had casually given away would have on the populace of Huaxia after a period of fermentation. At this moment, however, his sole focus was on popularity. All he desired was to capture the audience's attention. As the viewer count stabilized and directly exceeded 2 million, Zhou Xiaodai finally completed the sample link. With a gentle click, in an instant, 1,000 orders vanished before her eyes. Although the financial gain was nil, the swift sellout brought her uncontainable delight. What was this? This was the exhilarating sensation of achievement, the thrill of being met with overwhelming enthusiasm. However, this joy was short-lived. As within the live stream, there were both jubilant and distressed individuals. Those fortunate enough to secure a purchase were overjoyed. Even the notoriously stingy Lao Lu contributed a small token of appreciation, claiming it was merely a gesture of reciprocity. Yet, the majority who missed out were far less pleased. Some began to vent their frustrations vocally, while others exited the live stream in haste. The viewer count began to plummet once more, causing Li Xiuxian considerable anxiety. Dear friends, for those who couldn't secure a purchase, fret not. We will have free activities at irregular intervals each day. Upon hearing this, the live stream erupted once again. Meanwhile, in other streaming rooms, many hosts were perplexed, wondering why their traffic had suddenly diminished so drastically. Speculation ran rampant regarding the cause of this phenomenon. Such matters, however, could not remain concealed for long. On the other side, Jiu Chuan was preoccupied, busy to the point of distraction. Initially, the situation appeared favorable, with reports indicating that dozens had reached out to them. Yet, just as his excitement peaked, the Huaxiao sellers began to renege on their commitments. Upon investigation, it was discovered that another player had emerged, aggressively buying up supplies at prices exceeding theirs by 1,000 yuan. This newcomer declared that no matter the offer made, he would always add an additional 1,000. This infuriated Jiu Chuan, who turned to his bodyguard with a pleading gaze. The bodyguard, seemingly unable to withstand his persistent coaxing, nodded toward a young man in the crowd. This young man, the only one wearing a baseball cap, promptly took his laptop and began typing furiously. Moments later, he closed his notebook and casually replied, Jiangdong Group, Lin Guoqing. In that instant, Jiu Chuan's temper flared, and he felt an urge to smash the table in frustration. How could a mere local tycoon dare to disrupt his grand plans? This would not be forgotten easily. Meanwhile, Li Xiuxian, who had been keenly observing the scene, felt a twinge of recognition upon hearing the name Lin Guoqing. It rang a bell, though he could not quite place it. However, when his attention turned to the young man in the cap, he felt a spark of interest. If he was not mistaken, the earlier mental waves from the Wansu individual must have attached themselves to this young man. This young man was no ordinary individual. Typically, when someone is possessed, they either succumb to madness or suffer severe disorientation. Yet, this fellow remained remarkably lucid, seemingly unaware of any possession. Simultaneously, Li Xiuxian noted the presence of two others within the Cherry Blossom group, who also exhibited peculiarities. This oddity left him slightly uneasy, though he could not pinpoint the source of his discomfort. Just as he was contemplating this, a visibly agitated Jiu Chuan stepped forward. Esteemed guests, having enjoyed the tea, shall we discuss serious matters? Serious matters? What serious matters? Li Xiuxian was perplexed. Naturally, this referred to the acquisition of the heavenly sacred acupuncture bronze man. Oh, that? We've already concluded our discussions. What? Jiu Chuan was taken aback, quickly suppressing his rising anger. Village chiefly, you jest. We haven't even begun negotiations. Indeed, Li Xiuxian casually gestured toward President Hong and Huang Sihai, indicating they had reached an agreement. They? Jiu Chuan looked from Li Xiuxian to President Hong and the others, feeling as though a thunderclap had struck him, leaving him utterly bewildered. I refuse to believe it. What price do they offer? We, the Cherry Blossom country, are truly sincere. It's impossible for anyone to outbid us. He sneered as he cast a disdainful glance at Hong Qingzu and the others. With your funds, we've already verified that you can muster no more than 80 million. Even if you were to sell everything you own, even borrowing, you would struggle to reach 200 million. Meanwhile, I have brought a full 300 million. 300 million. Of course, if Mr. Li finds this unsatisfactory, our headquarters can certainly add more. It must be said, Jiu Chuan's rhetoric was exceedingly sincere, even revealing his cards openly. Such transparency was an uncommon trait. The crucial point was that he claimed he could increase the offer. Li Xiuxian found nothing particularly special about this statement. After all, money was merely a collection of digits to him, devoid of practical value. However, upon hearing this figure, Huang County was rendered speechless, astonished beyond words. Although Qilin County was relatively affluent, boasting an annual revenue of around 20 to 30 billion, it paled in comparison to the truly powerful counties whose revenues soared into the hundreds of billions. Yet, this was merely fiscal revenue. After expenditures, little remained. Many counties found themselves borrowing to make ends meet after settling their expenses. 300 million was undoubtedly a staggering sum. Moreover, based on Li Xiuxian's inflated population figures, this translated to over 300,000 per person, Wouldn't this eradicate poverty in an instant? Yet, the audacity to sell it left Huang County utterly confounded. Hey, Xiaoxian, I think we must tread carefully. This concerns a national treasure. At this moment, Huang County spoke with the gravitas of an elder. From the perspective of identity and duty, a national treasure could not be sold abroad. However, considering the welfare of the village and the community at large, he believed that if they were to sell, they should aim for the highest price possible. The crux of the matter was that the 300 million price tag was exceedingly generous. Typically, ordinary artifacts fetched tens of millions at auction, which was already remarkable. Huang County felt he owed Li Xiuxian a degree of respect. Thus, he addressed Jiu Chuan courteously. Brother Jiu Chuan, I recognize your sincerity, but in business matters, they can offer what you simply cannot. Upon hearing in business matters, Jiu Chuan's spirits lifted immediately. When it comes to money, who in Cherry Blossom Country is afraid of anyone? He quickly pressed for details. What price did they propose? I will double it. At this moment, even Huang County was intensely curious about what price President Hong had secretly offered Li Xiuxian that rendered even 300 million unworthy of consideration. Xiaoxian, what was the price? Surely, we are not to be left in the dark. Huang County was incensed. Li Xiuxian remained composed, even chuckling to himself at the thought of the offer. Honor. They bestowed upon me the national honor for my village. At the mention of honor, Jiu Chuan was momentarily taken aback, while Huang County nearly coughed up blood in disbelief. Once he regained his composure, he still struggled to fathom it, stuttering as he sought confirmation. No, it cannot be that token honor worth 500 yuan along with a banner, can it? Indeed, that is precisely it. Li Xiuxian replied succinctly, a hint of pride illuminating his expression. It is said that this will be published in the newspapers, and it may even be featured on that television thing. What is it called? Isn't this a surefire way to boost recognition? He feels a sense of pride, yet Huang County's expression is contorted with frustration. He desperately wishes to utter, "Are you out of your mind?" But the words remain trapped within him. From the perspective of a nation, this action is undoubtedly commendable. However, from the standpoint of reality and the wisdom of elders, he truly wishes to overturn the table. Yet, at this moment, he only harbors such thoughts. Meanwhile, an unexpected turn of events occurs. Bang! A tremendous sound reverberates. The enormous negotiation table is astonishingly lifted and thrown aside. In an instant, even the most arrogant individuals from the A3 country find themselves hastily retreating to the side. Their eyes are wide with terror, as this sudden spectacle is utterly shocking. That table must weigh at least 100 pounds, and yet it was effortlessly lifted and hurled by a rather unremarkable individual from the Sakura country, using just one arm. Indeed, you heard correctly. It was lifted, not merely overturned. Chapter 95. The rumors of Li Xiuxian gazing at the overturned table. Zhao, who stood beside Li Xiuxian, was utterly astonished. To be candid, the expression in his eyes was neither of anger nor disdain, but rather of profound admiration, a respect that emanated from the depths of his being. How many years had he spent in the village? This was indeed the first time someone dared to upend a table in front of the sect leader. Such audacity, such courage, was perhaps rivaled only by the legendary General Bai Qi, known as the greatest killer of the Warring States period, who once served under his grandfather. He knew well the temperament of the sect leader. Though forgetful at times, he was notoriously petty and vindictive, a reputation well known throughout the village. Strangely, the leader seemed indifferent to what one might consider grave enmities, yet he harbored a peculiar penchant for remembering the most trivial grievances. This was a lesson passed down through generations by the village elders. Among the unspoken rules, one stood out as particularly taboo: never overturn the leader's table in his presence. He recalled a visitor from the southern seas of Yingzhou who claimed to belong to an immortal clan. The sect leader, in his kindness, had invited him to a private feast. However, after consuming too much alcohol, the guest unleashed a formidable lightning spell, causing the table to explode. That day, what began as an intimate gathering unexpectedly transformed into a banquet for the entire village. The fate of that individual, whether he truly perished or was captured for soul extraction, remained a mystery, leaving behind chilling rumors that only deepened the enigma of the leader's character. As far as he knew, in the entire village, the only one audacious enough to show disrespect to the sect leader was the fool, Changsheng. At times, he marveled at how El managed to survive thus far. It was nothing short of miraculous. Now, as he cast his gaze back at the table thrower, the admiration in his eyes was overshadowed by a profound sympathy. Whether it was a mere illusion or reality, he sensed an oppressive atmosphere enveloping the village, as if the very air had thickened ominously. Despite the azure sky, an unshakable sense of impending doom loomed, akin to dark clouds besieging a city. Do you doubt this? Listen, the chirping of insects and birds had gradually ceased, as if they too sensed the unusual tension. The atmosphere was palpably stifling. However, the thoughts of the remaining spectators diverged significantly. Who could endure such a public humiliation? Yet the table that had been hurled was the negotiation table itself. Who would dare to voice a complaint? That would be tantamount to courting death. This far exceeded the bounds of righteous bravery. Even Huang County, typically bold, found himself stepping back. The only person who not only remained unfazed but also stepped closer, eager to observe, was Chun Fengshu. Earlier, he had merely speculated about the intentions of the Sakura nation in acquiring blood samples. Now, it seemed almost certain that their research aligned closely with his own. Furthermore, witnessing the individual's explosive display, it was evident that the technological prowess of the Sakura nation far surpassed his own. After all, he had yet to produce even a single breakthrough, while this man could effortlessly upend a table. Yet, this realization did not fill him with despair. Rather, it ignited a fervent excitement within him. At least he was now assured that his research direction was indeed correct. He merely required sufficient funding. With adequate resources, he was confident he could surpass the research advancements of the Sakura nation. In a fleeting moment, a surge of inexplicable confidence and ambition coursed through him. In an instant, he reached out and pulled Wang Lao behind him protectively. This scene left Huang County astounded. How was it that he lacked such loyalty from his subordinates? He glanced at the young Li, who was preoccupied with taking photos, utterly oblivious to the imperative of safeguarding his leader. It was an incomparable situation. The disparity was glaring. Huang County's expression began to reflect his growing discontent. He turned to the poverty alleviation team behind him, finding them all huddled against the village wall. Unsurprisingly, a few of them were signaling him to hurry and take cover. But could he hide? He was the leader, the highest authority present. It was his duty to stand firm, even if he longed to retreat. Yet, when his gaze fell upon Li Xiaoxian, he froze. Not for any other reason, but for the intensity of that gaze. He vowed never to forget the look in those eyes. He could scarcely define it. Was it madness or calm? Cruelty or compassion? The shifts in that gaze left him bewildered. Furthermore, a strange smile appeared on Li's handsome face, one that was both eerie and rigid, flickering in and out like a specter, conveying an unsettling unnaturalness. This evoked a sensation akin to the prelude of a horror film's maniac. Huang County instinctively swallowed hard, apprehensive of an imminent upheaval. Especially considering the current scene, one of his village leaders stood against a foreign guest. If a conflict erupted before him, what would become of his position as county leader? He fervently shook his head, determined to prevent such a disastrous incident from tainting his charitable mission. Gradually, the anxiety in his eyes transformed into clarity and resolve. He took a small step forward, resolutely placing himself in front of Li Xiaoxian. In that moment, Zhao was taken aback. Li Xiaoxian's chaotic gaze suddenly regained its focus. He was astonished and shocked. After countless years, someone had chosen to stand in front of him. Was this an attempt to protect him? How absurd! But upon reflection, it dawned on him that he was indeed just a powerless village chief. It was entirely reasonable for a prominent county leader to shield him. He glanced awkwardly at Zhao, feeling slightly embarrassed. Yet, he realized the absurdity of the situation. Given the current circumstances, he was, in fact, the subordinate. If someone were to stand up, it should be him defending his superior. A warm tide surged within him unexpectedly. Just as he considered sidestepping to approach Huang County, he saw the latter stride forward, his demeanor shifting from trepidation to unparalleled assertiveness. In that instant, he understood that fighting was out of the question. setting aside the capabilities of his subordinates. They were in Changsheng village, cut off from both the village and any help. How could they fight? Not only was it impossible, but it must also not occur, especially considering Li Xiuxian's standing in the village. If the young Li were to charge forward, the village's elders would undoubtedly join the fray, and chaos would ensue. The opposition consisted of vigorous young men, while his side was merely a group of elders. Contemplating these factors, Huang County's resolve only intensified. In critical moments, he knew he had to rely on himself. The clarity of thought became paramount, and he silently encouraged himself. Do not falter, absolutely do not waver. Even if one cannot prevail, one must nonetheless exert a commanding presence over the opponent. Immediately, a commanding voice rang out, exclaiming, "Hark!" Chapter 96. The Japanese military takes action. Kikuchiwa. What do you intend to do? Do not forget, this is my homeland of Huaxia. Huang Xian stood defiantly before Kikuchiwa, his eyes brimming with a palpable warning. However, at that moment, Kikuchiwa found himself rather bewildered. He had been on the verge of unleashing his wrath. Yet before he could even do so, the table behind him was overturned with a thunderous crash, startling him greatly. Just as he contemplated a scathing retort, he turned to see who had caused the disturbance, and his anger dissipated in an instant. It was none other than the military personnel concealed within their ranks, 3 in total. Leading them was a stern-faced, lean middle-aged bodyguard, seemingly a major. The second was the man who had just upended the table, a burly figure clad in bodyguard attire. The last was a young man in a flat cap, his eyes obscured, a computer whiz. His knowledge of these men was limited to this. As for their purpose here, he was utterly in the dark. Orders from above merely instructed him to allow these individuals to integrate into the team, serving both as security and providing technical support from the young man in the cap. Yet now, with the table flipped, Kikuchiwa felt trapped. After all, this was their territory. Was there no sense of propriety? However, upon closer inspection of the trio's demeanor, Kikuchiwa was taken aback. The burly man, Yamada Yuji, after flipping the table, was fixated on the original inhabitants of Changsheng village, surveying them intently. It felt as though his gaze was deliberately directed at the villagers. Why, he wondered, would a mere rural village in Huaxia attract the military's attention? And why would they send people to probe? Probe, that word struck him with clarity. This was indeed a test. Yet, despite the village's peculiarities, it hardly warranted such scrutiny from the military, leaving him perplexed. But with the military now engaged, what could he, a mere visible leader, say? He could only cast a cold glance at Huang Xian before hastily retreating to his own side of the team. This was beyond his jurisdiction. Yet, as he withdrew, a sense of alarm washed over Huang Xian. A troubling thought surfaced in his mind. He quickly scanned the surroundings, and indeed, as Kikuchiwa stepped back, an odd formation emerged within the venue. On one side stood Yamada, a formidable figure at the forefront, while on the other, Huang Xian stood like a crane among chickens. The rest of the attendees had retreated to a distance. A one-on-one confrontation? This realization terrified Huang Xian, who felt an impulse to curse. Just then, an inexplicable cheer erupted from outside the gathering. That leader from Huaxia is quite something. Yes, we, the warriors of the Great Bear Nation, admire a true man like you. Go for it. Who are they urging to act? Huang Xian was utterly perplexed as he looked toward the source of the voice, which belonged to Andre and his fellow warriors. He glanced again at the eager Yamada, gulped, and prepared to explain. But Yamada Yuji bellowed, seeking death. At this moment, Li Xiuxian quietly admired Huang Xian's courage. He was indeed a person who stood up in perilous times. Just as he contemplated intervening, he hesitated. A thunderous sound suddenly roared from the sky, followed by a bang. A bullet sliced through the clear air, landing near Yamada's feet. The crowd erupted in astonishment. Yamada Yuji, who had been poised to charge forward, was abruptly halted by the bullet. Yet instead of fear, a subtle smirk of triumph crept onto his lips. Simultaneously, the head bodyguard beside Kikuchiwa swiftly reached into his pocket and pressed a button, seemingly to transmit a signal. Meanwhile, the scene had been discreetly relayed to a secret military base in Sakura country. Inside the base, a group of high-ranking military officials was assembled, intently watching the live satellite feed. This was no ordinary broadcast, but a military-grade transmission capturing every angle of the encounter. General, as you predicted, that Changsheng village is likely a modified base of the Huaxia military. Upon hearing this, the leading officer nodded, fully aware that such rapid military mobilization under normal circumstances was improbable. Clearly, they had stumbled upon a significant discovery. As the general acknowledged this, the room erupted in cheers. Yet suddenly, the general raised his hand for silence. While it was fortunate to have pinpointed the location, did they not find it peculiar? After years of searching for the Huaxia modified base, how could it have been so effortlessly exposed by a streamer? Was there a hidden agenda? Rest assured, General, we have verified that the streamer's identity is legitimate. Moreover, through meticulous information cross-checking, it appears that this village, Changsheng, was inadvertently discovered by the Huaxia people themselves. Furthermore, it is suspicious that this village has mysteriously vanished from the county records for over 40 years. Under normal circumstances, could that happen? Clearly, the military had intentionally concealed it for secrecy. Additionally, the remarkable eyesight of those elderly villagers cannot be attributed to ordinary individuals. The compilation of these various doubts strongly suggested that this was indeed a Huaxia modified base. Even if it was not the headquarters, it could at least be confirmed as a subdivision of some research initiative. The general pondered for a moment before continuing. What does the information department have to say? Report. According to the information department's analysis, it can be confirmed that the village has undergone ocular modification projects. As for the physical modifications, it appears to have encountered issues and remains in an experimental failure phase. Oh, what is the basis for this judgment? General, in the Huaxia streaming community, videos related to ocular vision tests were promptly taken down by their military. The information department's commentary was, the cover-up only highlights the truth. Moreover, the elderly man who lost his marbles in the video is a strong indication of the failed physical modifications. Based on the information provided, this modified base seems to focus primarily on ocular gene modification projects. Report concluded. Upon hearing this, the general waved his hand, signaling for them to withdraw without rendering any conclusion. Suddenly, another soldier from the information department briskly entered the conference room, his expression grave. Report. We have received the latest news from the front. Speak. It has been confirmed that last night, the Huaxia military hastily deployed an old veteran, whose identity has been verified as a former poverty alleviation team member who visited the village. The information department speculates that the Huaxia military must have initiated this plan over 40 years ago. The so-called poverty alleviation seems merely a fade. Additionally, it was discovered that the wealthiest individual in Jiangdong was also among the poverty alleviation personnel from back then. The simultaneous arrival of this information left the general furrowing his brow. One provided funds, the other provided personnel? Quite intriguing. As the general pondered this, another officer began to seek approval. General, since it has been confirmed, should we not withdraw the personnel before Yamada and his companions fully reveal their capabilities? Withdraw? Do you think the Huaxia people are fools? They certainly cannot return. Instead, let us seize this opportunity to test their progress. The officer hesitated, clearly reluctant. However, the general slowly turned around, his eyes narrowing slightly. At your command. Chapter 97. The unruly youths in Changsheng village, on the flat ground at the eastern edge. A gust of yellow wind swept through, carrying with it a flurry of withered leaves. The atmosphere was bleak, yet thick with the scent of gunpowder. In the center of the scene stood Yamashita YKY, arms crossed, defiantly gazing skyward, while the rest of the onlookers had retreated to a safe distance. Even the famed warriors of the Bear Nation had scampered into the surrounding thickets, peeking out cautiously, their curiosity piqued by the unexpected turn of events. Who would have thought that a mere gathering in the mountains would escalate into a gunfight? Not far away, Li Xiuxian had already ushered Huang Xian and others into the village entrance. Yet, his gaze frequently darted back toward Yamashita, lost in contemplation. Perhaps others were oblivious, but Zhao, who stood by his side, understood the gravity of the situation. It seemed unlikely that Yamashita would descend the mountain today. Not even the mightiest of deities could intervene. Zhao was also curious about the thunderous roar emanating from above. Village chief, what do you suppose that is? Li Xiu Xianbaozi, but soon recalled the words of the leader of the Shadow Hall. Some aircraft are designed for flight, while others for combat. Surely, this must be an aircraft. Though he was entirely certain. Oh, is that an aircraft? Zhao pondered, reminiscent of the wheelboats of the Wansu people. Amidst their discussion, the two shifted gears, surprisingly critiquing the helicopter soaring overhead during such a precarious moment, leaving those around them feeling awkward. Before any further thoughts could be exchanged, the helicopter hovered above the village entrance, its deafening roar and powerful gusts shaking the nearby flora and sending yellow dust swirling, blinding many who could only shield their eyes. Even Yamashita, still standing defiantly, turned his head slightly to avoid the stinging debris. As the tumult gradually faded and the swirling dust settled, the onlookers discerned four newcomers amidst their midst. One of them was strikingly familiar. Goodness, that vibrant pink wave. It's the top-ranked lady, someone exclaimed, recognizing Lin Suin from the poverty alleviation team. Her unconventional appearance, especially that iconic pink hairstyle, impossible to forget. However, the young woman appeared utterly terrified, her face pale as she spat out dirt. The eastern edge of the village was merely a natural yellow earth road, ill-equipped to withstand the helicopter's fierce winds. Once she regained her footing, she glanced around in confusion before hastily pushing her grandfather's wheelchair toward Li Xiuxian's direction, clearly in shock. The sister accompanying her was audacious, firing her weapon without hesitation. As a pampered young lady, she had never encountered such chaos. Initially, Lin Suin had presumed her to be just another cosplaying enthusiast, even contemplating inviting her to join. Yet, moments before, she witnessed the sister wielding a massive sniper rifle midair, the immense recoil causing the helicopter to sway alarmingly. It dawned on her that this seemingly soft and gentle girl was indeed handling a real firearm, and the sheer size of the rifle, nearly as long as the girl herself, who stood at least 7 meters tall, was staggering. As the pair reached the village entrance, Lin Guqing did not immediately recognize Li Xiuxian. He understood that the moment was not right. His focus was entirely on the figure of Su Danian ahead. Meanwhile, Su Danian, clad in a military coat adorned with the insignia of a major general, stood resolute against the helicopter's residual winds, his hands resting on his cane, exuding an aura that caused Yamashita to instinctively retreat a step. The elderly gentleman's military presence was palpable, yet what truly unsettled Yamashita was the girl beside him, holding a sniper rifle, instilling an inexplicable wariness. This girl was Bai Jing, whom Su had brought along from the mysterious man in white. True to her name, she was a composed young woman. To avoid drawing too much attention, Su had provided her with a military jacket and allowed her to select a suitable weapon for concealment. However, she had chosen the heaviest sniper rifle available, shouldering it with ease. After a brief visit to Jiangdong to discuss pertinent matters with Lin Guqing, the four had hastened to Changsheng village, well aware of Yamashita's disruptive intentions, though uncertain of his true capabilities. As the leader of Yamashita's security detail retreated to a safe distance, scanning the surroundings with vigilance, he remained unaware of the number of adversaries before him. Despite his confidence in his own strength, he understood the need for caution. Just as he remained alert, Su Danian took a step forward, raising his cane to gesture toward Yamashita. Did the Sakura military send only you few? Yamashita's expression tightened, yet he remained silent, scrutinizing the elderly figure before him, a grin spreading across his face. A major general? Ah, splendid. After a hearty laugh, Yamashita ceased his words, channeling his energy as the veins on his forehead bulged ominously. With a fierce roar, the seams of his suit tore apart, revealing his grotesquely muscular physique, an aura of murderous intent radiating from him. Su Danian was taken aback, his face twitching involuntarily. He had merely intended to inquire, yet the other party had launched into an all-out attack without hesitation. Is this how the youth behave nowadays? Su Danian thought, bemused, as this was not the scenario he had envisioned. Meanwhile, the livestream audience was in a frenzy, particularly as Yamashita's transformation resembled something out of a cinematic spectacle. Is this real? Who would believe such a thing? They exclaimed, incredulous at the escalation involving sniper rifles and helicopters. This was absurd, especially for a poverty alleviation broadcast focused on selling agricultural products. How had it morphed into such a grand spectacle? The comments section erupted, with many criticizing the excessive dramatization. You're merely selling agricultural products. Is it necessary to stage such a cinematic experience? They lamented. Yet, despite the complaints, the viewership continued to swell as more viewers tuned in, eager to witness the spectacle of the Sakura nation flaunting their prowess, urging Sudanian to retaliate in kind. Amidst all this, Sudanian's heart raced with anxiety. He was a legitimate septuagenarian, not someone who could simply explode into action. Such unruliness was entirely unbecoming. Chapter 98. Sudanian versus Yamada. Yuji Sudanian was momentarily startled, but he swiftly regained his composure. His gaze was sharp, revealing no trace of fear. On the contrary, he discarded his cane, flung off his military coat, and assumed a classic military stance. It was not that he was devoid of fear. Rather, he was genuinely eager to experience firsthand the prowess of a so-called genetically modified human. Come on, young man. With a feigned gesture, he directly provoked. Behind him, Bai Jing placed a hand on her forehead, utterly speechless. Subsequently, she retrieved a pair of transparent glasses and donned them. With calmness, she gently pressed a button on the frame. Instantly, as her gaze shifted to Yamada, several lines of data assessment appeared beside him. After a series of evaluations, a comprehensive number materialized above Yamada's head. Comprehensive strength, 86. Upon seeing this evaluation, a hint of disdain crept onto her lips. However, when her gaze shifted to Sudanian, the previously disdainful expression froze in place. Comprehensive strength, 5. Evaluation, an ordinary human without any modifications, whose strength in youth might have exceeded 10, now belongs to the biological aging period. Hai, Su, Zejet, quickly step back. Let me handle this. In a flurry, Bai Jing squatted down and attempted to leap in front of Sudanian, a frail old man challenging a combat fanatic. This was sheer madness. If things went awry, a single punch could lead to a complete fracture of bones, or worse, could be fatal. She was acutely aware that a strength of 86 could easily crush a bull with a single blow. Yet, despite her rapid reaction, she was still a step too slow. Before she could stabilize her stance, Sudanian was already charging forward. At that moment, her mind was blank. She couldn't fathom how such an individual could attain the rank of Major General in the ground forces. Even an ordinary person, witnessing the explosive display of power, would realize the vast disparity in strength. Not to mention, at present, nearly everyone present shared her sentiments. This was clearly a death wish. However, no one understood the true thoughts racing through old Su's mind at that moment. Even Lin Guqing, confined to a wheelchair, was sweating nervously for his old friend. In his recollection, Su had always been the embodiment of prudence. Why was he so reckless today, especially in a face-to-face confrontation? As a general, shouldn't he be commanding from the rear, strategizing in safety? No, this was not the Sudanian he knew. He was anxious, his palms sweating. How could he still be alive, while this old man might perish? Upon realizing this, Lin Guqing's pupils widened in astonishment. Why was he alive? Suddenly, he began to comprehend something. This fellow was gambling. Sudanian was indeed gambling. Especially after visiting that secret base, he had learned many secrets unknown to the world. But what good was that knowledge? Looking at his frail body, how many more years could he endure? Thus, he decided to take a bold gamble. Firstly, he could clearly gauge the might of the so-called genetically modified humans. Secondly, he was wagering on whether Li Xiaoga would come to his rescue and to ascertain if Li Xiaoga truly had the ability to save him. If he won the gamble, not only would it simplify matters, but he could also uncover many secrets about Li Xiaoga. Otherwise, under normal circumstances, he and Lin Guqing had speculated that the young man might refuse to acknowledge him. This was a risky maneuver. One miscalculation could lead to his untimely demise. But the question was death? Did he fear it? What he feared was a life devoid of meaning. To be on the safe side, he had also ensured that Lin Guqing and his grandson were brought along. His foresight was commendable. He was concerned that if he were killed or knocked unconscious, No one would inform Li Xiaoge of his identity. Otherwise, he might be mistaken for a stranger, discarded and ignored. It would be as if he had met his demise without a place to lament. Thus, Lin Guoqing was his final contingency plan, to whisper to Li Xiaoge about their past. In summary, beneath Su's seemingly reckless actions lay a series of calculated risks. At the same time, Yamada Yuji was somewhat bewildered. Initially, he had assumed his opponent was a major general, thus it was only natural to unleash his full power. However, upon observing the old man's gait and speed, he perceived him as nothing more than an ordinary weakling. A weakling, claiming to be a major general, dared to confront him? Moreover, it seemed that the woman behind him, armed with a sniper rifle, could not even intervene. This left him momentarily perplexed. Yet, with the prey so close at hand, how could he refrain from attacking? He quickly bent forward, took a step, and with a powerful push of his legs, charged at the old man. Upon meeting Su Danian, he hesitated not for a moment, delivering a clean and decisive straight punch. Su Danian was already prepared. He had no intention of engaging in a direct confrontation. His hands crossed swiftly, blocking the punch aimed at his chest, absorbing the impact of the blow. There were no surprises. None could have been expected. Crack! Crack! The sound of bones fracturing echoed through the air. In that instant, the hearts of all present rose into their throats. Bai Jing, rushing towards him, turned pale as she witnessed the scene unfold. She had just embarked on her career. She and T even enjoyed a few days of comfort yet. The target she was meant to protect was about to be killed right before her eyes. No, this was absolutely unacceptable. She truly did not wish to return to the underground so soon. Simultaneously, the audience in the live stream watched with bated breath. The footage was too vivid. It felt all too real, devoid of any semblance of acting. This inexplicably drew them into the narrative. Some viewers began frantically posting comments. No, the old man's steps are unsteady. His breath is erratic. He clearly isn't a fighter. Hurry, summon my Lord L. Only he can stabilize the situation. Yes. Quickly find Lord L. But I wonder if his back is healed yet? Ugh. While the live stream was in chaos within the Sakura Nation military base, a group of officers stood agape. They could not fathom that a major general could be so effortlessly dispatched by their side. This was an unexpected boon. Exchanging a mere genetically modified soldier for a major general was a deal that yielded immense profit. After all, an ordinary genetically modified soldier was simply a matter of resource allocation. They could be easily manufactured. However, an exceptional major general was the result of countless lives sacrificed. Death. A chorus of military elites erupted in jubilant shouts as the two figures clashed. Their elation was palpable, for this unexpected delight had arrived far too suddenly and blissfully. Yet, just as their smiles began to bloom like flowers, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. Chapter 99. The pure and unadulterated aura of authority, the sharp crack of bones, swiftly penetrated Su Dajing's ears. Just from the sound alone, he could feel an excruciating pain. In this moment, he regretted his impulsiveness. Initially, he had anticipated some discomfort, yet he never imagined that bones could be shattered. Instinctively, he let out a profound groan. As the cry escaped his lips, he closed his eyes and relinquished control to Lin Guoqing. However, just as he finished his shout, another piercing wail, reminiscent of a pig being slaughtered, tore through the air, shaking the souls of all present. It was tragic, heart-wrenchingly tragic. If Su Dajing's earlier groan had resonated deeply, this new cry was nothing short of a mere pretense in comparison. The moment he heard that cry, Su Dajing was taken aback. The anticipated pain did not arrive. Instead, as he opened his eyes to discern the unfolding situation, he beheld Yamamoto, seemingly like a withered leaf in the wind, being propelled backward. His right hand, which had just been used to strike, was twisted grotesquely, appearing bloodied and likely rendered useless, particularly at the twisted joint of his arm. Bone spurs had pierced through flesh and skin, protruding grotesquely, an utterly chilling sight. At that instant, everyone was bewildered. Not only Su Dajing himself, but even Bai Jing, standing behind him, felt as though her mind had crashed. Although she had never thought highly of Yamamoto, the mere act of blocking had left him in such a pitiful state. She pondered that even with 10 more years of practice, she would not be able to achieve such a feat suddenly. She seemed to understand why the captain had insisted on having her accompany Su Dajing. On the surface, it was to protect him, but secretly, it was likely to allow her to hone her skills under his guidance. Otherwise, it made no sense. Yes, it must be so. The captain, who appeared dull, had a surprisingly intricate mind. Having come to this realization, her gaze toward Su Dajing was now filled with admiration, especially under the sunlight. The metals gleaming on his shoulders were undeniably radiant. This was the strength of a major general? She murmured softly, her previous image of the old man now transformed into one of magnificent grandeur. In haste, she picked up the military coat that the old man had been forced to discard, shook it out solemnly, and gently draped it back over him. Su Dajing. No, Major General Su, you have endured much. Without a doubt, at this moment, Bai Jing was thoroughly captivated. Her demeanor transformed into one of profound respect. Yet Su Dajing remained in a state of confusion. Sensing something amiss, he merely turned his head slightly, his gaze still in a daze. He looked down his arm, unharmed. Then he glanced at Yamamoto, lying on the ground, groaning, as if completely devoid of fighting spirit. He truly could not comprehend what had transpired in that fleeting moment when he had closed his eyes. He stood there, lost in thought, his expression vacant. He wished for silence. All he desired was to understand what had just occurred. Lost in contemplation, he instinctively pulled out a cigarette from his pocket and lit it. This scene unfolded seamlessly on the screens of the military division in the land of cherry blossoms. In the imagery, a gentle breeze swayed, the military robes billowed. Su Dajing's vacant gaze appeared somewhat hollow. Yet this very vacancy and hollowness seemed to cloak him in an unparalleled aura of authority. No, it was not merely a hollow gaze, nor was it an empty expression. It was the essence of a powerhouse. Yes, it was the innate aura that strong individuals possess, a disdain for the masses and a lack of regard for feeble lives. So formidable is this. The Su Dajing who was hastily promoted? In the quiet conference room, the individual seated at the head of the table spoke. Yet, his slightly trembling voice betrayed the astonishment coursing through him. Among those present, including himself, no one could decipher what abilities Su Dajing had harnessed to so effortlessly and swiftly crush Yamamoto in an instant. For a moment, the room was silent enough to hear a pin drop. No one responded to the general's question, nor did anyone pay attention to it. Even the general himself seemed disinterested in hearing an answer, merely staring vacantly at the image of Su Dajing on the screen. Breath held. A gentle breeze dispersed wisps of smoke. With a soft patter, the ash from Su's cigarette fell away, unnoticed. As the ash broke away, a wave of unease surged through the hearts of all the military leaders present. This was ominous. A murderous intent. Run. Some were genuinely frightened, hastily shouting warnings to the figures from the land of cherry blossoms on the screen. Yet, what nonsense was this murderous intent? Old Su's mind was still muddled, incapable of processing the situation. He even began to suspect whether the young man opposite him was deliberately trying to provoke him. Was he seeking an excuse to instigate a war between the two nations? Or had there been a sudden backlash from genetics? He couldn't fathom it, and the more he tried, the more chaotic his thoughts became. Scratching his head, he squatted down, pulling out another cigarette to light. At this moment, his scruffy stubble and disheveled hair all reflected his inner confusion. Yet, to the discerning eye, the situation appeared differently. It was the image of an unparalleled master. That seemingly casual demeanor exuded a low-key nonchalance, coupled with an unshakable confidence in his invincibility. Even if there were flaws everywhere, who could tell if those were not intentional vulnerabilities? Faced with such a figure, the ever-vigilant head of the bodyguards was drenched in cold sweat. Cautiously, he dragged the unconscious Yamamoto back, keeping a watchful eye on Su Dajing, fearful that a moment's lapse could result in a surprise attack. Given Su's unpredictable methods, he questioned whether his fate would be any better than Yamamoto's. However, his vigilance caught Bai Jing's attention. She glanced at the old man, then at the head of the bodyguards. Seeing that the old man did not appear to be in a combative mood, she immediately understood that he was likely testing her. Without hesitation, she stepped forward, her aura suddenly intensifying. Huaxia Baijing. Upon hearing the name, the head of the bodyguards was momentarily taken aback. The pallor that had dominated his face finally showed a flicker of vitality as he hurriedly stepped forward to engage. Sakurakuni Musashi see you. The two stood firm, facing each other, not launching into combat, as Su Dajing had. Instead, they circled each other, adjusting their distance, carefully observing each other's steps, breaths, and numerous subtleties. Bai Jing's expression was marked by a heightened seriousness. Her ability assessment glasses indicated that Musashi's data reached an astonishing 192, a significant difference of 29 points compared to her own 163. The nearly 30-point disparity in combat power left her utterly cautious. Chapter 100. Bai Jing wandering on the edge of death at this moment in the arena. Musashi paced back and forth, his expression fraught with tension. It was not so much fear of Bai Jing, but rather that the majority of his focus was entirely on the elderly man crouched nearby. Suddenly, Bai Jing, armed with a sniper rifle, surged forward, executing a precise and clean side kick. With a swift motion, Musashi raised his left hand to effortlessly block the attack. Nevertheless, the sound of their legs colliding echoed like the crack of thunder, fierce and chaotic, a pure clash of strength. After the initial strike was parried, Bai Jing swiftly spun sideways, launching a follow-up whirlwind kick aimed directly at Musashi's head. Musashi did not retreat or defend. Instead, he stepped forward, transforming his elbow into a weapon, and struck fiercely at the exposed area of Bai Jing's abdomen. The impact reverberated through the air, sending Bai Jing hurtling backwards several meters. The crowd erupted in astonishment. Such a ferocious battle was unprecedented in their experience. Each collision felt akin to the forceful clash of titanic entities, shattering their perceptions of martial combat. This singular encounter ignited a surge of excitement in the live stream, surpassing even heavyweight boxing championships in thrill. Many newly arrived viewers curiously inquired, "What is this new movie? An action film?" This question planted a fresh notion in Li Xiu Xian's mind. A movie? What is that? Do many people enjoy watching them? Before he could ponder further, the fight reignited. Two figures exchanged blows, kicking and blocking, defending and attacking, engaged in a raucous display. The sounds of their clashes evoked an illusion of construction on a bustling worksite. A whip kick sliced through the air like a genuine whip, while a punch struck the ground with the force of a hammer, reverberating through the hearts of onlookers. In mere moments, the arena was engulfed in swirling dust. Through the haze, only two shadowy figures could be discerned, their fists intertwining within the combat zone. Just as their battle reached a fever pitch, a muffled groan from a woman pierced the air. Following this, a delicate figure was propelled backward from the swirling dust of the battlefield. Her body curled like a shrimp, a trace of blood at the corner of her mouth. She soared through the air, leaving a vivid crimson arc in her wake. Bai Jing had been grievously injured. She collapsed, struggling to prop herself up with one elbow while clutching her chest, blood still staining her lips. Fear gripped her as she fixed her terrified gaze upon the black figure emerging slowly from the dust. Moments ago, she had witnessed the power level above Musashi's head surge to an astonishing 233. Such terrifying strength was far beyond what she, a mere first-year student, could contend with. 233 represented a level of transformation that had reached the second tier. You're actually a second tier. Curse it. You are concealing your true power. Musashi, revealing himself fully, furrowed his brow in confusion. He did not comprehend the meaning of second tier as Bai Jing had described. However, the understanding dawned upon him swiftly. This must pertain to the classification of strength utilized by the modified department in Huaxia. In their Sakura Nation's military, they referred to it as first and second modifications. He was merely a first modification. What could possibly constitute second modification strength? In his eyes, even Yamada Yuji did not qualify as a primary modification. Yet soon, a flicker of doubt crossed Musashi's gaze. He sensed that his path diverged from that of this Huaxia woman. As for the nature of that difference, he could not articulate. After all, regarding the subject of modification, each military branch kept their secrets closely guarded. There was no communication whatsoever. Not even the simplest exchange of information. What was the purpose of his visit? It was merely to probe. This information was far too vital. Yet he understood that given the current situation, it could not be disseminated. He could only hope that the higher-ups in the military would glean some insight from his battle, enabling them to prepare adequately for the impending war. Contemplating this, his gaze hardened with increasing malice. He intended to torment this woman before him, compelling her to reveal more of her cards and information. In the next moment, he surged forward with blinding speed towards the prostrate Bai Jing. As he closed in within 3 to 5 meters, he leaped into the air, utilizing the force of gravity to deliver a devastating kick aimed at her abdomen. In that instant, Bai Jing's pupils widened with terror. She understood all too well that her current state would not withstand such a blow. Fear, dread, and helplessness enveloped her heart. A tiny voice within her screamed in desperation. "No, I do not wish to die. Who? Who will save me? Captain? General? Who will come to my rescue?" Figures flickered in her mind, only to turn away and vanish into the abyss of darkness. At that moment, despair consumed her. She reminisced about her past. Having lost her parents at a young age, she had lived with her aunt, who had not treated her kindly. Gradually, her personality became increasingly introverted. In school, due to her early development, she towered over her peers, attracting their peculiar gazes. Finally, as she matured, she no longer stood out. Yet during her university years, she encountered an accident. Following that incident, she awoke to find herself in an underground base, branded as a first-year newcomer. The captain had said that everything could start anew. There, everyone praised her talent. She gained unprecedented confidence, and a long-lost smile began to return. Yet the captain insisted, "You cannot behave this way. Control your emotions." She did not understand why the captain seemed dissatisfied with her. The happier and more confident she became, the darker his expression grew. She could not fathom why. After all, he was the one who led her to the underground base. He was her guide. Why was he the only one dissatisfied with her? She worked diligently, her metrics improving rapidly. Just this morning, the captain had brought back an elderly man. She observed him, appearing somewhat frail, yet the captain instructed her to protect him. Confusion washed over her. Her class performance had always been commendable. After reflection, she wondered if the captain was merely seeking an excuse to dismiss her. Perhaps he was simply tired of her. Ultimately, she acquiesced. But she truly did not wish to return. She only desired to live joyfully. That bubbly girl with pink waves was so adorable. How she wished to be carefree like her. Yet alas, it seemed she was destined to perish. A whirlwind of negative emotions swiftly enveloped her mind and body, leading her spirit to crumble. The suffocating grip of death pervaded her entire being.